On Hidden Dragon Island within Hidden Dragon Valley, newly built pavilions and lofts rose in elegant tiers as several figures wove between them, all heading toward the council hall at the center. Inside the Li clan's council hall, Li Luochen sat in the main seat, his eyes slightly narrowed as though patiently awaiting their arrival. One after another, the few people entered the great hall and took their respective seats, cautiously sizing up Li Luochen. Only after everyone had arrived and settled in did the hall grow quiet. Li Luochen opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over them. Very good. Now that everyone is here, I hereby declare the formal establishment of the Li clan of Hidden Dragon Island. At his words, the few people in the hall burst into cheers. We finally don't have to be solitary loose cultivators anymore. We've done it. Our Hidden Dragon Li clan has finally become a true cultivation family. We greet the clan head. We greet the clan head. Once they calmed down, they all rose and shouted their salutations in unison. Seated at the main place, the now middle-aged Li Luochen smiled and said, over these years, through everyone's unceasing efforts, our Li clan has finally gained the foundation to stand firm in this world. We have now purchased Hidden Dragon Island. On the island, we have nurtured a first-rank low-grade spiritual vein, opened up 20 mu of first-rank low-grade spiritual fields and 30 mu of ordinary spiritual fields. From now on, we can be self-sufficient. Yanlong Yan, who you have both reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. Each of you will oversee 5 mu of first-rank low-grade spiritual fields. Yanfeng, you will take those 3 little ones and tend the ordinary spiritual fields. Changfeng Chongqing Chongling, you must listen to your 3rd aunt in all things, understood. Good. Since our clan has been founded today, I shall set the generations for our Li clan's cultivators. Remember them well. My own generation bears the character Luo. Your names carry the characters Yan and Chong. Then let us define the clan's generational sequence with these 16 characters: Luo Yan Chang Wen Ren Ji Yiqing Jiang Xian Bu Su Yong Lin Xian Dao. The 6 immediately replied, yes, clan head. Li Luochen waved his hand and said, we all hail from the Li clan of Hidden Dragon Island and share the same bloodline. Now that we have established a cultivation Li clan, we must work with one heart and one mind, striving for the rise of our family. Yanlong Yan, you are no longer young. It is time you took wives and had children. If either of you can bring back a loose cultivator Dao companion with a spiritual root, I will reward him with pills sufficient to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refining. Yanfeng, the same goes for you. If you can persuade a loose cultivator with a spiritual root to marry into our Li clan, I will provide all the resources you need to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refining. As for the 3 children of the Chang generation, Li Luochen did not say much more. They were still too young. The eldest was barely 10 years old, far from the age of taking spouses and having children. Li Yanfeng said awkwardly, 3rd uncle, I'm still young. Besides, you are no longer that young yourself. When will you bring me a 3rd aunt? In the mortal world, they would already be considered well past the age of marriage, even with grown children, but the cultivation world was different. If one had hope of reaching foundation establishment, one might not choose to marry early. Li Luochen only smiled and said no more. If the opportunity arose, he certainly would not let it slip by. In the past, he had only been the lowest sort of spirit farmer among loose cultivators. No one spared him a second glance. Even now, he was merely the head of a tiny, insignificant cultivation clan. It was still unlikely anyone would look upon him with favor. What was more, he was already past 40. In his former world, he would have been considered a handsome middle-aged man, but in the cultivation world, only cultivation realm and spirit stones mattered. There was no shortage of charming middle-aged cultivators. Still, Li Luochen was in no hurry. As a transmigrator, he possessed a golden cheat. When he had first crossed into this world, he had been merely an 18-year-old youth. His family lived somewhat better than common households. He was the 3rd son of the mayor of Li family town. He had thought he could spend his life with ample food and clothing until one day he saw someone flying across the sky. In that moment, he understood this world was far from simple. From the mouths of many elders, he later learned that cultivators truly existed in this world, and a desire for cultivation began to stir within him. The instant that thought arose, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, a voice he could still recall with crystal clarity. Ding, your family farming reward system has arrived. The novice gift pack has been issued. Please establish a family as soon as possible to fully activate the system. After that voice repeated 3 times, it faded away. If not for the 3 items that appeared before him, Li Luochen would have thought he had simply suffered a hallucination. The 3 items were respectively a spirit life fruit, the 5 elements true spirit art, and a marrow cleansing spell forging pill. As he picked up each of them, their uses surfaced clearly in his mind. Spirit life fruit. Upon consumption, it allows an ordinary person to awaken a spiritual root exceptionally suitable for the host. 5 elements. True spirit art, a cultivation method of the 5 elements, which can also be divided into 5 cultivation arts: metal spirit art, wood spirit art, water spirit art, fire spirit art, and earth spirit art, allowing cultivation up to the perfection of Qi refining. Marrow cleansing spell forging pill allows a person with a spiritual root to generate true mana upon their very first cultivation. These 3 items suited Li Luochen perfectly. After consuming the spirit life fruit to gain 5 elements spiritual roots, he could cultivate the 5 elements true spirit art. By directly taking the marrow cleansing spell forging pill, he could break through to the first level of Qi refining and thereby step onto the path of cultivation. He had thought himself the favored child of heaven, believing that by relying on these opportunities, he could cultivate to immortality. Yet after reaching the first level of Qi refining, it took him 5 whole years to break through to the second level. From this he understood he was no so-called child of fortune. Later he took a merchant ship that passed by Hidden Dragon Island to travel to other isles. After witnessing the cruelty of the cultivation world firsthand, he chose a cultivation marketplace and became a spirit farmer. At the same time he remembered his golden cheat, the family farming system. The last sentence of that mechanical voice seemed to urge him to establish a family as soon as possible. After many inquiries, Li Luochen learned how a cultivation family should be founded and what it required. First, a cultivation family needed people, at least 5 cultivators. Second, it needed territory. This was the overseas cultivation world. Even ordinary islands were all controlled by powerful cultivation forces. Take Hidden Dragon Island, for example. Although it was merely a small mortal island no more than 20 square kilometers in size, it still cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase. Hidden Dragon Island lay at the southeastern edge of the Baimang archipelago, less than 1,000 li from the mainland cultivation world. Few demonic beasts appeared in the surrounding waters, otherwise Li Luochen might not have been able to protect it. Even so, relying on his skills as a spirit farmer, Li Luochen spent 30 years painstakingly saving spirit stones, finally gathering enough to buy Hidden Dragon Island, and at the same time amassing the resources to nurture a first-rank low-grade spiritual vein. Over these years, every 5 years Li Luochen would return to Li family town to test the clan bloodline for spiritual roots, searching for any clansman capable of cultivation. His elderly father was greatly heartened by this, feeling his son had made something of himself and had not forgotten his clan. Thus he lent his full support and even issued clan rules urging Li clan members to bear more children. Even so, in 30 years, only 6 clansmen with spiritual roots were born. Including Li Luochen himself, there were a total of 7. 5 years ago, Li Luochen purchased Hidden Dragon Island and began nurturing a spiritual vein upon it. Only today did that spiritual vein finally take shape. With the spiritual vein formed, the spiritual fields opened up, the clan's spiritual pulse established, its livelihood secured, and sufficient clansmen gathered. Li Luochen could no longer hold back. On this very day, he founded a cultivation family. Now that the family had been established, all that remained was for the system that had been silent for 30 years to finally awaken. Just as he waited anxiously, that familiar yet distant mechanical voice resounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for establishing a cultivation family. The family farming reward system is now officially activated. Hearing the voice of the system, Li Luochen grew excited. How melodious that sound was! This was without doubt the support upon which his path of cultivation and quest for immortality would rely. System, what use do you have? Li Luochen hurriedly asked. Are you saying that as long as we harvest spiritual rice from spiritual fields, all of it will receive amplification rewards, and there is even a certain chance of gaining additional rewards? Ding! Correct answer. You still have 1 consultation opportunity remaining. Do you wish to use it? After a brief silence, Li Luochen asked in a low voice, System, can I still return? Ding! So long as the host grows strong enough, you may traverse all heavens and myriad worlds. Li Luochen broke into a smile and did not ask further. He understood that no matter what he asked next, the system would not respond. He rose to his feet, glanced over everyone, and said with a smile, Today is a fine day, and it is also the day of our impending harvest. Come, let us go reap the spiritual rice. With that, Li Luochen strode quickly outside, his eyes brimming with expectation. Li Yanlong and the others followed closely behind, hurrying toward the 30 mu of ordinary spiritual fields. What had ripened now was spiritual rice from non-graded fields. This spiritual rice did not reach even lower first grade, yet it still contained spiritual energy and was the favorite of ordinary low-level rogue cultivators. This non-graded spiritual rice was not expensive. 1 low-grade spirit stone could buy 100 jin, but its yield per mu was considerable, roughly 1,500 jin. Qianlong Island possessed 30 mu of such non-graded spiritual fields. Calculated at 1,000 jin per mu, they could produce about 45,000 jin of spiritual rice. Once sold, that would amount to 450 spirit stones. For an ordinary rogue cultivator, 450 spirit stones a year was absolutely no small sum. Even for a cultivator like Luochen at the 5th layer of Qi, refining such an amount was not easily obtained. Everyone present was a cultivator, so their speed at harvesting spiritual rice was extremely fast. In just a single day, the 30 mu of spiritual fields were completely reaped. Once the rice was threshed, the members of the Li clan all beamed with joy. These were pure gleaming spirit stones. With spirit stones, they could continue nurturing spiritual veins and purchase pills for cultivation. After all the spiritual rice had been stored away into storage pouches, the system's voice once more sounded in Li Luochen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's clan for diligent farming, harvesting 45,000 jin of ordinary spiritual rice worth 450 spirit stones. Farming reward condition fulfilled, ordinary spiritual rice amplified by 1-fold. Ding! Storage pouch of host detected to be too small. System space activated. Initial capacity 1,000 cubic meters. Delightedly, Luochen rejoiced inwardly. Although this time the harvest had only been amplified by 1-fold, the amount of spiritual rice had still reached over 90,000 jin, enough to sell for 900 spirit stones. Though it was not enough to nurture the spiritual vein into middle-grade first rank, it was more than sufficient to purchase pills that would allow his clansmen to cultivate diligently for a good period of time. Casting another look at the lower first-grade spiritual fields, the smile on Li Luochen's face grew even more. Lower first-grade spiritual rice was quite valuable. 1 spirit stone could buy 10 jin. Each mu could yield 600 jin, equivalent to 60 spirit stones. 20 mu would therefore amount to 1,200 spirit stones. If he added the system's rewards on top of that, it would be entirely enough for him to cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refining within this year. Li Luochen laughed and said, "Yanlong, from here on the clan will be entrusted to you all. Manage the spiritual fields well. I am going to Qingsha market." Li Yanlong hurriedly replied, "Very well, clan head. Please be careful on the road. With the formation protecting the clan, nothing will happen here." Li Luochen nodded, took out 5,000 jin of spiritual rice, and handed it to Li Feng. "Yanfeng, I leave this spiritual rice to you. From now on, our family will eat the spiritual rice we grow ourselves." Although ordinary spiritual rice was not enough to supply their cultivation, it was of great benefit to the 3 youngsters who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, and eating spiritual rice was far better than relying on fasting pills. Li Feng quickly accepted the spiritual rice and stored it away, smiling as she said, "All right, third uncle. You must be careful on the road." Li Luochen waved his hand. "Take good care of the clan. I will be back in at most 3 days." Having spoken, he walked out of Qianlong Valley. Just after leaving the valley, he patted his storage pouch. A small boat over 2 meters long appeared before him. It was a mid-grade first-rank flying boat, barely large enough to seat 5 people, and was the most common flying artifact in the Baymen archipelago. Li Luochen leapt lightly, landing steadily on the flying boat. After channeling his mana into it, the boat slowly rose into the air and shot away toward Qingsha Island. Qingsha Island was the headquarters of the Qingsha sect, where the largest market in the region, Qingsha Market, was established. Li Luochen held over 80,000 jin of spiritual rice in his hands. A small market could never absorb such quantity, but Qingsha Market could easily digest it. Moreover, as Qingsha Island belonged to the Qingsha sect, no short-sighted cultivator would dare act as a bandit here, making it comparatively safe. Before Li Luochen purchased Qianlong Island, it had belonged to the Qingsha sect, a golden core sect located in the southeastern reaches of the Baymen archipelago. The Qingsha sect conducted its affairs with relative fairness. Islands it sold off would not be taken back without cause, though every 10 years it would collect a protection fee. Qianlong Island was not a large island, merely an ordinary mortal, all lacking cultivation resources, so its protection fee was not high. As long as the island lord came to Qingsha Market every 10 years to pay 200 spirit stones as an island protection fee, the island would receive the Qingsha sect's protection. Whether it was a beast-tide or bandit cultivators invading the island, one could use the island lord's token to request aid from the Qingsha sect, and their patrolling disciples would rush over swiftly. In truth, no one knew how reliable such protection really was. Yet, if one did not pay the protection fee, there was no telling whether bandit cultivators might wipe them out the very next day. In his view, this so-called fee was nothing more than buying peace with money. The journey passed without incident. After all, he was merely a minor cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refining. Li Luochen had been to Qingsha Market several times and was already quite familiar with it. Qingsha Market was sizable, resembling a small city. Within the Baymen archipelago, aside from Baymen Immortal City itself, Qingsha Market was likely among the largest. Some cultivators even referred to Qingsha Island as one of the 8 minor immortal cities of the Baymen archipelago, which showed the market's vast scale. After entering, Li Luochen made his way with practiced ease to the area where rogue cultivators set up stalls. He paid 1 spirit stone, chose a conspicuous spot, sat down, and laid out several sacks of spiritual rice before him. In fact, Luochen could easily have sold his goods directly to the shops, but their purchasing price was lower than what he could get selling on his own. By selling himself, he could get 1 spirit stone for every 100 jin of spiritual rice. If he sold to those shops, however, they would only offer 1 spirit stone for 120 jin, which was far from cost-effective. A small quantity would have been one thing, but he had 85,000 jin on hand, as selling to the shops would mean losing over 100 spirit stones. Long accustomed to careful calculation, he would never make such a losing trade, and thus chose to sell at a street stall instead. Though selling this way was somewhat slower, spiritual rice itself was a hot commodity. In just a single day, the 85,000 jin of spiritual rice had turned into 850 spirit stones. Satisfied, Luochen rose, left the stall, and headed toward the most prosperous street in the market. He did not rush to make any purchases, instead drifting toward the most crowded areas. Only after making sure that no one was tailing him did he turn and walk toward the Lingdan Pavilion. Lingdan Pavilion was where pills were sold. It carried a full range for the Qi refining stage, and even offered many premium pills with a solid reputation. Now that he had spirit stones, he naturally had to purchase cultivation resources, and pills were the finest resources for cultivation. In the Lingdan Pavilion, after Luochen entered, he saw many cultivators lined up in 3 queues, with 3 busy female cultivators at the front, confirming that the business of this pavilion was indeed thriving. Although they were in line, the conversations between the person at the front and the female cultivators were inaudible to the others, likely due to a soundproofing formation. Luochen stood at the back of the queue with the fewest people, as all 3 lines were quite similar. The speed at which the cultivators in front were purchasing pills was rapid, and it didn't take long before it was Luocheng's turn. Behind the counter, the female cultivator smiled and asked, "What pills do you need, friend? Our Lingdan Pavilion has its own alchemists, and we have a full range of pills available." Luochen hastily inquired, "Friend, do you have the premium gathering spirit pill and the enhancing spirit pill? I wonder what the prices are." The female cultivator replied with a smile, "The gathering spirit pill is for cultivators below the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and the premium version costs 5 spirit stones each. The enhancing spirit pill is for cultivating between the 4th and 6th layers of Qi refinement, and the premium version costs 10 spirit stones each. How many do you need?" Luochen quickly said, 60 premium gathering spirit pills, 20 premium enhancing spirit pills, and also 10 premium yellow dragon pills. The female cultivator swiftly retrieved the pills and cheerfully said, "Here are the pills you requested, totaling 650 spirit stones." Luochen reluctantly handed over the spirit stones to the female cultivator, quickly packed up the 9 bottles of pills, and left the Lingdan Pavilion. This time he received a total of 850 spirit stones, and in the blink of an eye only 200 remained. Luochen did not rush to leave the market. Instead, he headed to the Wanfu Tower. Although this time spirit rice had brought him sweet rewards, he did not let it go to his head. Who knows if someone has set their sights on him, and whether he would encounter danger on his way back. The Wanfu Tower also had a good business, but compared to Lingdan Pavilion, it was slightly inferior, as pills were essential for cultivation. People living in the market are quite safe as long as they do not leave it. As soon as he entered, a young attendant came to greet him. The young attendant looked young, but already had a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, proving to be a capable worker at the Wanfu Tower. "Customer, what do you need?" Luochen replied, 2 first-tier superior diamond talismans, 1 first-tier superior fireball talisman, 1 ice spear talisman, 1 golden sword talisman, and 10 first-tier inferior gathering spirit earth talismans. The attendant quickly responded, "The first-tier superior diamond talisman costs 25 spirit stones each, while the first-tier superior fireball talisman, ice spear talisman, and golden sword talisman all cost 20 spirit stones each. As for the first-tier inferior gathering spirit earth talisman, it costs only 3 spirit stones each. Altogether, that will be 200 spirit stones. Does that sound good to you?" While speaking, he had already fetched the spirit talismans Luochen needed. Luochen handed over 200 spirit stones to the attendant, checked the talismans to ensure everything was in order, and then bade farewell as he left. After exiting the Wanfu Tower, Luochen headed towards the street market and began to browse the stalls. He was soon attracted to a stall selling martial arts techniques and squatted down to take a look. What caught Luocheng's eye were not the martial arts techniques themselves, but the various fragments of manuscripts at the stall. The price of the cultivation books was not low. If you were to buy them from a technique shop, it would certainly cost no less than 1,000 spirit stones. However, the fragments here were different. They were not very expensive, and perhaps there was a chance to complete them. Luochen already had quite a few fragments of alchemical and artifact refining techniques in hand, but he had not completed them nor successfully refined any pills or magical artifacts. Before long, Li Luochen chose 3 fragments of manuscripts and asked friend, how much are these 3 fragments? The stall owner smiled and said, it seems you also want to gain some alchemical and artifact refining techniques from these fragments, right? Who wouldn't want that? It's just 3 fragments, you can take them for 10 spirit stones. Li Luochen did not haggle. Who knows the true value of such fragments? Perhaps he had indeed stumbled upon something good. After leaving 10 spirit stones behind, Li Luochen did not linger here as he only had about 100 spirit stones left from his previous funds. It was better to wait until the first tier inferior spirit rice in the spirit field matured. After exiting the Qingsha market, Li Luochen looked back and thought to himself that he would definitely open a shop here in the future, and then quickly made his way towards the island's edge. After several turns confirming that no one was following him, he steered his flying boat towards the direction of Qianlong Island. By the time Li Luochen returned, it was already the 3rd day. Seeing him return safely, Li Yanlong and the others were filled with joy as their cultivation levels were too weak. Even with the family's great formation, they might not be able to protect Qianlong Valley. Now that Li Luochen was back, they felt reassured. Li Luochen smiled and said, gather everyone and meet me in the council hall. After saying that, he directly walked towards the council hall. Before long, the members of the Li family gathered once again in the council hall. Li Luochen smiled and said, this time I brought back 40,000 pounds of spirit rice from the market, selling for a total of 400 spirit stones. I purchased 300 spirit stones worth of premium gathering spirit pills and 100 spirit stones worth of premium enhancing spirit pills, which are just right for our cultivation. Hearing this, Li Yanfeng furrowed her brow and said, third uncle, you don't have to do this. You should buy more enhancing spirit pills for yourself to quickly elevate your cultivation level. Li Yanlong also said, yes, third sister is right. The higher your cultivation, the safer we are. Li Luochen smiled and said, it's fine. I still have some pills on me, enough for me to cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, the first tier inferior spirit field will soon yield results. I can buy more later. He added, these 60 pills should be divided among you 3, each getting 15, so strive to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Chongfeng, you 3 little ones can each have 5 of these. Our premium pills. 1 is enough for you to refine for a month. The 3 little ones were only at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, so their refining speed was somewhat slow. A 1 premium gathering spirit pill a month was already considered fast. Li Yanlong and the others were at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, so their refining speed was faster. Each could refine at least 5 a month. As for Li Yanfeng, she could only refine 3 a month as she was only at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Li Yanlong and the others naturally had no problem, and although Li Yanfeng received a similar allocation, the ordinary spirit fields were mostly managed by Li Yanfeng and a few little ones. Thank you, Patriarch. Li Luochen nodded slightly and said, since our Li family has become a cultivation family, we must have some rules. Our Li family mainly focuses on farming, and most of our output comes from the harvest of spirit rice. For those at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, the annual salary is 3 spirit stones and 6 premium gathering spirit pills. For those at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, the annual salary is 10 spirit stones and 18 premium gathering spirit pills. For those at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, the annual salary is 20 spirit stones and 30 premium gathering spirit pills. For those at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, the annual salary is 30 spirit stones and 12 premium enhancing spirit pills. For those at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, the annual salary is 40 spirit stones and 24 premium enhancing spirit pills. Currently, the highest cultivation level in our family is only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, so let's arrange it this way for now. We can discuss it again when there are higher realms in the future. Those who make significant contributions to the family will receive even more rewards. Li Yanhu frowned and said, Patriarch, after this distribution there won't be many spirit stones left for our family, right? As Li Yanhua finished speaking, he noticed everyone turning their gazes toward him, and he continued. Currently, our family only has 7 members. If distributed like this, we will need at least 669 spirit stones each year. Our family owns 30 acres of ordinary spirit fields producing 45,000 pounds of spirit rice, annually valued at 450 spirit stones. We also have 20 acres of first-grade low-quality spirit fields yielding 12,000 pounds of first-grade low-quality spirit rice each year, worth 1,200 spirit stones. Combine, these 2 sources of income only amount to 1,650 spirit stones. We must leave some spirit rice for our family to eat, so having 1,500 spirit stones each year would already be quite a lot. If the annual salary is 669 spirit stones, our family can only accumulate a little over 800 spirit stones each year. I wonder how long it will take to enhance our family's spiritual vein with this plan. I believe we should keep the annual salary lower for now and restore it once the spiritual vein improves. Li Luochen smiled, saying, Yanhua has calculated correctly, but I do not agree with your idea. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Only when we are powerful will no one dare to trouble us, allowing us to develop in peace. Otherwise, even if the spiritual vein improves, it will be taken from us. Do not think that the Qingsha sect will truly protect us. However, you are right, we can continue to develop some non-grade spirit fields. As long as the quality of the spiritual vein improves, these fields can easily transform into first-grade low-quality spirit fields. I remember there are 5 acres that are close to becoming ordinary spirit fields. Fortunately, I just bought 10 spirit-gathering soil talismans, which should allow them to transform into ordinary spirit fields. The members of the Li family were all incredibly excited. If 5 more acres of ordinary spirit fields were added, the family's annual income would increase by 75 spirit stones. Li Yanhua nodded, saying, "Yes, family head, I understand." At this moment, he realized that they are cultivators, and naturally cultivation must come first. Only by becoming stronger can they protect Qianlong Island. If they are not strong enough, but cultivate the Qianlong Island's spiritual vein to a first-grade medium quality, it would definitely attract the covetous eyes of rogue cultivators. There is a reason for the family head's arrangements. He chose not to speak further. Li Luochen smiled, saying, "Since no one opposes it, we shall decide on this. Next, we need to distribute the pills." As he spoke, he quickly distributed all the pills, and the pill bottles flew into everyone's hands. Everyone took the pill bottles with smiles on their faces. "Thank you, family head." Li Luochen said, "This batch of pills will not count towards the annual salary. It is a reward for you since the establishment of our family. As for this year's annual salary, it will be distributed after the harvest of the first-grade low-quality spirit fields." Now he only had pills left and no spirit stones to distribute for their annual salary. "Yanfeng, go cook. Make more spirit rice. We are going to have a hearty meal today." Li Yifeng nodded, saying, "Yes, third uncle, when will the spirit fields be sown?" Li Luochen replied, "Let's stick to the usual schedule. If you have a better method, you can try it as well." Li Yifeng nodded and went to cook. After eating and drinking to his fill, Li Luochen returned to his room, quickly taking out the spirit enhancement pill and Huanglong pill. In the past, he had been frugal and rarely consumed high-quality pills, but now that the family had been established, he could finally enjoy them. High-quality pills are significantly more expensive than ordinary pills. For instance, the spirit enhancement pill is estimated to cost about 5 spirit stones, while the high-quality version doubles that price. The Huanglong pill is similar. A regular Huanglong pill costs 7 spirit stones, while the high-quality one costs 15 spirit stones. Despite this, Li Luochen could afford it. He quickly consumed a spirit enhancement pill. The pill melted in his mouth, and the surging medicinal power flowed into his meridians, causing the 5 elements true spirit technique within him to rapidly circulate, refining the medicinal power into mana in his dantian. At that moment, within the dantian, a mana vortex was spinning rapidly. Starting from a strand of mana, rings of mana vortexes spiraled around it. Upon closer inspection, apart from that strand of mana, the remaining mana vortexes were clearly layered, totaling 5 levels. As the medicinal power transformed into mana, it continuously strengthened the topmost layer of the mana vortex. This represented a cultivation level of 5 layers of Qi refinement. If a 6th layer of vortex appeared, it would signify that he had broken through to the 6 layers of Qi refinement. As time slowly passed, 3 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. The high-quality spirit enhancement pill was truly not overrated. After refining, the increase in mana equaled what he would gain from a month of hard training. He still had 19 high-quality spirit enhancement pills left. If he refined them all, it would be equivalent to a year and a half of hard training. If the high-quality Huanglong pills also produced good results, they would definitely allow him to break through to the 6 layers of Qi refinement. Stepping out of his room, and after having a meal, Li Luochen continued his closed-door cultivation. This time he consumed the Huanglong pill, which took a full 5 days to completely refine due to its extraordinary potency. I have to say the high-quality Huanglong pill is worth its price. 5 days of refining yielded results equivalent to 1.5 months of hard training. The remaining 9 high-quality Huanglong pills could certainly enhance his mana cultivation for over a year. Li Luochen had already been at the 5 layers of Qi refinement for over 4 years. With the addition of these pills, it was not impossible for him to break through to the 6 layers of Qi refinement. To be safe, he should prepare more high-quality Huanglong pills. In the following days, apart from planting spirit rice, watering the spirit fields, and weeding, Li Luochen devoted himself to cultivation. 2 months passed in a flash. Aside from working and eating, he was immersed in his training. With the combination of high-quality spirit enhancement pills and Huanglong pills, he consumed 8 of each, increasing his training equivalent to over a year. Currently, the aura emanating from Li Luochen was becoming increasingly powerful, and he believed it would not be long before he broke through to the 6 layers of Qi refinement. He paused at this moment because the 20 acres of first-grade low-quality spirit rice had matured. These 20 acres of first-grade low-quality spirit rice were the foundation of the Li family, and Li Luochen could not afford to overlook them. Stepping out of his room and approaching the spirit fields, he saw the joyful expressions of the Li family members, and he smiled as well. Family members, the first-grade low-quality spirit rice has ripened. It is time for us to harvest. As he spoke, he wielded the mid-grade magical tool spirit sickle and began to reap. Others followed suit, including the 3 children who had just reached the first layer of Qi refinement. The speed of harvesting the spirit rice was quite fast. Within a single day, the 20 acres of first-grade low-quality spirit rice had been completely harvested and threshed. The yield from the 20 acres of first-grade low-quality spirit fields was considerable, resulting in 12,500 pounds of first-grade low-quality spirit rice. When Luochen stored them in the system space, the pleasant notification sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 12,500 pounds of first-grade low-quality spirit rice valued at 1,250 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. The yield of first-grade low-quality spirit rice doubled. Luochen was overjoyed, but it was somewhat regrettable that there was no critical hit. The yield was simply doubled for the first-grade low-quality spirit rice. Originally, there were 12,500 pounds of first-grade low-quality spirit rice, and now it has doubled to 37,500 pounds. Thus, the spirit stones he could obtain this time amounted to 3,750. It was indeed a... Luochen was overjoyed. This time he struck it rich. Not only did he double the yield of spiritual rice, but he also obtained 37,500 pounds of first-tier low-grade spiritual rice, along with a book on talisman making. 37,500 pounds of first-tier spiritual rice amounts to 3,750 spirit stones. After deducting 1,250 spirit stones for the family, the remainder belongs entirely to Luochen. The original intention of establishing the family was to activate the system and gain more benefits, so the remaining spirit stones, aside from cultivation, will all be used in ways that benefit the family. The book on talisman making is a valuable item, allowing the use of straw to create and sell talismans. Although the price of talismans isn't particularly high, if produced in large quantities, they can still be quite profitable. A dozen talismans costs 1 spirit stone, so if he can produce 10,000 talismans, that would be 1,000 spirit stones. Although he doesn't know how much straw is needed to make a blank talisman, it surely can't be too much. This is akin to inheriting a craft which will undoubtedly enhance the foundation of the Li family. Suppressing his excitement, Luochen said, first-tier low-grade spiritual rice has the effect of enhancing the cultivation of practitioners below the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Let's set aside 2,500 pounds a well. Also eat first-tier low-grade spiritual rice in the future. We can't plant spiritual rice and not eat it ourselves, right? As for the remaining 10,000 pounds of spiritual rice, I will take them to the Qingsha market for sale and use the proceeds to distribute this year's annual salary to you all. Hearing Luocheng's words, everyone became excited. High-quality pills can significantly speed up the cultivation process. Especially Li Yanlong, whose cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. With this year's salary added in, breaking through to the 4th level is not a problem. If he can break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, it will be of great benefit to the Li family. Li Yefeng hurriedly asked, "Third uncle, are we having first-tier low-grade spiritual rice for dinner tonight?" Luochen smiled and said, "Yes, we will eat first-tier low-grade spiritual rice. By the way, Yanlong, I remember we haven't tested the spirit roots of that child from the Li family yet, right?" Li Yanlong replied, "Master, we used to test every 5 years, but it changed to every 3 years. Last year we didn't go to the secular families to test spirit roots." Luochen said, 3 years is too long, let's test once a year. I need my elder brother to encourage childbirth, the family needs more cultivators. Li Yanlong nodded and said, all right, I'll go tomorrow. Qianlong Island's Li family town is the largest town on the island, with most residents being members of the Li family, totaling over 30,000. Even so, in 30 years, only 7 members with spirit roots have been born, and Luochen is also one with acquired spirit roots. While everyone was conversing, Li Yefeng had already prepared the spiritual rice, and everyone started to eat ravenously. They had eaten first-tier low-grade spiritual rice before, but today's rice was exceptionally fragrant, as if the spiritual energy within it was more abundant. After all, it was rice they had cultivated themselves. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms and began to cultivate earnestly. The next morning, Li Yanhu and Li Yefeng stayed behind with 3 children to guard Qianlong Valley. Li Luochen steered the flying boat towards Qingsha Island, while Li Yanlong performed a light body technique and quickly made his way to the nearby Li family town. Li family town is the largest town on Qianlong Island, home to over 50,000 people, most of whom are members of the Li family. Especially after the Li family purchased Qianlong Island in recent years, the entire island has been under the Li family's control. However, the Li family's reputation is quite good, and there have been no incidents of bullying. In the surrounding villages and towns, many wealthy families wish to marry their daughters into the Li family or seek to wed a Li family daughter, as it is a family with immortal lineage. Li Yanlong's arrival disrupted the tranquility of the town. He is a legendary immortal. However, no one dared to gather around, and all eligible children from the Li family were gathered in the town's defense office. No one knew what was happening, but when Li Yanlong left again, he took away a 7-year-old child. After Li Yanlong departed with the child, the internal clan of the Li family issued several commands. Firstly, family daughters are not to be married outside, only sons-in-law are accepted, and no bloodline of the Li family is allowed to flow out. Second, having more children brings more fortune. If a child with spirit roots is born, they won't have to worry for life. Lastly, eligible men and women must marry and bear children. A man with conditions can take multiple wives and concubines. In reality, increasing the population can also be a way to increase the birth of spirit-rooted individuals, but it's even better for spirit-rooted clan members to marry. Their offspring have a higher chance of possessing spirit roots. However, none of the Li family's cultivators have married yet. Li Luochen was not in a hurry. The family had just been established, and there was no need to rush. He planned to discuss it further once their cultivation improved. At Qingsha market, Li Luochen hurriedly entered the market and arrived at the Qingsha spiritual rice store. This time it was first-tier low-grade spiritual rice, not the worthless ordinary rice, and Li Luochen didn't dare to set up a stall to sell it. Although selling at the Qingsha spiritual rice store would be cheaper, he had no choice. After all, the Li family was still weak and could not afford to open a shop. Upon entering the spiritual rice store, a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement approached him. The practitioner was dressed in the attire of an outer disciple of the Qingsha sect, yet his demeanor was not at all arrogant. "Friend, what do you need?" Li Luochen asked. "Do you buy first-tier low-grade crescent rice?" "What is the price?" The practitioner's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, "The market price for first-tier low-grade spiritual rice is 10 pounds per spirit stone, but we need to make a profit, so it's 12 pounds per spirit stone. If the quantity is large, I can make an exception and offer 10 pounds per spirit stone, provided that the first-tier low-grade spiritual rice exceeds 10,000 pounds. Li Luochen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Seriously, friend, I have 35,000 pounds of first-tier low-grade spiritual rice. What do you think?" The practitioner's eyes brightened, and he smiled. "It seems you come from a family of cultivators. Since I have said so, I will sell it to you at the price of 10 pounds per spirit stone. If you don't mind, please follow me to the VIP room for the transaction." Li Luochen nodded and followed the practitioner into the VIP room of the spiritual rice store. The VIP room was spacious and had the effect of isolating divine senses from the outside, making it quite safe. Li Luochen took out 350 bags of spiritual rice, each containing 100 pounds. Ordinary storage bags naturally couldn't hold them all. To avoid attracting attention, Li Luochen directly took out 3 storage bags from his bosom, managing to bring out all the spiritual rice. The Qingsha sect practitioner quickly checked, and after confirming there were no issues, happily handed over 3,500 spirit stones to Li Luochen. "Here are your spirit stones. If you have the same kind of spiritual rice in the future, feel free to bring it to the spiritual rice store, and I will buy it at this price. I hope you can also support my business next time. I will definitely buy at market price, not a single spirit stone less." The Qingsha sect has its own alchemists. First-tier low-grade spiritual rice can be consumed directly or used to refine pills. If they only sell the spiritual rice based on this purchasing price, they wouldn't earn much, but refining it into pills raises the price. Ordinary first-tier low-grade pills cost at least 1 spirit stone each, and refining a batch of pills requires no more than 10 pounds of spiritual rice. The yield can even be several pills, making it definitely profitable. Not only do they use first-tier spiritual rice for refining pills, but ordinary spiritual rice is also used, although it is for refining pills of fasting. Li Luochen agreed, realizing that building a connection with the Spirit Rice Workshop would facilitate future sales of spirit rice. After leaving the workshop, he quickly wandered through the Qingsha market. He found himself at the Wanfilu, but this time he did not purchase any spirit talismans, as he still had the ones he bought earlier and used, and didn't need to stockpile more. After inquiring about the price of blank talisman paper, Li Luochen left with satisfaction. The purchase price at the Wanfilu was the same as the market price, 1 spirit stone for a dozen. After all, they were not lacking in spirit stones, and even a first-tier inferior spirit talisman was worth around 3 spirit stones. They had their own talisman makers, and the profit was certainly not low. They looked down on the small profit from blank talisman paper. This made Li Luochen very excited. He went to the Lingdan Pavilion and purchased 96 high-quality gathering spirit pills, spending an additional 50 spirit stones on 2 high-quality law condensing pills. After buying these pills, Li Luochen still had nearly 3,000 inferior spirit stones left. Exiting the Lingdan Pavilion, he gritted his teeth and immediately headed to the Gongdian building. This was a place specifically for selling martial arts literature, different from those stalls, as the texts here were more complete. Inside the Gongdian building, Li Luochen asked the shop assistant, "Do you have any martial arts texts for talisman makers?" The assistant's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "You've come to the right place. Our martial arts texts cover a wide range of cultivation arts. We certainly have texts on talisman making. We have a complete set of first-tier talisman maker inheritance, which costs 15,000 spirit stones." The assistant looked at Li Luochen and realized that wasn't something he could afford, so he continued to introduce the options. Besides the complete inheritance, we also have a first-tier inferior talisman maker inheritance for only 3,000 spirit stones, which includes 3 methods for drawing first-tier inferior talismans. In addition, we offer individual methods and insights for drawing talismans like the Fireball Talisman and the Protective Talisman, each sold for 800 spirit stones. The first 2 options have a great chance of becoming a talisman maker, but we can't guarantee anything for the latter. After pondering for a moment, Li Luochen gritted his teeth and said, "Friend, I would like the drawing method and insights for the Fireball Talisman. Could you offer a discount?" The prices of first-tier inferior talismans vary according to their quality. For instance, a talisman equivalent to the first layer of Qi refinement attack costs 1 spirit stone, while one that corresponds to the second layer costs 2 spirit stones, and those worth 3 spirit stones are equivalent to an attack from the third layer. Usually the talismans sold in the big markets are mostly priced at 3 spirit stones, while only the smaller markets might have those costing 1 or 2 spirit stones. Li Luochen wasn't sure if he had the talent for this, but he wanted to give it a try. The assistant's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, You have great ambition, so I will personally give you a 95% discount. If you want it, I can get it for you right away." He could see that Li Luocheng's cultivation was not high only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Being able to produce 800 spirit stones was already quite impressive, yet he was willing to buy something that depended on fortune. That was indeed bold. Li Luochen nodded and said, "Thank you, my friend." With the talisman-making book, he planned to use the straw from his family to make talisman paper, so practicing with that paper wouldn't be a concern. The transaction was completed quickly, and Li Luocheng's spirit stones were reduced by 760. He still needed to buy spirit ink and talisman brushes, which would require quite a bit of resources. However, he had already calculated the cost of the talisman brush, which was available at the casual cultivator. Although he was unsure of its origin, Li Luochen spent 250 spirit stones to buy a first-tier medium-grade talisman brush and chose 5 spirit inks from the stall, spending 50 spirit stones. At this point, Li Luocheng's spirit stones from selling spirit rice had dwindled to less than 2,000, truly spending money like water. In the refining pavilion, Li Luochen spent 500 spirit stones to purchase a high-grade flying sword. With that, Li Luocheng's journey was considered complete. In the next half-day, Li Luochen bought 100 gathering spirit earth talismans, confirming that no one was following him before quickly leaving the Qingsha market. After leaving the market, he did not rush to leave Qingsha Island. Instead, he found a safe spot to quickly establish a temporary cave residence and began refining the first-tier high-grade flying sword. Half a month later, the flying sword was successfully refined. Li Luochen exited the temporary cave and flew towards Qianlong Island on his sword. For an ordinary flying sword, a cultivator would need at least the 7th layer of Qi refinement to fly with. However, the flying sword was different. It was inherently a flying artifact. Even a cultivator at the 1st layer of Qi refinement could fly as long as they had enough mana to activate it. Nevertheless, cultivators below the 3rd layer of Qi refinement could only use first-tier inferior flying artifacts. Although they were expensive and slow, they were still quite popular in the overseas cultivation world. Many cultivators below the 5th layer of Qi refinement used such first-tier inferior flying artifacts, while those above the 5th layer used first-tier medium-grade flying artifacts. Compared to these flying artifacts, the flying sword was a very good artifact. Especially the high-grade flying sword, it not only allowed for flight, but could also be used to attack. Moreover, high-grade artifacts had tremendous power, which is why Li Luochen purchased this artifact for self. After leaving Qingsha Island, Li Luochen flew on his sword at an incredibly fast speed, and he was left with only 792 spirit stones. According to his plan, after distributing spirit stones to Li Yanlong and others, he would have only over 600 spirit stones left. But that no longer mattered, as the harvest this time was substantial. After returning, the 100 gathering spirit earth talismans could open up quite a few ordinary spirit fields. As for enhancing the spiritual vein, Li Luochen was not in a hurry, mainly because his cultivation level was not strong enough. If his cultivation could reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it would be feasible to elevate the spiritual vein to first-tier medium grade, but currently it was not possible. Without strong enough cultivation, he couldn't protect the spiritual vein. Cultivating spiritual veins requires a vast amount of spirit stones. A first-tier inferior spiritual vein costs at least 5,000 spirit stones, plus various formations totaling no less than 8,000 spirit stones. As for the first-tier medium-grade spiritual vein, it can't be cultivated without over 10,000 spirit stones, but the annual income from a first-tier medium-grade spiritual vein is also quite considerable. A first-tier inferior spiritual vein can open up a maximum of 20 acres of first-tier inferior spirit fields and 50 acres of ordinary spirit fields, yielding nearly 2,000 spirit stones each year. However, if one possesses a first-tier medium-grade spiritual vein, they can open up 10 acres of first-tier medium-grade spirit fields, 30 acres of first-tier inferior spirit fields, and 80 acres of ordinary spirit fields. On Qianlong Island, when Li Luocheng returned to Qianlong Valley, he was delighted to see a young boy in the valley, feeling that his family had grown a bit stronger. Li Yanlong and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Luocheng return safely. "Greetings, family head." Li Luocheng smiled and said, "No need for formalities, get up." "Who is this little fellow?" Li Yanlong introduced family head. "This is the youngest son of ninth uncle with a triple spiritual root aptitude. According to the generation, he should be called Li Yanjing. Yanzhong, quickly come over and greet the family head." The 6-year-old child cautiously glanced at Li Luocheng and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, family head." Li Luocheng smiled and said, "So it is the son of ninth brother. There is no need for excessive formalities. From now on you will be a cultivator of the Qianlong Li clan. Remember to respect your elders, unite with your kin, and never harm your own family." Li Yanzhong quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, family head." Li Luocheng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very well, from now on you shall cultivate with Yanlong. Yanlong, besides taking care of the spiritual fields, I will focus on breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. The matters of the family will be entrusted to you." Li Yanlong quickly replied, "Rest assured, family head, I will handle the family affairs. In fact, there wouldn't be much for the family to deal with, as all the assets are in the valley and we don't need to go out. We just need to take good care of the spiritual fields and cultivate diligently." As for teaching Li Yanzheng, that would be even less of a problem, as he had previously taught Li Yanfeng and Li Chongfeng, so he was quite familiar with it. Li Luocheng nodded in satisfaction, took out spirit stones and pills, and distributed their annual salaries. As for Li Yanzheng, who hadn't started cultivating yet, Li Luocheng only gave him a spirit stone. Though one spirit stone may seem little, it is because Li Yanzheng has not yet entered cultivation. This spirit stone can help him quickly reach the 1st level of Qi refinement. Li Yanlong and the others were very excited to receive the pills and spirit stones. Although this year's harvest had been entirely used to buy them high-quality pills, there was nothing left, but these pills would last them a long time. At least after refining these pills, some of them would definitely be able to break through a level. "Thank you, family head." Li Luocheng waved his hand and said, "All right, go back to your cultivation. In a few days we will turn over the spiritual fields and plant the spiritual rice. By the way, I have purchased 100 gathering spirit soil talismans, which should be able to develop the remaining 15 acres of spiritual fields. Next year, we will be able to increase our income by 20 acres of ordinary spiritual fields." Upon hearing Li Luocheng's words, the cultivators of the Li family smiled even more broadly. 50 acres of ordinary spiritual fields could yield 750 spirit stones each year. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Having spirit stones means having access to a large number of high-quality pills, which can quickly enhance their cultivation. Seeing their joyful expressions, Li Luocheng smiled lightly and walked directly to the edge of the ordinary spiritual fields. The land at the edge of the ordinary spiritual fields already had wisps of spiritual energy, but it was still insufficient for planting spiritual rice. With 5 gathering spirit soil talismans, 1 acre of ordinary spiritual field was completely formed. When 75 gathering spirit soil talismans were used up, the final 15 acres of ordinary spiritual fields were also completed. 20 acres of low-grade spiritual fields and 50 acres of ordinary fields were the limit that could be developed. A further expansion would damage the spiritual veins. Even so, they could no longer rely on the spiritual veins for cultivation and had to depend on spirit stones and pills. A low-grade spiritual vein can supply up to 3 levels of Qi refinement, but for someone like Li Luocheng, who is at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it is insufficient. Even so, they could no longer rely on the spiritual veins for cultivation and had to depend on spirit stones and pills. A low-grade spiritual vein can supply up to 3 levels of Qi refinement, but for someone like Li Luocheng, who is at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it is insufficient. However, he also dared not elevate the spiritual veins for cultivation and had to depend on spirit stones and pills. Half a month later, the ordinary spiritual fields stabilized in spiritual energy, and Li Luocheng and the others began planting. After another 2 months, the spiritual energy of the low-grade spiritual fields had also nearly recovered, and they planted spiritual rice once more. In a span of 2.5 months, firstly Yanjing, with his triple spiritual root talent, successfully drew Qi into his body, becoming a 1st-level Qi refinement cultivator. Next was Li Yanlong, who through constant effort in cultivation successfully broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Lastly, the production of blank talisman paper was successful. With the talisman paper crafting book, Li Luochen and the others turned all the straw into talisman paper, achieving a very high success rate. An acre of spiritual field produced 30 bundles of low-grade spiritual talisman blank paper. 20 acres equated to 600 bundles, which was equivalent to 600 spirit stones. No wonder some factions purchased straw. If only using straw to buy spirit stones, an acre could sell for 5 spirit stones, which is already quite good, and 20 acres would only yield 100 spirit stones. But now it could sell for 600 spirit stones. That's a 6-fold increase in income. 600 bundles of blank talisman paper is already substantial, equivalent to 6,000 blank talismans. If a talisman maker could craft them into spiritual talismans, they would definitely make a fortune. Unfortunately, the Li family lacks a talisman maker, although Li Luochen has collected quite a bit of fragmented talisman-making literature. However, these fragments are called fragments for a reason. They contain incomplete content. Even so, Li Luochen plans to give it a try. When he expressed this idea, the members of the Li family did not oppose it, but rather fully supported him. If he could really turn these talisman papers into spiritual talismans, wouldn't that mean even more profit? Being able to produce talisman paper from straw was already unexpected. If a talisman maker were to emerge in the family, it would be a huge gain. With the support of his clan members, Li Luochen began to study the fragmented talisman-making texts as well as the method and insights for crafting the fireball talisman. Half a month later, Li Luochen officially began drawing his first fireball talisman. He originally didn't believe he would succeed, but surprisingly the first fireball talisman was completed. Although the spiritual power fluctuations contained within were only equivalent to the 1st level of Qi refinement, it was indeed a success. This result made Li Luochen very happy, feeling that he had great talent as a talisman maker, and thus began his subsequent path in talisman crafting. However, the 2nd, 3rd up to the 6th were all failures, and the 7th was barely successful, yet it was inferior to the 1st in effectiveness. In the following days, Li Luochen diligently studied those fragmented talisman-making texts, recorded his insights on talisman crafting, and began to improve the talisman-making literature. Half a month later, the 20 bundles of blank talisman paper were consumed and only 30 fireball talismans were successfully produced, which was a rather disappointing success rate. However, among these 32 fireball talismans, only 2 were equivalent to the attack power of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Even so, Li Luochen was very pleased. Although the quality of these spiritual talismans was not great, if they were sold at those small markets, they could still fetch 34 spirit stones, so overall it was not a loss. At the same time, based on his successful experiences, Li Luochen also wrote down his methods and insights for talisman crafting. Moreover, the success rate was gradually improving, but unfortunately, he was unable to draw a fireball talisman with an attack power equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. In the next 6 months, Li Luochen was extremely busy cultivating, crafting talismans, and taking care of the spiritual fields while not paying much attention to family matters. The results were quite pleasing. First, his cultivation was just 1 step away from the 6th level of Qi refinement. Second, the spiritual fields were thriving. And lastly, in terms of fireball talismans, 831 fireball talismans were produced from 6,000 blank talisman papers. Over the course of 6 months, Li Luochen meticulously crafted 6,000 talismans into fireball talismans, resulting in a total of 831 fireball talismans. Among them, 451 contained the attack power of the 1st layer of Qi refinement, while 260 contained the attack power of the 2nd layer, and only 120 had the attack power of the 3rd layer. Despite this, the creation of fireball talismans proved to be a lucrative venture. Blank talisman paper is valued at 600 spirit stones, which means that fireball talismans corresponding to the 1st layer of Qi refinement can be sold for over 400 spirit stones. Those corresponding to the 2nd layer can also sell for over 400, while those with the 3rd layer can be sold for more than 300 spirit stones. If these spirit talismans can be sold, their value will undoubtedly be no less than 1,400 low-grade spirit stones. However, Li Luochen was aware that the 2 types corresponding to the 1st and 2nd layers were difficult to sell. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. As long as these fireball talismans could break even, it was sufficient. There were still 3 months until the spirit rice would mature, and during this time Li Luochen planned to enter seclusion and strive to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Li Yanlong had already broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, while Li Yanhua had not yet broken through but was close. Meanwhile, the young Li Changfeng astonishingly broke through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement at the tender age of 10, indicating that breaking through to the 3rd layer before the age of 16 would not be an arduous task. After all, the currently family was unlike the past. They had previously lived frugally, but now they could afford high-quality elixirs. With 70 acres of spirit fields to tend, they could quickly enhance their cultivation, which reassured the members of the Li family. If the family head Li Luochen could also break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, it would be even more reassuring. After arranging matters outside, Li Luochen entered a state of seclusion, consuming a high-quality condensing law pill, while the 5 elements true spirit art rapidly circulated within his body, constantly impacting the barrier of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The vortex of mana within his dantian spun rapidly, and as the high-quality condensing law pill was refined, the previously rotating mana vortex suddenly paused, revealing a faint 6th ring of Qi outside. Compared to the other several rings of mana, the 6th ring was pitifully small. However, the emergence of the 6th ring of mana indicated that Li Luochen had already broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, although due to the recent breakthrough the mana at this layer was still quite weak. As long as he could refine the remaining high-quality condensing law pill, solidifying his 6th layer of Qi refinement, Li Luochen would have successfully broken through. The Qi refinement stage is divided into 10 layers. The first 3 layers are considered the early stage, the middle 3 layers are the mid-stage, the last 3 layers are the late stage, while the 10th layer is regarded as the peak or complete stage. If a cultivator can break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 80, they have a chance to advance to foundation establishment. If they do not break through by then, they will likely have no hope of achieving foundation establishment in their lifetime. Li Luochen would be 50 in 2 years, leaving him with only 30 years to cultivate, making the goal of breaking through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement a daunting challenge. However, that was before he acquired the system, and now he had the family farming reward system. As long as he diligently farms, he can obtain more rewards. Although he had only received 2 enhancement rewards and 1 critical hit reward so far, they were enough to significantly boost his strength. After breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Li Luochen quickly consumed another high-quality condensing law pill and began the serious process of refining it. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. When Li Luochen awoke again, the 6th ring of mana he had just cultivated had enlarged significantly, and his cultivation was firmly established at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Li Luochen felt overjoyed. He stopped his training and hurriedly walked out of the training chamber. Li Yanfeng, who had been waiting outside, displayed a glimmer of surprise in her eyes upon seeing him emerge. "Third uncle, you've come out. Did you break through?" Li Luochen nodded, saying, "Yes, I have broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Li Yanfeng's eyes. Although the time Li Luochen spent in seclusion for this breakthrough was short, only a month, breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement was indeed a good thing. "Congratulations, third uncle. Congratulations. 6th layer of Qi refinement, I wonder when I will reach that level." "Well, you need to cultivate hard. Now that we have spirit stones and high-quality elixirs, all you need to do is focus on your training. By the way, I've been in seclusion for so long, the ordinary spirit field should be maturing soon, right?" "Yes, third uncle, it should be ready in about half a month at most," Li Yanfeng replied. "The growth cycle of spirit rice is 9.5 months, and it is nearly mature now." Li Luochen's eyes lit up. This time there were 50 acres of ordinary spirit fields. He wondered what rewards he would receive. "Great, Yanfeng, let's go take a look. By the way, has Yanhua broken through yet?" "Third uncle, Yanhua is still in seclusion. He should be able to break through soon," she replied eagerly. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with longing. Currently, she was only at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, still not even at the 3rd layer. However, now that she had resources, she believed it wouldn't be long before she could break through to the 3rd layer either this year or the next. With that thought, Li Yanfeng's mood brightened. With the supply of elixirs, the members of the Li family could cultivate much faster. In 10 years, when Li Changfeng and the others grew up, the Li family would truly be considered a cultivation family. Currently, Li Changfeng and the others were still young. The oldest was barely 11, and the youngest, Li Yanzheng, had not yet turned 7. Although their cultivation levels might not be high by then, they would certainly be stronger than the current Li Yanfeng, at least at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. With that in mind, Li Luochen looked at Li Yanfeng and said, "Yanfeng, you need to work hard on your cultivation. You're already being caught up by that little brat Changfeng." "I'm about to break through too, either this year or next," Li Yanfeng quickly replied. Li Luochen nodded slightly, saying, "Good, then you need to hurry up." As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the edge of the spirit fields, gazing at the golden spirit rice in the 50 acres of ordinary spirit fields, which filled Li Luochen's heart with joy. Looking at the flourishing first-grade, low-grade spirit rice, Li Luochen felt even better. Although the spirit fields were limited in size, they were sufficient for the Li family to be self-sufficient. In a few years, once Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua broke through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, they could seek out other locations to cultivate first-grade, low-grade spiritual veins and open up more spirit fields. The more spirit fields there are, the more rewards he would receive, and the faster the family's rise would be. Although Qianlong Island is only a small island of about 20 square kilometers with a sparse population, the majority of its residents are members of the Li family, and the total population only amounts to around 50,000. However, Qianlong Island is still too small. If the Li family's population increases significantly, the island will likely become overcrowded. If that happens, Li Luochen would need to consider purchasing other islands. Family members are the foundation of the clan, without cultivators who would farm for him and allow him to gain rewards. With that thought, Li Luochen shook his head slightly. It was still too early to be concerned about these matters. After all, he had not yet reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Although Li Yanlong and the others were at the 4th layer, they were still not strong enough to protect the first-grade, low-grade spiritual veins. A proper cultivation was essential. Once he and his clan members grow stronger, then the time will come when buying ordinary islands won't be enough, and even purchasing spirit islands would be feasible. Li Yanfeng said, "Master of the house, the spiritual rice will be ready for harvest in a few days. This time we have planted the finest selected variety from the last batch of 5,000 gene, and I hope the yield per mu will be higher." Li Luochen nodded slightly. Judging by the current growth, it should be a bit more than last year. This time the yield of spiritual rice per mu should be more than the previous occasion, but not by much, as the spiritual field is limited and the spiritual energy is finite, making it impossible to produce an excess of spiritual rice. After inspecting the spiritual field, Li Luocheng returned to his room to organize the spells he had, contemplating which spells he would focus on cultivating next. With the improvement of his cultivation, he had access to more spells, although there weren't many he could actually engage. However, with the high-grade flying sword now in his possession, his combat power had significantly increased, and with the numerous fireball talismans, it hardly mattered whether he practiced spells or not. Thinking about the fireball talismans he had drawn, Li Luocheng pondered whether he should sell them at those small markets. The so-called small markets are either established by loose cultivators who buy islands or by cultivating families. The Li family was currently too weak to establish a market, but once Li Luocheng and the others grew stronger, they would certainly build one. After all, the income from a market is substantial. Even a small market can generate a considerable amount of spirit stones each year. Outside news of Li Luocheng's breakthrough spread, and the members of the Li family were filled with joy. Although the Li family had become a cultivating family, their strongest member previously was only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. If those rogue cultivators targeted Qianlong Island, they would have no means to defend themselves. Now that Li Luocheng had grown stronger, they felt much safer. Following Li Luocheng's breakthrough a few days later, Li Yanhu also emerged from his seclusion, his aura having reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, indicating his success in breaking through. Li Yanhu, being a 4-spirit root, cultivated much faster than Li Yanlong, who had 5 spirit roots. Both of them had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement this year. With both Li Yanhu and Li Yanlong breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, they could oversee more spiritual fields, allowing Li Luocheng to dedicate more time to his cultivation. Currently, Li Luocheng had the highest cultivation in the family, having reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. If he could advance further to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the Li family would be stable. A few days later, Li Luocheng led the members of the Li family to harvest the spiritual rice from the ordinary spiritual fields. From 50 mu of spiritual fields, they ultimately harvested 77,000 gene of spiritual rice, which could be sold for 770 spirit stones. However, they needed to reserve enough for the family to eat, so Li Luocheng planned to set aside 2,000 gene. Once the first-grade low-quality spiritual rice was harvested, they could reserve a bit for everyone to eat, which would help enhance the cultivation of the family members. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 77,000 gene of ordinary rice valued at 770 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and a critical success has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the water escape spell. Li Luocheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although he hadn't received a boost in spiritual rice this time, he had obtained the water escape spell, which was an excellent life-saving technique. Especially in the overseas cultivation world where the sea was everywhere, the water escape spell was undoubtedly a means of survival for him. Not bad, not bad. Although it's just a spell, life-saving spells are rare treasures, making it quite a gain. I wonder what rewards this first-grade low-quality spiritual rice will bring me in 2 months. Looking forward to it, Li Luocheng gazed at the first-grade low-quality spiritual fields, contemplating his next steps. The 7,500 gene of spiritual rice must be sold, and he also needed to sell the talismans he had. He decided not to go to Qingsha market, as the fireball talismans that didn't meet the 3rd layer of Qi refinement's attack power couldn't be sold there. Thus, Li Luocheng planned to visit those small markets to see if he could sell all these fireball talismans, otherwise it would be a loss. Thinking of this, Li Luocheng said, "Yanlong, I will be going out to sell spiritual rice and fireball talismans. I'll leave the matters of the family to you." Yanhu has also broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The two of you together can safeguard the family well. While I'm away, make sure not to venture out easily so as not to give those rogue cultivators an opportunity. Li Yanlong quickly nodded. Yes, master of the house. Yanlong understands. Li Yanhu beside him also nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. Li Luocheng encouraged other family members before leaving Qianlong Island. After reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement, his speed of flying with the sword had increased significantly. He was quite familiar with the surrounding markets, but there were hardly any close to Qianlong Island. Even the nearest small market required half a day's flight. However, that was the flight speed of the past, and now he could reach Xiao Aadao in less than 2 hours. Xiao Aadao was the closest market to the Li family's Qianlong Island. It was a small market opened by loose cultivators. Xiao Aadao is not very large, only 5 square kilometers, and it has a first-grade low-quality spiritual vein, qualifying it as a small spiritual island. Compared to ordinary islands, spiritual islands are significantly more expensive. Even though Xiao Aadao is only 5 square kilometers, its price is extremely high. It cannot be acquired for less than 10,000 spirit stones. However, acquiring Xiao Aadao is quite profitable as it can be developed into spiritual fields and a market, allowing one to break even in less than 10 years. The owner of Xiao Aadao market is a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, just 1 realm higher than Li Luocheng. When he purchased this island, the owner was only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, but he gained a considerable amount of spirit stones due to some fortunate events. If he uses these spirit stones for cultivation, he could definitely break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, but that would be the extent of it. With Xiao Aadao, he now has a long-term resource source, and there may be hope for a breakthrough to foundation establishment in the future. It's not that he is unwilling to cultivate the spiritual vein of Xiao Aadao, it's just that his cultivation has only recently broken through, and being alone it would be impossible to cultivate in a short period. As Li Luocheng entered Xiao Aadao market, he couldn't help but smile at the small market. Though it was small, it had everything. There were over 10 shops inside, along with a section for loose cultivators' stalls, and even a few cultivation chambers. Many loose cultivators came here, and even some small cultivating families had shops here. Li Luocheng didn't linger and went straight to the loose cultivator's stall area, paid a spirit stone, set up a small stall, and took out the fireball talismans. He quickly categorized the fireball talismans into 3 types. One type contained attack power for the 1st layer of Qi refinement, offering 1 free for every 5 purchased. Another type with attack power for the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, also offering 1 free for every 5 purchased. As for the fireball talismans containing attack power for the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, Li Luocheng had no intention of putting them out at all. These fireball talismans could be accumulated and taken to Qingsha market for sale. After thinking for a moment, Li Luocheng took out a few bags of spiritual rice and placed them on the stall as well. Before long, several cultivators came to inquire about the prices of the spiritual rice. Spiritual rice is a necessity for low-level cultivators. They cannot afford entry-level spiritual rice, but ordinary spiritual rice is within their reach. After all, 1 spirit stone can buy 100 gene of ordinary spiritual rice, which is quite a bargain. Li Luocheng had set up his stall for only a short time when more than half of the 75,000 gene of spiritual rice had been sold, and hundreds of fireball talismans had also been sold. After all, he was offering discounted prices. Although a single fireball talisman wasn't worth much, buying in bulk could yield unexpected benefits for the low-level cultivators. By evening, all the spiritual rice had been sold, and the fireball talismans were nearly sold out as well. In fact, for those cultivators preparing to hunt demonic beasts, the fireball talismans were quite effective. After all, their cultivation levels were not high, and they were hunting first-stage early demonic beasts. Using fireball talismans could indeed kill a few of them. The prices of demonic beasts were also not low. Even the lowest level first-stage early demonic beasts could be sold for over 100 spirit stones. Demonic beast materials can be used for weapon refining, their blood can be used for talismans, and their essence blood and demon pills can be used for alchemy. Their flesh can be sold to spiritual chefs, all of which have considerable value. Especially for islands near the sea like theirs, hunting demonic beasts is not an easy task, hence the prices are naturally higher. By noon the next day, all the fireball talismans in Li Luocheng's hand had been sold out, including those with the attack power of a 3rd layer Qi refining. After selling all the fireball talismans and spiritual rice, Li Luocheng's spirit stones once again reached 3,000. 3,000 spirit stones is not a lot. Li Luocheng went to check the pill shop, but found no exquisite pills, so he didn't linger and directly returned to Qianlong Island. Li Luocheng still had a few spirit-enhancing pills in hand, and the first-stage inferior spiritual rice would mature in another 2 months. He could go to Qingsha Square Market to buy them then. After leaving Shua Island, Li Luocheng did not sense any cultivators following him, which eased his mind. After all, he was quite powerful, and being at the 6th layer of qi refining in Shua Island's market already made him a top figure. It was unlikely anyone would dare to rob him. It would be quite good if he didn't rob others. Moreover, Luochen was a talisman master. Who knows if he had talismans on him. If he had enough, even a 7th layer qi refining cultivator could be overwhelmed. Upon returning to Qianlong Island, it was already afternoon. Li Yifeng quickly brought out the meal, and everyone began to eat and chat. Li Luocheng said, in a few years, when my cultivation breaks through to the 7th layer of qi refining, and Yanlong and Yen who break through to the 5th layer of qi refining, we will cultivate the spiritual vein of Qianlong Valley into a mid-grade first stage spiritual vein, while also opening up a low-grade first stage spiritual vein nearby to cultivate spiritual fields. As for these years, let's focus on improving our cultivation and accumulating spirit stones. By the way, does anyone have an interest in talisman making? You can try it with me later. The eyes of the Li family brightened. Talisman making is one of the 100 arts of cultivation. If one becomes a talisman master, they can earn more spirit stones in the future, which would not only benefit the family, but also greatly benefit themselves. Although Li Luocheng had set a considerable annual salary, those exquisite pills were only enough for them to cultivate for half a year. The remaining half year would require slow cultivation. If they could become talisman masters, they would be able to purchase more pills for cultivation. Thinking of this, their gazes all turned towards Li Luocheng. Li Luocheng smiled and said, "All right, those at the 2nd layer of qi refining can come, while those at the 1st layer should prioritize their cultivation. When you reach the 2nd layer, you can learn talisman making from me." In fact, although Li Luocheng's set annual salary seemed only enough for half a year of cultivation, the Li family members certainly couldn't cultivate all year round. They also needed to tend to the spiritual fields and practice spells. After all, they also needed to cultivate the spiritual rain technique and golden needle technique, both of which are essential for spiritual farmers. The profession of spiritual farmers is not the same as that of spiritual planters. They can only plant spiritual rice, spiritual wheat, and other spiritual grains, and the spiritual rain technique only needs to be at a minor achievement level. However, as the family continues to rise, once they have a high-grade first-stage spiritual field, planting spiritual rice would not be very cost-effective. Planting spiritual herbs would be the best. If they were to plant spiritual herbs, they would need spiritual planters, and the spiritual rain technique and golden needle technique would need to be at least at a major achievement level. They would also need certain wood attribute techniques to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. The Li family did not have these, but that doesn't mean they can't in the future. They can first cultivate these techniques, and when the Li family becomes stronger, they can also become spiritual planters. Li Luocheng brought Li Yanlong and the others back to his room and handed them the methods and insights he had compiled for drawing fireball talismans. After all, what he compiled was far better than the original version with annotations throughout. Although Li Luocheng's success rate was not particularly high, he could indeed draw fireball talismans, which made him quite satisfied. However, there was no blank talisman paper available at the moment, so he could only let them see his insights on talisman making for now. When the time came to harvest spiritual rice, he would make the straw into blank talisman paper, and then they could draw their own. Of course, most of the talismans would still need to be drawn by Li Luocheng. After all, he couldn't afford to lose money. The group left with the talisman-making insights as if they had gained a treasure, while Li Luocheng shook his head and took out an exquisite spirit-enhancing pill to begin his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and the first stage inferior spiritual rice finally matured. Li Luocheng could hardly wait, as the last half-month without the spirit-enhancing pills had made his cultivation speed crawl like a snail. Including Li Yanzhong, the members of the Li family gathered outside the spiritual field, their eyes filled with joy as they looked at the spiritual rice in the first stage inferior spiritual field. "All right, let's begin harvesting the spiritual rice now." Upon finishing his words, Li Luocheng directly walked toward an acre of spiritual field. Others also found their own spots and began to harvest. Li Yanzhong had already become a first-layer qi refining cultivator and had also contributed to the harvest of ordinary spiritual rice before. Although he was just a 7-year-old child, he was still a cultivator. Except for being a bit slow, he looked quite adept at harvesting spiritual rice. 20 acres of spiritual fields were nothing for 8 cultivators, especially with Li Luocheng at the 6th layer of qi refining and Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua at the 4th layer of qi refining. Within less than 2.5 hours, all the spiritual rice in the field had been harvested and safely stored in bags. Even the straw was collected, as it was a good material for making talisman paper. Li Yanlong and the others had been watching the insights Li Luocheng provided for making fireball talismans over the past few days. As long as they could make the straw into blank talisman paper, they could put it into practice. However, before that, Li Luocheng packed all the spiritual rice and straw away into the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming harvesting 12800 gene of first stage inferior spiritual rice worth 1280 spirit stones and gathering a certain amount of straw. The farming reward conditions have been met. The first stage spiritual rice's yield has increased threefold and the straw's yield has increased by onefold. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming harvesting 12800 gene of first stage inferior spiritual rice worth 1280 spirit stones and gathering a certain amount of straw. The farming reward conditions have been met. The first stage. As for the straw, if all of it were made into blank talisman paper, there would definitely be over 10,000 sheets, and just selling the talisman paper could earn the Li family over 1,000 spirit stones. However, this time he did not plan to sell the blank talisman paper, but was preparing to cultivate family talisman masters and improve the success rate of his fireball talismans. Alright, as usual, I will keep 2800 gene of spiritual rice, and I will take the rest to sell. Li Yanlong and the others quickly nodded. This spiritual rice was a good thing. Although it was not very useful for those at the fourth layer of Qi, refining it still had the effect of enhancing cultivation. Without pills, spiritual rice is the best resource for enhancing cultivation. Li Yanlong asked, Patriarch, should we make blank talisman paper? Li Luochen nodded, saying, of course we need to make it. Not only blank talisman paper, but we also need to return to Li family town this year. You will go by flying boat. While speaking, he took out all the straw and the small flying boat he had previously used for flight. This flying boat is not large, but it can accommodate 5 people, just enough for them to show off on their way back. Upon hearing this, Li Yanlong and the others were overjoyed. After all, the flying artifacts they had were only of the first rank, which were sufficient for slow flight, but could not carry anyone else. Thank you, Patriarch. Li Luochen nodded, slightly contemplating whether to purchase a larger flying boat. However, he quickly shook his head, it was not the right time. There weren't many members of the Li family, and large flying artifacts were too expensive and too ostentatious. When the Li family becomes a foundation establishment clan, they can use such large flying artifacts. By then, the number of Li family members will certainly exceed this, and they will have the qualification to show off. Li Luochen had no doubt about his ability to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. After all, there were so many spirit stones, and as the spirit fields increased, the chances of critical hits would rise. Perhaps in the future, he could even produce foundation establishment pills. Just thinking about it made him excited. Okay, then I will take my leave now. With that, Li Luochen rode on a high-grade flying sword, soaring swiftly towards the outskirts of Qianlong Island. Seeing the speed of the high-grade flying sword, a hint of envy flashed in Li Yanlong's eyes. When will I have such a high-grade flying sword? Not only can it be used for combat, but flying with it also looks impressive. Just think, once you reach the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement, it's very possible. Alright, Chongfeng, you can casually return to Li family town while the others will make blank talisman paper and plant ordinary spirit fields. The last sentence was said by Li Yanlong after Li Luochen left the family. He was the one in charge of family affairs. Li Yanhu and the others did not say much. After all, this was also Li Luchen's intention. Li Yanlong and the others set to work while Li Luochen headed towards Qingsha Fashir with the spirit rice. In Qingsha Fangshir at the spirit rice workshop, when Li Luochen arrived with 48,400 gene of spirit rice, it was still the outer sect disciple of Qingsha sect guarding the place. This person was named by Chengkong, an outer sect disciple of Qingsha sect who took on the task at the spirit rice workshop and needed to guard this place for 10 years. Having a big customer like Li Luochen was beneficial for him. As long as the transaction amount was significant, he could complete his task more efficiently and also receive additional rewards. Friend, you've arrived. Let's talk in the private room. Li Luochen smiled and said, all right, as you wish. They quickly entered the private room, and after serving Li Luochen a cup of spirit tea, Bai Qingkong hurriedly asked, friend, how much spirit rice did you bring this time? Li Luochen took out all the spirit rice from the system space and laid it out before him. It's all here, a total of 48,400 gene of spirit rice. You can take a look. Bai Qingkong was not pretentious and quickly inspected it. After confirming there were no issues, he smiled in satisfaction. Friend, shall we proceed with the same price as we discussed before? Li Luochen naturally had no objections. Selling spirit rice here was very safe. If sold elsewhere, it could easily attract unwanted attention. Thus it was better to sell directly to Qingsha sect. After all, it was just a matter of earning a bit less spirit stones. Bai Qingkong quickly took out a storage bag and handed it to Li Luochen, saying, the spirit stones are in the storage bag. This bag is a gift for you. Li Luchen's eyes brightened. This small storage bag was worth over 100 spirit stones, just what Li Yanjing needed. He had originally planned to buy one after selling the spirit rice, but now he had one ready-made. Li Luochen looked into the storage bag. Indeed, it contained over 4,800 low-grade spirit stones. Only then did he put away the storage bag. You are fair, friend. I will come to you next time. Bai Qingkong smiled and said, "If you have more spirit rice next time, I might be able to offer you an even better price." Li Luochen nodded slightly, saying, "Rest assured, friend. As long as I have enough spirit rice, I will definitely bring it to you." He was unsure what the next farming reward system would entail, and could only say this. Bai Qingkong smiled, saying, "Then I look forward to your good news, friend." After some pleasantries, Li Luochen left the spirit rice workshop and went to buy pills. This time Li Luochen purchased Huanglong pills and Ningfa pills, both of which were high quality. High-quality Huanglong pills were 15 spirit stones each, while high-quality Ningfa pills were 25 spirit stones each. The price gap was significant. However, high-quality Huanglong pills were only useful for those in the mid-Qi refinement stage, while high-quality Ningfa pills were also useful for those in the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Li Luochen had no shortage of spirit stones, possessing as many as 7,400 spirit stones. Buying pills to help him break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement was not a problem. He bought 50 high-quality Huanglong pills and 30 Ningfa pills with a total value of 1,500 spirit stones. In the past, Li Luochen might not have had so many spirit stones to buy pills, but now he was not lacking. After purchasing his own pills, Li Luochen did not forget about the family members. He bought 50 high-quality spirit enhancement pills and 100 high-quality spirit gathering pills, spending a total of 1,000 spirit stones. It would be a bit difficult to elevate the cultivation levels of his clan members solely with these pills. Li Luochen gritted his teeth and purchased 10 drops of earth vein stone stalactite. Earth vein stone stalactite appears within the earth veins. Unlike ordinary stalactites, they must be at least 10 years old to have a significant effect on improving cultivation. This item is not considered very expensive in the cultivation world on the mainland, but it is outrageously priced in the overseas cultivation world. Just 10 drops cost Li Luochen 4,500 spirit stones, leaving him with only 400 spirit stones. The value of earth vein stone stalactite is not low. If he can refine 1 drop, he can break through from the 3rd to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. After taking it, Li Yanfeng and the others would have even better results. Even Li Yanzheng, the weakest among them, might break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Unfortunately, Li Yanzheng cannot take it until he turns 15. The reason Li Luochen bought so many was that he was preparing to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. At the same time, he also wanted to cultivate Li Yanlong and the others into Qi refinement practitioners at the 5th layer. If it were ordinary 10-year-old stalactites, they would definitely not have this effect. However, earth vein stone stalactite is different. It contains earth vein spiritual energy, and 1 drop can elevate a 3rd layer Qi refinement practitioner to the 4th layer. Although Li Yanlong and Li Yanhu had already broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement with 2 drops of earth vein stone stalactite, and those pills, they could break through to the 5th layer in no more than 2 years. As for Li Yanfeng, she was already not far from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Li Luochen had no intention of being partial. He planned to give her 2 drops of earth vein stone stalactite. Even if it cannot allow Li Yanfeng to break through to the 5th layer, she would still be a strong practitioner at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The remaining 4 drops are naturally for himself. With the combination of the purchased pills, he is confident that within 2 years he will break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and become a powerful practitioner in the late Qi refinement stage. Do not think that earth vein stone stalactite is easy to refine. This kind of treasure is quite difficult to process. It takes Li Luochen 4 to 5 months to refine 1 drop. With those pills, breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement is not a difficult task. The world of cultivation operates in such a manner that if one possesses spirit stones, the advancement in cultivation is not slow, for there are abundant treasures of heaven and earth. 2 years later, Li Luochen would only be 50 years old with 30 years remaining. With the system at his disposal, advancing from the 7th to the 10th layer of Qi training would not be difficult, and by then, he would likely have already broken through to foundation establishment. Thus, once he acquired spirit stones, Li Luochen naturally sought to enhance his cultivation as much as possible. As long as their cultivation was sufficiently powerful, they could reap greater benefits. For instance, regarding spiritual veins, they currently dared only to cultivate it into a low-grade first-tier spiritual vein, but upon breaking through they could cultivate it into a mid-grade first-tier spiritual vein. At that time, the annual harvest of the Qianlongli family would see a significant increase. After purchasing the earth vein stone stalactite, Li Luochen did not linger and quickly made his way outside of Qingsha Square. With the experience from the previous 2 times, he left Qingsha Island with ease. However, this time it was not as safe. Shortly after departing, he sensed a dangerous aura behind him. Li Luocheng's heart skipped a beat, and he involuntarily quickened his pace. It seemed he had been targeted while purchasing the earth vein stone stalactite. This could pose a problem. Suddenly an idea struck Li Luocheng, and he plunged into the sea. This was merely the outer sea area not far from the mainland's cultivation world and within the bounds of Qingsha sect, where the sea beasts had mostly been dealt with. In such circumstances, entering the sea greatly increased his safety. After all, he was unaware of the cultivation level of those pursuing him. If they were practitioners at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi training, he would have no chance to escape. Even with a top-grade first-tier spirit talisman on him, he dared not confront them directly. It would be better to submerge into the sea where the situation was uncertain and his pursuers might lack tracking methods. As expected, as he submerged and headed towards the depths of the sea, 5 figures swiftly approached from behind. The one who disappeared from here must have entered the sea. Big brother, what should we do? The leading figure frowned and said, can we sense his aura in the sea? The person who spoke earlier shook his head and said, Big brother, my spell is only partially successful. I cannot track in the sea. If it were a freshwater lake, I might have some confidence, but not in seawater. Upon hearing this, the other members displayed a hint of reluctance in their eyes. Are we just going to let this go? That was 10 drops of earth vein stone stalactite. The leader glanced back at this person and coldly asked, what should we do if we don't let it go? Are you going to search the sea? With that, he flew off into the distance, his voice echoing in the ears of the others. Our target is not just him. Let's see if there are other fat sheep to pursue. Only then did the others realize that it was fine they had not caught Luochen, as they had set their sights on several other targets. Luochen was unaware they had left. After entering the sea, he continued to delve deeper and quickly executed the water escape technique, flying swiftly in a determined direction. The seabed was not entirely safe. Luochen flew slowly and cautiously, yet he was still blocked by. Luochen hesitated not a moment, executing the water escape technique, and flew away on his sword at an incredible speed back towards where he had come from. The seabed was no place for a battle. He might not be the opponent's match. The sea beast was taken aback, not expecting Luochen to flee directly. It immediately gave chase. This was a fish-type sea beast, a mid-tier first-level beast, yet its mouthful of sharp teeth was quite alarming. Seeing Luochen escape, the fish-type sea beast pursued with great speed. After all, in the water, Luochen could not match its speed. Sensing the danger approaching from behind, Luochen instantly halted, sending his top-grade flying sword hurtling towards the beast. The fish demon, seeing him stop, opened its large mouth to bite. Unexpectedly, the flying sword shot forth, suddenly piercing through its mouth and emerging from its body. Blood quickly stained the surrounding waters, and the fish-type sea beast let out a roar of unwillingness before finally losing its breath. Luochen felt a surge of joy. He did not expect to dispatch this sea beast so easily. He quickly collected what he needed and flew towards the direction the sea beast had come from. This was not a place to linger, although he had just gained an advantage by defeating the fish demon. The smell of blood here could easily attract other sea beasts. The previous battle had been somewhat surreal, and it wasn't until this moment that Luochen processed what had happened. Mainly, the slaughter of that sea beast had been so effortless that if those cultivators who specialized in hunting sea beasts found out, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy and jealousy. Continuing forward, he soon arrived at the spot where he had encountered the fish demon and began searching swiftly. Since sea beasts had appeared here, it indicated that the lair of the sea beast was also nearby. He wanted to see what treasures could be found in the lair. However, searching in the sea was not easy. After a long while, Luochen finally spotted a small opening emitting spiritual energy. Luochen's eyes brightened, and he quickly made his way towards the opening. The fish demon had appeared large, but the lair did not seem impressive. However, as he approached the cave, a wave of unease washed over him. Not good, there's danger. Without hesitation, Luochen dashed away at incredible speed. Woo! A slender fish demon charged towards him, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Upon sensing the aura of the creature, Luochen let out a sigh of relief. The flying sword cut through the seawater, aiming for the beast's mouth. With the previous experience, dealing with this fish demon became even easier. As expected, this mid-tier first-level sea beast was swiftly taken down by the flying sword from within. Quickly, he stored the fish demon's corpse and appeared at the cave entrance in no time. Though the opening was small, he was able to enter while crouching. Inside, he discovered a vast and unique. The space was about 6 acres, rich in spiritual energy, but unfortunately, aside from bones, there was nothing else to be found. No, that's not right. I shouldn't say there's nothing. With such dense spiritual energy, there must be a spiritual vein here. Luochen quickly began to search and soon discovered a spring about the size of a bowl in a small cave from which spiritual energy continuously emanated. A spiritual eye. I can't believe I found a spiritual eye in the lair of a mid-tier first-level sea beast. Ha ha. He never expected to discover a spiritual eye, which was essential for a top-grade first-tier spiritual vein. Although a top-grade first-tier spiritual vein was located on the seabed, it did not mean it could not be utilized, whether for closed-door cultivation or opening up spiritual fields. It was possible. However, keeping this place safe would not be easy, as this top-grade first-tier spiritual vein was located at the seabed. Li Luochen quickly took out a set of low-grade first-tier spirit-locking array plates and arranged them at the cave entrance to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out, as attracting other sea beasts would be troublesome. After completing these tasks, he hurriedly began to rummage through the pile of bones. Aside from the spiritual vein and spiritual eye, this place only had this heap of bones with not even a single spiritual material in sight. Before long, Li Luochen gathered numerous bones of first-rank inferior-grade demonic beasts, valuable materials for forging artifacts. Though their market value was modest, each piece still represented spirit stones, and Li Luochen naturally seized every opportunity. Suddenly, a surge of delight stirred within Li Luochen as he swiftly drew forth a small pouch. A storage pouch. Its former owner must have been an unfortunate soul swallowed whole by a fish demon. His heart brimming with joy, Li Luochen placed the pouch aside and resumed his search, but fortune seemed utterly spent in the end. Not even a single demonic beast bone remained to be found. Undeterred, Li Luochen quickly gathered the bones he had collected and turned his gaze toward the storage pouch. Its quality was respectable, containing 5 cubic units of spatial capacity, and its interior held a considerable array of items. First came the spirit stones. Over 600 gleamed within. This alone recouped a substantial portion of his investment. Next, 3 demonic beast corpses drew his attention, though all were merely early or mid-stage first-rank specimens. Clearly, the pouch's former owner had been a wandering cultivator who hunted demonic beasts for survival, yet this man had amassed a surprisingly generous hoard of spirit stones. Li Luochen swiftly retrieved 3 jade vials, each inscribed with distinct names: Chui Ling Dan, Ning Fa Dan, and Huang Long Dan. At the sight of these 3 elixirs, he could already infer the previous owner's cultivation realm. Huang Long Dan and Ning Fa Dan aided cultivators at the 6th and 7th layers of Qi condensation, while Chui Ling Dan was a superior elixir specifically designed to break through the 7th layer, confirming that its former master had stood at the pinnacle of the 6th layer. Though more powerful than Li Luochen himself, the cultivator had been grievously unlucky, his misfortune now proving a windfall for Li Luochen. All 3 vials contained intact pills, a fortunate turn indeed. Li Luochen had no intention of opening them just yet. Instead, his eyes drifted toward the 5 arcane artifacts resting nearby. The first was Qingsha boat, a top-tier flying artifact of the leaf boat class, renowned for its swiftness and capacity to carry 8 cultivators. It was a specialty product of Qingsha sect, commonly available in Qingsha fair market. The second was San Fa Net, a top-tier artifact capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation energy entirely once ensnared. The third was a mid-tier flying sword, serving both offensive and aerial mobility functions. Next came Linggui's shield, a mid-tier defensive artifact, and a first-rank inferior-grade alchemical furnace used exclusively for pill refinement. At the sight of these 5 artifacts, Li Luochen's elation overflowed, impossible to conceal. Was this not divine timing, like a pillow arriving precisely when one fell asleep? Li Luochen was poised to break through to the 7th layer of Qi condensation soon, yet possessed only a single top-tier artifact, his flying sword. Acquiring both the Qingsha boat and the San Fa Net would spare him from seeming beneath a latest-stage Qi condensation cultivator. Not that prestige mattered much. What truly mattered was the tremendous boost to his combat prowess. Next came spirit talismans. Only 2 first-rank mid-grade ones remained, suggesting they had been expended in battle. Then came a formation disc. Upon retrieving and inspecting it, Li Luochen's eyes lit up with unmistakable astonishment. Truly, this cultivator had suffered extraordinary misfortune, laden with exceptional treasures, yet perishing under baffling circumstances. The disc housed the Golden Serpent Constriction Formation, a first-rank superior formation. Should any intruder breach its boundaries, 2 golden serpents would manifest instantly to coil and crush the foe. To possess such a formation yet perish in the maw of a mere mid-stage first-rank fish demon, what a lamentable tragic end. In truth, Li Luochen remained unaware that the cultivator's demise had stemmed not from chance, but from betrayal, stabbed in the back by a fellow demon hunter during a joint expedition. Only a life-saving secret technique had allowed him to escape with his life. Though grievously wounded, he lacked the strength to resist before being devoured whole by the fish demon. The storage pouch itself possessed extraordinary resilience. The cultivator's body had been fully digested, yet the pouch remained perfectly intact. Without hesitation, Li Luochen retrieved the formation disc and laid out 100 spirit stones to activate the Golden Serpent Constriction Formation at the entrance of the demonic beast's lair. Once completed, he glanced briefly at several first-rank spirit herbs and rare materials, dismissing them without interest, and instead fixed his gaze upon the final item, a jade casket. The jade casket was paramount. Its surface bore a spirit-sealing talisman, a clear sign that its contents were extraordinarily precious. Li Luochen lifted it reverently and opened it with meticulous care, only to stare stunned at what lay inside. 500 year Xian Yu Ginseng. a primary ingredient for foundation establishment pills. At the sight of the herb, Luochen snapped the casket shut, his expression awash with incredulous awe. Indeed, the 500-year Xianyi ginseng served as a core component of foundation establishment pills. Any cultivator possessing it could journey to the Beihai Immortal Alliance and exchange it for a single foundation establishment pill. It was widely known that foundation establishment pills ranked as third-rank inferior-grade elixirs requiring three principal ingredients: a third-rank early-stage demonic beast core, 500-year Xianyi ginseng, and 500-year Yunshan flower. In addition, over 30 supplementary herbs were needed for successful refinement. In the overseas cultivation realms, third-rank demonic cores were relatively accessible, but the Xianyi ginseng and Yunshan flower were exceedingly rare, tightly controlled by dominant sects and clans. Overseas foundation establishment pills required comparatively few spirit herbs, primarily to harmonize and stabilize the volatile energy of the demonic core. By contrast, continental foundation establishment pills demanded far more spirit herbs: 7 varieties of 500-year herbs, over a dozen of 100-year herbs, and hundreds of auxiliary ingredients. This Xianyi ginseng symbolized the very possibility of foundation establishment, and Luochen could hardly contain his exhilaration. Though a single pill might not suffice for his own multi-elemental spiritual roots, his clan, the Li family, had produced cultivators with triple elemental roots before. After all, foundation establishment still lay far beyond his current reach. No one could predict what fortuitous encounters might await him. Perhaps he would even acquire further primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills. Moreover, Luochen possessed a system, making foundation establishment in time all but inevitable. Swiftly securing all these treasures, he turned his attention to 3 jade slips. As he picked them up, a flicker of astonishment shimmered across his eyes. One slip contained the legacy of a first-rank inferior-grade alchemist, comprising not only the flame control art, but also comprehensive techniques for pill refinement, most importantly a collection of authentic formulas. Though only 3 formulas were recorded, Bipu Dan, Yueya Dan, and Ningling Dan, Luochen's excitement surged, surpassing even his earlier thrill at discovering the Xianyi ginseng. This was the authentic lineage of an alchemist. The Li family cultivated first-rank inferior-grade Yueya rice, the very grain required for refining Yueya Dan. As for Ningling Dan, it necessitated cultivating first-rank inferior-grade Ningling grass, both standard first-rank inferior-grade alchemical ingredients. Bipu Dan was even simpler, unranked, requiring only ordinary spirit rice for refinement. The remaining 2 jade slips held comparatively lesser significance. One contained the qi condensation cultivation art Ning Shueju, capable of advancing up to the 10th and final layer of qi condensation. Luochen dismissed it outright. After all, his own Wu Xingjin Lingju had been bestowed by the system, and anything the system granted was invariably peerless. The final slip recorded a spell named Juling Luo Yuju. Once mastered, it enabled the cultivator to gather ambient spiritual energy and condense it into blessed spirit rain, far surpassing ordinary spirit train techniques. Moreover, this spell conferred immense benefits upon spirit fields, increasing harvest yields, enriching ambient spiritual energy, and even nurturing latent spirit veins. Its effects might be imperceptible in the short term, but sustained application of Juling Luo Yuju would inevitably elevate the rank of a spirit vein. Truly a treasure beyond measure. Luochen's heart swelled with delight. Though perilous, this expedition had yielded abundant rewards, indeed a resounding success. Especially auspicious was the discovery of a first-rank superior-grade spirit vein within the demonic beast's lair, and the cavern itself spanned 6 mu ample space to cultivate an indoor spirit field for medicinal herbs. Using such a superior spirit field to grow spirit rice would be wasteful. Moreover, the cavern received no sunlight yet teemed with moisture, ideal conditions for cultivating first-rank superior-grade water-affinity spirit herbs. Luochen resolved to purchase seeds of first-rank superior-grade water-affinity spirit herbs upon returning. Though their maturation period would be lengthy, their eventual yield promised to be extraordinary. After surveying the situation here, Luochen did not linger and quickly headed outside. Since he intended to develop this area into a spiritual field, he needed spiritual herb seeds and some other preparations. Though this place was naturally a spiritual field, it required regular weeding and pest control. All of this needed to be prepared, especially since it was located underwater. Fortunately, this location was near the edge of the continent where powerful demonic beasts had long been eradicated. Otherwise, he would have perished as soon as he entered the depths of the sea. Upon exiting the demonic beast cave, Luochen cautiously made his way towards the surface, surprisingly encountering no danger this time, safely emerging at the sea's surface. After confirming the direction, Luochen swiftly headed towards a nearby island. There was a medium-sized market established by a foundation establishment force, which was relatively safe. The island was called Xuanhu Island, covering an area of over 500 square kilometers. It was said that it was originally an ordinary island gradually cultivated into a spiritual island by the Zhao family of Xuanhu. Upon entering Xuanhu market, Li Luochen noticed that while it could not compare to Qingsha market, it was far superior to the market on Little Ao Island. The market was situated among various spiritual fields where hired spiritual farmers were busy, making Li Luochen envious. The greatest shortage for the Li family was spiritual fields. If they could cultivate more, their system would be much more useful. The market was not very large, only covering 5 acres, but there were many shops and numerous loose cultivators setting up stalls. Li Luochen went directly to the shop selling spiritual herbs, as there was a high chance of finding spiritual herb seeds there. As expected, he found numerous spiritual herb seeds for purchase, all of which were high-grade water attribute at the first tier. In fact, Li Luochen bought 3 types of high-grade first-tier spiritual herb seeds for refining a pill called water spirit pill. Among them, Zuolingzi was the primary ingredient, supplemented by crystal flower, ocean soul grass, and a high-grade first-tier demon core, making the water spirit pill particularly suitable for water attribute cultivators to enhance their cultivation. In the overseas cultivation world, many cultivators primarily practiced water attribute techniques, making water spirit pills a highly sought-after commodity. Moreover, these 3 types of water attribute spiritual herbs did not have long growth cycles, apart from Zuolingzi requiring 10 years. The other 2, crystal flower and ocean soul grass, only needed 5 years to mature. For any cultivator, 5 to 10 years was nothing. Li Luochen bought 2 acres of each of the 3 types of spiritual herb seeds, as the space in that cave was only slightly over 6 acres. Li Luochen indeed wanted to establish more spiritual fields, but he felt it was a pity. He did not dare to expand that cave. Each acre of Zuolingzi seeds required 100 spirit stones, while crystal flower and ocean soul grass only needed 50 spirit stones per acre, totaling 400 spirit stones spent on these seeds. If the seeds were so valuable, then the matured spiritual herbs would surely be worth even more. In reality, Li Luochen had learned from an old spiritual farmer that for first-tier high-grade spiritual herbs, only 100 plants could be grown per acre. Any more would affect the herb's absorption of spiritual energy. Only 1 spiritual herb could be planted every 6 square meters. That was indeed extravagant. However, there was no choice, as spiritual herbs were such. If the spacing was not sufficient, it would definitely affect their absorption of spiritual energy, slowing their growth and even risking their survival. If the spiritual field was of higher grade, it would be different. A planting first-tier spiritual herbs on a second-tier spiritual vein would allow them to thrive without care. However, the currently family did not possess such spiritual fields, and even if they did, it would be wasteful. After purchasing the seeds, Li Luochen did not rush to leave Xuanhu Island, and instead bought a water avoidance array disc, as the water in that cave was also a hassle. The simplest water avoidance array disc did not cost much spirit stones. Li Luochen also bought 2 first-tier low-grade locking spirit array discs and gathering spirit array discs. The 3 array discs were of low quality and cost a total of 600 spirit stones. After buying the array discs, Li Luochen left Xuanhu Island, heading in the opposite direction of Qianlong Island, this time drawing no attention from certain cultivators. Li Luocheng's sword flight speed was not slow, and in just half a day's time he arrived at Qianlong Island. He was mainly afraid of being followed, taking many detours before returning to Qianlong Island, otherwise he would have been even faster. When he returned to Qianlong Island, the 50 acres of ordinary spiritual fields had already been planted, with Li Yanlong and others carefully tending to them. Seeing him return, everyone excitedly came to greet him. "Master, you're back." Li Luochen smiled and said, "Yes, you all did well. Yanlong, did any children with spiritual roots appear in the town this time?" Li Yanlong shook his head and said, "Not this year, but the town head has encouraged childbirth. In less than 10 years there should be more tribe members with spiritual roots." Li Luochen smiled and said, "In my opinion, why not have you all marry and have children? The probability of children born from couples with spiritual roots having their own spiritual roots would be higher." Li Yanlong asked seriously, "Master, does it mean any woman with spiritual roots would do?" Li Luochen asked in confusion, "Yanlong, do you have something in mind?" Li Yanlong said, "Master, according to your reasoning, as long as people with spiritual roots combine, the chances of their children having spiritual roots are high. Can we test for spiritual roots among eligible women within the range of Qianlong Island?" Li Luocheng's eyes lit up as he asked, "Tell me more." Li Yanlong smiled and said, "It would certainly be impossible to test for others, but what if it were for the reason of a celestial master marrying? We can set an age limit. Any unmarried woman aged 15 to 20 can come to try. If they have spiritual roots, then our tribe members can take them as partners. With this cycle, the number of tribe members with spiritual roots in the Li family will surely increase, which is beneficial for our family. Moreover, the chosen partners will all be from Qianlong Island. Even if they are nurtured into cultivators in the future, they will be loyal to our Qianlong Li family." unlike partners found outside who might betray us at any time. Li Luocheng hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, let's set the age range from 16 to 22. I leave this matter to you." Indeed, partners found among loose cultivators might not genuinely care for them, while ordinary women from Qianlong Island have been instilled with the principles of obedience and virtue since childhood. As long as they have spiritual roots and marry into the Li family, they can certainly be well nurtured to become cultivators. The wives of the Qianlong Li family are also part of the Li family, and they farm, allowing Li Luocheng to receive system rewards as well. Li Yanlong nodded slightly and said, "All right, shall I go now?" Li Luocheng shook his head and said, "Not in a hurry, I have another matter to discuss." While speaking, he glanced at the others, seeing their serious expressions before continuing. "This time I discovered a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein somewhere under the sea which can probably develop 6 acres of first-tier high-grade spiritual fields. I plan to plant water attribute spiritual herbs. Although the growth cycle of spiritual herbs is relatively long, their price is not low, making it quite cost-effective to grow them. Additionally, I brought back some good items that will greatly enhance our cultivation." While speaking, he cast a mysterious glance at everyone, and upon seeing their expectant gazes, he took out several jade bottles. Li Yanfeng hurriedly asked, "Master, what is it? Please show us quickly." Li Luocheng smiled and said, "Yanlong, it's not just about finding a partner with spiritual roots for you. Your sister cannot be left out either. Let's arrange for a suitor test their spiritual roots first, and then investigate their character. As long as their character is decent, Yafeng should not refuse, right?" "Ha ha." Li Yanfeng said seriously, "Third uncle, as long as they have spiritual roots and good talent, I will allow them to marry into the Li family." Although cultivators have relatively long lifespans, Li Yanfeng did not care when he would find a partner. However, if he encountered someone with a good character and spiritual roots, he would not mind forming a bond with them. Li Yanzhong smiled and said, "Master Yanfeng, you can rest assured, I will definitely keep a close watch on this." While everyone was chatting and laughing, Li Luocheng first handed out all the pills to everyone. The people of the Li family did not expect that Li Luocheng would give them so many pills, and they looked at him in surprise. Li Luocheng smiled and said, "What our family lacks the most right now is strength. Aside from the pills, I also brought back something good that can significantly enhance our cultivation." As he spoke, 6 jade bottles appeared in his hand and flew towards Li Yanzhong and the others. "Each of you will receive 2 drops of earth vein stone stalactite, which should be enough for a significant boost in your cultivation. As for Chongfeng and you guys, since you are still too young, using this to enhance your cultivation may affect your development. It's better to use pill cultivation for now." Li Yanzhong quickly took the jade bottle, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Master, this is too precious. Just these 6 bottles must be worth at least 2,500 spirit stones, right?" Li Luocheng shook his head and said, "Spirit stones are nothing. Hurry up and raise your cultivation to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, then we can open up more spirit fields. Right now the focus is on enhancing cultivation. Changfeng, when you reach the age of 16, I will give each of you 2 drops of earth vein stone stalactite to assist in your cultivation." Li Changfeng quickly said, "Master, it's all right. We have been doing well with the high-quality pills for cultivation already. The family needs strong members, so prioritize resources for uncle and the others." Hearing his words, the little ones nodded quickly, appearing very sensible. Li Luocheng laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, good, then you all can focus on your cultivation. There will definitely be resources for you. Yanhu, how is the production of the blank talisman paper going?" Li Yanhu quickly replied, "I've only made part of it. There is still a lot left to do, but it feels about the same as last year." Li Luocheng smiled and said, "That's far from enough. Last year the success rate for drawing fireball talismans was too low. This year is different. We might be able to make a fortune with these talisman papers. Let's go. We should finish making those blank talisman papers first." As he spoke, Li Luocheng walked outside and the others followed closely. Seeing that everyone had come out, Li Luocheng said, "Chongfeng, take them to cultivate. You don't need to worry about making talisman papers. We will discuss it when you are a bit older." Li Chongfeng nodded and said, "Yes, master, we will go cultivate now." Li Luocheng waved his hand and took Li Yanzhong and the others to make blank talisman papers. By the time they finished making them, several days had passed. Although they produced more blank talisman papers this time than last, it was only an additional 20 dozen. However, this made Li Luocheng very satisfied. The extra 20 dozen was quite significant enough for the Li family to learn talisman crafting. As for the remaining 600 dozen blank talisman papers, he planned to take out 50 dozen to improve the family's talisman crafting skills. If there were any talented talisman crafters among the family members, it would be beneficial for the family. After gathering 500,000 talisman papers, Li Luocheng arrived at the family assembly hall and called everyone together. "I know you all want to learn a cultivation art to serve the family, but we must also act within our means. If you really enjoy it, then you can learn it. If not, wait for other options. Our Li family has been established, and I believe it won't be long before we have other cultivation arts to inherit. Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? If anyone wants to withdraw, you can go cultivate now. After he finished speaking, no one left. Everyone understood that if they wanted to contribute to the family, learning a cultivation art was the right time. Li Luocheng slightly nodded and said, "Good, since no one is leaving, then each of you will get 10 dozen of these 70 dozen blank talisman papers, which is 100 sheets. Let's see what your success rate is." Of course. You need to learn talisman crafting while I cultivate. Our family currently has only one talisman brush, and it's a medium-grade magical tool, which cannot be used by those below the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Li Yefeng quickly said, "Third uncle, I have a low-grade magical tool talisman brush here." After saying this, she patted her storage bag, and a talisman brush flew out from it and landed in her hand. Li Luocheng smiled and said, "All right, then you can use that brush. You can watch me draw the spirit talismans, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." After saying that, he pulled over a table, took out the blank talisman paper, and then took out the spiritual ink talisman brush, beginning to draw. The first fireball talisman succeeded, and it contained the power of a peak 3rd layer Qi refinement strike. This made Li Luocheng overjoyed, and he began to draw the second one, but it failed after all his success rate. In the following days, Li Luocheng continued to draw fireball talismans while also instructing his family members. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and he finally finished drawing all 5,500 blank talisman papers. Thanks to his cultivation breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, if he had remained at the 5th layer, he wouldn't have had the capability to do so. Out of the 5,500 blank talisman papers, he crafted over 2,000 fireball talismans. Although the success rate was still quite low, it was already quite good for Li Luocheng, at least he profited. Among them, there were 55 fireball talismans containing peak 3rd layer Qi refinement attack power and 320 fireball talismans containing ordinary 3rd layer Qi refinement attack power. There were also 630 fireball talismans containing 2nd layer Qi refinement attack power, and the rest were fireball talismans containing 1st layer Qi refinement power. If all these fireball talismans were sold, they could definitely fetch 3,000 spirit stones. After all, according to Li Luocheng's selling method, there would definitely be some giveaways involved. In fact, he did not intend to sell those 55 peak 3rd layer fireball talismans, as he had been pursued by cultivators before and clearly understood the importance of self-preservation. Wanting to purchase other spirit talismans was not feasible for the Li family, as they were too poor to afford extravagant items and could only rely on the fireball talismans. As for the talisman crafting skills of the other members of the Li family, apart from Li Yanzhong, who had just recently entered the 1st layer of Qi refinement, the others were utterly hopeless. They completely lacked the talent to become talisman crafters, with only Li Yanzhong achieving a reasonable success rate in drawing, but unfortunately his cultivation was too weak. Even if Li Yanzhong broke through to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, Li Luocheng would still let him help draw fireball talismans, as he had successfully drawn over 20 sheets out of 100 blank talisman papers, with some failures due to insufficient magical power. Once the fireball talisman was drawn, the Li family members began busily planting the 1st-grade low-quality spiritual field. With Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua both at the 4th level of Qi training, there was no need for Li Luocheng to oversee the planting of the 1st-grade low-quality spiritual field. After imparting the gathering spirit rain technique to them, Li Luocheng left most of the fireball talismans behind and departed from the family. Deep in the ocean within the lair of the fish demons, Li Luocheng began to busy himself. First, he arranged the formation and then drained all the water from the cave residents. After completing these tasks, Li Luocheng opened up 6 acres of spiritual field. Although it wasn't very large, the price of 1st-grade high-quality spiritual herbs was still considerable. If the water spirit mushroom matures, a single one is worth 50 spirit stones, and the crystal flower and sea soul grass are similarly valued at 35 spirit stones each. Even if only 1/10 of the 3 types of spiritual herbs he planted survived, Li Luocheng would still profit. Moreover, his luck would not be so poor, and the harvest would be substantial. After planting these 6 acres of spiritual field, Li Luocheng directly entered the small cave, sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual eye, consuming a drop of earth vein stone stalactite and a huanglong pill to begin his cultivation. As time passed, 7 months slipped by. Li Luocheng opened his eyes, a hint of a smile flashing in his. The 6th circle of mana vortex within his dantian had expanded significantly. Although there was still some distance to reach the 7th level of Qi training, he could break through within a year at most. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 80,000 pounds of ordinary rice valued at 800 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met: ordinary spiritual rice critical hit achieved, and 1 1st-grade high-quality breakthrough pill obtained. Li Luocheng felt immense joy in his heart. This breakthrough pill was a valuable item perfect for those at the 7th level of Qi training looking to break through their bottleneck. For instance, when Li Luochen reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, but was unable to break through to the 7th level, this pill would suffice. Similarly, it could aid a peak 7th level cultivator looking to break into the 8th level provided they weren't at the peak of the 9th level trying to reach the 10th. Although Li Luochen was confident that the earth vein stone stalactite would allow him to break through the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, breaking through to the 7th level would still require some time. According to his estimates, breaking through to the 7th level would take at least another year. However, with this pill, Li Luochen could achieve that in at most 6 months. Of course, he could save this pill for when he aimed to break through to the 8th level, but Li Luochen didn't plan to do that, as strength was the key. Only by becoming powerful could he protect everything he currently had, otherwise everything would be in vain. Li Luochen also understood that his clansmen had harvested the spiritual rice, and it seemed he could receive rewards without needing to collect it himself. With that in mind, Li Luochen saw no need to go outside and continued to cultivate in the underwater cave. 2 months passed, and while he was in cultivation, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 13,000 pounds of first-grade low-quality spiritual rice valued at 1,300 spirit stones along with some straw. Farming reward conditions met: first-grade low-quality spiritual rice critical hit achieved, and 1 first-grade middle-quality spiritual pulse obtained with straw increased threefold. Seeing this harvest, Li Luochen couldn't help but widen his eyes, incredulously asking, "System, did I hear that right? You said a first-grade middle-quality spiritual pulse?" He couldn't help but be astonished. After all, it was a spiritual pulse, and to think it could be obtained as a critical hit made him extremely delighted. His cultivation would soon break through to the 7th level of Qi training, making him fully capable of protecting a first-grade middle-quality spiritual pulse. Originally, he planned to nurture it slowly after his breakthrough, but the system had directly given it to him. To cultivate the spiritual pulse within the hidden Dragon Valley into a first-grade middle-quality spiritual pulse would require at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet now he had received such a spiritual pulse valued at tens of thousands of spirit stones, which made him feel exhilarated. Calm down, calm down. I need to return and let them focus on farming and cultivating. I'll address things after my breakthrough. With that thought, Li Luochen stood up quickly and exited the cave. He encountered no danger on the way and safely returned to Qianlong Island. Upon seeing Li Luochen's return, the members of the Li family let out a sigh of relief. Greetings, family head. Li Luochen smiled and said, "All right, no need for too much formality. You all did well this time. I'll be guarding the spiritual field, you can take care of this one. The straw harvested this time will be made into blank talisman paper, and you will share it equally. You can either draw talismans yourselves or sell them. Yanlong, how are the tasks I assigned to you coming along?" Li Yanlong replied seriously, "Family head, it's almost done. Among the eligible young women, only 2 have spiritual roots, while among the young men there are 3, but only 1 has acceptable character. Of the 2 women, both have 4 spiritual roots, and the only man with acceptable character has 5 spiritual roots. Interestingly, among the 2 men with poor character, 1 has 3 spiritual roots." Li Luochen responded earnestly, "What about those 2 men with poor character now? If it's just petty theft, then it's fine, but if they have done anything heinous, then they should be killed. As for the 2 women, what do you think?" Li Yanlong replied seriously, "Family head, I've already dealt with those 2 men with poor character. As for the 2 women, would you like to see them first? If you like them, then marry them." Li Luochen shook his head and said, "I'm not in a hurry for now. My cultivation has just reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training, and I'm preparing to break through to the 7th level. Yanlong Yanhua women with spiritual roots are rare, so I'll leave them to you. If you like them, then become partners. Yanfeng, have you met that man of good character?" Li Yanfeng smiled and said, "Third uncle, he seems quite good. I would be very willing to become partners with." Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good, since you have made your decision, then bring him to Qianlong Island, marry him, and teach him cultivation. While your cultivation is still low, have more children to contribute to the growth of our Li family. And don't worry about childbirth affecting your roots. As long as you give birth to a child, I will definitely provide you with resources to nurture your essence and restore it. Yanlong Yanhua, the same goes for you." The others nodded quickly, and after discussion, Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua each decided to marry one of the eligible women. Since they all had spiritual roots, they could cultivate them into cultivators, so there was no question of taking concubines. Moreover, since they were all cultivators, having 1 partner to bear children was sufficient. "Family head, how about we teach them the cultivation methods first? Once they become cultivators, we can then marry them." Li Luochen smiled and said, "That's fine. I'll think of a way to get you dual cultivation techniques to speed up your cultivation." The 3 of them nodded generously without any shyness, as they were all cultivators and not so entangled in such matters. After arranging these matters, Li Fingnian swiftly headed toward the underwater cave. Meanwhile, Li Yanlong and the others also took action, and the little ones, including Li Changfeng, diligently cultivated, gradually strengthening the Li family. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. In the underwater cave, Li Luocheng reluctantly opened his eyes. At this moment, he still had not broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. It was not that he lacked resources, he still had plenty of Ningfa pills. However, he simply could not overcome the bottleneck of the 7th layer of qi refinement. This left him feeling very helpless, and he could finally take out a high-grade breakthrough pill. As he took out the pill, Li Luocheng felt a pang of heartache. This pill was quite valuable and hard to come by. After hesitating for a moment, he grit his teeth and directly placed it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering, quickly transforming into a surge of energy that flooded into his body. Li Luocheng hurriedly closed his eyes to circulate his energy, and the 5 elements true spirit art rapidly began operating within him, starting to refine the surging energy. The high-grade breakthrough pill was indeed a superior pill for overcoming bottlenecks. In just 3 days, the once very stable barrier had already broken. Within his dantian, a thin 7th circle of magical energy appeared in the vortex, marking that he had become a qi refinement practitioner at the 7th layer. At this moment, the effects of the breakthrough pill had not been completely refined. There was still plenty of medicinal power that he continuously refined and absorbed to stabilize his cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement. After stabilizing his cultivation, he still had enough energy to elevate his level further. It was only 2 months later that Li Luocheng finally stopped his training, a glimmer of a smile flashing in his eyes. Not only had he broken through to the 7th layer, but he had also surged into the midstage of the 7th layer, saving at least 2 years of arduous training, and this training was with the aid of high-grade pills. Advancing from the 7th to the 8th layer of qi refinement is not so easy. If he did not have treasures to accelerate his training, relying solely on high-grade pills, it would take at least 10 years to break through. Li Luocheng was now 50. 10 years later, even if he broke through to the 8th layer of qi refinement, he would have no opportunity to establish a foundation. After all, breaking through from the 8th to the 9th layer of qi refinement is not as simple as 10 years. Li Luocheng's initial cultivation speed had been too slow, and he now needed a large amount of resources to accelerate his training. Regardless of anything, he had now successfully reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Li Luocheng stepped out of the small cave and looked at the high-grade spiritual herbs in the spirit field, nodding in satisfaction. So far, not a single spiritual herb had encountered any issues, which made him very happy. If these herbs could all mature, that would amount to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Just thinking about it excited Li Luocheng. After performing the gathering spirit rainfall technique, Li Luocheng returned to the small cave, took out straw, and began making blank talismans. In the days that followed, he continually produced blank talismans and kept drawing fireball talismans. As the spiritual rice matured, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting 80,000 pounds of ordinary rice valued at 800 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions fulfilled. Ordinary spiritual rice increased threefold. Although there were no critical rewards, it still added 2,400 spirit stones to the Li family, which is definitely a good thing. All these resources are in the system space, and Li Luocheng has no intention of extracting them. At this moment, Li Luocheng still had plenty of straw in hand, but he had already used up many fireball talismans. After watering the spiritual herbs in the spirit field, he directly left the underwater cave, heading towards Qianlong Island. Since his cultivation had already broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, Li Luocheng planned to return and settle a middle-grade spiritual vein. This middle-grade spiritual vein was quite valuable, and he needed to choose a good location. In reality, Qianlong Valley is vast, and he would later need to elevate a low-grade spiritual vein. Naturally, this middle-grade spiritual vein could not be placed in Qianlong Valley. Fortunately, the entire Qianlong Island belonged to the Li family, and they could choose a location to place the spiritual vein at any time. Li Luocheng returned to Qianlong Island safely. He did not encounter any dangers on the way. In fact, even if he encountered danger, he would not be afraid. His cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement gave him great confidence. Currently, the ordinary spiritual rice had already been harvested, and there were still 2 months until the low-grade spiritual rice would be harvested. Next, Li Luocheng planned to adjust the time. He intended to plant ordinary spiritual rice and low-grade spiritual rice together, and even middle-grade spiritual rice as well. The main goal of this was to see if the farming system would offer more rewards. Since it could reward breakthrough pills, it should have no problem rewarding foundation establishment pills as well. Suddenly his gaze turned towards the mountain peaks outside Qianlong Valley. He remembered that there seemed to be some very suitable farming spots on those peaks. Instead, he fell into deep thought in the council hall, pondering where to place the middle-grade spiritual vein next. Qianlong Island was still too small. Once his cultivation improved, he would buy several larger islands. With this thought, he flew out of the council hall and quickly headed towards that mountain. Once at the mountain, he soon found the area and confirmed that it could be developed into terraced fields before taking action. First, he laid out the gathering spirit array and locking spirit array here. After ensuring that the spiritual energy would not dissipate, Luochen took out a luminous orb. As he threw the orb into the ground, it sank beneath the surface and transformed into a middle-grade spiritual vein. With the spiritual vein formed, the surrounding spiritual energy became denser, and Luochen was very satisfied. Next, he quickly flew out again. The spiritual vein had been placed, and now it was time to purchase the gathering spirit fertilizing soil talismans to transform this land into a spirit field. A middle-grade spiritual vein can develop 10 acres of middle-grade spirit fields, 30 acres of low-grade spirit fields, and 80 acres of ordinary spirit fields. 3 pounds of middle-grade spiritual rice yield 1 spirit stone, with an average yield of 450 pounds per acre, equivalent to 150 spirit stones per acre, making it 1,500 spirit stones for 10 acres. Moreover, with the low-grade spirit fields and ordinary spirit fields, the annual harvest would be substantial. Furthermore, the Li family also had a low-grade spiritual vein. It was exciting to think about how much Luochen would harvest next year. In the Qingsha market, Luochen came here again to set up a stall selling ordinary spiritual rice and the fireball talismans he had on him. Of course, the fireball talismans that could be sold here were only worth 3 spirit stones each. Because he had also organized some activities, the total sales of fireball talismans and spiritual rice amounted to 4,500 spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones was enough for the time being, at least sufficient for him to purchase the gathering spirit fertilizing soil talismans and the high-grade formation plates. It was not that Luochen did not intend to purchase high-grade formation plates, but he simply did not have that many spirit stones. To develop a middle-grade spirit field, one would need a middle-grade gathering spirit fertilizing soil talisman, and the price of these items was quite steep. To transform the land into a spirit field within 2 months, at least 10 middle-grade gathering spirit fertilizing soil talismans would be needed. While it was possible to cultivate slowly, Luochen did not intend to take his time equated to spirit stones. Arriving at the Wanfu building, he was greeted by a familiar attendant. A single middle-grade gathering spirit fertilizing soil talisman costs 8 spirit stones, and 100 would cost 800 spirit stones. This many spirit stones are sufficient for now, at least, to purchase the spirit gathering soil symbol and a first-tier upper-grade array disc. To open up a first-tier middle-grade spirit field, a first-tier middle-grade spirit gathering soil symbol is required, and the price of such items is quite steep. While it is possible to cultivate slowly, Luochen does not intend to take his time. A time is equivalent to spirit. Upon arriving at the Wanfu Tower, he was greeted by a familiar attendant. A first-tier middle-grade spirit gathering soil symbol costs 8 spirit stones, amounting to 800 spirit stones for 100. A 30-acre first-tier lower-grade spirit field requires 300 first-tier lower-grade spirit gathering soil symbols valued at 900 spirit stones. An 8-acre ordinary spirit field requires 5 first-tier lower-grade spirit gathering soil symbols per acre, totaling 400 symbols, which costs 1,200 spirit stones. Luochen spent 2,900 spirit stones here, and over half of the 4,500 spirit stones are already gone. The price of array discs is not low. A first-tier lower-grade array disc is worth at least 100 spirit stones, while a first-tier middle-grade array disc costs over 350. A first-tier middle-grade array disc is even more expensive, requiring over 800 spirit stones, and a first-tier top-grade array disc cannot be bought without 1,500 spirit stones. Although Luochen has 1,600 spirit stones, which is enough to buy a first-tier top-grade array disc, what he needs is a formation that integrates offense, defense, and illusions, which cannot be obtained with just 1,600 spirit stones. Purchasing a first-tier upper-grade array disc would be feasible, though even 1,600 spirit stones still feels a bit insufficient. At the array instrument tower, after persistent haggling, Luochen finally bought the golden light condensing sword spirit illusion array, an exquisite formation among the first-tier upper-grade formations, costing him 1,550 spirit stones. With this, Luochen's purpose for visiting the market has been fully accomplished. As for the remaining 50 spirit stones, Luochen used them all to buy first-tier middle-grade spirit rice seeds. Currently, they do not have their own first-tier middle-grade spirit rice seeds and can only purchase them. Fortunately, spirit rice seeds are not spirit herb seeds, so the price is not high. 5 spirit stones per acre is still manageable. With 50 spirit stones, he successfully purchased 10 acres of first-tier middle-grade spirit rice seeds, leaving him with no spirit stones. However, this is not a concern for him. As long as the first-tier middle-grade spirit vein field is successfully opened, the spirit stones gained each year will significantly increase, which is the key. Leaving the Qingsha market, Luochen felt delighted yet remained very cautious. During this time, in addition to crafting symbols, he also practiced the water escape technique. Due to being underwater, the water escape technique was easy to grasp and subsequently master, though he has not yet reached a minor completion. If he encounters a thief again, he can definitely use the water escape technique to escape. Safely returning to Qianlong Island, Luochen went to the peak and confirmed that no one had been there before he began to set up. Before long, the golden light condensing sword spirit illusion array was set up on the spirit vein, enveloping the entire mountain peak. Thanks to the spirit vein, the formation also has a supply of spiritual energy, eliminating the need for spirit stones. Only when defending against outside enemies does he need to use spirit stones to activate the array for its maximum. After setting up the formation, Luochen directly used the spirit gathering soil symbol to begin infusing spiritual energy into the soil. Once he had used the spirit gathering soil symbol on all 120 acres of plant spirit fields, Luochen flew contentedly towards the direction of Shua Island. He intended to sell the remaining fireball symbols. He had to exchange them all for spirit stones. At least he needed to have some spirit stones on him. Without spirit stones, he couldn't even maximize the array's activity. In the market of Shua Island, Luochen was already a familiar face. As soon as he set up the fireball symbols, someone came up to inquire. Although this batch of fireball symbols valued at 3 spirit stones was limited, there were still many buyers. In just 3 days, all the fireball symbols he had crafted were sold, and Luochen gained an additional 1,200 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, Luochen quickly returned to Qianlong Island, not worried about any strong cultivators daring to follow him, as probably only the island master possesses such capability. Upon returning to Qianlong Island, he found the entire mountain peak enveloped in mist, with several figures appearing outside the mist. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Li Yanlong and others who looked solemn as they gazed at the mist, showing no intention to act. Luochen landed beside them and smiled, saying, "No need to be so serious. This is the formation I set up. Come, let's go in and talk." Only then did Li Yanlong and the others react, turning their gaze to Luochen and quickly bowing. "Greetings, head of the family." After Luochen waved his hand, he led them into the grand formation. Once inside, they sensed the rich spiritual energy, their eyes flashing with surprise. "Head of the family, what is this?" Luochen smiled and replied, "This has already been cultivated into a first-tier middle-grade spirit vein. I plan to open up 120 acres of spirit fields, 10 acres of first-tier middle-grade spirit fields, 30 acres of first-tier lower-grade spirit fields, and 80 acres of ordinary spirit fields." At this moment, he had to stop as the 20 mu of first-grade spiritual fields was about to be harvested. Although Li Yanlong and the others could also harvest, Luochen intended to exit his seclusion and discuss the planting time of ordinary spiritual rice with them. He planned to plant all the spiritual rice at the same time, increasing the chances of a critical harvest. After exiting his seclusion, Luochen flew directly towards the direction of Qianlong Valley. Qianlong Mountain was not far from Qianlong Valley, and at its flying speed it would take only a few breaths to arrive. Li Yanlong and the others had already appeared outside the spiritual fields, and upon seeing Li Lucheng's arrival, everyone bowed in greeting. Qianlong Mountain was not far from Qianlong Valley, and at its flying speed it would take only a few breaths to arrive. Li Yanlong and the others had already appeared outside the spiritual fields, and upon seeing Li Lucheng's arrival, Yanfeng, you have also reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Work hard to strive for an early breakthrough to the 4th. As for those little ones, aside from Li Changfeng, who is at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, the others are still at the 1st level, so there is not much to say. However, with the supply of high-quality pills, they should be able to break through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement soon. In addition to these little ones, there were also 2 girls and 1 boy, all around 17 or 18 years old, and they also had fluctuations of magical power, having just broken through to the 1st level of Qi refinement. Luochen smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good, congratulations to our Li family for adding 3 more cultivators, growing stronger and stronger. Yanlong Yanhua, why don't you introduce them to me?" Li Yanlong smiled and said, "Family head, this is Wang Cuicue, my Dao partner. This is Lu Xiaoling Yanhua's Dao partner, and this is Gao Qingzhou Yanfeng's Dao partner. This is our Li family head, why aren't you bowing quickly?" The 3 hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, family." Luochen smiled and said, "Good, you all are quite good. From now on, cultivate well and strive to help the rise of our Li family." The 3 responded eagerly, their eyes filled with respect. Luochen then took out 30 spirit stones, divided them into 3 portions, and sent them flying towards the 3 floating in front of them. This is a greeting gift, don't consider it too little, the family isn't doing too well. Gao Qizhou and the others knew about spirit stones, and upon seeing these, surprise flashed in their eyes. Spirit stones can accelerate their cultivation speed and are the currency of the cultivation world. For those who have just become first-level Qi refinement cultivators, obtaining them is almost impossible. Now the family head's greeting gift is 10 spirit stones, which is just right for them. Li Yanlong had also told them about the family's situation, and they naturally knew that the Li family was just a small player with not many spirit stones. The three hurriedly took the spirit stones and thanked him again, saying, "Thank you, family head." Li Luocheng smiled and said, "All right, let's start harvesting the spiritual rice. We won't plant ordinary spiritual rice for now, let the fields rest, and we will plant together later." After saying this, he walked towards the spiritual fields to begin harvesting the first-grade low-quality spiritual rice. The others also started to act as the harvesting of this spiritual rice would provide this year's cultivation resources. Among them, Li Yanlong was close to the 5th level of Qi refinement, while Li Yanhua was about to break through, and Li Yanfeng had already broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, not far from the 4th level. After all, each of them had 2 drops of earth vein stone stalactites, which were treasures for enhancing cultivation. While it might not be much for Li Luocheng, it was definitely a treasure for the others. In just half a day's time, they had harvested all the spiritual rice here, including the stalks, all falling into Li Luocheng. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 13,000 pounds of first-grade low-quality spiritual rice worth 1,300 spirit stones along with some stalks. The farming reward condition has been met, achieving a critical harvest of first-grade low-quality spiritual rice, obtaining a drop of 100-year spiritual milk and a bottle of critical gathering pills from the stalks. Li Luocheng couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. This time the system had actually achieved 2 critical hits. The 100-year spiritual milk is a great item, very suitable for enhancing his cultivation. After refining this drop, it would at least allow him to break through to the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement. After all, it is 100-year spiritual milk. Spiritual items over 100 years are effective even for foundation establishment cultivators. As for the gathering pills, Li Luocheng naturally understood that they were treasures for condensing the soul and enhancing spiritual sense. And there is also a bottle. This time he really struck it rich. Li Yanlong suddenly took out some spiritual rice and said, "Seriously, family head, these are the spiritual rice we harvested last time. Do you want to take them to the market for sale?" Li Luocheng smiled and said, "Just in time, I need to go out, so let's sell these spiritual rice. Remember, do not plant ordinary spiritual rice for now, wait until all the spiritual fields are arranged before doing so." Li Yanlong nodded, indicating no problem. Li Luocheng took the spiritual rice to Qingsha market, selling the ordinary spiritual rice for 1,500 spirit stones and over 400 fireball talismans for 1,200 spirit stones. After doing all this, Li Luocheng directly went to the spiritual rice shop, sold the first-grade low-quality spiritual rice, and obtained 2,200 spirit stones. These spirit stones added up to a total of 4,900 spirit stones, plus the ones previously obtained in Zioadao market. The total amounted to over 6,000 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, Li Luocheng did not hold back and purchased 30 pieces of high-quality Xianling pills. Xianling pills are a specialty of Qingsha market, belonging to first-grade high-quality pills, the best cultivation pills for the later stages of Qi refinement. Just one high-quality Xianling pill costs 35 spirit stones. 30 high-quality Xianling pills are worth 1,050 spirit stones, which made Li Luocheng feel a bit pained. He also bought 2 bottles of high-quality Huanglong pills for 300 spirit stones and bought 15 bottles of high-quality gathering pills, spending 750 spirit stones. After purchasing these pills, Li Luocheng spent 2,100 spirit stones. He did not feel distressed about such expenses, as the Li family was newly established, and only when the cultivator's levels improved could he arrange for more spiritual fields and gain more benefits. For instance, now a drop of 100-year spiritual milk could allow him to break through to the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement in a short time, saving him a lot of cultivation time. If it were said that previously Li Luocheng had no chance of breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement within 30 years, now that hope is very high. Even breaking through to the 10th level before 80 years old is stable. Looking at the remaining 4,000 spirit stones, Li Luocheng spent them without hesitation. This time he directly purchased 9 drops of earth vein stone stalactites. Since Gao Qingzhou and the others had already become Li Yanlong's Dao partners, there was no need to treat them poorly. Besides the pills, they were of an age suitable for taking earth vein stone stalactites. 1 drop of earth vein stone stalactite combined with the pills would be enough for them to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. At that time, the family's spiritual fields would have more people to manage, which would be a good thing for Li Luocheng. As for the remaining 6 drops, they would still be given to Li Yanlong and the others to enhance their cultivation as much as possible, hoping they could break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement within 10 years. At that time, he would be able to purchase new islands or even directly buy spiritual islands for farming. Returning to Qianlong Island, he distributed all the pills and shared the earth vein stone stalactites with his clan members, entrusting the cultivation of spiritual fields to Li Yanlong and the others before heading back to the underwater cave to continue his training. The spiritual herbs in the underwater cave still needed to be monitored. He couldn't leave for too long, as the loss of even a single herb would cause him great distress. With sufficient resources for cultivation, Li Luochen would naturally not only draw fireball talismans, but also consume 100-year spiritual milk for training. 2 months later, while cultivating, the voice of the system echoed in Li Luochen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Through the diligent farming of your family, you have harvested 500,000 spiritual potatoes valued at 1,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions have been met, triggering a critical hit for a first-tier exceptional spiritual planter's handbook. Li Luochen was overjoyed. It was indeed the spiritual planter's handbook, a tremendous gain. 500,000 spiritual potatoes, while a considerable quantity, were not worth much, especially these low-tier spiritual potatoes, which had an extremely high yield at 500 gene per spirit stone. Even if all these spiritual potatoes were sold, it would only yield 1,000 spirit stones. However, the first-tier exceptional spiritual planter's handbook couldn't be acquired for such a small amount. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were necessary. Li Luochen instantly stood up, watered the spiritual herbs, and quickly walked outside. Upon reappearing at Qianlong Island, his eyes were filled with excitement. As the Li family grew stronger, the spiritual veins would multiply and increase in quality. At that time, the spiritual planter's handbook would become very important. Moreover, since the spiritual potatoes had been harvested, it was time to officially plant spiritual rice. Ordinary spiritual rice costs 1 spirit stone for 100 gene, first-tier low-grade spiritual rice 1 spirit stone for 10 gene, and first-tier mid-grade spiritual rice 1 spirit stone for 3 gene. Currently, the Li family had 10 acres of first-tier mid-grade spiritual fields, 50 acres of first-tier low-grade spiritual fields, and 130 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. If all these spiritual fields were planted with spiritual rice, who knows how many critical hits or enhancements could be expected come harvest time. When Li Luochen arrived, Li Yanlong and the others had just finished harvesting the spiritual potatoes. Greetings, family head. Li Fingnian waved his hand and said, the spiritual potatoes can be stored and used for meals, so let's keep them all since they aren't very valuable. Everyone has quite a few cultivation pills on them, plus, with 190 acres of spiritual fields, our income next year will surely be substantial. Let's focus on farming first. The first-tier mid-grade spiritual field is my responsibility, and the first-tier low-grade spiritual fields will be managed by you two, Yanlong. Yanfeng, take the remaining people to plant the ordinary spiritual fields. Everyone promptly took their orders and quickly got to work. This time, with so many spiritual fields, it took a full 3 days to finish planting the spiritual rice. After planting the spiritual rice, they could only wait for the harvest in over 9 months, with everyone's eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for a good yield next year. With so many spiritual fields, even without enhancements or critical hits, they could earn over 6,000 spirit stones each year. Though that might be insufficient for the Li family, it would be more than enough to cultivate a Qi refinement level 7 cultivator. After all, many fully realized Qi refinement level 10 experts probably had only that many spirit stones, and that represented their entire wealth, not yearly income. Li Luochen said, Yanlong, focus on your training. I will return to the underwater cave to keep an eye on the spiritual fields. Our rapid rise depends on the spiritual herbs there. I will leave the spiritual fields here in your hands. When the herbs are harvested, we will change to a proper island protection formation. Li Yanlong nodded and said, family head, you go ahead. The family will be fine under our watch. Li Hu, you have already broken through to Qi refinement level 5. It quickly enhance your cultivation. Once your cultivation breaks through to Qi refinement level 6, we will buy an island, and you will be in charge then. Li Yihu's eyes flashed with surprise. If he could indeed oversee an island, that would be wonderful. Yes, family head, I understand. Li Luochen again mentioned the matter of testing spiritual roots and then quickly left. The family had always relied on Li Yanlong for testing spiritual roots, and he had done an excellent job, which made Li Luochen very satisfied. Unfortunately, this year there were no breakthroughs. No one in the clan had awakened spiritual roots, which was somewhat disappointing. However, it would be better in a few years, that the Li family was currently encouraging childbirth, and in a few years there would be quite a few children of suitable age. After returning to the underwater cave, Li Luochen checked the spiritual herbs and then diligently resumed his. In 3 more years, the Haihun grass and crystal flower would mature, and he wondered what good items these 4 acres of spiritual herbs might yield. In the following days, Li Luochen either trained or watched over the spiritual herbs, halting the preparation of fireball talismans. Of course, during his free time, he would make all the straw into blank talisman paper. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 9 months had passed. Li Luochen felt the aura within him, and a smile flashed in his eyes. At this point, his cultivation had reached the peak of Qi refinement level 7, and he was not far from level 8. The 100-year spiritual milk was no idle matter. Its energy was incredibly rich. So far, Li Luochen had only refined 30% of it, with 70% still unrefined. Not only had his cultivation increased, but his divine sense had also expanded to a range of 13 meters, which was due to consuming only 1 gathering spirit pill. Moreover, none of the spiritual herbs had withered, and their growth was very promising. Most importantly, he had now successfully cultivated the water escape technique to a minor success, which was quite impressive. At least in the sea, escaping was not a problem. As long as he did not encounter a foundation establishment expert, he could escape from their grasp. After exiting the cave, Li Luochen immediately activated the water escape technique, heading towards Qianlong Island at great speed. When he arrived at Qianlong Island, Li Yanlong and the others had already emerged from their seclusion, waiting for his arrival. Family head, you're back. Welcome back, family head. At least in the sea, escaping was not a problem. As long as he did not... Li Luochen waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to be so formal. The spiritual rice has matured, but this time our Li family's spiritual fields have increased significantly, and it may take several days to finish harvesting the spiritual rice. However, this is a good thing. It signifies that my Li family has begun to rise. Yanlong Ihu, you too have already cultivated to Qi refinement level 5. Go and harvest the spiritual rice from the first tier fields. Yanfeng, your cultivation has reached Qi refinement level 4, which is very good. Lead the rest to harvest the ordinary spiritual rice." Yanfeng quickly responded, "Third uncle, my cultivation has already reached Qi refinement level 4, so I can also harvest from the first tier low-grade fields. Chanfeng is almost 14 now and can soon break through to Qi refinement level 3. He can manage on his own. I plan to have him lead the other clan members to harvest the ordinary spiritual rice. What do you think, third uncle?" Li Luochen gazed at Li Chanfeng. This kid had indeed grown up, and in no more than half a year, he could break through to Qi refinement level 3. This kid had never consumed the earth vein stone stalactite, or perhaps by the time he turns 18, he would have already reached Qi refinement level 4. At that time, consuming the earth vein stone stalactite, breaking through to Qi refinement level 6 within 5 years should not be a problem. Unfortunately, each person could only consume 5 drops of the earth vein stone stalactite. Exceeding that would be useless. Otherwise, it would definitely allow the clan members' cultivation to soar. That proposal is quite good. Chanfeng is the eldest of the Zhang generation and indeed needs to be able to Li Chanfeng was filled with excitement. At nearly 14 years old, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi training, and with the high-quality pills provided by the family, he was sure to reach the 4th level before adulthood. Li Chanfeng was filled with excitement. At nearly 14 years old, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi training, and with the high-quality pills provided by the family, he was sure to... The family had just mentioned that once Uncle Yan, who breaks through to the 6th level of Qi training, he can oversee an island. So if I break through to the 6th level, can I also oversee an island? Thinking this, excitement appeared on his face as he looked eagerly at Li Luochen. Family head, I can do it. Li Luochen smiled and said, "All right, then I will leave the ordinary spirit field to you. Yanfeng Yu and Yanlong should harvest the spirit rice from the 1st tier inferior spirit field." Both Li Yanfeng and Li Chanfeng were delighted. One was excited about being able to stand on his own, while the other was thrilled to contribute more to the family. In reality, the earth vein stone pillar had enhanced their cultivation and provided them the opportunity to break through to the 10th level of Qi training before turning 80. For instance, Li Yanfeng was nearly 24 now. Without the earth vein stone pillar, he would have only reached the 3rd level of Qi training at most. However, he had already broken through to the 4th level of Qi training, and he had only consumed 3 drops of the earth vein stone pillar, leaving him with 2 more drops to use. If combined with this high-quality cultivation pill, the remaining 2 drops of the earth vein stone pillar would definitely allow him to advance to the 5th level of Qi training. By that time, he would only be around 25 with 55 years until he turned 80. As long as there were enough high-quality pills, although breaking through to the 10th level of Qi training before 80 would be challenging, it was not impossible. Li Luochen had significantly boosted their cultivation levels, giving those with 4 and 5 spirit roots the chance to push towards foundation establishment. Li Luochen disregarded the thoughts of others and began harvesting in the 1st tier intermediate spirit field. All the spirit rice was already ripe, but to be safe, Li Luochen decided to harvest the spirit rice from the 1st tier intermediate spirit field by himself. Li Yanlong and the others began harvesting the first-tier inferior spirit rice, while the other ordinary spirit rice was also being harvested under Li Changfeng's lead. 3 days later, all the spirit rice was safely stored, and the joy in Li Luocheng's eyes could not be. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 4,500 pounds of first-tier intermediate spirit rice worth 1,500 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. First-tier intermediate spirit rice crit successful, received 1 bottle of Yuan Ling Dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 30,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spirit rice worth 3,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. First-tier inferior spirit rice increased 4-fold. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 200,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice worth 2,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. Ordinary spirit rice crit successful, received 1 bottle of first-tier intermediate breakthrough pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting several first-tier intermediate straw and several first-tier inferior straw. Farming reward conditions met. Straw crit successful, received 1 set of first-tier talisman master inheritance. The continuous notifications from the system echoed in Li Luocheng's mind, making him extremely excited. This time what he obtained were all good items. Of the 4-fold increase in first-tier inferior spirit rice allowed Li Luocheng to have 150,000 pounds. Additionally, a bottle of first-tier intermediate breakthrough pill was definitely a great item. If Li Yanlong and the others were stuck at some level between the 4th and 6th levels of Qi training, this pill could help them break through. Next was the Yuan Ling Dana. Although Li Luocheng had never heard of this pill, he knew its effects as soon as it was. With the system's production, there would always be an explanation for the pill. Finally, he received a complete inheritance of first-tier talisman master inheritance, which was definitely a valuable item. Previously, they were rewarded with the production method for blank talisman paper, and now they were rewarded with the production method for talismans. Coupled with the straw produced by the Li family's spirit fields, they could be completely self-sufficient. This made Li Luocheng overjoyed, exclaiming that he had made a great profit. Other members of the Li family saw him like this, and thought the family head was delighted about this year's bountiful harvest. Li Luocheng soon stopped looking towards the clan members. This year is a bountiful year for our Li family, we should be happy. Once these resources are exchanged for spirit stones, I will purchase all cultivation resources. However, next year, aside from the stipulated annual salary, the rest will belong to the family. Do you have any objections? All the members of the Li family shook their heads. Although resources had increased in recent years and cultivation had become much easier, they all understood that they could not buy so many resources relying solely on the Li family's previous spirit fields. It was likely that they could cultivate like this before, because the family head was using his own resources to supply the family's cultivation. Now it seemed that the family head did not have that many resources left, so the previous stipulation for salaries had to be restored. In fact, Li Luocheng did not lack spirit stones. Based on this harvest, he could definitely acquire tens of thousands of spirit stones. The reason for this was that the Li family members' cultivation levels were now sufficient. Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua had already broken through to the 5th level of Qi training, and Li Yifeng had also broken through to the 4th level. With this year's supply of resources, it would not be a problem for them to break through another small stage soon. After giving them the instructions, Li Luocheng flew away quickly on his sword, heading to Qingsha Fong Market. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 7th level of Qi training, making him quite powerful. The speed of flying on the sword was also swift. He reached the outskirts of Qingsha Fong Market in just half a day's time. Familiar with the route, Li Luocheng quickly arrived at the spirit rice shop. It was still that disciple of the Qingsha sect at the 7th level of Qi training, but his cultivation had already reached the 8th level of Qi training, truly a talented disciple of the Qingsha sect. Seeing Li Luocheng arrive, King Kong's eyes flashed with surprise. "Friend, you've come. How much spirit rice did you bring this time?" Li Luocheng smiled and said, 3,000 pounds of first-tier intermediate spirit rice, 150,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spirit rice, and 200,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice. Can you handle that, friend? He only sold 3,000 pounds of first-tier intermediate spirit rice, leaving 1,500 pounds for the clan members. The spiritual energy in the spirit rice was gentle and had the effect of enhancing cultivation. Upon hearing Li Luocheng's words, King Kong quickly smiled and said, I can handle it, I can handle it. Don't worry about the amount, I can take even more if you have it. Since you brought so much spirit rice this time, I will purchase it at market price. Li Luocheng was astonished and asked, Friend, are you really going to buy it at market price? King Kong quickly replied, the Qingsha sect does not lack that bit of spirit stones, but these spirit rice are very beneficial to me. 3,000 pounds of first-tier intermediate spirit rice are worth 1,000 spirit stones. 150,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spirit rice are worth 15,000 spirit stones, and 200,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice are worth 2,000 spirit stones. This time the spirit rice you brought is worth 18,000 spirit stones. You should take good care of it. With so many spirit stones, even a foundation establishment strongman would be tempted. Li Luochen shook his head and said, I trust you, my friend. This matter will definitely not be leaked. After all, we will have opportunities for cooperation in the future, won't we? Since the spiritual rice is useful to the other party, they will definitely not let others know about their possession of so many spirit stones. Bai Qingkong smiled and said, you can rest assured about this, my friend. I also need contribution points. The more spiritual rice I acquire, the more contribution points I gain, which will greatly benefit my future foundation establishment. Moreover, the fact that you can sell me so much spiritual rice indicates that the family or force behind you is definitely not small. I would never engage in such a foolish act as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. As they spoke, the two quickly reached an agreement. Li Luochen suddenly asked, Friend, do you buy spiritual herbs? The Haihun grass and crystal flower. These two types of spiritual herbs will mature in 2 years, and Li Luochen must find buyers in advance. Bai Qingkong seems like a good option, and the price offered is fair, making it a great opportunity to build a connection. Bai Qingkong's eyes lit up quickly, asking, Are these the only 2 types of spiritual herbs? How many do you have? Li Luochen smiled and replied, Actually, I have planted 3 types. The crystal flower and Haihun grass will mature in 2 years, while the water spirit mushroom will take another 7 years. Each of these 2 types of spiritual herbs has 150 stalks. Can you handle that? Bai Qingkong's eyes sparkled as he said, Of course I can handle that. As long as you bring me these 3 types of spiritual herbs, I will definitely not shortchange you, and will still purchase them at market price. These are spiritual herbs. As long as he acquires them, he can completely exchange them for contribution points, which will be very beneficial for obtaining foundation establishment pills in the future. As a disciple of the sect, a large number of contribution points is required to exchange for foundation establishment pills. Although he has earned quite a few contribution points over the years, it is still far from enough for purchasing the pills. However, if he possesses so many spiritual herbs and converts them into contribution points, he will definitely be able to gather enough to purchase the foundation establishment pills. This person before him is undoubtedly his lucky star. Whether he can break through to the foundation establishment stage in the future depends on him. Li Luochen was also overjoyed. If this disciple of the Qingsha sect could accept those 3 types of spiritual herbs, it would make selling spiritual herbs much more convenient in the future. All right, it's settled then. In 2 years, I will deliver the Haihun grass and crystal flower to you. Bai Qingkong nodded and said, My friend, you are straightforward. Not only this time spiritual herbs, but I will also take the future ones. He is still relatively young, just over 40, with another 40 years until he reaches 80. If one foundation establishment pill is not enough, he can accumulate more contribution points to exchange for additional foundation establishment pills. Although the contribution points needed for the second foundation establishment pill are more than for the first, as long as it increases the success rate of foundation establishment, contribution points are nothing. As long as he can succeed in foundation establishment, he will have a lifespan of 300 years. With his 3 spiritual roots talent, he may still have a chance to achieve golden core. The limit lifespan for Qi refinement is 150 years, for foundation establishment is 300 years, and for golden core is 600 years. If he can cultivate to the golden core stage, he can live for 600 years. Just thinking about it excites him. Li Luochen smiled and said, Then it's settled. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave. Bai Qingkong smiled and replied, All right, I will see you off, my friend. As the two left the spiritual rice workshop, Li Luochen quickly departed. He now had a total of 18,000 spirit stones and dared not linger in Qingsha workshop. After purchasing 8 drops of earth vein stone stalactites and 2,500 spirit stones worth of premium pills, he hurriedly left Qingsha workshop. This time Li Luochen was extremely careful. After all, he still had 12,000 spirit stones and so many resources. Just after leaving Qingsha Island, he utilized water escape technique to travel far away. Regardless of whether any cultivators were watching him, he could easily escape with his water escape technique. Upon returning to Qianlong Island, he found that the members of the Li family were already in seclusion. Li Luochen did not disturb others, but instead found Li Yanfeng handing over the pills and earth vein stone stalactites to her. These resources are useful to the members of the Li family. Among them, the 8 drops of earth vein stone stalactites will be given 1 each to Li Yanlong and the other 2, while he already possesses 4 drops, and the remaining 5 drops will go to Gao Qio and the other 3. As for why there are 5 drops, it is mainly because the spiritual rice obtained this time can only buy this much. If he buys too much, he won't have spirit stones left to purchase pills. However, they have already consumed 1 drop each, and he only has 1 drop left. Coupled with the premium pills, it might be enough for them to cultivate for a year, and they can discuss it again next year. As for the other spirit stones, Li Luochen had no intention of taking them out. With 12,000 spirit stones, once his cultivation improves, he will continue to purchase islands and build spiritual veins. Next year, he will see if he can strike something good, such as foundation establishment pills. If his cultivation breaks through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and he cannot strike premium foundation establishment pills, he will have to accumulate spirit stones to purchase them. Although premium foundation establishment pills rarely appear in Qingsha workshop, they can be found in Beihai Immortal City, where foundation establishment pills are released every few years, providing an opportunity for loose cultivators and small families. However, compared to Beihai Immortal City, Li Luochen trusts his family's farming system more. Even if spiritual rice cannot yield extraordinary results, Haihun grass and crystal flower might, and even the water spirit mushroom has a chance. Thinking this, he arrived outside Li Yanzhong's room. Yanzhong, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Li Yanzhong, who was cultivating in the room, walked out looking somewhat confused as he stared at Li Luochen and quickly bowed. Greetings, family head. Li Luochen looked at his cultivation and said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. You have reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement and have good talent in drawing spirit symbols. Since that's the case, I will pass on the talisman master inheritance to you. Although it is only 1st year, it is still quite rare. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Yanzhong's eyes. Since the Li family was established over 4 years ago, he has turned 10 and is just a child who has barely started. Li Luochen took out the talisman master inheritance and explained its significance, which meant that the family head intended to cultivate him. Talisman masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and array masters are all pillars of the family in the art of cultivation. Although he has some talent as a talisman master, he did not expect the family head to bring him the talisman master inheritance. Even if it is only 1st year, it is still quite valuable and very rare among surrounding cultivation forces. Family head, is this for me? Li Luochen smiled and said, your talent in talisman crafting is good, so it should be passed on to you. You are a 3 spiritual roots cultivator, a seed for foundation establishment, and I hope you do not neglect your cultivation. Li Yanzhong said, seriously, family head, rest assured, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations of me. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with determination. Li Luochen took out the talisman master inheritance, then handed him the talisman brush and a significant amount of talisman paper. Finally, he took out a lot of straw and asked, Yanzhong, do you know how to make talisman paper? Li Yanzhong quickly nodded and said, family head, I do. This is a must-learn skill for everyone in the family. Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction and handed him the straw. Good, then focus on learning talisman crafting in the future. As for farming, we will talk about it once your cultivation reaches the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Li Yanzhong snatched the item Li Luochen and handed him with practiced speed and hurriedly slipped it into his storage pouch. Seeing the gesture, Li Luochen smiled, wrapped his head lightly, and hastened away from Qianlong Island. There were 2 months left before the spirit rice would mature. He had to return to tend those spirit herbs, for they would fetch a handsome price. Haihun Chao Cecil grass and Shui Jinghua crystal flower commanded 35 spirit stones apiece. Even if the 2 herbs together produced 200 mature plants, that would still be 7,000 spirit stones. If every plant matured, the sum would reach 14,000 spirit stones. As for Shui Lingji Water Lingji, each plant could earn 50 spirit stones. 200 plants would yield 10,000 spirit stones. If every herb here matured, their total value would surely be 24,000 spirit stones. Li Luochen was not greedy. 70% maturity was sufficient. With a critical yield, the rewards would still be considerable. After finishing these matters, he swiftly began to refine the century-old spirit milk within his body, assaulting the barrier of Qi, refining level 8. Half a month later, another ring had formed outside the mana cyclone in Li Luochen's Dantian. Though less conspicuous than the earlier 7 rings, he knew with certainty he had broken through to Qi refining level 8. Qi refining level 8 may be modest among sects like Qingsha men, but among solitary cultivators it is formidable. Coupled with Li Luochen's Shuidun Shu water escape technique, even a perfect Qi refining level 10 opponent could not easily catch him. At that moment, Li Luochen produced a pill, a Jingpin Yuanling Dan Premium Yuanling pill, precisely suited to elevating latest-stage Qi refining. With the century spirit milk he had yet to fully refine, breaking into Qi refining level 9 would be no obstacle. By then, surging to level 10 before the age of 80 would be straightforward, provided a foundation establishment pill was available. After his breakthrough, Li Luochen trained for another month and a half to cement his cultivation, then returned to Qianlong Island to plant spirit rice. Once the rice was planted, he returned to his underwater cave to tend the spirit herbs. Time passed 9.5 months, and when Li Luochen and the others finished harvesting the spirit rice, the system rewards arrived. First came first-tier mid-grade spirit rice, 4,500 gene harvested. It failed to trigger a direct critical bonus, but instead doubled in yield, resulting in a total of 13,500 gene of first-tier mid-grade spirit rice. As customary, they left 1,500 gene for their own use and took the remainder to market. 30,000 gene of first-tier low-grade spirit rice achieved a critical success, granting 1 drop of Yuanling Jinya Yuanling True Nectar, a precious aid to foundation establishment. If taken alongside an ordinary foundation establishment pill, a drop of Yuanling Jinya can raise a Qi refining level 10 cultivator's success rate to 60%, paired with a premium foundation pill that rate can climb to 80%. Unless plagued by terrible luck, an 80% chance is ample. Yuanling Jinya is a rare marvel of the world. It is said that in greater quantities it even aids golden core formation. Few ever possess it, and those who do rarely squander it as a simple foundation aid. Taken alone, it only grants a 20% boost. Remarkably, the 200,000 gene of ordinary spirit rice also triggered a critical and produced the Wuxing Jinling Ju 5 Elements True Spirit Manual for foundation establishment. The arrival of this technique was timely as snow to embers. Li Luochen had previously only obtained the Qi refining iteration of the Wuxing Jinling Ju, now the subsequent foundation method had appeared. Not only could he cultivate it, the Li family could benefit as well. After all, the Wuxing Jinling Ju divides into 5 separate arts. Whichever one a cultivator pursues, they may reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As for the straw yield, perhaps luck had run dry. It only doubled.
Though they were all of the lower grade, it was still terrifying. Most spirit origin realm experts might not accumulate even 10,000 lower grade spirit stones over their entire lifetime.
Because the first tier mid-grade spirit rice had reached 10,000 gene this time, by Qingsha still offered Li Luochen the market price. 12,000 gene of first-tier mid-grade spirit rice sold for 4,000 spirit stones. A 30,000 gene of first-tier low-grade fetched 3,000 spirit stones. 200,000 gene of ordinary spirit rice brought 2,000 spirit stones. This sale did not yield much, only 9,000 spirit stones. However, Li Yanzheng's talent for talismans was impressive. After selling the charms he produced, they earned an additional 3,000 spirit stones. According to family rules, after costs, the remaining profit is split between the family and the talisman maker at a 70-30 ratio. Even so, Li Yanzheng could still receive 700 to 800 spirit stones, enough to purchase pills to raise his cultivation. Consequently, Li Luochen could only keep 3,000 spirit stones. Aside from purchases of pills and the distribution of family stipends, the remainder must be stored in the family treasury. He then bought 200 bottles of Jingpin Ningling Dan Premium Ningling pills, 100 bottles of Jingpin Juling Dan Premium Juling pills, 50 bottles of Jingpin Huanglong Dan Premium Huanglong pills, and 10 Jingpin Yuanlong Dan Premium Yuanlong pills. After those purchases, Li Luochen had fewer than 5,000 spirit stones left. He spent 450 spirit stones on a drop of D Maishur Zhongru Earthvein Stalactite and was left with 4,500 spirit stones. With pills and spirit stones in his possession, he departed Qingsha market at speed. Barely had he left when he sensed someone following him. The feeling made him uneasy. Lacking a true means of self-preservation, he had barely reached the shoreline before unleashing his Shuedun Shu and vanished beneath the waves. The two who had come ashore cast a single glance and departed in resignation. Confronted with someone possessing a life-saving art, they had no recourse and could only watch him go. Li Luochen did not linger. Back on Qianlong Island, he realized his defensive measures were insufficient and silently hoped the next harvest would critically yield some life-saving treasures. Upon returning to the family, Li Luochen began to distribute the resources. Pills aside, there were the annual stipends. Li Yanlong and Li Yan, who were both Qi refining level 5, each receiving 40 spirit stones. Li Yanfeng at Qi refining level 4 received 30 spirit stones. Li Chongfeng had broken through to Qi refining level 3 and received 20 spirit stones per year. The rest of the Li family were at Qi refining level 2, each receiving 10 spirit stones annually. In total, the family's annual stipends summed to 150 spirit stones, leaving 4,350 spirit stones remaining. Of course, this total included Li Luochen's own stipend. Although he was the head of the family and carried many spirit stones, he did not intend to short himself. Future stipend plans were also laid out. Qi refining level 6 would receive 50 spirit stones per year, and 12 Jingpin Huanglong Dan at Qi refining level 7 would receive 80 spirit stones per year, and 12 Jingpin Ningfa Dan. Qi refining level 8 would receive 120 spirit stones per year, and 12 Jingpin Yuanlong Dan. Qi refining level 9 would receive 150 spirit stones per year, and 24 Jingpin Yuanlong Dan. Qi refining level 10 would receive 200 spirit stones per year and 12 Jingpin Yuanling Dan. Li Luochen is currently Qi refining level 8. His annual stipend is 120 spirit stones, plus the value of 2 Yuanlong Dan, totaling 220 spirit stones. After accounting for these allocations, only 4,130 spirit stones remained. That is the family's public account. From now on, Li Luochen has no intention of paying out of his own pocket unless for the construction of spiritual veins and the opening of spiritual fields, as spiritual fields are essential for him. From now on, Li Luochen has no intention of paying out of his own pocket unless for the construction of spiritual veins and the opening of spiritual fields. Even so, if he could avoid spending his own money, Li Luochen would prefer not to. As for the spirit stones he possesses, he plans to visit the Beihai Immortal City after breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement to see if he can purchase a second-tier magical artifact. Second-tier magical artifact, also known as spiritual instruments, possess tremendous power and are treasures used during the foundation establishment stage. It's not that they cannot be used in the Qi refinement stage, but they are simply too expensive for an ordinary person. The lowest grade of second-tier inferior magical artifacts is priced at over 3,000 spirit stones, while the mid-grade ones cost between 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, which is far beyond what an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner can afford. Li Luochen, having considerable wealth, naturally does not mind such a small amount of spirit stones. It would be great if he could purchase a set of 5 elements flying swords, though a complete set is significantly more expensive than ordinary magical artifacts. When the members of the Li family learned that so many spirit stones had entered the public account, they couldn't help but feel delighted. The Li family's spirit stones began to show a surplus, which is good news for them, indicating that the family is gradually rising. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Li Luochen couldn't help but smile as well. At this moment, Li Yanlong suddenly said, "Head of the family, there is something I need to tell you. Another girl on Qianlong Island has been tested and found to have spiritual roots. She has 3 roots and is 17 years old, named Zhou Xian. At the same time, there is also a family member with spiritual roots from the Zheng generation named Li Changming. Head of the family, you are not getting any younger. This Zhou Xian has quite a good aptitude with 3 spiritual roots. Why don't you take her as a disciple?" Li Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. Third uncle, you can't leave us with no heirs, can you?" Others also began to persuade, their eyes filled with anticipation. After all, the Li family was established by Li Luochen, who is also quickly improving his cultivation. However, everyone knows that it is extremely difficult for cultivators like them to establish a foundation. Therefore, they wish to see more cultivators born in their family. As long as there are enough cultivators, they might eventually have some with decent talent. Li Luochen hesitated for a moment and said, "You all have to let me see her first." "Where is she now?" Li Yanlong smiled and said, "Isn't it because we haven't received your approval yet? She is still with her secular family and Changming is also in the secular world. I plan to pick them up in 3 days." Li Luochen nodded and said, "All right, if I find her suitable, I wouldn't mind taking her as a Dao partner." In fact, having 3 spiritual roots is already quite good. Currently, there is only one member of the Li family with 3 spiritual roots, which is Li Yanjing. The fewer spiritual roots one has, the faster their cultivation speed. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Although Li Luochen knows he can definitely establish a foundation, cultivation isn't about abstinence. At worst, he could find a dual cultivation method later on. With this in mind, Li Luochen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Hearing his words, Li Yanlong and the others couldn't help but smile. They all entered the cultivation world thanks to Li Luochen and owe their current situation to him. They certainly do not want to see the line of Li Luochen come to an end. Li Luochen waved his hand and said, "All right, you all can leave now. Focus on your cultivation and Yanjing stay behind." After everyone dispersed, he quickly took out 800 spirit stones and handed them to Li Yanjing. "This is your reward for crafting talismans. If anyone in the family wishes to learn talisman crafting, you must teach them wholeheartedly." Li Yanjing nodded quickly and said, "Rest assured, head of the family. Since drawing spiritual talismans can earn spirit stones, I won't hold back." Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction, turned, and left the discussion hall, returning to his own room. Once back, he began to cultivate. The 100-year-old spiritual milk within him had not yet been fully refined, and now, when combined with the Yuan Ling Dan for cultivation, his speed increased even further. However, he did not linger there for long, and the spiritual herbs in the underwater cave were still very fragrant, and he did not wish for anything to happen to them. He just had to wait for Li Yanlong to return. He couldn't go back directly, which was a bit frustrating. That afternoon, while Li Luochen was resting, Li Yanlong returned with 2 individuals and brought them directly outside Li Luocheng's room. "Greetings, head of the family. I have brought them back." Li Luochen looked behind him to see a small child and a girl around 16 or 17. The child appeared confused with a hint of timidity in his eyes. The girl had delicate features, though she wasn't exceptionally beautiful. Her figure and looks were quite impressive. She glanced up at Li Luochen, then quickly lowered her head shyly, not daring to look again. Cultivators generally possess good temperaments. As long as they are not from evil paths, they usually look decent. Although Li Luocheng was already 53, he was definitely a handsome middle-aged man, and the girl was very pleased with him. After all, Li Luocheng is an immortal, and hearing from Li Yanlong that she would be marrying this immortal made her somewhat excited. Li Luocheng was very satisfied with this girl who appeared very clean and was exactly his type. Very good. I will leave Changming in your care. Make sure to guide him in his cultivation well. However, Zhou Xian will be taught by Yanfeng. I will be returning to the underwater cave to cultivate. She does not have enough cultivation to accompany me. As for becoming dual cultivation partners with her, I am willing, but I wonder how she feels about it. Li Luocheng did not want to force anyone, although he was a cultivator, and marrying him would be considered an elevation for the other party. If the girl was unwilling, he would not insist. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian quickly said, I am willing. Though her voice was small, both Li Luocheng and Li Yanlong, being cultivators, could naturally hear her, and smiles appeared on their faces. Good. Since you are willing, then cultivate well. You have 3 spiritual roots, so your cultivation speed will definitely not be slow. Yanmong Yanzhong has already obtained the inheritance of a talisman master. You can go learn talisman crafting from him. Let's go, we should find Yanfeng. As he spoke, he headed towards Li Yanfeng's courtyard with Li Yanlong and the others quickly following behind. Upon arriving outside Li Yanfeng's courtyard, the door was opened by Gao Qingzhou, whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Over the past 2 years, they had been using the earth vein stone stalactites for cultivation, which greatly accelerated their progress. If they could consume 5 drops of earth vein stone stalactite, their cultivation would definitely break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, but the subsequent cultivation speed would slow down as the earth vein stone stalactite could only be used in 5 drops. Greetings, head of the family. Greetings, big brother. Li Luocheng smiled and said, no need to be so formal, you are doing well. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement as soon as possible. Gao Qingzhou quickly replied, yes, head of the family. Li Luocheng asked, where is Yanfeng? Gao Qingzhou awkwardly smiled and glanced towards the door, his eyes full of affection. Yanfeng is with child and is currently cultivating in her room. Li Luocheng's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, good lad, I didn't expect you to have news so soon. That's great. Both of his parents possess spiritual roots and they are also cultivators, so the likelihood of their child having a spiritual root is quite high, as is the probability of being born with a true spiritual root. Hearing this, Li Luochen was very pleased and turned his gaze to Li Yanlong. Yanlong, what about you? Any news? Li Yanlong shook his head and said, Chief, not yet. We are working hard. Upon hearing this, Li Luochen smiled and said, you and Yan, we need to hurry up. Just look at Yafeng and then at Qizhou, their efficiency is so high. By the way, Yanlong, in the future, if anyone outside the Li family is tested for spiritual roots and has good character, let them be seen by the cultivators first. If they are deemed suitable, they can become Dao partners. If no cultivator is interested, then allow them to marry into the Li family's secular lineage. If they produce enough children with spiritual roots, it won't be impossible for them to embark on the path of cultivation. Do you understand? Do everything possible to increase the number of family members with spiritual roots. Li Yanlong nodded and said, yes, Chief, I understand. Just as they were talking, Li Yanfeng pushed the door open and walked out. Upon seeing Zhou Xian behind Li Luochen, her eyes lit up. Third uncle, this must be third aunt, come in quickly. Li Luochen smiled and said, Zhou Xian has no cultivation, so she can't accompany me to live in the underwater cave. I want you to teach her to cultivate first, and when she has some cultivation, she can train with me. Li Yanfeng smiled and said, sure, I can definitely teach third aunt how to cultivate. Li Luochen smiled and said, even though you're expecting, don't neglect your cultivation, it's beneficial for both you and the child. Li Yanfeng nodded and said, don't worry, third uncle, I understand. Li Luochen gave them a few more instructions, learning that Li Yanfeng had already been pregnant for a month, which made him very happy. In no more than 8 months, the Li family would welcome a new addition. Finally, he turned his gaze to Zhou Xian, taking out 100 spirit stones and giving them to her for proper cultivation. He also gave Li Changming 30 spirit stones before leaving Qianlong Island. In the underwater cave, after checking the growth of the spiritual herbs, Li Luochen felt a bit pained. Just a few days away had caused 3 spiritual herbs to wither. After examining the situation, he found leeches had appeared on them. After dealing with the 3 spiritual herbs, he quickly checked again, confirming there were no other leeches before returning to the cultivation cave. For the next 2 months, Li Luochen checked the spiritual herbs daily, and once he confirmed that those 3 were just an accident, he finally felt relieved. When it was time to plant spiritual rice, Li Luochen returned to Qianlong Island, planted the spiritual fields properly, and then went back to the underwater cave to continue his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed. Li Luochen awoke from his cultivation, now at the late stage of Qi refinement, level 8, not far from the peak. Now he quickly went outside and saw the fully matured Haihan grass and crystal flowers smiling with satisfaction. They are all mature, finally matured. I wonder what good things I will obtain after this harvest. Subsequently, Luochen quickly harvested the medicinal materials, gathering 195 hun grasses and 190 crystal flowers. Although Luochen had taken good care of them during this time, he still lost 15 plants. It was unavoidable. He couldn't keep watching the spiritual herbs all the time, as he also needed to cultivate. Over 3 days, Luochen collected all the Haihan grass and crystal flowers, and a smile appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 195 hun grasses worth 6,825 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical hit on the Haihan grass has succeeded, earning a set of second-tier middle-grade 5-element magical flying swords. Hearing this critical hit, Luochen couldn't help but feel excited. A second-tier middle-grade magical flying sword has come at just the right time. Although he couldn't use it right now, he would be able to once he broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, Luochen became even more excited. Now he didn't need this item, so he didn't take it out to examine. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 190 crystal flowers worth 6,650 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical hit on the crystal flower has succeeded, earning 3 bottles of top-quality gathering spirit pills. Seeing this critical hit, Luochen stood up excitedly. These pills enhance spiritual sense, and if there are 10 in each bottle, that's 30 pills. If he were to consume all these pills that increase spiritual sense, he wondered how much his spiritual sense would grow. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of the foundation establishment pills he had been longing for, which left him somewhat disappointed. Shaking his head helplessly, he quickly turned over the spiritual fields and then returned to the cave to continue his cultivation. At this moment, Luochen thought of Yifeng, as she must be about to give birth. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made his way to Qianlong Island. After staying there for half a month, Yifeng gave birth to a big healthy boy, naming him Chang'an. The Li family members all liked this big boy very much. After seeing the child, Luochen returned to the underwater cave. Over a month later, Luochen returned to Qianlong Island again, seeing the matured spiritual rice and the waiting family members by the spiritual fields. He nodded in satisfaction. It's harvest season again. As usual, let's start harvesting the spiritual rice. All the members of the Li family were present, including Li Yanfeng, who had just given birth and was holding her child nearby. Zhou Xian had also reached Qi refinement level 1. With enough resources, she would soon be able to cultivate further. Yanfeng, you don't need to work this year. Take good care of yourself. Li Yanfeng did not refuse, as she had just given birth and was not that strong yet. The Li family members then began harvesting the spiritual rice, which took 2 days to complete. Once all the rice was stored in the storage bags, the system voice sounded in Luochen's mind again. This harvest was good. The ordinary spiritual rice had tripled in yield. Originally 200,000 pounds, Luochen's system space had gained 600,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice. 30,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spiritual rice after the system's triple yield had increased to 90,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spiritual rice in Luochen's system space. 4,500 pounds of first-tier middle-grade spiritual rice with a critical hit succeeded, received 1 drop of Yuanling True Liquid. Some straws critical hit succeeded, earned 3 second-tier inferior life-saving talismans: Fire Dragon Talisman, Golden Bell Talisman, Golden Sword Talisman. This harvest was quite good, unexpectedly obtaining a drop of Yuanling True Liquid, which is a valuable item. Unfortunately, the foundation establishment pills that Luochen longed for still hadn't appeared. However, he wasn't anxious, as his current cultivation was only at Qi refinement level 8. He hadn't reached Qi refinement level 9 yet. With the critical hit on the spiritual rice, this harvest was definitely substantial. Luochen couldn't wait to go to Qingsha City to sell these items, as he had acquaintances there who offered good prices. Alright, you all stay at home. Remember to turn over the spiritual fields. I am off to sell these spiritual. By the way, you all should practice this water escape technique well. If you encounter any danger in the future, you can use the technique to escape. As he spoke, a jade slip fell in front of Li Yanlong. Then, without waiting for his family to react, he took off flying on his sword, leaving Qianlong Island. In the bustling Qingsha Square, Luochen arrived at Lingmi workshop with ease, spotting by Qingsha, who was attending to guests, and began to browse through the workshop. As for finding someone else to attend to him, Luochen had no such intention. After all, he was Bai Qingsha's guest. If he sought another service and sold Lingmi to others, it would undoubtedly create animosity with Bai Qingsha. Before long, Bai Qingsha sent off the guests and walked over. Apologies, Li Daoyou, I was delayed a bit because a senior brother from the sect came to sell Lingmi. Luochen waved his hand and said, no need for formality, shall we find a quiet place to talk? Bai Qingsha slightly nodded and led him to the VIP room. He knew that Li Luocheng brought a substantial amount this time, but he was unsure of the exact quantity. After entering the VIP room, Bai Qingkong activated the formation and then asked, "How much Lingmi did you bring this time?" Li Luocheng smiled and replied, "I don't have any first-tier middle-grade Lingmi, but I have 120,000 pounds of first-tier low-grade Lingmi, a 0,000 pounds of ordinary Lingmi, 195 stalks of first-tier high-grade Haihun grass, and 190 stalks of first-tier high-grade crystal flower. That's all I have. Please assess how many spirit stones this amounts to." He did not plan to sell the first-tier middle-grade Lingmi since he had only a small amount which he intended to keep for his family. The resources he was selling this time were considerable and would definitely yield a large sum of spirit stones. Bai Qingkong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Luocheng. First-tier high-grade medicinal herbs, Haihun grass, and crystal flower. Each stalk is worth 35 spirit stones, and you have a total of 385 stalks. He continued, "Let's not dwell on these. I'll offer you 15,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? As for the Lingmi, how about 20,000 spirit stones?" Li Luocheng smiled and said, "That sounds good, thank you, Daoyu." He did not expect such a great haul this time. In total, he would have 35,000 spirit stones. If he added what he had, he could even purchase a foundation establishment pill. According to the auction prices in Beihai Immortal City, an ordinary foundation establishment pill was valued at 35,000 spirit stones, while a premium one was nearly 50,000 spirit stones. Even if he could procure a foundation establishment pill, it might not be safe. Without foundation establishment cultivation, how could he compete in an auction for such a pill? It was better not to risk it, as he might not even know how he would perish. Having acquired so many spirit stones, Li Luocheng was not excited, but rather very concerned. "By Daoyu, may I ask how Ling Islands under the jurisdiction of the Qingsha sect are sold?" "I wish to purchase a Ling Island that possesses a first-tier low-grade spiritual vein." Bai Qingkong shook his head and said, "This matter is not within my purview, but if you wish to buy, I can make an introduction for you." Coincidentally, the elder managing the islands is right in the square, so after we finish our transaction, we can go find him. Li Luocheng quickly nodded, thinking that if he had an acquaintance, it might be cheaper. The two soon completed their transaction. After Bai Qingkong greeted him, he led Li Luocheng toward the center of the square. They quickly arrived outside a shop that sold islands. Bai Qingkong whispered, "This elder has a bit of a temper, so don't haggle too much. I will help you negotiate the lowest price." For him, Li Luocheng was a big customer, so he naturally had to give some instructions. Li Luocheng could continuously bring him contribution points, which were far more valuable than spirit stones for the disciples of their sect. What they lacked was contribution points. Upon entering the shop, they saw a recliner behind the counter where an old man was asleep. The old man emitted no aura, appearing as an ordinary person, indicating he understood. Upon entering the shop, they saw a recliner behind the counter where an old man was asleep. The old man emitted no aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Li Luocheng did not dare to be careless. Since Bai Qingkong referred to him as uncle, he was undoubtedly not simple. "Qingkong, how come this little fellow has time to visit me?" After a moment's wait, the old man opened his eyes and asked with a smile. Bai Qingkong quickly replied respectfully, "Uncle, my friend wishes to purchase a Ling Island, and I brought him here for you." The old man suddenly sat up, turning his gaze toward Li Luocheng. Upon sensing the aura around Li Luocheng, he slightly nodded. "8th layer of Qi refinement, that's decent. Train well, and you might not be unable to achieve foundation establishment in the future. What quality of Ling Island are you looking to purchase? Share it with me." Li Luocheng hurriedly said, "I need an island close to Qianlong Island that has 2 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins. Do you have any?" The old man furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you referring to that mortal island in the northeast corner?" "Oh, I remember now, you purchased that island about 7 or 8 years ago, right? I didn't expect you to cultivate it into a Ling Island. Not bad, not bad. Since you wish to purchase another island, it seems you have established your own force. This island is called Yulong Island, covering approximately 50 square kilometers with 3 parallel first-tier low-grade spiritual veins. Can you handle it? If you can manage it, I can offer you some discounts, and I will also gift you 5 ordinary small islands surrounding this one. How about that?" Li Luocheng contemplated. Although the Li family was not large, there were still over a dozen members. His current cultivation had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and he was not far from the 9th layer. Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua had both reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. With a first-tier middle-grade boundary-breaking pill, breaking through to the 6th layer in a short time was not a problem. Even though Li Yanfeng took a year off for childbirth, she could still manage to break through to the 5th layer within 2 years. With a first-tier middle-grade boundary-breaking pill, a year would be sufficient. Gao Qingzhou and the others had already reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. If they refined 5 drops of earth vein stone stalactites, breaking through to the 4th layer would not be an issue. Given this, acquiring Yulong Island would definitely not be a problem. 3 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins could open up 60 mu of first-tier low-grade spiritual fields and 150 mu of ordinary spiritual fields. With so many spiritual fields to plant Lingmi, how many good things could he harvest from the future Lingmi? Thinking of this, Luochen asked Senior, how much is Yulong Island? If I purchase it, can I reduce the protection fee by a few decades? The old man replied with a smile, it seems my young friend has made a decision. Since that's the case, let me explain. Yulong Island has 3 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins, each valued at 8,000 spirit stones. In addition, for the entire island, you can give me 30,000 spirit stones. As for the protection fee, I will waive it for 30 years, including your current Qianlong Island. How does that? Upon hearing this, Luochen slightly nodded and said, all right, thank you, Senior. May I ask how much the protection fee will be for all 7 islands, including Qianlong Island, after 30 years? The old man shook his head slightly and said, those 5 small islands are a gift, so no protection fee is required for them. As for Qianlong Island and Yulong Island, how about 1,000 spirit stones every 10 years? Luochen smiled and said, all right, thank you for your care, Senior. He knew that he had benefited from this purchase of Yulong Island, otherwise an island with 3 spiritual veins would definitely not cost merely 30,000 spirit stones. He had made a great profit. The elder nodded in satisfaction. He indeed intended to extend his favor to Luochen after all the young man had been brought by Qingsha. Though Qingsha was no scion of a prominent clan, he did have a foundation establishment cultivator backing him, and one who was also on friendly terms with the elder himself. Since Qingsha had personally escorted him here, their relationship must be sound, thus granting Luochen some courtesy was entirely reasonable. After all, the authority to approve island sales within the sect rested solely in his hands, so long as the transaction incurred no loss. The terms were entirely at his discretion. Thereupon Luochen swiftly produced 30,000 spirit stones, and in exchange received from the elder the master tokens for Yulong Island and its 5 surrounding isles, along with a 30-year exemption certificate from protection fees. Only then departing the shop contentedly beside Qingsha. How was it? A fruitful acquisition, I trust? Qingsha asked with a smile. Luochen hastened to reply, many thanks, Senior fellow Taoist. Should you ever require my service, please do not hesitate to command me. Qingsha shook his head and said, I shall remain stationed at the spirit rice workshop for another 5 years. During this time you must cultivate as much spirit rice as possible and continue growing both sea soul grass and crystal blossoms. I shall not conceal it from you, the sect differs markedly from other realms. I require abundant spirit rice and spirit herbs to earn contribution points. Only through such points may I redeem a foundation establishment pill. I possess a triple spirit root. A single foundation establishment pill may well prove insufficient for successful breakthrough. Hence, I require more contribution points. Should you fully supply me with spirit rice and spirit herbs upon my successful foundation establishment, I shall grant your descendants, those bearing the triple spirit root, the honor of entering Qingsha sect as outer sect disciples. Indeed, Qingsha's promise was alluring, and his sincerity genuine. The price he offered was fair, leaving Luochen thoroughly satisfied. After all, the terms were equitable. If profit was assured, why not sell exclusively to Qingsha? Should Qingsha ascend to the foundation establishment realm, the Li clan would forge an even deeper alliance with him. Luochen harbored quiet confidence his own path to foundation establishment would lag behind his counterparts by scarcely a step. Moreover, should Qingsha truly achieve foundation establishment, members of the Li clan would thereafter gain entry into Qingsha sect, a most auspicious prospect. Agreed. Rest assured, Senior fellow Taoist, I shall exert my utmost effort. Having secured Yulong Island and acquired 5 adjacent ordinary isles at no extra cost, the next steps were cultivating spirit fields and assigning personnel to garrison Yulong Island. As for the Li clan's mundane kin, Qianlong Island was too cramped, a portion would need relocation. As for the ordinary inhabitants already dwelling on Yulong Island, Luochen had already devised their resettlement. As before, offspring born to those possessing spirit roots stood a far greater chance of inheriting such roots. Those of commendable character might wed cultivators of the Li clan and embark upon the Tao. Those lacking virtue, however, would be retained solely for breeding purposes. At this thought, a faint knowing smile curled Luochen's lips. For the sake of his grand cultivation enterprise, such measures were indispensable. After all, whose fault was it? But there's that their moral fiber proved so wanting. Senior fellow Taoist, what else do you intend to purchase? I'd be glad to accompany you, Qingsha offered with a smile. Luochen inquired, Senior fellow Taoist, might you know where one might acquire an island protection formation? A first-tier supreme-grade formation will suffice. I require 2 sets. Qingsha paused briefly in contemplation. I do happen to know a junior sister who specializes in formation arts, though I'm uncertain whether she currently holds any formation arrays in stock. Let me inquire first. As he spoke, a communication talisman materialized in his palm. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he transmitted his query. Junior Sister Chen, do you possess a first-tier supreme-grade formation array? One capable of covering a broad area if possible. Scarcely had the talisman departed when Bai Qingkong received her reply. Senior Brother Bai, I still hold several first-tier supreme-grade formation arrays, including those designed for expansive coverage. How many would you require? Bai Qingkong transmitted again 2 comprehensive offense and defense arrays. What would be the price? Upon concluding the transmission, silence followed. Bai Qingkong furrowed his brow, puzzled by his junior sister's uncharacteristic delay, yet moments later a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the Spirit Rice workshop. Senior Brother Bai, I happened to be in the market and came straight away upon receiving your message. Still, are you certain you truly require first-tier supreme-grade comprehensive arrays? Only then did Bai Qingkong smile and gesture toward a nearby VIP chamber. Let us discuss this inside. The workshop bustled with patrons and gossip. Exposing Li Luochen there could invite unwanted attention, and any ensuing losses would fall squarely upon him. Inside the VIP chamber, Bai Qingkong introduced Li Luochen. This is Senior Fellow Daoist Li. He requires 2 comprehensive first-tier supreme-grade formation arrays. Do you happen to have them in stock, Junior Sister? Junior Sister Chen turned her gaze toward Li Luochen and asked, I do possess such arrays, but at what price range would you wish to transact? Li Luochen responded promptly, many thanks, Senior Fellow Daoist. A price near 3,000 spirit stones per set would suit perfectly. In truth, this was already steep. For 6,000 spirit stones one could procure a second-tier inferior grade array. After a moment's reflection, Junior Sister Chen produced 2 formation arrays and began her explanation. These 2 arrays are the Water Curtain Sword Formation and the Celestial Radiance Azure Water Formation. Both are first-tier supreme-grade comprehensive arrays. Each requires only 200 spirit stones to activate for 1 full year. When deployed in combat, spirit stones must be fed continuously. As for defensive resilience and offensive potency, given sufficient spirit stones, even a 10th level Qi condensation cultivator would struggle to breach them within 10 or 15 days. Li Luochen's eyes gleamed with delight. In that case, I shall take both arrays. Many thanks, immortal lady. Hearing herself addressed thus, Junior Sister Chen instinctively smiled. Very well, these 2 arrays are now yours. As she spoke, the arrays glided smoothly toward Li Luochen and settled gently upon the table beside him. Li Luochen promptly withdrew 6,000 spirit stones and handed them to Junior Sister Chen. With the transaction concluded, both parties departed satisfied, she in swift departure. Li Luochen likewise took his leave. Though the excursion had consumed considerable spirit stones, its returns were substantial, foremost among them Yulong Island, a spirit island endowed with 3 first-tier inferior-grade spirit veins and its 5 attendant isles. Should these 3 spirit veins mature into first-tier intermediate-grade veins, the system's rewards would multiply accordingly. Moreover, those 5 smaller isles held untapped potential. Even without spirit veins, fertile spirit-rich land would suffice. Spirit rice required no vein per SE, only soil infused with spiritual energy. Upon leaving the Spirit Rice workshop, Li Luochen used his remaining spirit stones to purchase earth vein stone resin and cultivation pills. The resin would serve Gao Qizhou and his companions, the pills would benefit younger clan members not yet of age for formal cultivation. The quantity of earth vein stone resin purchased sufficed for Gao Qingou and 2 others, and even for Zhou Xian. Li Chongfeng's share was secured as well, though he would need to wait 2 years. As for the pills, he acquired enough to cover 3 years' annual rations. The remainder of his spirit stones would sustain 5 years' worth of formation maintenance, with whatever remained allocated toward those same 3 years' rations. He also procured seeds for spirit herbs, but only for sea soul grass and crystal blossoms. Water Lingji had yet to mature, purchasing seeds was unnecessary. Moreover, so long as its root remained intact, Water Lingji would regenerate naturally, no need to waste spirit stones on redundant seed purchases. Li Luochen departed Qingsha Island with utmost caution, having undertaken such journeys multiple times before he returned safely to Qianlong Island. Within the Li clan's palace on Qianlong Island, Li Yanlong and the others gazed at Li Luochen in utter disbelief. Clan head, surely you're not mistaken. Our Qianlong Li clan has acquired 6 additional islands, and one of them is a spirit island. Yes, clan head. Though we've long wished for more spirit islands, their price is steep indeed. Did you truly purchase one? Li Yanlong and the others remained incredulous. Li Luochen had merely journeyed once to Qingsha Island, yet the clan now possessed an entire spirit island, complete with 3 Tier 1 lower-grade spirit veins. Li Luochen smiled. Naturally, this is no fabrication. Here is the Lord's token and proof of 30 years exemption from protection fees. Next, within 2 months, we must cultivate spirit fields around the spirit veins on Yulong Island to generate abundant cultivation resources for our Li clan. Upon seeing the Isle Lord's token, Li Yanlong and the others nodded in unison, their eyes alight with fierce resolve. They knew Yulong Island well. It lay near Qianlong Island on the fringes of the Baymen archipelago. Logically, Yulong Island, with its 3 spirit veins, should have drawn great interest, yet it remained overlooked, isolated far from any other spirit islands. Other cultivation sects deemed it too remote and prohibitively expensive, thus none had shown interest. Rogue cultivators lacked sufficient spirit stones. Li Luochen's ability to amass such a sum was made possible only by a system, a boon without which the Li clan could never have secured its second island so swiftly. Li Luochen continued, there is another matter. The spirit stones used to purchase this island were not solely drawn from the clan's treasury. I borrowed a substantial portion. I have already prepared your annual stipends for the next 3 years. The profits earned over the following 2 years will go toward repaying this debt. Do you object? Li Yanlong and the others suddenly understood, so that was why the clan head had been able to produce such a vast sum. He had borrowed the spirit stones. Repaying the debt within just 2 years was exceptionally generous, especially since their stipends would continue uninterrupted for 3 full years, entailing no personal loss whatsoever. Moreover, they had all begun studying talismanic art under Li Yanjing. Should they succeed, they could earn supplementary resources. Yes, clan head, we harbor no grievances. Uncle Third, your devotion to the clan is immeasurable. We shall never fail to honor the faith you place in us. Li Luochen nodded approvingly, then withdrew a Tier 1 lower-grade alchemist's legacy scroll from his spatial storage pouch and placed it upon the table. Whoever wishes to study this may do so freely. I trust your spirit stones suffice to acquire a refining furnace. Try your hand at pill refinement. Who knows? Success may yet await. Li Yanfeng said, Uncle Third, I would gladly learn alchemy, but the resource investment is immense. Others nodded in agreement. Compared to talismanic art, alchemy demanded exorbitant resources, and even then success was uncertain. After a moment's reflection, Li Luochen replied, very well. Those who wish to study may examine it at their leisure. Those who do not need not. Place it in the clan's scripture pavilion. Zhou Xian, how fares your cultivation? Zhou Xian hastened to reply, clan head, my aptitude is modest. I have only reached Qi refinement level 1. Li Luochen gave a slight nod. I see. Tell me, would you consent to become my Dao companion and walk the path of immortality alongside me? Zhou Xian quickly responded, clan head, I willingly accept. I have regarded myself as yours ever since arriving at Qianlong Valley. Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction. Then henceforth you shall reside in Luochen residence. Hearing this, Zhou Xian's eyes brightened. This signified Li Luochen's full acceptance of her. Yes, clan head. Li Luochen frowned slightly. Still, clan head. Husband. Li Luochen nodded approvingly. Though some might deem it an old bull grazing on tender grass, he was after all a cultivator, and quite content to do so. Li Yanlong and the others, ever perceptive, bowed deeply at once. We pay homage to the clan head and to the clan lady. Li Luochen waved his hand dismissively. We are family, no formalities required. One more matter, all Li clan members who have reached the appropriate age may each receive 5 drops of earth vein spirit milk. Those aged 18 and above may claim theirs directly from me. The Li clan members responded in unison, yes, clan head. Having concluded these matters, Li Luochen immediately led his clansmen toward Yulong Island. Yulong Island housed native inhabitants, ordinary mortals unaffiliated with cultivation. Before its sale, the island had been self-governed by its civilian population. Now that it belonged to the Li clan as a spirit island, sovereignty rested solely with them. Spanning over 50 square kilometers, Yulong Island held all 3 spirit veins in its eastern region, while civilians resided in the west. Li Luochen and his party soon located the spirit veins, concealed beneath a Tier 1 mid-grade formation, rendering them imperceptible to outsiders. Any rogue cultivator daring to covet them would face swift retribution from Qingsha sect. Yet possession of the Isle Lord's token changed everything. The formation would recognize its rightful master. Upon entering its perimeter, a rich wave of spiritual energy washed over them, and Li Luochen nodded in quiet approval. The spiritual energy is commendable, ideal for cultivating spirit fields. Though these are merely 3 Tier 1 lower-grade spirit veins, they are indispensable to our Li clan. Here is my directive, Yanhu, you shall remain here with Yanfeng Lu Xiaoling and Gao Qingzhou to clear spirit fields and plant spirit rice. After a brief pause, Li Luochen added, let Chongqing assist you as well. Li Chongqing, the second eldest among the Chang generation, was now 14 years old, his cultivation having reached the peak of Qi refinement level 2, nearing level 3. As for Li Changfeng, he had already broken through to Qi refinement level 3 in 2 years. Upon turning 18, he would be eligible to consume earth vein spirit milk to advance further. If he successfully refined 5 drops, his cultivation would undoubtedly surpass Qi refinement level 5, rendering him fully capable of standing on his own. Li Yanhu's heart leapt with joy. He bowed deeply. Yes, clan head, I swear to safeguard these spirit fields with unwavering diligence. Li Luochen nodded in approval and handed him a sufficient supply of spirit-gathering, earth-fusing talismans. As they conferred, several middle-aged men arrived outside the formation's boundary, standing respectfully without daring to disturb those within. Li Luochen sensed their arrival instantly, but first he completed all arrangements for Yulong Island. Only then did he step beyond the formation, his clansmen following closely behind. Seeing Li Luochen emerge, the men immediately knelt in reverence. "We humbly greet the immortal master. Surely you are the new Owl Lord." Li Luochen gave a slight nod and produced the Owl Lord's token. "Correct. From this day forth, Yulong Island belongs to the Qianlong Li clan." The lead man hurriedly replied, "We pay homage to the Owl Lord. We serve as stewards of several towns across the island. If you require anything, please inquire of us. Should you wish to replace us, you may do so at any time." Li Luochen asked how many towns and villages exist, and what is the total population. This was his true concern. The island's limited size meant its mortal populace was comparatively sparse, and strategic resettlement of Li clan members would be vital. The leader quickly said, returning to the island master, there are 5 towns and 25 villages on the entire island, with a total population of about 40,000 people. Li Luochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of 40,000 is not too many, much better than Qianlong Island. Not bad. Do you know if there are any places on this island suitable for establishing towns? The man hurriedly replied, "Island master, we are naturally aware of this. Are you planning to build a city?" Li Luochen smiled and said, "I do have this idea, but I'll wait until my Li family members have migrated over before discussing it further. The several towns will still be managed by you, but I must not hear of any evil deeds from you. If anyone commits evil, they should come forward themselves. Do not let me find out, otherwise your entire family will be executed." The several men quickly nodded. Those who had not committed evil deeds showed joy on their faces, while those who had were filled with trepidation. Li Luochen ignored them. There were still many things to do, and he had no time to chat idly with them. With these men leading the way, Li Luochen and his group soon saw a vast plain covering about 10,000 acres. After seeing this, Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed suitable for building a small city. However, it was not the right time yet. The number of ordinary people in the Qianlong Li family is still too few, and since he has not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage, building a city would be too ostentatious. Li Luochen did not dwell on it, and made a note of this place, planning to build a city after breaking through to foundation establishment. As the ordinary members of the Li family continued to have children, their numbers saw a significant increase. In a short time, these children were still young, and it was not a problem. By the time they grew up, he might have already become a foundation establishment powerhouse. After taking care of these matters, Li Luochen began to set up the formation. The Tianhua Bishui formation was arranged on Yulong Island. This formation is a protective island formation covering a large area, and Li Luochen controlled it within the island's boundaries. Since this place is close to the spiritual cultivation realm of the continent, there are not many demonic beasts, and protective island formations are quite rare. With the protective island formation established on Yulong Island, it is exceptionally safe. After setting up the formation and giving a few instructions to Li Yanhu and the others, Li Luochen returned to Qianlong Island and did not rush to leave. That night, he and Zhou Xinyuan consummated their marriage. He was not a cultivator who pursued hardship. Since he chose a Dao partner, he naturally had to contribute to the prosperity of the Li family. During the consummation, Li Luochen did not expect that the Wuxing Jinling Ju would actually have a dual cultivation effect. Although the effect was not very strong during their first dual cultivation, with the mutual assistance of their primordial yin and primordial yang, Li Luochen broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, while Zhou Xian directly broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Li Luochen's cultivation had originally reached the peak of the 8th layer of qi refinement, and he was not far from the 9th layer. This breakthrough with Zhou Xin's primordial yin was quite normal. Zhou Xin's main issue was that her cultivation was too low. The dual cultivation ability of the Wuxing Jinling Ju was weak, but it didn't matter as Li Luochen's cultivation was high. The next morning, feeling the breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refinement, Li Luochen's smile was even brighter. "No, I must find a dual cultivation technique. The dual cultivation effect of the Wuxing Jinling Ju is too poor." Zhou Xian was also overjoyed, and not only had she become the matriarch of a cultivating family, but through dual cultivation she had also advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, something she had never even dared to dream of before. "Husband." After eating, Zhou Xian shyly sat in front of Li Luochen, unsure of what to say. Li Luochen smiled and said, "My lady, this is a geomancy stone stalactite. You are of the right age, and your cultivation has reached the level where you can consume the geomancy stone stalactite to rapidly enhance your cultivation. After refining 5 drops of the geomancy stone stalactite, your cultivation should reach the 5th layer of qi refinement. Coupled with your 3 spiritual roots talent, you may very well be able to establish a foundation in the future." Upon seeing the geomancy stone stalactite, Zhou Xin's eyes lit up with joy as she seriously said, "Husband, you can rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations, and will break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement as soon as possible." After a year of teaching from Li Yanfeng, she was no longer a novice in cultivation. While she dared not speak of foundation establishment, breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement was nothing for her now that she had geomancy stone stalactite. Among the entire Li family, there were only 2 with 3 spiritual roots, Li Yanjing and Zhou Xian. The cultivation speed of the 2 of them would not be too slow. Take Li Yanjing for example, he is now 13 years old and has been cultivating for about 6 years, having also broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement before the age of 18 is not a problem, and if he uses the geomancy stone stalactite again, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement will also not be an issue. It is just unknown how many children with spiritual roots will be born this year. After all, this is the 6th year since the establishment of the Li family, and the ordinary members of the Li family started having children in the 1st year. Even if there are none this year, there should be some next year. A few days later, Li Yanlong returned to Li family town and brought back 2 children with spiritual roots. These 2 children both possess 4 spiritual roots, namely Li Changyuan and Li Changjing, who are exactly 6 years old this year. The addition of 2 fresh bloodlines has made the Qianlong Li family even more prosperous. Li Luochen stayed with the family for 5 days, and after arranging the water curtain sword formation, he took Zhou Xian and left. This is just a shallow sea area, and there are not many powerful demonic beasts. Li Luochen's current cultivation can fully ensure Zhou Xin's safety. Since she is his Dao partner, he naturally wants her by his side. Moreover, the underwater cave has a good cultivation environment, and with the presence of a spiritual eye, cultivation will be much more efficient. Zhou Xian was arranged to cultivate next to the spiritual eye. Li Luochen had no use for that thing, as the spiritual energy emitted from the spiritual eye was too weak to enhance his cultivation. Currently his cultivation has already reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, and the century-old spiritual milk in his body has already been mostly refined. Next he will need to use high-quality Yuan Ling Dan for cultivation. When it was time to plant the spiritual rice, Li Luochen first planted the crystal flower and the ocean soul grass. These spiritual herbs are also good for the Li family, but unfortunately this cave can only open up 6 acres of spiritual fields. If only more acres could be opened up, it would be even better. Li Luochen plans to directly move the spiritual vein here after his cultivation improves. Now that his cultivation has reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, he is fully qualified to possess a first-grade top-quality spiritual vein. However, moving a spiritual vein is not easy. It requires a spirit capture talismans, which are of high quality, with the lowest being a first-grade top-grade talisman, capable of capturing any first-grade spiritual vein. The first-grade spiritual vein obtained is stored within the spirit capture talismans, and when needed it can be placed underground along with the talisman. Once the spirit capture talismans is buried, as long as several hundred spirit stones are invested, the spiritual vein can break open the talisman and be stored underground. However, spirit capture talismans are rare. Although the market price is 500 spirit stones, they are basically unavailable except at auctions. When they do appear at auctions, they are fiercely contested, and the price will not be lower than 3,000 spirit stones. After planting the spiritual herbs, Li Luochen took Zhou Xian back to Qianlong Island. Upon returning, he saw Li Yanlong and the others planting spiritual rice, and joined them. After completing the planting of spiritual rice on Qianlong Island, they proceeded to Yulong Island, where they saw that the spiritual fields had been planted with spiritual rice. He arranged for them to take care of the spiritual rice before returning to the underwater cave. In the underwater cave, Li Luochen watched over the spiritual herbs while cultivating, occasionally dual cultivating with Zhou Xian. In reality, most of the time it was Zhou Xian taking care of the spiritual herbs. Aside from the occasional glance, Li Luochen spent the rest of his time either cultivating or practicing the water escape technique. Unfortunately, the second-grade medium-grade magic weapon he obtained was too advanced for him to use. If he could break through to the foundation establishment stage, that set of whooshing flying swords would be usable, and there are even the corresponding whooshing sword techniques from the newly acquired whooshing Jinling Ju. More than 9 months later, Li Luochen checked the spiritual herbs in the underwater cave, and then returned to Qianlong Island with Zhou Xian. Once all the spiritual rice was harvested, the voice of the system echoed in Li Luocheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 4,500 pounds of first-grade, middle-quality spiritual rice worth 1,500 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the first-grade, middle-quality spiritual rice has increased 6-fold. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 66,000 pounds of first-grade low-quality spiritual rice worth 6,600 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, critical hit successful, and a high-quality foundation establishment pill has been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 420,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice worth 4,200 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, critical hit successful, and a bottle of century-old spiritual milk has been obtained. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting a quantity of straw worth a number of spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, critical hit successful, and the blade of light sword technique has been obtained. Luochen was overjoyed in his heart. This was a tremendous harvest. The high-quality foundation establishment pill was an essential item for breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Coupled with the Yuanling True Liquid, the success rate of breaking through the foundation establishment stage was as high as 80%. What delighted him the most was a bottle of century-old spiritual milk. Just one drop allowed him to progress from the 7th layer of Qi, refining to the peak of the 8th layer. How many drops were there in a bottle? Luochen did not rush to take it out for a look, instead smiling at the members of the Li family. This is indeed a bountiful year. Excluding the straw, we have obtained spiritual stones worth 12,300 spirit stones this year. If we subtract what we need to keep for ourselves, it will only be a little over 10,000 spirit stones at most. Over 10,000 spirit stones may seem like a lot, but in reality it is not enough to buy an island's worth of spirit stones. However, the resources that belong to you have not diminished. Work hard in your cultivation, and strive to successfully establish your foundation in your lifetimes. Li Yanlong and the others nodded in agreement. Now their cultivation levels had all reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, and they were even close to the 6th layer. Moreover, they were still far from 80 years old. As long as they worked hard in their cultivation, there was indeed a chance to establish their foundation. Alright, everyone go back and cultivate. This time I don't plan to go to the Qingsha Square City. Although the spiritual rice obtained this time is enough to sell for many spirit stones, there is no need to keep running to the market. Next year, when the spiritual rice is harvested, I will go to Qingsha Square City to sell it and buy some cultivation resources. Just as he was grasping Zhou Xin's wrist, preparing to take her back to the underwater cave, he suddenly froze. What? Xinar, are you pregnant? Zhou Xian nodded slightly and said, and then my husband has been very busy these days, so I didn't mention it. Luochen said excitedly, Xinar, we won't go to the underwater cave anymore. You need to take good care of the baby from now on. Having been in this world for 37 years, his first child was finally on the way, which made him extremely excited. Zhou Xian gently touched her belly and nodded, saying, and then I will listen to my husband. Back in his room on Qianlong Island, Luochen smiled and said, from now on I will return to the underwater cave for 3 days each month, and the rest of the time I will stay here and accompany you. Zhou Xian shook her head and said, husband, we are cultivators and cultivation is our priority. I can take good care of myself and the child. Luochen said gently, no, you must listen to me. There was no way around it. Zhou Xian could only obediently comply. After calming Zhou Xian, Luochen finally had time to check the rewards from this system. First was the 6-fold increase, obtaining 31,500 pounds of first-grade middle-quality spiritual rice worth 10,500 spirit stones. Next was the critical hit item, the high-quality foundation establishment pill, which is a treasure for establishing the foundation, rare and sought after, especially the high-quality variant. Then came a bottle of century-old spiritual milk. Upon opening it, he saw 5 drops of century-old spiritual milk in the jade bottle, which filled him with joy. Luochen was pondering how to break through to the perfect 10th layer of Qi refining when the system just provided him with the resources. Luochen had just broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refining, and 5 drops of century-old spiritual milk would definitely allow him to reach the perfect 10th layer. He was very satisfied with this, and it seemed that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was also stable. As for the blade of light sword technique, it was a sword cultivation technique, and after Luochen took out the jade slip and reviewed it, he smiled. The blade of light sword technique is divided into 3 levels capable of cultivation up to the peak of the golden core stage. As for whether there are further stages, Luochen was unsure, but what the system provided would certainly not be inferior, and further levels would also appear in the future. This sword technique is very powerful and comes with 2 supporting spells, namely the Blade of Light and the Sword Shield. The Blade of Light is a type of sword control technique centered on flying swords, allowing the division of sword light that rivals the power of a flying sword. At the 7th layer of Qi refining, one can cultivate to divide 1 sword light, while at the 10th layer one can divide 2 sword lights. The foundation establishment stage is divided into the early, middle, late, and peak stages, allowing for the division of 4, 6, 8, or 10 sword lights that can rival the power of a flying sword. If one breaks through to the golden core stage in the early, middle, late, and peak stages, they can divide 15, 20, 25, and 30 sword lights, respectively, which would be extremely powerful. The sword shield is a defensive spell formed by condensing sword light into a shield providing very strong defense. However, to cultivate these two spells, one must cultivate the corresponding techniques within the Blade of Light sword technique. This is a pure sword cultivation technique. Luochen has a suitable 5 elements true spirit technique, so he cannot change to cultivate this sword technique. Regardless, it is a sword cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the golden core peak and must be well preserved. He will see if there are any family members suitable for cultivating this technique. While speaking, he stored this technique away. As for storing it in the family scripture pavilion, he had no such thoughts in the short term. Currently, the family scripture pavilion only had 5 types of cultivation techniques, namely the golden spirit technique, the wood spirit technique, and other techniques derived from the 5 elements true spirit technique. The members of the Li family cultivated these techniques, and as for the 5 elements true spirit technique, Luochen had not taught it to anyone as the spiritual roots of others were not suitable for cultivation. The 5 elements true spirit technique requires spiritual roots of equal elements for cultivation. Luochen was born with this spiritual root after consuming the transformation spirit fruit. As for others being born with such spiritual roots, the probability is extremely low. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is 1 in a billion. Although most cultivators in the Li family have 5 spiritual roots, none have all attributes the same. They mostly have one type of spiritual root that is more prominent. Thus, Luochen had no intention of passing down his cultivation technique. After all, the 5 elements true spirit technique is his trump card. If one reaches the foundation establishment stage, there is also a corresponding 5 elements true spirit sword technique. If others were to learn this technique and find his weaknesses to target him, it could significantly diminish his strength. Even with those closest to him, Luochen had no intention of sharing this technique. Quickly putting these items away, Luochen spent some time with Zhou Xian before he went to cultivate. In the days that followed, Luochen either cultivated or tended to the spiritual herbs in the underwater cave or accompanied Zhou Xian. This time, obtaining 5 drops of century-old spiritual milk was completely enough for him to cultivate to the perfect 10th layer of qi refining, so he was not worried about his cultivation being delayed. 2 months later, after successfully planting the spiritual rice, Luochen resumed his cultivation, accompanying Zhou Xian in a 3-point journey between the undersea cave and tending to the spiritual herbs. With a century's worth of spiritual milk, his cultivation speed was remarkably fast. In just 7 months, he had reached the late stage of the qi refinement 9th layer, not far from the peak. If he continued cultivating at this rate, it would take him no more than a year to break through to the 10th layer of qi. Before establishing his family, his cultivation speed was not this rapid. Although it was related to his constant efforts to build a family, part of the reason also lay in resource constraints. With the family farming system in place and the yield from the spiritual fields, he had enough resources for cultivation, leading to today's achievements. In Qianlong Valley, the residents of the family head things suddenly became busy. The midwives who had long been brought to Qianlong Valley were already prepared, as this was for the wife of an immortal master and care was essential. Moreover, these midwives were from the Li family in the secular world, extremely loyal and unafraid of any mishaps. Watching the busy midwives and hearing the muffled groans from within the room, Luochen felt a mix of excitement and tension. For cultivators, childbirth was not particularly difficult, at least not as challenging as it was for mortals. Wah wah. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry filled the room, making Luochen extremely excited. This was his first time becoming a father in 2 lifetimes, having his own child. How could he not be thrilled? Master, it's a girl. A midwife joyfully rushed out of the room to share the news with Luochen. Luochen laughed heartily and said, "Great, a daughter is wonderful. Give a generous reward. Yanlong, this is in your hands, now remember to reward them well." Yanlong nodded and replied, "Yes, master." While speaking, a smile adorned his face. Although he was unclear why his wife had not conceived yet, he was still very happy about the birth of the master's child. At this moment, Luochen had already entered the room. Looking at Zhou Xin's loving face, he turned to gaze at their daughter in the swaddling cloth, feeling immense joy. He quickly walked over to his daughter, gently picking her up and softly saying, "Shinar, you've worked hard." Zhou Xian shook her head and said, "Husband, it wasn't hard. Why don't you give our daughter a name?" As a cultivator, even just after giving birth, she was not as weak as an ordinary person. After pondering for a moment, Luochen said, "This is our first daughter, our eldest, so let's name her Lieshu. Her nickname can be Washu." Unfortunately, in the cultivation world, there are no myths and legends like those of the past life. Otherwise, it would be clear how highly Luocheng's expectations were for his daughter. Washu is the moon goddess, the ruler of the Yin, the goddess of the moon. However, since there are no such legends in this world, he truly wouldn't dare to give her this name. Zhou Xian sighed and said, I'll listen to you, but I wonder if Washu has spiritual roots. Li Luocheng chuckled and said, don't worry, even if she doesn't have spiritual roots, I will ensure she develops them. Zhou Xian happily nodded, having realized that Li Luocheng did not care whether the child was a boy or a girl, treating them both equally. At the same time, an electronic voice from the system echoed in Li Luocheng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for taking root in the cultivation world and having your own offspring. Reward 1 pregnancy sword fruit. Note: system rewards are only available once and can only be used for the host's daughter. Pregnancy sword fruit can transform the innate energy within a newborn into an innate sword body, becoming a sword cultivator prodigy. The color of the spiritual fruit varies according to its attributes. Li Luocheng was overjoyed, never expecting that the birth of his first child would come with a reward. Moreover, it was the pregnancy sword fruit, a rare treasure that could preserve the innate energy in the baby, transforming it into an innate sword body. Those with innate physiques have remarkable cultivation speeds, even comparable to those with heavenly spiritual roots, if not better. Even without spiritual roots, they could still cultivate, since their special physique itself was equivalent to having spiritual roots. Li Luocheng flipped his hand, and a fruit glowing with golden light appeared in his palm. It was indeed a golden pregnancy sword fruit, making him feel that he had struck a great deal. Golden attribute sword cultivators possess the strongest killing power, and with the Li family's light-splitting sword art, this girl would certainly achieve remarkable feats in the future. However, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. He would need to find a method to conceal her aura in the future. The cultivation world is particularly ruthless. If other major factions learned that the Li family had an innate sword body, they would definitely find ways to eliminate it in its cradle. Li Luocheng was unwilling to let his daughter be killed before she could grow, so he had to hide her physique. With this in mind, he quickly turned around, avoiding Zhou Xian, and placed the fruit into Li Yanshu's mouth. The fruit melted instantly, directly entering Li Yanshu's body, rapidly transforming her. The innate energy that was originally dissipating quickly returned and transformed into threads of sword intent that entered the child's body. As long as no special methods were used, one would never detect Li Yanshu's unique physique. Zhou Xian did not see the scene, as she only saw Li Luocheng playing with the child lying on the bed with a beaming smile. After finishing all this, Li Luocheng turned around holding the child and gently sat down beside Zhou Xian. Shiner, look, this is our daughter. Having finally had his own offspring in 2 lifetimes, how could Li Luocheng not be excited? Zhou Xian looked at their daughter, who was squinting her eyes, her gaze filled with joy. It was evident that Li Luocheng did not feel unhappy about having a daughter. In fact, he seemed to quite like her. Even in the cultivation world, there were still those who held the belief of valuing sons over daughters. Li Luocheng did not care about this. A soft, sweet daughter was just as delightful without needing a son. Besides, their current cultivation was not high, and they could still have more children, so there was no rush. As time passed, ever since Li Luocheng had his daughter and the innate sword body, he became even more diligent in his cultivation. There was no choice. If the talent of his daughter was discovered by others, it would definitely bring great trouble. If he couldn't protect her, he might have to send her to a major sect. But the problem was that he didn't trust major sects either. If she became a vessel for those old monsters seeking reincarnation, he would feel heartbroken. Therefore, Li Luocheng had to attain a higher level of cultivation, at least breaking through to foundation establishment, before his daughter began cultivating. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the spiritual rice was ripe again. After harvesting this batch of spiritual rice, Li Luocheng gained quite a few good things. First, he obtained middle-grade spiritual rice of the first tier with a successful critical hit, earning a superior-grade spiritual vein of the first tier. This was the first time he acquired a superior-grade spiritual vein of the first tier, and he was overjoyed with the discovery. However, he did not take it out immediately, as he was unsure where to place the spiritual vein. Qianlong Island has 2 spiritual veins, while Yulong Island has 3. The other 5 islands are just ordinary small islands, and Li Luocheng had not explored them to understand their conditions. However, he had a plan. After selling this batch of spiritual rice, he would buy a few more formation plates from that. The critical strike for first-tier medium-grade spiritual rice is limited to this amount. Although there is no critical strike for first-tier low-grade spiritual rice, it still increases the yield by 5 times, which is quite valuable in spirit stones. The successful critical strike of ordinary spiritual rice allowed Li Luocheng to acquire a hidden breathing technique known as the Heavenly Veil technique. This technique is extremely powerful, but Li Luocheng has only obtained the first layer. If one practices this first layer to perfection, a practitioner 1 small realm higher cannot discern their true cultivation level. If one reaches minor success, those 2 small realms higher cannot perceive their cultivation, allowing them to disregard major realms. If cultivated to great success, even those 3 small realms higher cannot see their cultivation level, thus disregarding major realms. If cultivated to perfection, those 4 small realms higher cannot discern their cultivation level, thereby being able to ignore major realms. What is meant by being able to ignore major realms is that Li Luocheng's current cultivation is merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. 1 small realm higher is the 10th layer of Qi refinement, 2 small realms higher is the initial stage of foundation establishment, 3 small realms higher is the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and 4 small realms higher is the late stage of foundation establishment. The stages of Qi refinement are different. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers count as 1 small realm, the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers count as another small realm, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers count as yet another small realm. If Li Luocheng reaches the initial stage of foundation establishment and perfects the 1st layer of the Heavenly Veil technique, even a practitioner in the initial stage of Golden Core cannot discern his cultivation level, only perceiving the level he displays. When the Heavenly Veil technique appeared, Li Luocheng was overjoyed. He had been contemplating how to survive and develop. After all, he has a system, and as long as he farms diligently, becoming an immortal in the future is not a problem. Finally, there was the straw critical strike, rewarding him with 50 years of spiritual milk, and it was 30. Upon seeing this item, Li Luocheng understood that the system's purpose was to strengthen the Li family, enabling the clan members to grow rapidly and cultivate more spiritual fields. Spiritual milk is categorized into 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, several hundred years, 1,000 years, and even 10,000 years. 10 years of spiritual milk can rapidly enhance the cultivation level of Qi refinement practitioners in the initial stage. 50 years of spiritual milk can improve rapidly, while 100 years of spiritual milk can significantly boost those in the late and peak stages of Qi refinement. If one could obtain 300 years of spiritual milk, it could even enhance the success rate of breaking through the foundation establishment stage. 200 years of spiritual milk can quickly enhance the cultivation of foundation establishment practitioners in the early to mid-stage, while 300 years of spiritual milk can rapidly boost those in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. With these 30 drops of 50-year spiritual milk, it won't be long before Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua can break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. As for Li Yanfeng and the others, they can take their time. As long as Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua break through, they can secure the medium-grade spiritual vein for now, which is sufficient for the Li family at this stage. As for Li Luocheng with a 1st-tier upper-grade spiritual vein, he needs to guard this spiritual vein. After all, a 1st-tier upper-grade spiritual vein can develop 20 acres of 1st-tier upper-grade spiritual fields, 50 acres of 1st-tier medium-grade spiritual fields, 100 acres of 1st-tier low-grade spiritual fields, and 300 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. If given the chance, Li Luocheng will definitely bring the spiritual vein from the underwater cave. Just planting 1st-tier upper-grade spiritual herbs seems a bit of a waste, and that cave can only cultivate 6 acres of spiritual fields, which is not cost-effective at all. It's a pity that there are no spirit capture talismans available to extract the spiritual veins. Hopefully, he can obtain one in 3 years. This time was also a great harvest. Li Luocheng communicated with the Li family members, arranged for Zhou Xian, and after hugging his daughter Li Yanqiu, he left Qianlong Island. On Qingsha Island in Qingsha Square City, at the spiritual rice workshop, the moment Li Luocheng entered, Bai Qingkong spotted him. At this moment, Bai Qingkong had already reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, just 1 step away from the 10th layer. Li Daoyou, you've arrived. Please, let's discuss in our VIP room. Li Luocheng smiled, saying, "All right then, I will trouble you, Daoyou." After the two entered the VIP room, the door closed, and once the formation activated, Bai Qingkong hurriedly asked, "I wonder how much spiritual rice you brought this time." "I brought 33,000 pounds of 1st-tier medium-grade spiritual rice, 450,800 pounds of 1st-tier low-grade spiritual rice, and 840,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice. Daoyou, please calculate the price." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and bags of 1st-tier medium-grade spiritual rice appeared in the VIP room, nearly filling it up. After Bai Qingkong finished inspecting, he said with a beaming smile, "Indeed, at the price of 3 pounds per spirit stone, this 1st-tier medium-grade spiritual rice is worth 11,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, he collected all the spiritual rice. Next, Li Luocheng took out the low-grade spiritual rice in several batches. After Bai Qingkong checked, there were no issues. The 1st-tier low-grade spiritual rice is fine, worth 45,800 spirit stones. "Hiss, Daoyou, this many spirit stones make me quite tempted. I must say the total value of spirit stones from selling the 1st-tier medium-grade and low-grade spiritual rice amounts to 56,800 spirit stones, which is enough to purchase premium foundation establishment pills. However, premium foundation establishment pills are valuable yet scarce. Acquiring them is extremely difficult even if one has spirit stones." Li Luocheng shook his head slightly, saying, "With this amount of spirit stones, Daoyou shouldn't be too tempted. After all, your cultivation is also close to breaking through to foundation establishment, and what you need most is probably contribution points. That is true, Bai Qingkong nodded slightly. You have also broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. I hope you can succeed in foundation establishment as well. Li Luocheng sighed helplessly, saying, it's not so easy, is it? If breaking through to foundation establishment were that easy, our Qingsha sect wouldn't have only 36 inner. Although Qingsha sect is indeed powerful in this area, it only has 5 golden core elders and just over 30 inner disciples in foundation establishment. Only the outer disciples are somewhat numerous, not really a major sect. In the entire Northgate archipelago, only the Beilu Immortal Alliance and the Beihai Immortal Alliance can be considered major powers, both having nascent soul experts stationed. However, these two immortal alliances are rather loose, and within them are also the powerful figures from the Beihai and Beilu cultivation realms. After all, the annual income from the 2 major cities in the Northgate archipelago is attractive even to nascent soul old monsters. Even so, the Qingsha sect is not an organization one can join at will. If Bai Qingkong can break through to foundation establishment, he could arrange for members of the Li family to join the Qingsha sect. While they were talking, they began to take out ordinary spiritual rice. There were many ordinary spiritual rice totaling 840,000 pounds, but it only sold for 8,400 spirit stones, the lowest price. This is already quite good combined with the previous spirit stones. They have a total of 65,200 spirit stones. With this many spirit stones, not to mention Bai Qingkong being tempted, even a foundation establishment expert would be intrigued. However, Bai Qingkong had no intention of robbing Li Luocheng, at least not at this moment, as he still needed a large number of contribution points to succeed in foundation establishment. Li Luocheng can bring him contribution points, which cannot be bought with these spirit stones. Although this many spirit stones could buy foundation establishment pills without a powerful protector, even if he bought the pills, he wouldn't be able to return safely. Not to mention that foundation establishment pills are not available every year. Even the 2 major cities won't release too many of them. As for what to do after breaking through to foundation establishment, he would have to figure that out later. He should continue to maintain a good relationship with Li Luocheng, depending on how much benefit Li Luocheng can bring him. If Li Luocheng can continuously provide him with contribution points, allowing him to exchange for a large amount of resources, it wouldn't be a bad idea to nurture him. At that time, it would depend on whether Li Luocheng can behave himself. Don't think too highly of people, as this is the cultivation world. If Li Luocheng is beneficial to him, Bai Qingkong will definitely support him wholeheartedly. If he's not useful, just wait and see if he will still pay any attention to you. Li Luocheng was aware of this. The other party would not take action against him until they had not broken through to foundation establishment. By the time they broke through, he would have already reached foundation establishment himself. At that time, as long as he prepared some measures for himself, even if Bai Qingkong wanted to do something against him, it wouldn't be easy. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, your contribution points should be enough to exchange for a premium foundation establishment pill, right? A premium foundation establishment pill would definitely allow a fellow Taoist to break through to foundation establishment. Their goal as small cultivators was to reach foundation establishment. After that, they could think about golden core, but their ambitions should not be too high. Bai Qingkong smiled non-committally and said, thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist. I wonder how many spirit herbs you can offer. Li Luocheng smiled wryly and replied, they have only been planted for 2 years. It won't be that easy for them to mature. At least 3 years are needed for them to mature. Bai Qingkong nodded slightly and said, all right, thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoist. By the time they finished speaking, the two had completed their transaction, and Li Luocheng received 65,200 spirit stones. After the transaction was completed, Li Luocheng left Lingmi Square and took a few turns before exiting the Qingsha Square market. Half a month later, on the east side of Beimen Island outside Beihai Xianqing, Li Luocheng entered the Immortal City after paying a spirit stone. Beimen Island was quite large, housing 2 immortal cities, Beihai Xianqing in the east and Beilu Xianqing in the west. In fact, there was a large trading market called Beimen Square Market situated between the 2 immortal cities. Originally, there were plans to build an immortal city, but due to the establishment of the 2 immortal cities on either side, it ultimately did not succeed, resulting only in a large market. This market was not controlled by the Beimen Sword sect. It was a local force with a nascent soul elder. The reason they did not establish Beimen Xianqing was that both Beihai Xianqing and Beilu Xianqing took a share of the profits. However, no one dared to underestimate this local cultivation power, as it was a sword cultivator sect, and there were indeed nascent soul elders within the sect. If it weren't for the fear of his daughter being possessed, Li Luocheng would have wanted to send her to the Beimen Sword sect. Upon entering Beihai Xianqing, Li Luocheng quickly headed toward the array equipment shop in the distance. Inside the array equipment shop, as soon as Li Luocheng entered, a maid came to greet him. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I wonder what kind of array or magical artifact you need. Li Luochen asked, if I wanted a second-tier low-grade array plate that operates continuously, what are the requirements? If the conditions were too outrageous, Li Luochen would have to abandon the idea, as the resources of the Li family were truly not to be wasted at will. The maid replied earnestly, for a second-tier low-grade array plate that operates continuously, it consumes approximately 500 spirit stones each year. If the array is used for defense against enemies, the spirit stones required to activate it will be even more, as utilizing the array against foes consumes a lot of energy. Li Luocheng's eyes brightened and he quickly asked, fellow Taoist, do you have a second-tier low-grade array plate that integrates both offense and defense? How much does it cost in spirit stones? The maid smiled and said, not only do we have an array plate that integrates offense and defense, but we also have a second-tier low-grade array plate that combines offense, defense, and illusion. Do you need it? Li Luocheng asked with some surprise, does such an array really exist? The maid shook her head and said, if it's an array then definitely not, but if it's an array plate then we do have it. Please follow me to the VIP room. After saying this, she led Li Luocheng into a nearby VIP room, brewed a cup of tea, and then took out 3 array plates. You wouldn't think that this array plate only records one array, would you? In fact, there are indeed arrays that integrate offense and defense, but only those array masters can set them up. Although our Beihai Xianqing is not small, we truly cannot produce such array plates. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. This is an array plate that integrates offense and defense, consisting of 2 arrays, the dragon and snake array for offense, and the water and cloud illusion array. This is an array plate that integrates offense, defense, and illusion. It records 5 types of arrays: attack, defense, illusion, spirit gathering, and spirit locking, all fused together yet separate with considerable power. As for this last array plate, it is a defective 3rd-tier low-grade array, the reversal 5 elements spirit illusion grade array. If this array operates normally, it becomes a powerful defensive array. If it operates reversely, it becomes a powerful offensive array with built-in spirit gathering, spirit locking, and illusion arrays. Although it is a defective 3rd-tier low-grade array plate, its power is much stronger than that of a 2nd-tier premium array. I feel it suits the conditions you mentioned quite well, but it is rather expensive. Moreover, this array plate has a drawback: it must consume middle-grade spirit stones to activate. If used continuously, 10 middle-grade spirit stones can sustain it for a year. If fully activated to face an enemy, it requires 30 middle-grade spirit stones to unleash its full power and needs to be replaced every half-month. After finishing her explanation, the maid quietly watched Li Luocheng without saying a word. Li Luocheng asked, what are the prices for these 3 array plates? The maid replied with a smile, the first set, which only has 3 arrays for offense, defense, and illusion, is valued at 4,500 spirit stones, while the second set integrates offense and defense, priced at 5,500 spirit stones. As for the last array plate, although it has fallen to the 3rd tier, its power is much stronger than that of a 2nd-tier premium array. If you wanted, it's 2,000 spirit stones. In reality, 2,000 spirit stones is not a high price, but it would be a bit of a waste to use it to purchase the 5-element spirit illusion array plate. However, this item is indeed very much needed for him at present. Even if a peak foundation establishment powerhouse enters it, they wouldn't just escape unscathed, they would be heavily injured. This is definitely a top-notch life-saving item that must be obtained. Li Luocheng said, fellow Taoist, do you have any 5 elements flying swords, 1st-tier premium magical artifacts? The maid did not mind and replied earnestly, of course there are 1st-tier premium 5 elements flying swords. Would you like one or a complete set? While speaking, she waved her hand and 2 jade boxes appeared before Li Luocheng. After opening the first one, it contained a magical artifact shimmering with 5-colored spiritual light. This magical artifact is of very high quality. It was prepared by a master craftsman for refining a 2nd-tier magical artifact, but failed, resulting in its quality dropping to a 1st-tier premium. Although this magical artifact is of decent quality, its price is similar to that of other premium magical artifacts, costing only 1,500 spirit stones. Upon seeing this magical artifact, a flicker of desire flashed in Li Luocheng's eyes. After all, this flying sword was very compatible with him, whether for flying or fighting it was quite good. Yet his gaze turned to the 2nd jade box to see what magical artifact was inside, and he would decide which one to choose later. The maid quickly opened the jade box, revealing 5 small swords the size of a thumb. Upon seeing these 5 small swords, Li Luocheng immediately took a liking to them. This set of magical artifacts consists of 1 flying sword each for the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, all reaching the level of 1st-tier premium magical artifacts. If the 5 flying swords merge, their quality can reach a 2nd-tier low-grade magical artifact. This set of magical artifacts is of extremely high quality, valued at 2,500 spirit stones. Upon seeing this set, Li Luocheng could not help but feel tempted. His gaze again fell on the flying sword shimmering with 5-colored spiritual light, which he also desired. As for the 3 sets of arrays, Li Luocheng wanted those as well. In this situation, he felt somewhat helpless. After selling the spiritual rice, he had obtained 65,200 spirit stones, and if he bought these, half of his spirit stones would be gone. Luochen hesitated for a moment and said, "Friend, I would like the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Spirit Illusion Array Disc, as well as these 2 magical artifacts." Hearing his words, the maid smiled happily and quickly nodded, saying, "All right, esteemed guest, we can transact." She did not expect to encounter such a big client. This was indeed a joyous occasion. If this deal went through, her commission would be substantial, allowing her to purchase more cultivation elixirs. Luochen quickly asked, "I wonder if it is possible to exchange for middle-grade spirit stones here." The activation of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Spirit Illusion Array requires middle-grade spirit stones, and I do not have any on hand. He was not buying the array disc just for decoration. Without the middle-grade spirit stones, there would be no way to activate it. Moreover, having spent so much, if he encountered danger on his way back, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Spirit Illusion Array would prove useful. The maid nodded and said, "How many middle-grade spirit stones would the esteemed guest like?" Although the exchange ratio between low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones fluctuates, I can take charge and provide you with the market price for the exchange. In that case, let's exchange for 100 stones. The maid widened her eyes in surprise and quickly said, "All right, esteemed guest, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Spirit Illusion Array Disc costs 20,000 spirit stones. 2 sets of top-tier first-grade flying swords cost 4,000 spirit stones, and 100 middle-grade spirit stones are worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You will need to pay a total of 34,000 low-grade spirit stones." Luochen felt a pang in his heart, realizing that he was about to spend more than half of the spirit stones he had just earned. However, with these items, he would feel more at ease every time he left his family. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Spirit Illusion Array is a top-tier second-grade formation that integrates both offense and defense. If opened normally, it only requires 10 spirit stones annually, but if operated at full capacity, it could consume 30 middle-grade spirit stones in half a month. Even if opened normally, any cultivator below the peak of foundation establishment entering within could perish. If fully activated, even a peak foundation establishment cultivator might be annihilated. Luochen patted his storage bag, actually retrieving 34,000 spirit stones from the system space, and said with a pained expression, "Friend, may we have a pleasant cooperation." Seeing him like this, the maid laughed as she collected the spirit stones and the other array discs, saying cheerfully, "Esteemed guest, may we have a pleasant cooperation." Luochen waved his hand, directly putting away the array disc and 2 magical artifacts. After the transaction, the maid asked, "Do you not need a defensive magical artifact? I have a 5 Elements Green Mountain Bell that integrates offense and defense. Would you like to take a look?" Luochen hesitated for a moment and said, "Since it is like this, please take it out for me to see." He indeed needed a defensive magical treasure. Without a suitable one, he would have to be cautious in battles. Since he had already purchased the array discs and magical artifacts for 34,000 spirit stones, buying another defensive magical artifact would be reasonable. Moreover, this time the spirit stones were all his own, so he could spend them as he wished. The maid quickly took out a 5-colored stone bell and began to introduce it. "Esteemed guest, this is a second-grade low-tier magical artifact, the 5 Elements Green Mountain Bell. Although it is a second-grade low-tier artifact, it can be used by cultivators above the 7th layer of Qi refinement and can unleash considerable power. However, this artifact has a weakness. It consumes a lot of magical power with each use. But do not think this makes it not worth it, as it is indeed an artifact that integrates offense and defense. Most importantly, if this artifact is motivated by divine sense, it can attack the opponent's soul and can also enlarge to smash people. Esteemed guest, are you tempted?" Luochen nodded and said, "I am quite tempted, but what is the price of this artifact?" Although it is merely a second-grade low-tier artifact, it can be used by those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and has the effect of attacking the soul, thus its price is somewhat high. Ordinary second-grade low-tier artifacts are around 3,000 spirit stones, but this 5 Elements Green Mountain Bell requires 3,800 spirit stones. Luochen asked, "May I try this 5 Elements Green Mountain Bell?" The maid nodded and said, "Please try, esteemed guest." Luochen quickly circulated his magical power, inputting it into the 5 Elements Green Mountain Bell, and found it was indeed as the maid had said. However, although those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement could use it, each use would deplete their magical power, leaving them without the strength to continue fighting. Luochen, being at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, could only use it 7 or 8 times, and beyond that he could not. However, if used against enemies, that would be entirely sufficient. "Good artifact, I will take it." While speaking, he directly put away the artifact and took out 3,800 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the maid looked at Luochen as if he were a treasure. Luochen sighed and said, "I had originally wanted to purchase a middle-grade artifact, but unfortunately, I have run out of spirit stones." The maid laughed and said, "What kind of middle-grade artifact do you need?" Given your generous spending and the considerable amount at our array tool workshop, I can take charge and gift you a middle-grade artifact. A middle-grade artifact is not of high value, and if I can befriend Luochen, I won't have to worry about my future performance. Luochen said in surprise, I would like a hairpin artifact or a bracelet artifact, first grade, middle grade. The maid waved her hand and a hairpin and a bracelet appeared before Luochen. Esteemed guest, having spent so much at our array tool workshop, these two artifacts are gifts for you. In the future, if you need anything, you can come to my North Sea Immortal City Array Tool Workshop to purchase. Our workshop will definitely offer the best prices. Luochen smiled and said, in that case, thank you, friend. Being able to save nearly 500 spirit stones was a good thing for him. If the Array Tool Workshop had a good reputation, he could indeed come here to purchase artifacts and array discs in the future. In fact, the Array Tool Workshop in North Sea Immortal City has always followed a high-end route, selling only first-grade superior artifacts and array discs, and does not sell anything below first-grade superior. If one purchases a second-grade artifact or array disc, they can receive a first-grade middle or low-tier artifact or array disc as a gift. Luochen had spent quite a bit of spirit stones here, already reaching 37,800 spirit stones. Giving away 2 first-grade middle-tier artifacts was truly nothing. Moreover, such artifacts are used by the refining masters of the Array Tool Workshop for practice, and many are just gifts. Although these 2 first-grade middle-tier artifacts are of good quality, they are truly not valued by the Array Tool Workshop. The maid said, esteemed guest, if you need anything else, feel free to say. Luochen shook his head and said, I don't need anything else for now. I will find you again if I have needs in the future. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. After saying this, he directly walked out of the VIP room and headed outside. The maid followed behind him, seeing him off out of the Array Tool Workshop before returning. After leaving the Array Tool Workshop, Luochen arrived at the Spirit Elixir Tower and purchased enough elixirs for Zhou Xian's cultivation for several years before heading to the Divine Talismans Pavilion. He came here mainly to buy the Gathering Spirit Merging Soil Talisman, preparing to open up spiritual fields in the future. After completing these tasks, only 23,000 low-grade spirit stones and 100 middle-grade spirit stones remained on him. After purchasing the necessary items, Luochen did not linger and arrived at the entrance of the teleportation array in North Sea Immortal City. This time he planned to take the teleportation array back home. Having bought so many resources and spent over 40,000 spirit stones, it would not be good if someone set their sights on him. The teleportation array is a unique feature of the overseas cultivation world, especially connecting the various islands. After all, many sea areas are inhabited by powerful ferocious beasts, which are far stronger than human cultivators. Even a nascent soul would not dare to tread lightly into them. In such circumstances, the teleportation array was born, allowing communication between the islands occupied by human cultivators. It not only facilitates the exchange of goods, but also forms alliances to jointly resist the ferocious beasts. The North Sea Immortal Alliance possesses a large teleportation array that connects to various immortal islands in the North Sea cultivation realm. There are also smaller teleportation arrays leading to the northern islands, especially to the Golden Core forces like Qingsha Island. The teleportation array in Qingsha Market is controlled by the North Sea Immortal Alliance, costing 200 spirit stones for each ride, and it requires a group of 10 to teleport. Luochen dared not fly back alone, willing to spend 100 spirit stones without hesitation. The teleportation array is located in the center of North Sea Immortal City, not outdoors, but within a massive palace. As Luochen approached the palace, he was stopped by a cultivator outside. The cultivator didn't make it difficult for him, but calmly said, this is a crucial area for teleportation in North Sea Immortal City. Idle people should not approach. If you wish to teleport elsewhere, please go to the side hall to purchase a teleportation array token. Luochen quickly thanked him and hurried to the nearby side hall. Inside the side hall, 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were stationed there, but they were not busy. Rather, several cultivators at the Qi refining 7th level were actively engaged. Some were conversing with others, selling teleportation array tokens. Some were showing other cultivators the way, while others were meditating. As Luochen walked into the side hall, a Qi refining 7th level cultivator appeared beside him, smiling and saying, friend, if you wish to take the teleportation array, please register over there first, then buy the teleportation array token over there. As he spoke, he pointed out the directions for Luochen. The service was quite good. Luochen quickly registered his teleportation information to Qingsha Market and then purchased the teleportation array token. The cultivator then guided him to a room. The room was large, capable of accommodating 20 or 30 people, but there were only 10 cushions. 7 of them were already occupied, and Luochen sat on the 8th one after entering. It seemed he was the 8th. They needed 10 to teleport, as each teleportation consumed a significant amount of spirit stones. From North Sea Immortal City to Qingsha Market, each time the teleportation array is activated, it requires 500 spirit stones for 10 people to teleport, costing each person 100 spirit stones, allowing the North Sea Immortal Alliance to earn 500 spirit stones. If there were extravagant cultivators willing to pay 1,000 spirit stones to teleport alone, the North Sea Immortal City would still earn half of those spirit stones. Thus, guarding such a teleportation array is indeed quite profitable. After waiting for nearly 4 hours, the remaining 2 cultivators finally arrived. The 10 of them were soon led outside the teleportation hall, and the guiding cultivator respectfully said, "Elder, the people wishing to teleport to Qingsha Market are gathered." A calm voice came from within the teleportation hall. "Come in." Though the voice was gentle, it carried a tremendous pressure, making Luochen feel a sense of unyielding obedience. In the cultivation world, those referred to as elders are naturally golden core cultivators. The presence of such a powerful being overseeing the teleportation array underscores its significance. After the cultivator took Luochen and the others into the hall, they saw 2 individuals. One was a middle-aged man lounging on a recliner, while the other was a young man busily attending to tasks. The middle-aged man's aura was vast like the sea, while the young man was merely at the chi refining stage. As they entered, the young man led them to the central teleportation platform of the hall. Fellow friends, quickly activate the teleportation array tokens, holding them in your hands or sticking them to your bodies. As he finished speaking, Luochen hurriedly activated his teleportation array token with his spiritual power, a faint glow enveloping it. The others followed suit, and as everyone activated their teleportation array tokens, the array's light surged, wrapping all 10 within. Immediately afterward, the people vanished from the teleportation array, and the platform returned to its original state. Luochen felt a weight in his head, and when his vision cleared once more, he found himself in another grand hall. This was the teleportation array of Qingsha Market, also controlled by the North Sea Immortal Alliance. However, it belonged to the Qingsha sect, so a portion of the teleportation array's income also went to them. "Hurry up and disembark, do not disrupt the teleportation of others," someone shouted as Luochen and the others just began to comprehend the situation. They quickly got off the teleportation array and exited the grand hall, swiftly entering the flow of people in Qingsha Market. After taking several turns and confirming that no one was following, Luochen left Qingsha Island. As soon as he entered the sea, he activated the water escape technique, swiftly heading towards the distance. 2 days later, Luochen finally returned to Qianlong Island. Within Qianlong Island, Luochen returned to his small courtyard, observing the anxious Zhou Xian, who occasionally glanced towards the outside, and then at the child in her arms. Within Qianlong Island, Luochen returned to his small courtyard, observing the anxious Zhou Xian, who occasionally glanced towards the outside, and "Shiner, I'm back. Yanfeng, thank you." Upon seeing Luochen, Zhou Xian couldn't help but be overwhelmed with excitement, rushing towards him as Luochen hurriedly embraced her. Yanfeng couldn't help but pout, saying, "All right, since third uncle is back, I won't disturb you any longer. By the way, Yanlong asked me to tell third uncle that 3 children from the Li family have spiritual roots and 2 outside women also possess spiritual roots. Alright, you two enjoy your time. For the specifics, you can ask Yanlong yourself." After speaking, Yanfeng turned. Luochen paid no mind to the details, holding Zhou Xian and looking at the child in her arms, feeling extremely happy. "Shiner Yanshu, I apologize for making you wait. It was just for your safety that I had to embark on this journey. I hope you can understand." Zhou Xian shook her head, saying, "Husband, as long as you return safely, that is enough." After being affectionate for a while, Luochen finally stepped out and found Yanlong. "Yanlong, did you have a good harvest this time?" Yanlong nodded quickly, saying, "Yes, head of the family. There are 3 children with spiritual roots, 1 from the Yan clan and 2 from the Zheng clan. There are also 2 girls, both 16 years old. How would you like to handle this?" Luochen asked. "Isn't Zhangfeng nearly 19 now? And that Zhengqing boy is also about 18, right? They have reached marriageable age, so let them have a look. If they find the right match, let them become partners to carry on the Li family line. By the way, Yanlong, why haven't you and Yan Hus partners made any progress yet?" Yanlong chuckled, saying, "Oh, there has been progress. During the half-month you were away, both I and Yan Hus partners became pregnant, and they will give birth in over 9 months. Luochen's eyes lit up, saying quickly, "While your cultivation levels are still low, have a few more children. Otherwise, when your cultivation levels are high, it will be difficult to have children even if you want to." Yanlong nodded, saying, "That's a valid point. Oh, we think the same way." Luochen followed Yanlong to meet the 3 children, Li Yanqing, Li Changfei, and Li Changge, each merely 6 years old. With their addition, the number of cultivators in the Li clan reached 6. Should Li Changfeng and Li Changqing form bonds with the 2 women possessing spiritual roots, the clan's cultivator count could swell to 18. Upon seeing Luochen, the 3 children hastily kowed out and said, "Disciples, pay homage to..." Luochen waved his hand gently. Rise quickly, children, no need for such formalities. You all bear spiritual roots and are thus vital heirs of the Li clan destined to walk the path of cultivation. I hope you strive diligently in your cultivation and never betray the clan's faith in your growth. And, Yanlong, what is the quality of these children's spiritual roots? Clan head, they each possess 4 or 5 element roots, Li Yanlong replied with a slight shake of his head. Enli Luochen felt no disappointment. 4 or 5 element roots were hardly prohibitive, with sufficient resources guiding them to foundation establishment would pose no insurmountable challenge. Very well, I entrust this to you. Take 4 drops for yourself and another 4 each for Yanhu and Yavong. Distribute the remainder among those clan members who have broken through to Qi refinement level 4. I acquired this during my recent journey to the Beihai Immortal City. May it hasten your progress to Qi refinement level 7. And having distributed the 50-year spirit milk, Li Luochen returned to Luochen residence to spend time with Zhou Xin and Li Yeshu. At dawn the next day, Li Luochen swiftly surveyed Qianlong Island and soon identified an ideal site for installing the spirit vein. And he still possessed a Grade 1 superior spirit vein, one that demanded careful placement. In theory, a Grade 1 superior spirit vein warranted relocation to a dedicated island, but circumstances now forbade such a move. The Yin-Yang 5-element illusory formation disk existed in only one copy and was currently reserved solely for safeguarding Qianlong Island. Thus the spirit vein had no choice but to be installed here. Its precise location, however, required meticulous selection. Familiar with every inch of Qianlong Island, Li Luochen quickly found a secluded, relatively flat expanse, spacious enough to cultivate over 500 mu of spirit fields. It proved an excellent candidate. System, install the Grade 1 superior spirit vein here. At his command, the spirit vein vanished from the system's storage space and streaked downward as a radiant beam sinking deep into the earth. Instantly, dense spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the surrounding area in a luminous pulsating. Li Luochen swiftly retrieved the Yin-Yang 5-element illusory formation disk and deployed it on-site, then infused 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Within moments, the spiritual energy was fully contained within the spirit vein's radius. He had forgotten to purchase gathering Qi and sealing Qi formations, so he made do with this disk. Originally intended to protect Qianlong Island, its repurposing was now inevitable. Next came the cultivation of spirit fields: 20 mu of Grade 1 superior spirit fields, 50 mu of Grade 1 mid-grade, 100 mu of Grade 1 inferior, and 300 mu of ordinary spirit fields. The cultivation environment here was exceptionally favorable, ideal for constructing private meditation chambers where Li clan cultivators could train in seclusion. Yet the immediate priority remained the swift completion of the spirit fields. The planting season approached rapidly. With his current cultivation base, clearing the fields posed no difficulty. Using the spirit gathering and earth-fusing talisman, he effortlessly prepared all 470 mu of spirit fields. It was now the optimal time to plant spirit rice, and Li Luochen had yet to acquire Grade 1 superior spirit rice seeds. He departed at once. He visited the nearest cultivation market, purchased the seeds, and raced back at top speed. By then, Li Yanlong and the others were already preparing to sow. When Li Luochen announced the 470 mu of newly cultivated spirit fields, the rest of the Li clan stood utterly astounded. Clan head, do you mean to say you quietly cleared 470 mu of spirit fields, and 20 mu of them are Grade 1 superior? And Li Yanlong voiced the question. Li Yanhu remained on Yulong Island overseeing the sowing there and had not yet returned. Li Luochen nodded calmly. Yes, a Grade 1 superior spirit vein presented itself unexpectedly. I happened to possess a spirit siphoning talisman and brought it back. His tone was serene, but inside, Li Yanlong and the others erupted with elation. And previously, the Li clan owned only 10 mu of Grade 1 mid-grade spirit fields, 110 mu of Grade 1 inferior, and 280 mu of ordinary fields. Now their holdings had expanded dramatically: 20 mu of Grade 1 superior, 60 mu of Grade 1 mid-grade, 210 mu of Grade 1 inferior, and 580 mu of ordinary spirit fields. Clan head, if this trend continues, next year's harvest will soar. Might we secure more premium? The speaker was Li Yanjing, now 14 years old. A triple-element root cultivator, he had reached the peak of Qi refinement level 3 and was striving toward level 4. For years, the clan's cultivators had enjoyed high-quality pills, and Li Yanjing himself possessed innate talent for talisman crafting. Others in the clan had also acquired basic talisman-making skills, enabling Li Yanlong to regularly sell their wares at nearby cultivation markets. As a result, every clan member received not only their annual stipend, but also supplementary income, allowing them to purchase resources and advance steadily in cultivation. Li Luochen smiled. Enough. We are few in number, yet our spirit fields now exceed 800 mu. Time to work swiftly. All nodded in unison and set to labor. Though the expanded fields promised greater spirit stone revenue, they also demanded longer hours of toil. Alas, the Li clan lacked sufficient strength, otherwise they might hire roaming cultivators to tend the field. Many powerful cultivation sects operated precisely this way. After opening spirit fields, they entrusted them to roaming cultivators, compensating them with spirit stones upon harvest. Yet Li Luochen remained uncertain whether spirit rice harvested by roaming cultivators would count as the Li clan's own cultivation yield. Mulling this over, he recalled the 5 islands surrounding Yulong Island. Next time he acquired a low-grade spirit vein, he would test cultivation there to assess feasibility. If that failed, the clan would simply have to endure the arduous labor themselves, for above all the system must remain paramount. And the planting took 8 days. Afterward, Li Luochen permitted all clan members to cultivate at the Grade 1 superior spirit vein. Once the spirit rice was sown, Li Luochen resumed his own cultivation and began practicing the heaven-obstructing art. Approaching Qi refinement level 10, he felt confident that, with premium-grade foundation establishment pills and Yuanling true fluid, success in foundation establishment was well within reach. Perfecting the first layer of the heaven-obstructing art would be even more auspicious. And meanwhile, he continued spending tender moments with Zhou Xian and Li Yanshu. His daughter, remarkably precocious, had begun speaking and walking at just half a year old. 8 months later, Li Luochen broke through to Qi refinement level 10, consuming 2 drops of century-old spirit milk. Of the original 5 drops he had obtained, 3 remained sufficient to carry him to the apex of level 10. Moreover, he had finally mastered the foundational level of the heaven-obstructing art. Once concealed, his cultivation base became undetectable, even to foundation establishment cultivators of the early stage. He was deeply satisfied and deliberately masked his true level, projecting instead the appearance of having only recently ascended to Qi refinement level 9. Only cultivators at foundation establishment midstage or higher could possibly discern his actual cultivation base. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye more than a month has passed. The spiritual rice has finally matured. Li Luochen ignored the other spiritual rice and headed directly to the 20 acres of first-grade superior spiritual field. After harvesting the spiritual rice, he obtained a total of 6,000 gene. First-grade superior spiritual rice is worth 1 spirit stone per gene, so 6,000 gene amounts to 6,000 spirit stones, which filled Li Luochen with joy. Next, he began to harvest the first-grade medium spiritual rice totaling 60 acres, yielding 27,000 gene. If converted to spirit stones, that would be 9,000. 210 acres of first-grade inferior spiritual rice were planted, which is of utmost importance. A total of 126,000 gene was harvested, worth 12,600 spirit stones. The ordinary spiritual fields cover 580 acres, yielding a total of 870,000 gene of ordinary spiritual rice, worth 8,700 spirit stones. Coupled with a large quantity of straw, Li Luochen's heart raced with excitement. The other members of the Li family similarly harvested. The spiritual rice alone accounted for more than 35,700 spirit stones, and even more when including the straw. However, they would not sell the straw. Even if they wanted to sell it, they would first turn it into blank talisman paper to increase its value. What Li Luochen focused on was not the spiritual rice, but the system rewards, which were the real treasures. From the first-grade superior spiritual rice, he obtained a premium foundation establishment pill as a critical hit. With the one he had previously, he now possessed 2 premium foundation establishment pills. If 2 premium foundation establishment pills couldn't lead to a successful foundation establishment, he would indeed become a waste. The first-grade medium spiritual rice had a 5-fold increase, allowing him to acquire over 100,000 gene of first-grade medium spiritual rice. From the first-grade inferior spiritual rice, he received 10 bottles of 50-year spirit milk totaling 100 drops. This was an excellent cultivation resource for those in the mid-Qi refining stage. If used well, Li Yevong could quickly break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. The ordinary spiritual rice yielded a bottle of first-grade superior breaking realm pill totaling 10 pieces, which is used for breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Just one is enough to achieve that. The straw produced a bottle of cleansing spirit liquid totaling 10 drops, which can cleanse the spiritual sense, making it more refined and beneficial for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon seeing the final cleansing spirit liquid, Li Luochen fell into deep thought. This means that with 2 drops of Yuanling True Liquid and 2 premium foundation establishment pills, if his success rate for foundation establishment is only 90%, then with these 10 drops of cleansing spirit liquid, the success rate would be 100%. It seems the system is also afraid of his failure in foundation establishment and has rewarded him with so many treasures related to it. Besides, the 5-fold increase in first-grade medium spiritual rice is worth 45,000 spirit stones. Li Luochen decided not to touch the harvested spiritual rice and straw. The Li family's cultivation resources were already plentiful. He planned to store the spiritual rice and straw temporarily and sell them in Beihai Xianqing in 2 to 3 years. By then, perhaps Li Luochen's cultivation level would have reached the foundation establishment stage, making it safer. As for why he wouldn't sell to Bai Qingkong, it was mainly because the quantity was too large. The total value of all spiritual rice exceeded 80,000 spirit stones, and adding the previous 60,000 spirit stones, the other party would definitely be tempted. Li Luochen was not foolish. That was equivalent to 2 or 3 premium foundation establishment pills, and he dared not test human nature. However, maintaining a good relationship with Bai Qingkong was still necessary. After 3 years, he could casually sell some spiritual herbs and spiritual rice. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about the other party turning against him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye another 2 years had passed. Li Luochen hadn't gone anywhere and had stayed in the family to cultivate. 2 years is not a long time, but it was enough for him to reach the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining. During these 2 years, the spiritual rice in the family's spiritual fields was harvested twice, yielding substantial rewards for Li Luochen. The first-grade superior spiritual rice had an 8-fold increase, and he obtained a bottle of 100-year spirit milk from a critical hit. The first-grade medium spiritual rice had a 4-fold increase, and from a critical hit, he received 2 bottles of concentration pills. The first-grade inferior spiritual rice had 2 critical hits, yielding 2 drops of Yuanling True Liquid and 1 premium foundation establishment pill. The ordinary spiritual rice had a 5-fold increase, and from a critical hit, he obtained a second-grade medium array disc, the Ripple Water Sword Array. The straw had 2 critical hits, yielding a spirit capturing talisman and an island migration talisman. The harvest over the past 2 years was tremendous, especially the 2 bottles of concentration pills, which combined with the cleansing spirit liquid allowed Li Luochen's spiritual sense to reach a 100-meter range, and it was extremely refined. Now Li Luochen possessed 3 premium foundation establishment pills and 4 drops of Yuanling True Liquid, making it easy for him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This was not all. Another 5 years had passed, and the crystal flower sea soul grass and 10-year water spirit mushroom had matured. He wondered what benefits he would gain after harvesting these 3 types of first-grade superior spiritual herbs. In 2 years, not only had Li Luochen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but Li Yanlong and others had as well. The one with the highest cultivation level was Li Yanhui, who had already reached the 7th layer of qi refining. As for Li Yanlong, he was at the peak of the 6th layer, just 1 step away from breaking through to the 7th layer, and he was currently in seclusion to break through. The Li family had a first-grade superior breaking realm pill, and for those at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining, breaking through to the 7th layer was just a matter of time. Li Yanfan had also broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining and was not far from the 6th layer. Zhou Xian had broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Having a child still strains one's vitality, but with the replenishment of the Earth Vein Stone, she could recover quickly. Not only can the Earth Vein Stone replenish vitality, but the 50-year spirit milk can do the same. Gao Qingzhou, Wang Zuizue, and Lu Shaoling have also broken through to the peak of the 4th layer. The most impressive was Li Chongfeng, who was now 20 years old and had broken through to the 5th layer of qi refining. Li Chongqing also reached the peak of the 3rd layer, only 2 years younger than Li Changfeng, and he could now consume Earth Vein spirit milk. However, in these years Li Luochen had not gone out to sell spiritual rice, and the family did not have enough stored Earth Vein stones. There was no rush. Li Luochen planned to wait until he broke through to the foundation establishment stage before going to Qingsha Fasher. His first layer of the sky covering method had already been cultivated to a small success. Without breaking through to the early foundation establishment stage, no one could see through his cultivation level. In these 2 years, the number of cultivators in the Li family increased by 2, namely Li Changhu from the Chang generation and Li Wenhua from the 4th generation. As for the 2 women with spiritual roots, Li Chongfeng and Li Chongqing had reached the age of marrying, and the women with spiritual roots were not lacking in beauty. The 2 women were Lu Chongmei and Wang Xianyun, who became partners with the 2 brothers Li Chongfeng. Now the Li family had a total of 20 cultivators, and over 800 acres of spiritual fields were temporarily sufficient. Mainly the spiritual stones obtained from these spiritual fields each year are considerable. If used well, they might cultivate several foundation establishment members. Li Yanlong and his wife and Li Yanhui and his wife both had children, 2 chubby boys named Changhe and Changhai. As for whether they have spiritual roots, it's unclear. They were too young. Even if they were tested for spiritual roots, it wouldn't be possible to tell. Next, Li Luochen planned to harvest the spiritual herbs and then go into the underwater cave to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now he possessed a second-grade medium Ripple Water Sword Array disc. As long as he could use the array to isolate the underwater cave, even if he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, no one would be able to detect it. In the underwater cavern, Luochen swiftly harvested the 3 types of spiritual herbs here as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 200 top-grade crystal flowers of the first tier worth 6,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. Crystal flower enhancement tripled. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 200 top-grade sea soul grasses of the first tier worth 6,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. Sea soul grass critical hit successful, rewarded with 5 bottles of premium water spirit pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 190 top-grade water spirit mushrooms of the first tier worth 9,500 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. Water spirit mushroom critical hit successful, rewarded with 3 bottles of premium enhancement pills. Luochen felt a bit helpless. The premium water spirit pills were beneficial for cultivators above the 7th level of Qi refinement practicing water attribute techniques. 5 bottles meant 50 pills, enough to allow a Qi refinement 7th level cultivator practicing water attribute techniques to advance to the 9th level. The premium enhancement pills were second-tier inferior pills used by early-stage foundation establishment cultivators to elevate their cultivation. It seemed the system knew he planned to break through to the foundation establishment stage, having prepared stabilizing pills for him. After storing these spiritual herbs, Luochen set up the Baibo water sword array and sat cross-legged in the underwater cavern, preparing to break through the foundation establishment stage. He had been in this world for 41 years, entering the cultivation realm at 18, and now he was 59. From the moment he bound the system to the establishment of the Li family, it had taken 30 years, with the last 10 years dedicated to its development. Now Luochen was finally about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Only by surpassing this realm could he truly be considered a cultivator who could live for 300 years. Luochen first took a drop of Yuanling True Liquid and then a premium foundation establishment pill, activating the 5 elements True Spirit technique to refine the foundation establishment pill and Yuanling True Liquid. Within his Dantian circles of magical power, revolving around the source mana, continuously absorbed the power of the foundation establishment pill, compressing rapidly. At the same time, the Yuanling True Liquid was being refined, with part protecting the Dantian and another part swiftly compressing the mana. Simultaneously, Luocheng's sea of consciousness began to solidify as his divine sense expanded with the refinement of his soul. As time slowly passed, 2 months had flown by, and the mana in Luocheng's Dantian had been compressed to its limit, yet it was still far from liquefaction. Additionally, the soul in his mind had taken on a somewhat human form, although still in a nebulous state. It was no longer like wisps of smoke. At this moment, the foundation establishment pill and Yuanling True Liquid he had consumed had been fully refined. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out another premium foundation establishment pill and a drop of Yuanling True Liquid to consume. With the refinement of the premium foundation establishment pill, the mana that had been compressed to its limit finally transformed into liquid mana. Luochen looked inward at his Dantian, astonished to see that drop of liquid mana. He hadn't expected such a large mass of mana to reduce to just a single drop. He understood that this drop of mana represented the source mana of the foundation establishment stage, the foundation of his cultivation, and must not be used unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, although Luochen had technically broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he hadn't cultivated usable mana, making it absolutely impossible for him to leave seclusion. The remaining medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill and the Yuanling True Liquid was continuously being refined, quickly forming a new drop of liquid mana beside the original. As this new drop of liquid mana was born, it began to revolve around the source mana in his Dantian. Soon the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th drops of liquid mana appeared around the source mana, slowly rotating around it. When the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill and Yuanling True Liquid in his body was completely refined, the liquid mana revolving around the source mana in his Dantian reached a total of 8 drops. Meanwhile, in the sea of consciousness, his soul had transformed into a transparent humanoid form, though its exact appearance remained unclear. Luochen extended his divine sense outward, spreading it in all directions, reaching an astonishing range of 300 meters. At this point, Luocheng's cultivation had finally stabilized at the initial stage of foundation establishment. After firmly establishing his cultivation, Luochen ceased his practice, opened his eyes, and calculated that this time of closed-door cultivation had taken a full 8 months. Without any hesitation, he swiftly removed the Baibo water sword array from the cavern and flew out of the underwater. Immediately after, he took out the spirit capture talisman and instantly threw it downwards towards the cavern. Boom! The spirit capture talisman, as soon as it touched the spiritual vein, was instantly absorbed into the talisman. With a wave of his hand, the spirit capture talisman flew out, and he quickly grasped it, flying towards the direction of Qianlong Island. Li Luochen had already formed a rough idea of where to place this first-tier top-grade spiritual vein. He also had an island relocation talisman which could directly move Qianlong Island and Yulong Island together, or could bring over other larger islands. However, his cultivation was currently too weak, and he did not plan to do so. At least he had to wait until his cultivation broke through to the initial stage of golden core before he had the qualifications to do such a thing, otherwise moving islands would surely attract the attention of other cultivators. If he were to wait until his cultivation surpassed the golden core stage, islands like Qianlong Island and Yulong Island would not require an island relocation talisman. With the powerful mana of golden core cultivation, they could be moved directly. Upon returning to Qianlong Island, Li Luochen saw Li Yanshu playing in the yard. One couldn't help but say that this girl was indeed a congenital sword body, not even 5 years old, and already unwilling to let go of a wooden sword. As soon as Li Luochen entered the yard, he was spotted by the little girl, who quickly ran towards him with her short legs, the wooden sword, never leaving her hand. "Daddy, Daddy." Li Luochen picked up the little girl and smiled, saying, "Good daughter, have you been obedient?" Li Yanshu quickly nodded, saying, "I've been very obedient." In the meantime, in the room, Zhou Xian came out and upon seeing Li Luochen quickly asked, "Husband, you're back. Did you finish handling the explosive matters this time?" Li Luochen nodded and said, "It's all packed up. We won't be going to the underwater cave anymore." Li Luochen took out the spirit capture talisman and smiled. "This is the spirit capture talisman. I have extracted the spiritual vein from the underwater cave. As long as we find a suitable place, we can release the spiritual vein and let it generate a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein." Zhou Xian asked in surprise, "So our family's spiritual fields are going to increase again?" Li Luochen nodded and said, "Yes, indeed. Although it will be tough at first, as long as we persevere until the harvest time, we can obtain a large amount of spirit stones. However, I plan to place this spiritual vein on Yulong Island. Qianlong Island is already small and has 3 spiritual veins, one of which is a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein. Yulong Island only has 3 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins. Adding another first-tier high-grade spiritual vein shouldn't be a problem." Zhou Xian shook her head and said, "Husband, you decide this matter, I won't get involved." Li Luochen smiled, bid farewell to Zhou Xian, and flew towards Yulong Island with his daughter in his arms. On Yulong Island, Li Yanhua was stationed there, and he had already broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, easily guarding 3 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins. At this moment, Li Yanhua was watering the spiritual fields when he saw Li Luochen flying in on his sword, holding his little daughter in his arms. He quickly stopped his actions and hurried out to greet him. "Greetings, family head. You have arrived." Li Luochen smiled and said, "Yes, I brought a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein this time, planning to place it on Yulong Island. Do you know where a suitable spot is?" Li Yanhua hurriedly said, "During this time, aside from taking care of the spiritual fields and cultivating, I have gotten to know the surrounding environment quite well. There is a suitable spot right in the middle of these 3 spiritual veins. Follow me." As he spoke, he led Li Luochen towards the area between 2 of the first-tier low-grade spiritual veins. The area in between was very flat. If the spiritual vein were placed here, it could definitely open up more than 800 acres of spiritual fields. Li Luochen was very satisfied with this place, not expecting there to be a spot between the 3 adjacent spiritual veins, which saved him a lot of trouble. "When I return, I will have the Chongfeng couple and the Chongqing couple bring people over to help you manage this spiritual. Currently, the Li family has 20 cultivators. Although 2 of them are young children who have only been training for 2 to 3 years, it is still feasible to assign a few cultivators to each island. After all, if there is a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein here, the spiritual fields on both sides will be similar." Li Yanhua smiled and said, "Let's wait until this year's spiritual vein harvest before discussing it. The spiritual fields opened up by this first-tier high-grade spiritual vein probably can't be planted this year." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Shaoling walked over and interjected, "Actually, if we want to plant, we can grow spirit potatoes. It will still bring in some income." Li Luochen nodded slightly and said, "All right, then let's plant spirit potatoes. Our family should still have some that can be used as seeds." As he spoke, he had already put down Li Yanshu, and the spirit capture talisman appeared in his hand. After choosing a suitable location, he directly infused it with spiritual power and struck it into the ground. Boom! The spirit capture talisman entered the soil and instantly shattered, with the spiritual vein directly burrowing underground. This area was already within the range of the Gathering Spirit Formation and the Locking Spirit Formation. Li Luochen took out the Gathering Spirit and Merging Soil Talisman and began to open up the spiritual fields. After the spiritual fields were opened up, Li Luocheng handed over the remaining gathering spirit and merging soil talismans to Li Yanhua and took Li Yanshu back home. Upon returning, he arranged for Li Yanlong to deliver the spirit potatoes. When Li Yanlong learned that the Li family had gained 20 acres of first-tier high-grade spiritual fields, 50 acres of first-tier mid-grade spiritual fields, 100 acres of first-tier low-grade spiritual fields, and 300 acres of ordinary spiritual fields, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The Li family can already obtain a large number of spirit stones each year. If there are so many spiritual fields, wouldn't they soar to new heights? Although Li Yanlong has also broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and his cultivation base is not lacking, the higher the cultivation level, the more resources are needed, so having more family resources is always better. When Li Yanlong delivered the spirit potatoes to Yulong Island, Li Luocheng quickly arranged family matters and then rushed to Qingsha Feng City at an incredible speed. At Lingmi Workshop by Qingkong had already cultivated to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, not far from reaching perfection. He was puzzled as to why Li Luocheng hadn't sent spirit rice over in the past 2 years, resulting in a significant drop in his contribution points. While he was pondering, he saw Li Luocheng walk in and his eyes lit up. "Dao friend, you have finally come." Li Luocheng cupped his hands and said, "Dao friend, I apologize for the wait. There have been some unexpected situations, and I have been recuperating these past 2 years. At this moment, Li Luocheng's aura still indicated he was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, with no changes from 2 years ago. Bai Qingkong examined Li Luocheng seriously and after confirming he wasn't lying asked, "Were you injured? Are you alright? Do you need me to ask my master for a healing pill?" Li Luocheng shook his head and said, "Thank you, Bai Dao friend. I'm fine now. Here is the spirit rice I brought this time, please take a look. 5,000 pounds of first-tier high-grade spirit rice, 15,000 pounds of first-tier mid-grade spirit rice, 100,000 pounds of first-tier low-grade spirit rice, and 1,000,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice. 200 stalks of sea soul grass, 200 stalks of crystal flower, and 90 stalks of water spirit mushroom. This is what my family has harvested over the past 3 years. Bai Dao friend, please calculate how many spirit stones this is worth." In fact, Li Luocheng had said very little. This time, he planned to sell 15,000 pounds of first-tier high-grade spirit rice, 75,000 pounds of first-tier mid-grade spirit rice, 350,000 pounds of first-tier low-grade spirit rice, and 260,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice. This was just the spirit rice from the family. The increase in his own was not included. Unfortunately, he did not dare to take out so much spirit rice, for if he did, Bai Qingkong would undoubtedly have murderous thoughts. Bai Qingkong was shocked and asked, "There is even first-tier high-grade spirit rice?" Li Luocheng sighed and said, "Didn't I obtain some spirit stones before? It took a lot of effort to cultivate that first-tier mid-grade spiritual vein sai." As he spoke, a look of pain flashed across his face. Bai Qingkong nodded, slightly believing his explanation, as he was aware of the locations of Qianlong Island and Yulong Island. It was impossible for a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein to exist there, otherwise it would have long been developed by the king shaman. However, he was also somewhat pained. He had originally planned to rob Li Luocheng after breaking through to foundation establishment, but now all that was gone. He also understood the difficulty of cultivating a first-tier high-grade spiritual vein, as the cost in spirit stones would definitely reach tens of thousands. Therefore, Bai Qingkong said, 5,000 pounds of first-tier high-grade spirit rice is worth 5,000 spirit stones. 15,000 pounds of first-tier mid-grade spirit rice is worth 5,000 spirit stones, and 100,000 pounds of first-tier low-grade spirit rice is worth 10,000 spirit stones. Ordinary spirit rice worth 1,000,000 pounds is worth 10,000 spirit stones. 90 stalks of water spirit mushroom are worth 4,500 spirit stones, and 200 stalks each of sea soul grass and crystal flower are worth 12,000 spirit stones. All resources combined are worth a total of 46,500 low-grade spirit stones. Dao friend, please calculate, is that correct? 46,500 spirit stones is no small sum, and Bai Qingkong was tempted again, but upon realizing this was the Li family's income over 3 years, he couldn't help but shake his head. Calculating like this, the Li family earns over 15,000 spirit stones each year. If combined with cultivation, saving several thousand spirit stones a year would be considered a lot. It would be better to let the Li family continue providing spirit rice and spirit medicine, allowing him to gain more contribution points. Although he already had enough contribution points to buy foundation establishment pills, breaking through to foundation establishment also requires resources for cultivation, and most high-level resource spirit stones cannot be purchased. They can only be traded with sect contribution points. Though the contribution points gained from these spirit rice are somewhat negligible for foundation establishment, he has chosen more than just Li Luocheng, and with enough accumulation, he can still gain a large number of contribution points. Li Luocheng nodded earnestly and said, "You are correct, my friend. It is indeed 46,500 spirit stones. Bai Qingkong took out a storage bag and handed it to Li Luochen while she put away the storage bag containing spirit rice and spirit herbs. Thank you for your consideration, Bai. If you ever need spirit rice in the future, feel free to come find me, Bai Qingkong. I assure you I will not treat you unfairly. Once I successfully establish my foundation, I will certainly grant your family a quota for an outer disciple of the Qingsha sect. Hearing Bai Qingkong's enticing offer, Li Luochen was somewhat speechless, yet his face still revealed a hint of joy. Bai, you have already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. A breaking through to the foundation establishment period is merely a matter of time. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. Rest assured, as long as the spirit rice produced by the Li family is available, I will bring it to the spirit rice store for you. Although he could not bring all the spirit rice to sell to Bai Qingkong, selling a portion was still feasible. Just like now, selling spirit rice and spirit herbs worth 46,500 spirit stones at once, but claiming it to be the income of the Li family over 3 years, Bai Qingkong would not develop a greedy heart. As for the remaining spirit rice and spirit herbs, Li Luochen planned to make a trip to Beilu Immortal City. Regarding Beihai Immortal City, Li Luochen did not intend to go there, as the Qingsha sect also had interests in Beihai Immortal City. For safety's sake, it was wiser to head to Beilu Immortal City. The resources available for sale this time were substantial, guaranteed to yield a significant amount of spirit stones. If he could obtain some high-quality elixirs, it would also benefit the Li family. Bai Qingkong smiled and said, "Very well, since that is the case, I will wait for you. However, I also plan to return to Qingsha sect for seclusion and cultivation. You may come back in 3 years." Li Luocheng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Are you planning to enter seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment period?" "Congratulations in advance." Bai Qingkong slightly nodded and said, "Thank you for your kind words, and I hope you can successfully establish your foundation soon." Li Luochen shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "It's not that easy. I am already 60 years old, and if I cannot break through to the 10th level of Qi refinement and obtain a foundation establishment pill within 20 years, I will have no chance to establish my foundation. I can only place my hopes on the younger generation. I hope the descendants of the family can be a bit stronger." Hearing this, Bai Qingkong sighed slightly. It was not easy for loose cultivators, and a cultivation family without any foundation establishment practitioners faced even more challenges. However, he did not say anything discouraging, but instead encouraged, "What you say is true, but sometimes when the opportunity arises, establishing a foundation is not impossible." His words were meant to comfort Li Luochen. After all, the other party was his spirit rice supplier, and he genuinely hoped for Li Luocheng's well-being. Li Luochen did not respond, and after chatting with Bai Qingkong for a while longer, he quickly left the Qingsha market and flew towards the outskirts of the island. Bai Qingkong squinted his eyes, unsure of what thoughts were crossing his mind, and finally let out a sigh. "Sigh, well, cultivation is not easy. Let's see what happens in the future." After flying out of Qingsha Island, Li Luochen felt someone following him. Expanding his divine sense, he spotted several cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement, with the strongest among them reaching the 10th level. He was unaware that these cultivators were the same ones he had escaped from using the water escape technique. To his surprise, they had come after him again, and judging by the compasses in their hands, they seemed to have been well prepared. Li Luochen was now a foundation establishment practitioner. No matter how many 10th level Qi refinement cultivators there were, they could not match up to Li Luochen. He couldn't help but accelerate his speed, slightly flying towards a distant deserted island. To deal with these cultivators, he had to get far away from Qingsha Island, otherwise he would surely be sensed by the Qingsha sect. The cultivators shared the same mindset. They also dared not ambush other cultivators near Qingsha Island. If they did not resolve the issue quickly, they would easily be discovered by the Qingsha sect's experts. Once they were far enough from Qingsha Island, Li Luochen found a remote little island to stop. This island was extremely desolate, devoid of any signs of life or vegetation, making it an excellent place for killing and treasure hunting. Seeing Li Luochen come to a halt, the cultivators no longer concealed their figures and directly pursued him. He could keep running. But before he could finish his sentence, a flying sword swept across his neck, instantly claiming his life. The other cultivators reacted quickly, watching as Li Luochen easily dispatched their 10th level Qi refinement companion, their expressions changing drastically. Before they could react, Li Luochen locked onto them with his divine sense, and 5 flying swords of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth shot towards them with lightning speed. They were too fast for the cultivators to defend against. After all, Li Luochen was a foundation establishment practitioner. How could he be resisted by 8th or 9th level Qi refinement cultivators? By the time the flying swords returned, all of the cultivators lay dead on the ground, their bodies severed out of... After dealing with these individuals, Li Luochen swiftly collected their storage bags. A few fireball spells flew from his hand, turning their bodies to ashes before he flew off into the distance. This time he was heading to Beilu Immortal City, which was farther away than Beihai Immortal City. However, with his higher cultivation level and the second-grade low-grade flying, soared his speed increased significantly. In just 13 days, Li Luocheng arrived at Beilu Immortal City. Beilu Immortal City was built by various forces from the northern land cultivation world, and most of the goods inside came from the mainland's cultivation world. As one of the two great immortal cities of the Northern Gate Island, the prices of goods here were generally the same. This was a place for various forces to exchange resources. If the prices were different, they would not be able to retain customers. After handing over a spirit stone, Li Luocheng entered Beilu Immortal City. Inside there were various shops, and he quickly inquired about the most reputable one. Lingao Workshop sold all kinds of resources and also purchased various resources. Upon entering, Li Luocheng sensed several powerful auras. However, his cultivation level had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, and the first layer of the sky covering technique was nearly perfected. Only foundation establishment peak practitioners could sense his cultivation. Naturally, Lingao Workshop had peak foundation establishment practitioners stationed, but they wouldn't randomly check on his cultivation unless it was necessary. As soon as he entered Lingao Workshop, a female cultivator approached him, her cultivation surprisingly reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with today?" The female cultivator was quite polite and her attitude was excellent, which Li Luocheng found very satisfactory. "Do you buy spirit rice and spirit herbs? What are the prices?" The female cultivator's eyes lit up and she quickly replied, "Esteemed guest, if the quantity is large, we can purchase it at market price." Li Luocheng nodded slightly and said, "Is 58,000 pounds of first-grade superior spirit rice enough for market price?" The female cultivator nodded slightly and said, "Yes, we can buy it at market price for you. Do you have any more?" She did not expect that Li Luocheng could produce so much first-grade superior spirit rice. This was 58,000 pounds of first-grade superior spirit rice worth 58,000 spirit stones. Li Luocheng continued, 100 stalks of first-grade superior water spirit herb and 600 stalks of crystal flower, that's all. After saying this, he directly took out a storage bag and handed it to the female cultivator. The female cultivator quickly opened the storage bag to check, then respectfully said, "As you said, the first-grade superior spirit rice is worth 58,000 spirit stones, 600 stalks of crystal flower are worth 18,000 spirit stones, and 100 stalks of water spirit herb are worth 5,000 spirit stones, totaling 81,000 spirit stones." Li Luocheng nodded slightly and said, "You are indeed correct, this value is just right. However, I need medium-grade spirit stones, so please see how we can arrange that." 81,000 spirit stones. I wonder how many medium-grade spirit stones that can be exchanged for. I am a bit excited about it. The female cultivator quickly replied, "As a valued guest of our spirit treasure workshop, I can make an exception and give you 800 spirit stones. What do you think?" Li Luocheng naturally had no objections. After all, they needed to earn something, and it wouldn't do to let them make nothing. "All right, let's go with what you suggested. High-grade spirit stones would definitely be impossible to exchange, but medium-grade ones were still feasible." Once the 800 medium-grade spirit stones were in hand, Li Luocheng didn't rush to leave. Instead, he asked, "Do you have any treasures that can accelerate the cultivation in the Qi refinement stage, like natural spirit milk?" The female cultivator shook her head and said, "We don't have that, but our spirit treasure workshop has Danxiang spiritual liquid, which is a refined essence extracted from medicinal pills. Its medicinal power is very mild, with 1 drop equivalent to 10 drops of high-quality pills. If the esteemed guest wishes to purchase, I can make it cheaper for you." Li Luocheng inquired, "Are you saying that this Danxiang spiritual liquid is available from the 1st to the 10th levels of Qi refinement?" The female cultivator nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, not only for the Qi refinement stage, but there are also some for the foundation establishment stage. The first level corresponds to first-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid, and the second level corresponds to second-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid, and so on all the way to the 9th level, which corresponds to 9th-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid. As for the 10th level of Qi refinement, it corresponds to the top-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid. When it comes to the foundation establishment stage, it is different. There are only early, mid, late, and peak stages corresponding to second-grade, lower, middle, upper, and top-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid, respectively." Li Luocheng instinctively asked, "What about the golden core stage?" The female cultivator shook her head and said, "That's beyond my knowledge. If the esteemed guest wishes to purchase such resources, you will need to consult our spirit treasure workshop supervisor." Li Luocheng chuckled awkwardly and said, "That's not necessary, but I would like some for the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. I'm curious about the prices." The female cultivator replied, "The first-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid costs 10 spirit stones per drop, and for each grade increase it adds 10 spirit stones. As for the second-grade lower Danxiang spiritual liquid, it is 200 spirit stones per drop, 400 for the medium grade, 600 for the upper grade, and 800 for the top grade. Upon hearing this, Li Luocheng began to calculate. Such prices weren't too high. He still had 46,500 lower-grade spirit stones on him plus over 20,000 more, bringing the total to about 70,000 spirit stones, which should be enough to buy some. 10 of each first-grade, 80 drops each, 50 drops for the second-grade lower, and 40 for the second-grade medium. Although he wasn't sure how long these Danxiang spiritual liquids would last, they should allow several family members to reach at least the 7th level of qi refinement. The female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Esteemed guest, do you really want that many?" Li Luocheng nodded and took out 70,000 spirit stones, placing them in front of the female cultivator. The female cultivator hurriedly began to count, and after finishing quickly fetched the Danxiang spiritual liquids that Li Luocheng needed. Li Luocheng casually opened a jade bottle and quickly checked. The Danxiang spiritual liquid inside was indeed good, with each drop worth much more than 6 high-quality medicinal pills. It seemed that the Danxiang spiritual liquid was refined from ordinary medicinal pills. After all, no one would waste time refining high-quality pills when ordinary ones were already quite good. When Li Luocheng left the Spirit Treasure Workshop, he had acquired a good amount of Danxiang spiritual liquid, but had significantly fewer lower-grade spirit stones, with only 800 medium-grade spirit stones remaining. However, he still had plenty of resources, which should allow him to sell for many spirit stones. Finding a place to settle, he wandered around North Luochen City for a few days before entering the Wanbao Tower. The Wanbao Tower was similar to the Spirit Treasure Workshop, both having good reputations, otherwise Li Luocheng wouldn't have dared to come here. Inside the Wanbao Tower, Li Luocheng took out 60,000 jin of first-grade medium-grade spiritual rice, without counting the 5-fold increase that would amount to 195,000 jin, which would reveal a lot of wealth. 60,000 jin of first-grade medium-grade spiritual rice is worth 20,000 spirit stones, which isn't much in the Wanbao Tower and likely wouldn't attract attention. After hesitating for a moment, Li Luocheng took out 100,000 lower-grade spiritual rice, obtaining 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The Wanbao Tower's trade was quite good. When Li Luocheng walked out, he had 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones on him, but felt no strong presence following him. Next, Li Luocheng sealed several more shops selling first-grade medium-grade and first-grade lower-grade spiritual rice, earning 60,000 spirit stones. Finally, he sold 160,000 jin of ordinary spiritual rice, gaining 16,000 spirit stones. After the increase, the ordinary spiritual rice amounted to 485,000 jin, and after selling, he earned a total of 43,500 spirit stones. For an entire month, Li Luocheng had been selling spiritual rice in North Luochen City. Because he was discreet about it, he hadn't been noticed by any keen observers. Because of this, after all the spiritual rice was sold, Li Luocheng found himself with nearly 150,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Such a large amount of spirit stones would take over 10 years to accumulate in a foundation establishment family, but Li Luocheng only took 3 years, and he spent quite a bit as well, exchanging for many medium-grade spirit stones. One cannot help but admire the power of the system. In fact, a large portion of the spirit stones he acquired this time was due to the system's enhancement. The production from the spiritual fields and medicinal fields was only worth a little over 120,000 spirit stones. However, the harvest this time was not limited to just spirit stones. It was close to 280,000 spirit stones, with the majority being system rewards. If the spiritual rice and medicinal herbs grown in the family's spiritual fields were sold, they would yield over 120,000 spirit stones. This was over 3 years, equivalent to over 40,000 spirit stones per year. Although it seems like a lot when used for purchasing cultivation resources, not much remains. At the same time, the Li family's formation also requires spirit stones to activate, which also consumes spirit stones. Thus, upon returning to the family, Li Luocheng could only store 7,000 spirit stones within the family. The remaining spirit stones were used to purchase Danxiang spiritual liquid. As for the remaining 800 medium-grade spirit stones and 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones, that is Li Luocheng's worth. As a foundation establishment cultivator, one cannot lack some assets. After selling all the resources, Li Luocheng finally sighed in relief, flew out of North Luochen City, and headed towards the ocean. This time he did not feel anyone following him, which eased his mind. He found a relatively safe, deserted island, opened up a temporary cave residence, and settled down. Since he carried the Bai water sword array plate with him, as long as this formation was set up, it would be very safe. Sitting cross-legged in the temporary cave, Li Luocheng waved his hand and 5 storage bags appeared in front of him. Previously, due to time constraints, Li Luocheng had no chance to check his spoils, but now he finally had the time. However, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he might not even be interested in the storage bags of Qi refinement cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels. Opening the 6 storage bags, the resources piled up in front of Li Luocheng. The most numerous were naturally spirit stones. After counting, he found there were as many as 15,000 lower-grade spirit stones. That was not too bad considering they were just Qi refinement thieves. The 6 of them could have this many spirit stones, and he was quite satisfied. In addition to spirit stones, there were numerous magical artifacts primarily of first-grade superior and premium quality. Among them there were 3 first-grade premium artifacts and 23 first-grade superior artifacts, with a limited number of medium-grade artifacts totaling only 12. After examining the magical artifacts, Li Luocheng shook his head, finding them unworthy without any second-grade artifacts. His gaze shifted to the various bottles and jars, and upon opening them, he discovered that many contained only ordinary pills, which made him shake his head in disappointment. Li Luocheng had no interest in these ordinary pills, he preferred exquisite pills. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to refine Danxiang spirit liquid, otherwise he could have transformed these ordinary pills into Danxiang spirit liquid. After putting away the pills, he looked at the refining materials and alchemy supplies, which were basically useless, since he wouldn't be refining anything. However, there were over 30 spirit talismans, most of which were first-grade superior and premium, worth quite a bit. There were 3 jade boxes and 2 jade slips along with several other books. The contents of the 2 jade slips did not detail cultivation techniques, but rather the inheritance of alchemy and formations. After reviewing them, Li Luocheng was overjoyed. Although they were all first-grade inheritances, they were valuable assets for the Li family. While the farming system could currently support the Li family's cultivation, it would not suffice when the number of cultivators increased and their cultivation levels rose. Relying solely on spiritual fields would not be enough. As a cultivating family, it was essential to have inheritances for talisman masters, alchemists, formation masters, and artifact crafters. If they could not trade with the outside world, they had to be self-sufficient. As for the cultivation techniques recorded in those books, Li Luocheng dismissed them as they could only reach the early stages of foundation establishment and could not compare to the Li family's 5 elements true spirit art. Finally, his gaze landed on the 3 jade boxes. Treasures stored within jade boxes were surely not of. Opening the first one, he found a pill inside. Li Luocheng quickly closed the jade box, his heart racing. The spirit root pill, although he was unsure how it was obtained, was extremely valuable. Consuming it could grant a person without a spirit root the ability to possess one. Even if the resulting spirit root was likely a 5-element root, it would still qualify one for cultivation. If sold at an auction, this pill's price would undoubtedly exceed 100,000 spirit stones. Li Luocheng couldn't guarantee that his offspring would all possess spirit roots, so naturally the more of these pills the better. He wasn't afraid of his descendants having poor talent, he feared they might lack spirit roots altogether. If their spirit root talent was subpar, he could invest abundant resources to improve it. However, if they had no spirit root, they would not qualify for cultivation. Although he didn't know where several thieves had obtained this pill, it had now fallen into Li Luocheng's hands. He quickly stored this jade box away and opened the second one. The second jade box also contained a pill, specifically a foundation establishment pill. Although it was just an ordinary one, it was still quite rare for cultivators at the peak of the Qi refining stage. If an ordinary foundation establishment pill was combined with a premium foundation establishment pill along with Yuanling True Liquid, the success rate for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would exceed 80%. The third jade box finally contained something other than pills, 3 spirit fruits that Li Luocheng recognized. These 3 spirit fruits were spirit refining fruits, which refine the soul. Cultivators at the Qi refining stage who had not yet solidified their souls could not use them for now, but those at the foundation establishment stage could, and they could even greatly enhance their divine sense. Li Luocheng did not consume these 3 spirit refining fruits immediately, as it was not yet the right time. He needed to return in time for the harvesting of the spiritual rice. His cultivation had already reached the early stages of foundation establishment, and he didn't know what good items he might obtain this time. With this in mind, Li Luocheng quickly stored the jade box away and flew towards Qianlong Island on his sword. By the time he returned to Qianlong Island, the spiritual rice would be nearly ready for harvest. First-grade spiritual fields produced better yields of spiritual rice, but second-grade spiritual fields were different. Currently, there were no reports of second-grade spiritual rice in the cultivation world, as cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could already enter into a state of non-consumption. Second-grade spiritual fields were generally either spirit fruit orchards or spirit herb gardens, but they could also be referred to as spiritual fields. Currently, the Li family was too weak. Without a second-grade spiritual vein, they couldn't develop a second-grade spiritual field. However, the Li family currently had 40 mu of first-grade superior spiritual fields, 110 mu of first-grade medium spiritual fields, 310 mu of first-grade inferior spiritual fields, and 880 mu of ordinary spiritual fields. With so many spiritual fields, there would certainly be a great harvest next year. This time Li Luocheng's return was very smooth. He encountered no cultivators who posed any threat to him. His cultivation remained suppressed at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, and even the clan members were unaware of his hidden cultivation. However, all members of the Li family had cultivated the first layer of the Zhetian technique. Although many clan members did not currently hide their cultivation levels, they all used the Zhetian technique when going out. Currently, the cultivation levels of the Li family members had also improved. Apart from Li Luocheng, who ventured out to sell spiritual rice, other family members frequently went out to sell spirit talismans. The family's straw had all been refined into talisman paper, and now there was not just inferior talisman paper, but also medium and superior talisman paper. The spirit talismans drawn by clan members had even reached the superior grade, holding significant value. The family's straw had all been refined into talisman paper, and now there was not just inferior talisman paper, but also medium and superior talisman paper. The spirit talismans drawn by clan members had apart from the annual salaries prepared for them, Li Luocheng provided various high-level resources, most of which came from system rewards. The Donqiang spirit liquid purchased this time was also a high-level resource. If provided to the Li family members for cultivation, its effects would surpass that of exquisite pills by many times. Moreover, the Li family was different now. They could earn so many spirit stones each year, so their annual salaries should also be increased. As for the family contribution system, Li Luocheng did not plan to implement it so early. There were too few cultivators in the Li family, only 20. Once their numbers increased, he would change the family rules, but it was not urgent for now. As for how to improve, Li Luocheng had already devised a plan and would carefully strategize upon returning. Upon returning to Qianlong Island, Li Luocheng did not go back to his small courtyard, but instead headed to the family assembly hall. Sitting in the main seat, he began to contemplate. By next year, the Li family could harvest over 60,000 spirit stones from their spiritual fields alone. Half would be reserved as family resources, while the other half would be used to purchase resources, especially Donqiang spirit liquid. In addition to the 30,000 spirit stones reserved for resources, they could store more Donqiang spirit liquid, purchasing 30 of each quality from first grade first tier to second grade inferior, leaving the remaining 7,800 spirit stones to be distributed among the clan members. As for exquisite pills, they would not be purchased for now. Spirit stones would be given to the clan members for them to buy, or he could select talented clan members and train them to become alchemists and formation masters, so that in the future formations could be set up by their own people and pills could also be refined by their own people. After all, the majority of the Li family's members possessed 4 or 5 spirit roots with plenty of fire and would attribute, so learning alchemy should not be too difficult. As for formations, he was unsure how to discuss them. Without talent, he couldn't even comprehend them. Li Luocheng pondered for a moment, realizing that each clan member at every realm could be allocated 12 drops of Donqiang spiritual liquid annually, and there must also be changes in the spirit stones. The Donqiang spiritual liquid was not a big deal. After all, the Li family was currently not lacking in spirit stones. Purchasing 30 drops of each type every year would suffice for 100 years, considering there were only 20 cultivators in the Li family. Even if the number of cultivators were to increase in the time to come, it wouldn't be by much, as those with spiritual roots were still far too few. Well, from now on, each clan member at the first layer of Qi refinement can receive 15 spirit stones, those at the second layer 30 spirit stones, and those at the third layer 50 spirit stones. For the fourth layer 100 spirit stones, for the fifth layer 200 spirit stones, and for the sixth layer 300 spirit stones. For the 7th layer 450 spirit stones, for the 8th layer 600 spirit stones, and for the 9th layer 750 spirit stones. If one reaches the 10th layer of Qi refinement, they can obtain 1,000 spirit stones each year. Now that our family has cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, we must also make arrangements. For early foundation establishment, 1,500 low-grade spirit stones annually. For mid-foundation establishment, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones annually. For late foundation establishment, 2,500 low-grade spirit stones annually, and for peak foundation establishment, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones annually. If there are enough mid-grade spirit stones, they can also be converted into mid-grade spirit stones. Well, it's settled. Once the annual allocations for the clan members were confirmed, Li Luocheng contentedly picked up a jade slip to record them. Once there are more cultivators in the future, we can implement contribution points or merit points. For now we should focus on strengthening the family first. After completing these matters, Li Luocheng took out a communication talisman and began to transmit a message to Li Yanlong. Yanlong hurried to the family assembly hall. As the head of the family, there was no need for him to be too busy. Tasks that could be delegated to clan members should be entrusted to them. Li Yanlong arrived quickly, and after sharing the recent gains he was astonished. He never expected that so many spirit stones had been sold. Aside from the Donxiang spiritual liquid, there were actually 70,000 spirit stones. If we were to participate in an auction, it would be enough to purchase foundation establishment pills. Head of the family, is this true? Li Luocheng smiled and said, of course it's true. Moreover, starting next year, our family's income from the spirit fields will exceed 60,000 spirit stones. This is a good thing for the family, but this news must not leak out. Our Li family is still too weak. If others learn that we possess so many spiritual veins and have opened up so many spirit fields yielding 60,000 spirit stones each year, our family would likely face trouble. Li Yanlong said, seriously, rest assured, head of the family, we will definitely keep this a secret, just as you said, wealth should not be revealed. Li Luocheng nodded and said, all right, you and Yanhu must break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement as soon as possible. I have ways to help you reach foundation establishment. Go now and inform everyone about the family's annual allocations. Li Yanlong's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly nodding yes, thank you, head of the family. He did not expect that the head of the family had treasures that could help them reach foundation establishment, which meant that the family would at least have 1 or 2 foundation establishment clan members in the future, making it possible for them to become a foundation establishment family soon. As for going to the 2 major cities to purchase foundation establishment pills, Li Yanlong hadn't even thought about it, for their strength was insufficient. Even if they had enough spirit stones to buy the pills, they might not be able to bring them back safely. After Li Yanlong left, Li Luocheng patted the storage bag at his waist, and 5 flying swords instantly flew out, which were the 5-element spirit swords awarded by the system. He had been unable to use the second-tier mid-grade 5-element spirit swords before, but now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he could naturally use them. Quickly inputting his mana and imprinting his divine sense, he refined the 5 flying swords. After the initial refinement, Li Luocheng instantly felt a surge of joy as he understood the essence of the 5 flying swords. Produced by the system, they were indeed exquisite. The 5-element spirit swords, also known as the true spirit swords of the 5 elements, perfectly matched the true spirit sword technique from the 5-element true spirit art. If he could simultaneously control 5 flying swords to execute the true spirit sword technique of the 5 elements, achieving unmatched combat strength within the same realm would not be difficult. The key point was that the 5-element spirit swords could devour materials of the 5 elements to enhance their quality. Li Luocheng was not lacking in spirit stones. Purchasing second-tier superior and premium materials of the 5 elements was not challenging. If he had the chance to acquire third-tier materials of the 5 elements, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking resources when breaking through to the golden core stage. Li Luocheng threw over a storage bag and said, earnestly, each realm gets 50 drops of Donxiang spiritual liquid, which is enough for the clan members to use. Li Luocheng threw over a storage bag and said, earnestly, each realm gets 50 drops of Donxiang spiritual liquid, which is enough for the clan members to use. But remember, each clan member can only be allocated 12 drops of Donxiang spiritual liquid each year, no more. As for premium pills, I don't plan to buy any. You all have spirit stones, so go buy them yourselves. Li Yanlong nodded quickly and said, yes, head of the family, I understand. They indeed did not lack spirit stones. Although the talisman-making technique was not very strong, the family had plenty of straw, which allowed them to produce enough talisman paper to distribute. They didn't even have to worry about failures. As long as the success rate of the talisman paper distributed each time was only 10%, it would still be a profitable venture. Li Luocheng had never been particular about this. After all, the clan members worked hard to cultivate spiritual rice, and distributing the straw to them could be considered a reward. Do not underestimate the straw of the Li family now. There was quite a bit of it. Even if they did not make talismans, simply producing blank talisman paper for sale could also earn them a considerable amount of spirit stones. In fact, several clan members did just that. They were either too young or simply lacked the talent for talisman making, ultimately having to sell blank talisman paper. Even so, they still possessed a fair number of spirit stones, enough for them to purchase premium pills. Li Yanlong took the storage bag and was about to leave when he suddenly asked head of the family, it is the season for harvesting spiritual rice again, what do you think? Li Luocheng smiled and said, all right then, let's harvest as usual. After saying this, he waved his hand, allowing Li Yanlong to leave. Once the other party had departed, he approached a side door, opened it, and directly entered a small room. Inside, he fiddled around for a while and a dark hole appeared in the ground. Li Luocheng walked directly, and this was the treasure vault he had opened up for the Li family located underground. The vault was surrounded by formations originally intended for storing the family's spirit stones. It was just that there had not been any surplus spirit stones before. The vault was not large, about 100 square meters, 3 meters high, and aside from a few rows of shelves, there was nothing else inside. Li Luochen entered the vault and placed 7 storage bags containing spirit stones on one of the shelves. After completing these tasks, Li Luochen exited the vault. There was also a formation in the vault, but it was a first-tier premium formation, merely a small formation plate that could adequately cover the vault. Only Li Luochen knew about this vault and formation. Once the Li family had a second foundation establishment cultivator, they could also know about it. However, now was not the time. The Li family was still too weak. If too many people learned about the family's spirit stone reserves and the news leaked out, even a foundation establishment family would be tempted. After leaving the treasure vault, Li Luochen did not linger in the grand hall of discussions and returned to his residence. After spending 2 days with his wife and daughter, he began to lead the clan members in harvesting spiritual rice. Once the spiritual rice on Qianlong Island was harvested, he left some people to guard the island and took others to Yulong Island. However, by the time they arrived at Yulong Island, the spiritual rice here had also been harvested and was currently being threshed. After all the spiritual rice was safely bagged, the sound of the system echoed in Li Luochen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 6,000 pounds of top-grade spiritual rice valued at 6,000 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical success with top-grade spiritual rice has resulted in the acquisition of a premium foundation establishment pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, obtaining 27,000 pounds of mid-grade spiritual rice valued at 9,000 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical success with mid-grade spiritual rice has resulted in the acquisition of a first-tier supreme alchemy furnace. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 126,000 pounds of low-grade spiritual rice valued at 12,600 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical success with low-grade spiritual rice has resulted in a bottle of 100-year stalactite. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 87,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice valued at 8,700 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the ordinary spiritual rice has increased 5-fold. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting a quantity of straw valued at a quantity of spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical success with straw has resulted in obtaining a beginner's explanation of formations. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting a quantity of spirit potatoes valued at a quantity of spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and a critical success with spirit potatoes has resulted in obtaining a first-tier spirit chef inheritance. Listening to the mechanical voice in his mind, the smile in Li Luochen's eyes grew even more pronounced. The spirit chef inheritance was quite valuable, as it could significantly enhance the value of the clan's spiritual rice and spirit potatoes. If someone truly mastered the inheritance of the spirit chef, they could even open a shop in certain markets. After all, the Li family's spirit fields were ample, and they could easily allocate a portion to plant spiritual vegetables. The beginner's explanation of formations is also a good item for any formation master. It is undoubtedly the best introductory text. The 100-year stalactite has gentle energy and can quickly enhance one's cultivation during the foundation establishment stage. If it were a 300-year stalactite, it could even increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 20%. Such a thing is rare and hard to come by. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded him with a bottle, though he didn't know how many drops it contained. Taking out the jade bottle from the system space and quickly opening it, Li Luochen felt a bit helpless to find that there were only 10 drops. While this would allow him to cultivate for a while, it was absolutely impossible to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. As for the alchemy furnace, Li Luochen was unsure what to do with it, but regardless, it was a first-tier supreme magical artifact, so he decided to keep it within the clan for now and later place it in the alchemy room once it was established. The premium foundation establishment pill was also a good item. Li Luochen now had 2 premium foundation establishment pills, 1 ordinary foundation establishment pill, and 2 drops of Yuanling True Liquid, all of which are treasures for foundation establishment. If used well, it could completely allow 2 members of the clan to break through to the initial foundation establishment stage, which is a conservative estimate. Li Luochen asked Yanlong, "Let's go to Qingsha market this time." Li Yanlong's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. "Yes, head of the family. How much spiritual rice do we plan to sell this time?" Li Luochen hesitated a moment before saying 2,000 pounds of top-grade spiritual rice, 9,000 pounds of mid-grade spiritual rice, 20,000 pounds of low-grade spiritual rice, and 300,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice. Li Yanlong nodded, slightly fully aware of Li Luochen's intentions. All right, head of the family, shall we? Li Luochen smiled and said no need to rush Yen who leave those spirit potatoes behind. I have plenty of good items for you all. After I leave, let Yen who show them to the clan members. While speaking, he took out a storage bag containing not only the inheritance for formation masters and alchemists, but also the inheritance for spirit chefs. Aside from these inheritances, there was also an alchemy furnace and nothing more. After handing the storage bag to Li Yanhu, Li Luochen quickly left Yulong Island with Li Yanlong. Just after leaving, Li Yanhu couldn't wait to open the storage bag, and the first thing he saw was the alchemy furnace. Although the first-tier supreme magical artifact alchemy furnace was of good quality, Li Yanhu did not pay much attention to it, and instead focused on the 3 jade slips. Quickly taking out one of them, it contained the inheritance for a first-tier alchemist detailing not only alchemy techniques, but also a wealth of first-tier pill formulas. Li Yanhu was extremely excited. After reading it, he handed it over to Zhou Xian, as Zhou Xian was also the head's wife. Before long, all 3 jade slips had been read by the clan members. Li Yanhu glanced at Zhou Xian, and after seeing her nod, he spoke. The head of the family has made his intentions clear by leaving these items. Who among you is interested in alchemy? Who is interested in formations? Who is interested in spirit cooking? If you are interested, you can begin to cultivate the contents recorded in these 3 jade slips. The head of the family handed us these 3 jade slips to cultivate several alchemists, formation masters, and spirit chefs. This relates to our future, so you all can decide for yourselves. After saying this, he was not anxious, waiting for everyone's choice. With Li Luochen's current cultivation, it wouldn't take long to get from Yulong Island to Qingsha Island. As they were nearing Qingsha Island, Li Luochen suddenly asked Yanlong, "What level have you reached in the first layer of the sky covering technique?" Li Yanlong quickly replied, returning to the head of the family, "I have already reached the minor accomplishment stage. If I hide my cultivation, a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator cannot see through my level." Li Luochen shook his head and said, "No need to hide. The friend we are meeting this time has already reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement. You only need to display your normal cultivation. When you break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement and reach the major accomplishment of the sky covering technique, you can hide your cultivation then." Li Yanlong, being quite astute, understood Li Luochen's reasoning and shifted his gaze toward Li Luochen. After hesitating for a moment, he asked head of the family, "You also practice the sky covering technique, right? What level is your cultivation at now?" Li Luochen smiled and replied, "I'm just slightly stronger than you at the 10th layer of Qi refinement." He did not reveal his true cultivation level, mainly because he feared that the clan members would become reckless if they knew he had already reached foundation establishment. After all, in the regions under the jurisdiction of the Qingsha sect, there were not many foundation establishment forces. If the Qianlong Li family became a foundation establishment force, the mindset of the clan members would undoubtedly change. It was better to directly hide his cultivation level and let the clan members believe he was only at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. After all, foundation establishment pills are not easy to obtain. Even for disciples of major sects, acquiring a foundation establishment pill is quite difficult. Sure enough, Li Yanlong revealed an expression of insight. Since Li Luochen had guided the clan members in practicing the sky covering technique, his cultivation had remained at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Currently, the Li family lacked resources, and Li Luochen certainly would not treat himself unfairly, so it was impossible for him to remain stuck at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The members of the Li family were all aware of this point and had been speculating about Li Luochen's cultivation, with most guessing that he had broken through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, while no one suspected that he had reached foundation establishment. After entering the Qingsha Square city, Li Luochen and the others went straight to the Lingmi workshop. However, at this moment, the Lingmi workshop was no longer under the watch of Bai Qingkeng, who seemed to have returned to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon seeing Li Luochen arrive, a young girl approached. "Fellow Taoist." Li Luochen interrupted, "I have come to see the fair maiden Bai Qingkeng." The girl covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "You must be Taoistly right. I am from senior brother Bai's side, and from now on you can trade with me." Li Luochen nodded slightly. "Thank you for your assistance, fair maiden." The subsequent transaction went quickly. The spiritual rice presented by Li Luochen was not abundant merely. He had 2,000 pounds of first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice, 9,000 pounds of first-tier middle-grade spiritual rice, 20,000 pounds of first-tier lower-grade spiritual rice, and 300,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice. He had 2,000 pounds of first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice, 9,000 pounds of first-tier middle-grade spiritual rice, 20,000 pounds of first-tier lower-grade spiritual. Throughout the entire conversation, it was Li Luochen and the girl who talked while Li Yanlong quietly stood nearby. In fact, Li Yanlong knew that the family's harvest of spiritual rice this time was substantial: 6,000 pounds of first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice, 27,000 pounds of first-tier middle-grade spiritual rice, 126,000 pounds of first-tier lower-grade spiritual rice, and 870,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice. What they brought this time was merely a small portion, and it was uncertain how to handle the rest. After receiving the spirit stones, Li Luochen left the Lingmi workshop with Li Yanlong. Not long after they stepped outside, the two left Qingsha Square City. Li Yanlong then asked, "Master, where shall we go next?" Li Luochen smiled and replied, "Let's head to Qingsha Square City." Qingsha Square City was not far from Qingsha Square City, considered a large market outside the influence of the Qingsha sect owned by the Qingsha sect. Compared to the Qingsha sect was considerably weaker, having only one golden core ancestor, yet Qingsha Square City was not smaller than Qingsha Square City. Li Yanlong asked, "Are you planning to sell the remaining spiritual rice to the Qingsha sect?" Li Luochen shook his head. "I wish to go to Beilu Immortal City." Li Yanlong suddenly understood this made sense. Regardless of whether it was Qingsha Square City or Qingsha Square City, both had small-scale teleportation arrays that could directly transport them to Beihai Immortal City and Beilu Immortal City. If they were to fly directly to the two immortal cities, they would not know how long it would take, but if they used the teleportation array, they could arrive in an instant. Li Yanlong did not ask further and quietly followed behind Li Luochen, quickly making their way to Qingsha Square City. Their pace was not very fast. It took them a full 5 days to finally reach Qingsha Square City. If it were just Li Luochen alone, he could reach it in a day, but Li Yanlong, being only at the 7th level of Qi refining, was not fast and had no good flying artifacts, thus his speed was naturally slow. "Yanlong, you should purchase a few artifacts this time. If it were just ordinary times it would be fine, but in the future you and Yanhu may need to act independently. Without sufficient strength and speed it will not do." Li Yanlong quickly nodded and began to ponder what quality artifacts he should buy next. He could not currently use second-tier artifacts, and perhaps a first-tier supreme artifact was a bit too high in quality. After waiting for a while, the two took the teleportation array and arrived at Beilu Immortal City. In Beilu Immortal City, Li Luochen swiftly sold the remaining spiritual rice. Excluding the augmented rice, the other spiritual rice sold for a total of 26,300 spirit stones. As for the augmented ordinary spiritual rice, Li Luochen had gone out to sell it, while Li Yanlong was buying artifacts totaling 43,500 spirit stones, with 40,000 converted into middle-grade spirit stones. Now Li Luochen possessed nearly 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones and 1,200 middle-grade spirit stones. Even after deducting array costs, he still had more than 1,100 middle-grade spirit stones. Having acquired so many spirit stones, Li Luochen was quite pleased. He withdrew 30,000 from the family's spirit stones to purchase Donxiang's spiritual liquid, leaving him with only 6,300 spirit stones. Li Luochen had nothing else to buy, so he began strolling around Beilu Immortal City. Although the Li family currently had quite a few spiritual meridians, with 4 first-tier lower-grade meridians, 1 first-tier middle-grade meridian, and 2 first-tier upper-grade meridians, it was very difficult to cultivate these into first-tier supreme meridians. Li Luochen wanted to see if there was any way to obtain a first-tier supreme meridian. He did not know how long he would have to wait for the system rewards, as they were random. After wandering around for a few rounds, he did not find what he was looking for, and he realized he did not know anyone here, making it difficult to find out about auctions and such. Returning to Qingsha Square City via the teleportation array, the two did not linger at all and directly left Qingsha Square City, heading towards Qianlong Island. This time Li Yanlong's speed increased significantly, as the speed of a first-tier supreme flying sword was remarkable. It was precisely because of this trip that Li Luochen finally learned about the financial situation of the Li family members. With so many spiritual fields, the family could produce a considerable amount of straw each year, which could be made into blank talisman paper. Simply selling the blank talisman paper was already enough for them to gain significantly. After all, there were not many members in the Li family. Through the sale of blank talisman paper, each person could obtain several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones annually. This was just the income from selling blank talisman paper. If they turned it into spirit talismans, the income would be even greater. It has already been over 10 years, and among the Li family members who were over 15 years old, most had assets of over 1,000 spirit stones. If it were not for the occasional need to go out to purchase cultivation resources, perhaps it would be even more. After all, while the annual salary provided by the Li family was considerable, if they wanted to cultivate faster, they still needed to buy their own cultivation resources. In fact, Li Luochen was also aware of the profits from the straw, but with the system in place, he did not take the straw seriously, considering it merely a reward for his family members for farming. The rapid improvement of the family's cultivation was a good thing for Li Luochen. If several foundation establishment experts could emerge, Li Luochen could plant a large number of second-tier spiritual fields. As for the spiritual meridians, once their strength increased, the spiritual meridians in the hands of the surrounding Foundation establishment forces would not be significant. Moreover, he possessed so many spirit stones, with effort he could definitely cultivate second-tier spiritual meridians. The system also occasionally rewarded spiritual meridians, so it was possible to obtain second-tier spiritual meridians. With these thoughts, his speed unconsciously quickened. Li Yanlong hurriedly caught up and suddenly asked, Master, since we can produce so much spiritual rice every year, can't we open a shop in the Immortal City or something? Li Luochen suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Yanlong. Oh, what are your thoughts? Speak up. Li Yanlong quickly said, Master, our family can produce so much spiritual rice every year. Opening a shop for sale would be more convenient, and Yan Zhong and Zhong Ling's talisman-making skills are also decent, they could sell there too. I was thinking if we could open our own shop in the Immortal City, wouldn't we have access to a lot of information? We could find out where any auctions are held. After all, Master's cultivation level has already reached the 10th level of Qi refining. It shouldn't be far from Foundation establishment, right? Li Luocheng shook his head and said, let's not rush. Let's wait until our Li family has produced a few more Foundation establishment experts before discussing this. Moreover, what do you think I left for Yan Hu and the others? As long as someone from their side cultivates those 2 inheritances, we can open shops in the 2 great. However, all of this is predicated on our Li family's strong foundation. Without this foundation, let alone opening shops, it would be good enough to not attract others' attention. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, not wanting to continue this topic with Li Yanlong. Li Yanlong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately caught up with Li Luocheng remaining silent. As for the Foundation establishment pills, Li Luocheng wasn't in a hurry. Why should he be? Perhaps the family head had already prepared them. The 2 flew swiftly and finally returned to Qianlong Island a few days later. Upon returning, Li Luocheng greeted Li Yanlong and quickly headed back to Luocheng residence. Just as he entered, he saw his daughter Li Yanshu running towards him with her short legs. Daddy, you're back. Li Luocheng looked at his adorable daughter, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he hugged her tightly. Good daughter, Daddy is back. Did you miss Daddy? Li Yanshu nodded earnestly and said, I missed you. Can you take me out to play? Li Luocheng smiled and asked, where do you want to go play Washu? Li Yanshu bit her finger and said, Daddy, I want to play outside. Li Luocheng shook his head and said, you can't go outside to play, it's very dangerous out there. You can go out when you grow up. How about I make you a wooden horse instead? Li Yanshu's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded, saying, okay. I want a wooden horse. Li Luocheng looked around and quickly found a suitable tree. He summoned his flying sword and flew towards the large tree, beginning to carve it. Before long, the central part of the tree transformed into a wooden horse, resembling a rocking chair underneath, suitable for riding. After finishing, Li Luocheng reached for the wooden horse, which flew in front of Li Yeshu. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Li Yanshu staring fixedly at the flying sword, still hovering in the air. Li Luocheng smiled and said, little girl, you're not able to cultivate yet. When you can, I'll prepare a set of top-quality flying swords for you. Li Yanshu looked back at Li Luocheng and said, Daddy, I need to grow up quickly then. Li Luocheng smiled and said, all right then, my good daughter must eat more and grow up faster. In reality, in addition to this set of second-tier middle-grade 5-element spirit swords, he also had a set of second-tier low-grade 5-element flying swords and 1 first-tier top-grade 5-element flying sword. As for the second-tier middle-grade 5-element spirit swords on him, he was unsure of their situation. The 5 flying swords belonged to the second-tier middle-grade spirit swords, and even when combined they remained second-tier middle-grade. Although their power would greatly increase when combined, they still remained second-tier middle grade and had not reached second-tier upper grade. In terms of power, they were indeed stronger than ordinary second-tier upper grade flying swords. As for the remaining set of second-tier low-grade 5-element flying swords, Li Luocheng planned to keep them for Li Yeshu. This girl was a natural sword immortal, and when she could cultivate in a few years, this set of flying swords would be given to her. Alternatively, if the system rewarded other flying swords at some point, he could give those to her as well. As for the first-tier top-grade flying sword, Li Luocheng planned to use it himself for now. After all, his current displayed cultivation was only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and this first-tier top-grade 5-element flying sword was just right for him. While the father and daughter were interacting, Zhou Xian walked over with a smile. Husband, you're back. Li Luocheng smiled and replied, yes, I'm back. Then he glanced at Zhou Xian. Upon seeing her aura, his smile became even brighter. You've reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Zhou Xian had already broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, truly deserving of her 3 spiritual roots qualification. With such spiritual root talent coupled with the resources provided by the Li family, her cultivation speed would not be slow. If it weren't for her starting to cultivate too late, she might have already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement by now. For example, Li Yanzheng, who also had 3 spiritual roots, was about to turn 18 and had already reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. If he hadn't spent a lot of time drawing spirit talismans, he might have even broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Once he turns 18, he can consume 5 drops of earth vein stone caves, making it easy to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Combined with the Danxiang spirit liquid, he might even break through to the 8th layer. Therefore, compared to Li Yanlong and Li Yanhe, Li Yanzheng is the one he wishes to focus on nurturing. Not just him, but his wife is also in the same situation, as there are only 2 people with 3 spiritual roots in the Li family. Zhou Xian nodded, saying, "Yes, husband, I've reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement thanks to the earth vein stone caves." Li Luocheng was very satisfied and smiled, saying, "Good, continue to cultivate. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to break through to foundation establishment." Zhou Xian shook her head and said, "Husband, I dare not think that far ahead. That's foundation establishment, which allows one to live for 300 years. Just as Li Luocheng was about to say something, Li Yanhe rushed in. "Family had good news, good news." Li Luocheng looked over at him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Yanhe, you've become a father. Can you not be so agitated?" Li Yanhe smiled awkwardly, but still excitedly said, "Family had great news, dual spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots." Li Luocheng widened his eyes and asked, "What did you say? What dual spiritual roots? Hurry and clarify." Li Yanhe replied, "Family head, I want to test the spiritual roots this time, and there was only one with spiritual roots, and it's a dual spiritual root talent." Li Luocheng asked excitedly, "Dual spiritual roots, dual spiritual roots. Great. Which generation is he from, and what is his name?" Li Yanhe hurriedly replied, "He is from the Chang generation named Li Chongxing." Li Luocheng said, "Seriously, good name, good name. Let's go take a look." After speaking, he directly picked up Li Yan's shoe and quickly walked outside. Li Yanhe followed closely behind, and the 2 quickly arrived at the council hall. Seeing the somewhat nervous Li Chongxing, Li Luocheng was very pleased. Li Yanhe hurriedly said, "Chongxing, quickly greet the family head." Li Chongxing was startled by the voice behind him and quickly turned around to look at Li Luocheng and the others. He recognized Li Yanhe, and the other person he didn't know was definitely the family head. Disciple Li Chongxing pays respects to the family head. Li Luocheng waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities." Then his gaze kept examining Li Chongxing, feeling very satisfied. Not bad, dual spiritual root talent, very good. I give you 2 choices, either stay in the family and cultivate with us where the cultivation resources will definitely not be lacking, or I can send you to the Northgate Sword sect, a major sect with nascent soul stage experts where resources will certainly not be lacking. How you choose specifically is up to you. Even if you stay in the family, breaking through to foundation establishment and achieving golden core is still possible. In Li Luocheng's view, it would be better to keep such a gifted disciple within the family for cultivation. Those nurtured within the family are usually more loyal to the Li family. As for letting him join those powerful immortal sects, it wasn't impossible, but at that time Li Changxing's heart might not be with the family anymore. After all, few can remain wholeheartedly loyal to the family if they weren't nurtured by it, especially since his parents are not disciples of the Li family. Li Chongxing hurriedly said, "Master, I am willing to stay in the family to cultivate. I believe our clan is not inferior to any other forces. Rather than going to an unfamiliar place, it is better to stay within the family where our bloodline is the same, and at least they will not harbor any ill intentions towards me." Although Li Changxing was only 6 years old, he possessed a commendable disposition and could make many decisions on his own. Li Luocheng was very satisfied and said with a smile, "Remember, from now on tell others you have 3 spirit roots, understand? If others were to discover that the Li family has a dual spirit root member, it would not bode well for us. Especially the nearby foundation establishment families who would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation." Li Chongxing nodded and said, "Yes, master." Li Luocheng asked, "Yan, what spirit root does Chongxing have?" Li Yanhu quickly replied, "Master, Chongxing possesses both fire and wood spirit roots." Li Luocheng couldn't help but gasp. Fire and wood dual spirit roots were almost equivalent to mutated spirit. Wood generates fire. If he specializes in fire attributes, it would be somewhat wasteful. However, if he cultivates fire and wood attribute techniques, his cultivation speed would not lag much behind that of mutated spirit roots. System, are there any techniques for fire and wood spirit roots? Li Luocheng quickly inquired in his mind, as the Li family members were currently practicing any of the techniques from the 5 elements true spirit formula. Ding! The 5 elements true spirit formula can be divided into the firewood spirit technique. Please check it yourself, host. Li Luocheng was startled. He hadn't expected it could be split this way. Why hadn't he thought of this before? He felt a thought stir within him, and the 5 elements true spirit formula rapidly divided. Information regarding the firewood spirit technique quickly appeared in his mind. This left him somewhat speechless. He had been trapped in a cognitive bias and had failed to discover such a precious technique. He patted his storage bag, and a jade slip appeared in his hand where he began to inscribe the firewood spirit technique. After finishing the inscription, he casually handed the jade slip to Li Yanhu. This is for the little one's cultivation technique. If he practices this technique, his cultivation speed will not be much slower than that of a heavenly spirit root. Li Yanhu was taken aback. Li Changxing might not know what a heavenly spirit root represented, but he understood that it was the kind that could cultivate to the golden core and even nascent soul without any bottlenecks. Although Li Luocheng only mentioned the cultivation speed, that was still quite impressive. After all, the cultivation speed of heavenly spirit root cultivators was extremely fast, with foundation establishment achievable within 10 years. Master, I will certainly pay close attention to this little Chongqing. Li Luocheng nodded in satisfaction and said, Yan, who I leave Chongqing in your care. If you need any resources, feel free to come to me. Cultivate him as soon as possible. Yes, Master, I will remember. Li Chongqing also said, Master, I will strive to cultivate diligently under Uncle's guidance and will not let you down. Li Luocheng nodded and said, Good, you have ambition. You may go now. Yes, Master. Li Yanhu left with Li Chongqing, leaving only Li Luocheng behind, still wearing a smile. Currently, the Li family still had 2 high-quality foundation establishment pills, 2 drops of Yuanling True Liquid, and 1 ordinary foundation establishment pill. If the dual spirit root member is properly nurtured within just over 10 years, coupled with an ordinary foundation establishment pill, he could successfully establish his foundation. It seems that the family's foundation establishment pills and Yuanling True Liquid can help 3 family members break through to the foundation establishment stage. If there are more foundation establishment pills and treasures among the upcoming rewards, the Li family will definitely take off. Alright, let's return to cultivation for now. Li Yanchu saw Li Luocheng grinning foolishly and shook his shoulder, asking, Father, what are you so happy about? Only then did Li Luocheng come to his senses and rubbed his head, saying, Naturally, I am happy that our family has produced a genius. Once he grows up, he will be able to protect our Li family. Li Yanchu thought seriously for a moment and then asked, Is Washu also a genius? Can she protect the family too? Li Luocheng smiled and said, My daughter is definitely a genius. She will undoubtedly be able to guard the family in the future. Immediately after, Li Luocheng fell into thought about what to do next. First, the spirit refining fruit must be consumed to temper his soul and enhance his spiritual sense. Secondly, his cultivation must be improved quickly. Now the Li family has more than just Li Yanxu, there is also Li Chongqing. Lastly, he needs to find ways to acquire more spirit veins and plant more spiritual fields. Although the Li family currently has a considerable number of spiritual fields starting this year, they can earn more than 60,000 spirit stones annually, which is due to the small number of Li family members. Currently, the Li family has only 21 members. If they were to break through to over 50 members, it would mean that each person would only have slightly over 1,000 spirit stones annually. If the number of cultivators surpasses 100, it would be even less, with each person having only over 600 spirit stones. How can that suffice? Let alone buying foundation establishment pills, barely maintaining cultivation would be a struggle. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, a first-grade premium spirit vein must be secured, as it is the epitome of first-grade spirit veins. A first-grade premium spirit vein can open up 30 acres of first-grade premium spiritual fields, 50 acres of first-grade superior spiritual fields, 100 acres of first-grade medium spiritual fields, 250 acres of first-grade inferior spiritual fields, and 500 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. Just these add up to over 900 acres of spiritual fields, but first-grade premium spirit veins are incredibly rare. After harvesting spiritual rice next year, I will visit the 2 great celestial cities to see if I can acquire something beneficial for enhancing the spirit veins. Moreover, my 5-element spirit sword also needs quality enhancement, requiring 5 elemental materials. Sigh, there is still so much to do. With this thought, Li Luocheng patted Li Yanchu's head. Good daughter, father is going to seclude himself for cultivation again, so you must behave and listen, okay? Li Yanchu seriously asked, Father, when can Washu start cultivating? Li Luocheng smiled and said, No need to rush, little Washu is still too young. When you are 5 or 6 years old, I will teach you how to cultivate, how about that? Li Yanchu nodded and said, all right. Just don't forget, okay? Li Luocheng smiled and said, I certainly won't forget. My precious daughter is an extraordinary talent. I am looking forward to you growing up quickly to protect your mother and the family. Li Yanchu nodded vigorously, her little eyes filled with determination. Father Xu Wang will definitely do it. Seeing her like this, Li Luocheng smiled happily. All right, for now you just need to grow up carefree and not worry about anything else. Do you understand? Li Yanchu nodded. Although she was a bit puzzled since father said, so she just wanted to have fun now. Father, I want to go find Chang'an and Changhe to play. Is that okay? Li Luocheng nodded and said, Of course, since little Wangshu wants to go, I will take you along and see how those little rascals are doing. As they spoke, Li Luochen took Li Yanxiu out of the council hall and quickly headed towards Li Yanfeng's small... Wow. As soon as they arrived outside the small courtyard, they heard the miserable cries of Li Chang'an and couldn't help but shake his head. It was probably this little rascal causing trouble again, and now he's being dealt with by Li Yanfeng. Brother Chang'an is crying so loudly. Let's go check it out, Li Yanxiu said with her little eyes darting around, hurrying to Li Luochen. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye over a month had passed. Li Luocheng refined a spirit fruit, and the energy contained within was indeed immense, significantly strengthening his soul, allowing his divine sense to extend up to 400 meters. Although this still fell short of the 500 meters typical of the mid-foundation establishment stage, he still had 2 more spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he could not refine them into pills, otherwise the effects would have been even better. Li Luocheng got up, went out to plant some spiritual rice, and then returned to continue his closed-door cultivation. Now within Li Luocheng's dantian there were not just the initial 8 drops of liquid mana revolving around a single drop of source mana, it had instead transformed into 33 drops. To break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, it was necessary for his divine sense to reach 500 meters, and the liquid mana must also reach 80 drops, which was an increase based on the breakthrough from the foundation establishment phase. If one were to break through the foundation establishment stage with only a single drop of ordinary liquid mana, then reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage would merely require 10 drops of liquid mana, making the breakthrough quite easy. As for the late foundation establishment stage, the divine sense must reach a range of 1,000 meters, and the liquid mana in the dantian must reach 800 drops. This also illustrated Li Luocheng's formidable foundation. How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Typically, those who have just broken through to the early foundation establishment stage would have only 2 or 3 drops of liquid mana in their dantian. Although breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage wasn't particularly easy, it was certainly not very difficult. As long as there are sufficient resources, one can break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, regardless of the foundation, breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage poses some difficulty. To break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one must continually compress their mana, allowing it to swiftly condense into liquid mana clusters, with the divine sense range reaching 2,000 meters. Currently, Li Luocheng was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, with a divine sense of 400 meters and 33 drops of liquid mana, far from the required 80 drops. However, he was not in a hurry, as he was the only foundation establishment powerhouse in the Li family, and within a maximum of 2 years Li Luocheng was confident he could break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, Li Luocheng took another drop of 100-year stalagmite and a spirit fruit and began his serious cultivation. The spirit fruit could enhance divine sense, while the 100-year stalagmite could increase mana. The two progressed simultaneously without interfering with each other. After Li Luocheng entered closed-door cultivation, the members of the Li family also began to work hard. Some were drawing spiritual talismans, others were learning alchemy, while some began researching formations, and the culinary talents were acquiring the legacy of spiritual chefs, with the gifted naturally engaging in closed-door cultivation. Half a year was enough to identify those with talent. First, in drawing spiritual talismans with a decent talent, Li Yanzhong, under his guidance, Li Changfei and Li Wenhua surprisingly became first-tier low-grade talisman makers, achieving a success rate of 50%. Secondly, in alchemy, the Li family had no other spiritual herbs, so they could only use ordinary spiritual rice to refine the pill of abandoning grains and the lowest-grade spiritual tooth pill. Li Chongling had commendable talent, and Zhou Xian was not bad either. Unfortunately, there were only the two of them, and their success rate was only 2 to 3%. The alchemical talent of others was truly lacking. Even so, this was quite impressive. After all, the Li family was not short on money in the short term, and could cultivate them well in the future. Next was the study of formations, which was not something easily accessible. The Li family had been annihilated, and no one possessed that talent. Despite this, Li Yanfeng was very interested in formations, and had persisted in researching formations for 2 hours every day, becoming almost obsessed. Lastly, the spiritual chefs Wang Cuicue, Lu Xiaoling, Lu Changmei, and Wang Xianyun were doing quite well. Although the Li family lacked other materials, they had spiritual potatoes and spiritual rice, which were enough for them to experiment. Moreover, not far from Qianlong Island, there was a place in Alongfang City that sold spiritual vegetables as well as places selling monster meat. They could also purchase spiritual vegetables and monster meat to make spiritual meals, quickly becoming high-level spirit. After half a year of attempts, the culinary skills of the four had improved significantly. If rated, they could perfectly cook first-tier low-grade spiritual meals. However, in Li Luocheng's view, this was still insufficient. If he wanted to open a shop in the Immortal City, having a first-tier upper-grade spiritual chef skills was essential. In addition, there needed to be strong cultivators to guard it. Although Wang Suizue and Lu Shaoling had only recently started with the help of the earth vein stalagmite and elixirs, their cultivation had reached the 4th level of qi refinement, and they were not far from the 5th level. Yet, such cultivation was nothing in the 2 great immortal cities, which necessitated a prompt increase in strength. To open a shop in the 2 great immortal cities, one must have a foundation establishment cultivator to maintain order, otherwise it would be impossible to suppress others. This does not mean that the 2 great immortal cities are chaotic, in fact they are quite safe. However, if targeted by those powerful factions, they have ways to eliminate you. Thus, without more foundation establishment family members, emerging Li Luochen did not plan to proceed with. Li Luochen did not learn alchemy or formations. Although he was also tempted as the stabilizing force of the family, he needed to swiftly elevate his own cultivation. Finally, when another year of spiritual rice ripened, Li Luocheng's aura had increased significantly. First, his divine sense. After consuming the last 2 spirit fruits, while it did not increase his divine sense range by 200 meters, it did reach 550 meters, already surpassing the mid-foundation establishment threshold. Secondly, the liquid mana in his dantian had grown from 33 drops to 59 drops, after just 1 year of cultivation, an increase of 26 drops. This was quite normal. During this year, Li Luochen had continuously consumed 100-year stalagmites and second-tier low-grade Danxiang spiritual liquid, resulting in a rapid increase in mana. As for the other members of the Li family, apart from Li Yanfeng, there had also been significant progress. Firstly, among the Yan generation, Li Yanlong and Li Yanhai had already broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement, and within the next 2 years they could likely break through to the 8th level. Secondly, Li Yanzhong had turned 18 and consumed quite a bit of earth vein stalagmites. Originally at the 6th level of qi refinement, he had now broken through to the 7th level. If he focused on cultivation, he might surpass Li Yanlong and Li Yanhai in breaking through to the 8th level, definitely a candidate for foundation establishment. Li Yanqing was also doing well, but unfortunately he was still young and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, which was already quite good. Next were Li Chongfeng, Li Chongqing, and Li Chongling. Their cultivation was also impressive. Over the years, they had not lacked resources, resulting in all their cultivations breaking through to above the 5th level of qi refinement. Zhou Xian had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, as had Gao Qizhou. Wang Suizue and Lu Shaoling had reached the peak of the 4th level of qi refinement, while Lu Chongmei and Wang Xianyun were also at the 4th level, though they had only recently entered this realm. Lastly, for the other family members, those who were not yet of age could not use the earth vein stalagmites. Apart from a few individuals, most had not broken through the 4th level of qi refinement. One must say that the Li family had developed quite well over the years, at least 3 more individuals at the 7th level of qi refinement, plus Li Luochen as the foundation establishment family head, giving the family a semblance of a cultivation family. Family head, is there any way for me to get into formations? That day, as Li Luochen had just finished his cultivation and was about to go check on the spiritual rice, he saw Li Yanfeng blocking the door. Li Luochen shook his head helplessly and said, "Yanfeng, are you sure you want to learn formations?" Although formation masters are highly sought after among the myriad arts of cultivation, formations are the most difficult to master. Li Yanfeng nodded and said, "Third uncle, I truly want to learn formations. Please help me out." Li Luochen nodded, "All right, take this." As he spoke, a basic formation manual appeared in Li Luocheng's hand, containing the fundamental principles of formations, which could easily help someone grasp the basics. Li Luocheng had no intention of studying it himself, as his innate talent was already lacking. Although he cultivated the 5 elements true spirit art and had numerous system rewards, his cultivation level remained paramount. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect the family, ensuring that the farming system would continually reward him. Li Yanfeng looked at the formation manual in his hand, finally revealing a happy smile. "Thank you, third uncle." Li Luochen quickly replied, "You can study formations, but do not neglect your cultivation. First harvest the spirit rice, then break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, and only then slowly research formations. Do you understand?" "Understood." Li Yanfeng replied earnestly. He knew he had indeed been a bit too obsessed with formations recently, which was not advisable. As a cultivator, one must distinguish between priorities, with the enhancement of one's cultivation being the primary goal. Only with strong cultivation can one gain enough lifespan to master the myriad arts of cultivation. Li Yanfeng was well aware that despite his obsession with formations, he limited his studies to a maximum of 2 hours daily, after which he would practice, though he had yet to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Only then did Li Luochen nod in satisfaction and head towards the spirit rice fields. When he saw the top-grade spirit rice of the 1st tier, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Both Qianlong Island and Yulong Island had first-tier top-grade spirit fields, and this year's first-tier top-grade spirit rice was set to double. The Li family now had 40 acres of first-tier top-grade spirit fields, which should yield around 12,000 pounds of first-tier top-grade spirit rice. However, only a portion could be sold, as the Li family members also needed to eat spirit rice to enhance their cultivation. Next, under Li Luocheng's guidance, the Li family began harvesting spirit rice. Once all the spirit rice was harvested, Li Luocheng could not suppress the smile on his face. 40 acres of first-tier top-grade spirit fields yielded a total of 12,000 pounds of first-tier top-grade spirit rice. 110 acres of second-tier middle-grade spirit fields brought in 50,000 pounds of second-tier middle-grade spirit rice. 310 acres of third-tier low-grade spirit fields yielded 190,000 pounds of third-tier low-grade spirit rice. 880 acres of ordinary spirit fields yielded 130,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice. The straw was all distributed among the Li family members. Having obtained so much spirit rice once it was safely stored, Li Luocheng's system was quite generous, and the rewards came swiftly. The first-tier top-grade spirit rice had a critical success, granting him a premium true method spirit pill. The second-tier middle-grade spirit rice also had a critical success, yielding a technique on thunder law. The third-tier low-grade spirit rice did not have a critical success, but it was enhanced twofold. The ordinary spirit rice had a critical success, granting him a nascent secret realm. The straw had a critical success, yielding a seedling of the true condensation fruit tree. These were all valuable items, and Li Luocheng took them out to inspect one by one when no one was watching. The True Method Spirit Pill is a pill for enhancing magical power, capable of significantly boosting the magical power during foundation establishment. This item was actually prepared for him. Could it be that the system deemed his cultivation somewhat weak and aimed to enhance him? The True Water Thunder Law is also a valuable asset in the cultivation world. Thunder Law possesses undeniably powerful offensive capabilities. The nascent secret realm is extraordinary. Li Fingnian was just worried that the Li family's island was too small, and now a nascent secret realm has come. However, turning it into a true secret realm would be no easy feat. As for the true condensation fruit tree seedling, it is a second-tier premium spirit fruit tree and the only main ingredient for refining the True Method Spirit Pill. It is a pity that such a thing is rare and can only be encountered by chance. Even the Qingsha sect may not. After all, the True Method Spirit Pill is a rare treasure for the entire foundation establishment stage. With just 15 of these, one could directly break through to the peak of foundation establishment. Such pills are extremely precious. The entire Northgate archipelago may not even have them, for their value is comparable to that of foundation establishment pills. It is unfortunate that this time Li Luocheng only obtained one, which could at most allow him to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Li Yan, who asked, "Head of the family, take me along when you go to sell the spirit rice." Li Luocheng glanced at him. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and he was not far from breaking through to the 8th layer. "All right, then I'll take you along." Although he was aware of the gains from this outing, Li Luocheng still decided to bring Li Yanhu with him. Seeing Li Yanhu like this, it seemed he had something to purchase on this trip. He glanced at Li Yanlong and understood what was going on. "Hey, raise the deal. If any of you need any kind of magical artifact, just let Yanhu know. But remember to provide spirit stones. The family's spirit stones may not be sufficient for you all." Upon hearing this, the members of the Li family couldn't help but laugh. Although his words might have been exaggerated, they indeed were not lacking in spirit stones. "Yes, head of the family. I've long wanted a powerful magical artifact." "Thank you, head of the family. Thank you, second uncle." In the Li family, among the Luo generation of cultivators, Li Luocheng was the only one he had no siblings. The Yen generation had 5 members addressing each other as siblings according to their cultivation time. The same went for the Zheng generation, and the Wen generation appears referred to each other as siblings, while elders were addressed as uncles or aunts. Li Yan, who being the second, was naturally referred to as second uncle. When the members of the Li family approached Li Yanhu to report what magical artifacts they wanted to buy, Li Luocheng returned to his small courtyard while holding his daughter. He quickly took out a glowing orb and examined it carefully. This glowing orb is the nascent secret realm. It can continuously expand its internal space by constantly investing spirit stones and materials of the 5 elements and yin and yang. Currently, the orb is merely a nascent form with only a 1 cubic meter space inside, but it can sustain life. This item cannot be carried on one's person, it must be integrated into a location as soon as possible. As for the flowers, grasses, and trees within the secret realm, they will need to wait until they expand the secret realm before slowly planting them. At that time, the secret realm would only belong to the Li family's control, as such a thing is precious and rare. If the Li family encounters difficulties in the future, they could allow their clan members to enter the secret realm, which would ensure their safety from disaster. As long as the entrance to the secret realm is not revealed, even a golden core ancestor would not be able to find its location. Currently, the Li family was most lacking in spirit stones. As long as they had enough spirit stones, they could purchase the materials of the 5 elements and yin and yang, expanding the secret realm as much as possible. Li Yanshu curiously examined the glowing orb and asked, "Daddy, what is this?" Li Luochen smiled and said, "This is our family's treasure, you will understand later." As he spoke, he directly put away the glowing orb and gently patted his daughter's little head. At that moment, Li Yan, who walked in. "Head of the family, everything is ready." Li Luochen nodded and said, Good, since that's the case, let's go." As he spoke, he quickly exited the small courtyard, handing Li Yanshu over to Zhou Xian, and told her to remind Li Yanlong not to forget about testing for spiritual roots before leaving Qianlong Island with Li Yanhu. He first visited the Qingsha Square city, selling 2,000 pounds of first-grade top-quality spirit rice, 9,000 pounds of first-grade medium-quality spirit rice, 20,000 pounds of first-grade low-quality spirit rice, and 300,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice. The prices for these spirit rices were the same as last time, totaling 10,000 spirit stones. Li Luochen and his companion did not linger and quickly headed towards the Beilu Immortal City. They arrived at Beilu Immortal City via the teleportation array and spent a long time there before selling all the spirit rice. This time he brought 7,000 pounds of first-grade top-quality spirit rice, 45,000 pounds of first-grade medium-quality spirit rice, 180,000 pounds of first-grade low-quality spirit rice, and 130,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice, earning a total of 53,000 spirit stones. As for the remaining spirit rice, the Li family members also needed to eat, as they were merely Qi refining stage cultivators and could not establish a foundation. Even if they broke through to foundation establishment, they could not completely fast. They needed to eat once a month. Unless they broke through to the golden core stage, it would be impossible to completely fast. Even if they did reach the golden core stage, they could not fast for long in an environment devoid of spiritual energy. Thus, spirit rice was crucial, and the family had to keep some. However, this time they had enough to eat for a long while. Whether to keep more next time would depend on the situation. As for the doubled quantity of first-grade low-quality spirit rice, selling it brought in 38,000 spirit stones, significantly boosting his finances. However, he needed to purchase 5-element materials, and Li Luochen knew that this amount of spirit stones might not be enough. Li Yanhua went to buy magic tools while Li Luochen entered the heavenly material and earthly treasure pavilion to sell spirit materials. As he stepped inside, he released his early foundation establishment cultivation. Now was not the time to play dumb. After all, he needed to present a considerable amount of spirit stones next, and having only Qi refining stage cultivation would not suffice. Just as he entered the pavilion, an early foundation establishment expert approached him. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. What do you need?" "I am Wang Zhenyu, the 3rd steward of the Heavenly Material and Earthly Treasure Pavilion. Please follow me to our VIP room for a discussion." After saying this, he led Li Luochen to the VIP room. After all, Li Luochen was also a foundation establishment cultivator, and he deserved the courtesy. Li Luochen did not refuse and followed him into the VIP room. Once they were seated, Wang Zhenyu asked, "What kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures do you require?" Li Luochen replied with a smile, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. I came to purchase some 5-element yin-yang materials, both first grade and second grade. As for third-grade materials, Li Luochen could not afford much, as those were used for refining third-grade magic. The Heavenly Material and Earthly Treasure Pavilion certainly had such spirit materials, but they were also quite precious. If he purchased too many himself, he might attract the attention of Golden Core experts looking to rob him. Therefore, first-grade and second-grade 5-element yin-yang materials were just right, not too ostentatious. Wang Zhenyu did not ask any further questions and directly introduced 5-element materials are quite common. First grade low quality costs 30 spirit stones per pound. First grade medium quality costs 100 spirit stones per pound. First grade top quality costs 300 spirit stones per pound, and first grade supreme quality costs 600 spirit stones per pound. For second grade 5-element materials, low quality costs 1,000 spirit stones per pound, medium quality costs 2,000 spirit stones per pound, top quality costs 3,000 spirit stones per pound, and supreme quality costs 5,000 spirit stones per pound. Yin-yang materials are somewhat more expensive as they are not easy to obtain. However, the qualities you require are not high, and our Heavenly Material and Earthly Treasure Pavilion does have them. For first-grade yin-yang materials, low quality costs 100 spirit stones per pound, medium quality costs 300 spirit stones per pound, top quality costs 500 spirit stones per pound, and supreme quality costs 800 spirit stones per pound. For second-grade Inyang materials, low quality costs 150 spirit stones per pound, medium quality costs 3,000 spirit stones per pound, top quality costs 5,000 spirit stones per pound, and supreme quality costs 8,000 spirit stones per pound. Rest assured, the quality of the spirit materials at our heavenly material and earthly treasure pavilion is quite good, and the prices are also very fair. Luochen nodded slightly. He currently had over 1,000 medium-quality spirit stones, which he could not touch. He had nearly 14,000 low-quality spirit stones belonging to himself, while the Li family had brought out 30,000. With the remaining 20,000 from this trip, they had a total of over 50,000. Let's do this: 50 pounds of each type of first-grade low-quality 5-element materials, 30 pounds of each type of first-grade medium-quality materials, 10 pounds of each type of first-grade top-quality materials, and 5 pounds of each type of first-grade supreme-quality materials. Purchasing like this would use up all the over 50,000 spirit stones belonging to the Li family. Next, he would have to use his own spirit stones, and Luochen felt helpless, as he had not yet purchased the Inyang materials. After hesitating for a moment, Luochen added, "It'll take 10 pounds of each quality of first-grade spirit materials as well." This would cost 34,000 spirit stones, and when added to the previously purchased 5-element materials, it totaled 86,500 spirit stones. Wang Zhenyu was overjoyed, not expecting Luochen to purchase so many first-grade spirit materials. He would definitely make a huge profit this time. "Fellow Taoist, is that all? Is there anything else you need?" Luochen gritted his teeth and said, "For the second-grade 5-element materials, I will take 2 pounds of each quality." Wang Zhenyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "All right, that totals 196,500 spirit stones. Is there anything else you need?" Luochen smiled wryly and replied, "Fellow Taoist, I have been completely emptied." Hearing this, Wang Zhenyu couldn't help but smile and said, "Fellow Taoist is joking. I will go prepare the items for you now." Watching Wang Zhenyu leave, Luochen felt a pang in his heart. He had less than 1,100 medium-quality spirit stones left. Although the family still had 50,000 spirit stones, those could not be touched. It seemed that expanding the secret realm would have to wait a few more years. After a moment, Wang Zhenyu returned carrying a storage bag. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." Luochen took the storage bag, and after scanning the 5-element Inyang spirit materials inside with his divine sense, he nodded in satisfaction. "Fellow Taoist, no problem. Here are the spirit stones." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones appeared before him, mixed with a few dozen medium-quality spirit stones. After Wang Zhenyu counted and confirmed everything was in order, he smiled and said, "No problem. If you need anything in the future, come to my heavenly material and earthly treasure pavilion without hesitation. Even if we, the heavenly material and earthly treasure pavilion in Beilu Immortal City, do not have it, we can transfer it from other immortal cities." Luochen nodded and replied, "All right, thank you very much." After chatting for a while longer, Luochen began to understand the vastness of the heavenly material and earthly treasure pavilion. It was a colossal entity that spanned the cultivation world on the continent and in overseas realms, able to acquire resources that many other trading companies could not. Moreover, their primary business was heavenly materials and earthly treasures without any involvement in magic tools, medicinal pills, or spiritual talismans. Because of this, they did not have significant conflicts with these industries, and even served as suppliers, which allowed them to grow larger and larger. Upon realizing the enormity of this establishment, Luochen felt a sense of yearning, wondering when the Li family would become so powerful. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. The current Li family was still too weak and needed to take it slow. He would soon be able to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, and hoped that Li Yanjing and the others would grow quickly, first becoming a foundation establishment family before considering other matters. Wang Zhenyu was also quite talkative, sharing many secrets with Luochen. As Luochen stepped out of the heavenly materials and treasures pavilion, his heart bled. He had spent nearly 200,000 spirit stones this time. If he hadn't revealed his foundation establishment cultivation, he would likely have attracted unwanted attention. Perhaps he could still be targeted. After all, 200,000 spirit stones are not something a foundation establishment cultivator can possess. Just as he exited the pavilion, he saw Li Yanhua, who had already purchased a magical artifact, waiting for him. He quickly walked over and smiled, asking Yanhua, "Have you bought everything?" Li Yanhua turned his head eagerly upon hearing this, nodded slightly upon seeing Luochen, and said, "Master, it's all ready." "Great, then let's head back," Luochen replied. In truth, he had many more things he wished to buy, but with no spirit stones left, he couldn't make any purchases. He had initially thought that the spirit stones he earned each year would be sufficient for the family's development, but now it seemed he still lacked a bit. The two of them headed to the teleportation array, and the heavenly materials and treasures pavilion had a good reputation. Li Luocheng's information had not leaked. After they returned to Qingsha Square, they quickly left. Once back on Qianlong Island, Li Luocheng began to enter seclusion for cultivation, as his cultivation was still too weak. If his cultivation reached the golden core stage, spending some spirit stones would be of no concern, and he would not fear anyone's covetousness. For now, with his insufficient cultivation, he had to continue his training. Li Luocheng fell into seclusion while Li Yanhua distributed the magical artifacts to the clan members, bringing them great joy. As their cultivation levels continuously increased, their combat power also improved. Now with the coveted magical artifacts, their combat power could rise significantly. Li Luocheng only emerged from seclusion when planting spiritual rice, otherwise he remained in closed-door cultivation. The energy within the true alchemical spirit pill was immense and could not be refined in a short period. To completely refine this pill would require a considerable amount of time. Boom! Just 2 months after planting the spiritual rice, a powerful aura emanated from Li Luocheng, but he quickly suppressed it. It was not yet time for the clan members to know about his cultivation. He needed to ensure they also improved swiftly. As he reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, he had finally cultivated 80 drops of liquid mana, and the effects of the true alchemical spirit pill had been used up to about half. Li Luocheng quickly operated the sky covering technique, concealing his cultivation level and only revealing the 10th layer of Qi refinement. His first layer of the sky covering technique had already been perfected, and with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, even someone at the early golden core stage would not be able to discern it. Without further delay, Li Luocheng diligently cultivated, and the liquid mana in his dantian continued to increase. 3 months later, when he fully refined the true alchemical spirit pill, the liquid mana in his dantian had increased significantly. Li Luocheng was quite fond of this pill, but it was a pity that there was only this one. If he had a few more, it would have been enough for him to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Li Luocheng opened his eyes and began to inspect the liquid mana within his dantian. 190 drops of liquid mana, quite impressive. A single true alchemical spirit pill has allowed him to increase by almost 150 drops of mana. No, the effect of the Donqiang Lingye also contributed, but the bulk of the increase was from the true alchemical spirit pill. What a great item! I wonder when I will obtain another. Afterward, Li Luocheng sensed his divine sense once more, and his smile grew even broader. Before breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, Li Luocheng's divine sense had already reached 550 meters, and now it had increased by another 100 meters, reaching 650 meters. Li Luocheng was very satisfied with this. He did not continue to remain in seclusion and quickly exited the cultivation room. Upon seeing his daughter, who had grown a bit more in the yard, he couldn't help but smile. Li Luocheng was now 60 years old. If it were in his past life, he would undoubtedly have a house full of children and grandchildren. But now in the cultivation world, he had only this one daughter. No, while my cultivation is still weak, I must have a couple more children. Looking at his obedient daughter, Li Luocheng resolved to have a few more. After all, this daughter would grow up too. Who knows if she would be spoiled. It's better to have well-behaved little children. At this moment, Li Yanlong arrived, having rushed over upon hearing that Li Luocheng was back. Seeing Li Yanlong's urgency, Li Luocheng asked in confusion, "Yanhua, what's wrong?" Li Yanlong hurriedly replied, "Master, Qianlong Island is too small. The ordinary clan members cannot be accommodated." Hearing this, Li Luocheng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the ordinary clan members of the Li family to develop so quickly that Qianlong Island could no longer hold them. What about Yulong Island? Li Yanlong said the city on Yulong Island has been constructed almost entirely. We can relocate the clan members at any time. Li Luocheng nodded slightly and asked, how many people are currently in the secular Li family? Li Yanlong answered, "Master, the current number of members in the Li family has exceeded 100,000, reaching 120,000, but most of them are half-grown children. If we wait a few more years, they will grow up, and then they will be able to add fresh blood to our Li family." Li Luocheng inquired, "How do they survive? What do they eat and drink?" Li Yanlong replied, "In the past, relying on fishing and farming was barely enough to support them, but now it is no longer feasible." Li Luocheng nodded, saying, "Understood. Leave 2,000 clan members on Qianlong Island and send everyone else to Yulong Island. If they lack food, have them find a way to organize a merchant team to trade with the nearby islands. Our Li family has cultivators, and there are 3 at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It is unnecessary for them to remain on the island to farm." Li Yanlong nodded, saying, "Yes, master, I understand. Although merchant teams on the sea can be quite dangerous, there would be no significant risks if cultivators accompany them. After all, this is the near coastal area, and the sea monsters are periodically dealt with, so there aren't many. If ordinary people can sustain themselves through trade, that would be quite good. With 12,000 members in the Li family, how could there not be someone who knows how to do business?" Thinking of this, Li Yanlong withdrew to arrange matters for the ordinary clan members. Li Luocheng sighed slightly. Qianlong Island is only over 20 square kilometers while Yulong Island is just over 50 square kilometers. Even if one adds the 5 small islands surrounding Yulong Island, the total area would not exceed 100 square kilometers. Such a small area, what can it do? How many people can it support? Sigh, it seems I will have to spend money to purchase more islands. I wonder if Bai Qingkong has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Qianlong Island is located on the edge of the North Gate Islands, while there are other islands around Yulong Island besides the 5 small islands. Li Luocheng does not need spiritual islands, just ordinary islands will suffice, as they are only for settling the ordinary clan members of the Li family. If they are just ordinary islands, the price from the Qingsha sect will be much cheaper, and Li Luocheng has a few targets in mind. Currently, there are not many cultivators in the Li family, and Qianlong Island and Yulong Island are already sufficient. If there are more cultivators in the future, new islands will have to be purchased to nurture spiritual veins. It would be better to take advantage of the present and buy a few ordinary islands for future needs. Thinking this, Li Luocheng murmured, Yulong Island is not bad. Although it is just an ordinary island, its area is large enough, over 300 square kilometers, and it is close to Yulong Island. It's a pity that there aren't enough spirit stones right now. It seems I will have to wait a few more years. Li Luocheng felt helpless. He truly lacked spirit stones. In fact, according to his calculations, even having 1,000,000 spirit stones would not suffice. The Secret Realm's initial form is a significant consumer of spirit stones, and now he also needs to buy ordinary islands. The road ahead is long. System, bring me 2 first-grade top-quality spiritual veins. With these thoughts, Li Luocheng fell back into seclusion. Regardless of anything, raising his cultivation level was the key. After completing his training, Li Luocheng took out the 2nd grade 5 elements spiritual material and the 2nd grade medium quality 5 elements spiritual sword. Li Luocheng's 5 elements spiritual sword can absorb 5 elements spiritual materials to enhance its quality. Although the quantity of this batch of materials is limited, he still wanted to see if he could elevate his sword to a superior quality. As the 5 elements materials drew closer, the 5 elements spiritual sword emitted a powerful attractive force, causing the materials to adhere to the blade. Immediately afterward, intense flames burst forth from the sword, beginning the process of refining. As the flames continued to refine, the impurities within the 5 elements materials were stripped away, leaving only the purest essence to merge into the sword. The refined essence of the 5 elements materials was absorbed into the 5 elements spiritual sword, which did not increase in size, but rather enhanced in quality. Originally just a 2nd grade medium quality artifact, it began to advance, especially with the presence of the 2nd grade superior 5 elements materials. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements spiritual sword transformed into a 2nd grade superior artifact. Although it was formed from one sword, if separated into 5 each would simply be a 2nd grade upper quality artifact. Even so, Li Luocheng was very pleased. Having just broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessing a 2nd grade superior artifact would undoubtedly enhance his combat power significantly. Since the 5 elements materials were so effective, he felt compelled to try out the secret realm. After a moment's hesitation, Li Luocheng took out 20,000 spirit stones from his family's 50,000, then brought the light orb to the empty space in his backyard. This area was enclosed within his small courtyard, providing ample space for over 100 people without issue. It was set up years ago by Li Yifeng and his companions to showcase their family's status, and now it was just right for his needs. Li Luocheng first bonded with the secret realm's embryonic form by dripping his blood, then tossed the light orb into the ground, transforming it into a cubic meter of space. He took out a 1st grade lower quality 5 elements spiritual material and a yin-yang spiritual material and placed them inside, then added 1,000 spirit stones into the secret realm's embryonic form. As these resources were added, the secret realm's embryonic form began to expand continuously. However, the embryonic form was too small, and its absorption speed for these materials was not very fast. Li Luocheng was not in a hurry. He took out a futon and sat cross-legged on it, beginning his cultivation. Half a month later, when Li Luocheng checked again, he found that the 5 elements yin-yang spiritual materials and spirit stones in the secret realm's embryonic form had been completely absorbed and refined, becoming part of the embryonic form. At this point, the secret realm's embryonic form had expanded to a space of 100 cubic meters, a regular space measuring 20 square meters and 5 meters high. Li Luocheng furrowed his brow, wondering who could afford to supply such resources for the secret realm. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart, and directly added a 2nd grade medium quality 5 elements yin-yang spiritual material along with 3,000 spirit stones. Watching the embryonic form absorb, Li Luocheng did not wait and continued his cultivation. This time the absorption took longer, requiring a full month to complete. The space within the secret realm's embryonic form had expanded significantly, reaching a surface area of 50 square meters and a height of 6 meters. Li Luocheng threw in all the remaining resources and spirit stones while he sat outside to cultivate, ignoring the embryonic form. He only stopped when the spirit rice matured and looked towards the secret realm space. At this point, the secret realm space had grown considerably, with a surface area of half an acre and a height of 10 meters. Seeing such changes, Li Luocheng hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Inside the secret realm's embryonic form there was nothing but air, which was somewhat surprising. No wonder it was called a secret realm embryonic form. It seemed he would need to acquire more 5 elements spiritual materials in the future. In fact, Li Luocheng felt he had made a profit. Although he spent 100,000 spirit stones, this time he obtained a space of over 3,000 cubic meters. This space could also store living beings, though they couldn't be moved around, which was still quite good. Li Luocheng sighed, slightly considering the half-acre secret realm costing 100,000 spirit stones. He wondered how many spirit stones would be needed to truly develop the embryonic form into a complete secret realm. However, it made sense. Those capable of opening secret realms were powerful cultivators with plenty of spirit stones, so they wouldn't mind such a small sum. Li Luocheng did care. He was merely a foundation establishment stage cultivator, earning less than 100,000 spirit stones each year. Expanding the secret realm's embryonic form was simply not feasible in the short term. A half-acre secret realm embryonic form was hardly sufficient. Moreover, there was nothing inside, only space for habitation. Li Luocheng shook his head and quickly exited the secret realm. Once outside, he fell into deep thought. Though the secret realm was excellent, it consumed spirit stones at an alarming rate. However, as the foundation of the family, it was essential. No matter how many spirit stones it takes, the secret realm must be established. He decided, first I'll check on my daughter, then I'll see how Zhang Sheng is doing. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared at lightning speed in his front yard, glancing at Li Yanshu, who was playing by herself and couldn't help but feel relieved. Yanshu, why don't you go find some other playmates? The Qianlong Valley was bustling with activity now, including Li Chang'an, Li Changhe, Li Changhai, and the recently arrived Li Chengxue. Moreover, the Qianlong Valley was not that large, so there was no concern about them getting lost or leaving the formation. No one restricted their freedom since they had not yet started cultivating, allowing them to play freely. Li Yanshu quickly shook her head, saying, I don't want to go, I want to stay with mother. As she spoke, her little head turned cautiously towards the door. At that moment, Zhou Xian walked out with a smile, her aura having reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Seeing her break through, Li Luocheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was no surprise for someone with 3 spiritual roots, especially under the provision of abundant resources, to reach the 6th level of qi refinement. After a moment's hesitation, Li Luocheng took out a drop of 100-year stalactite, placed it in a jade vial, diluted it with spiritual water, and handed it to Zhou Xian. The 100-year stalactite was what he had left over from his previous cultivation, and the spiritual water could be easily collected by using the spirit gathering rain technique. Take this for your cultivation, don't use too much at once. If you refine it completely, combining it with high-quality pills and fragrant liquids, you should be able to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Originally, the 100-year stalactite had a very gentle spiritual power, and after being diluted it was even more suitable for cultivation. Zhou Xian looked at it and asked, Husband, what is this? Why is the effect so good? Li Luocheng smiled and replied, This is diluted 100-year stalactite. The spiritual power inside is very gentle, making it ideal for your cultivation. Hearing this, Zhou Xian frowned and said, Husband, this is a bit wasteful. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Li Luocheng chuckled, Don't worry, I no longer need this. It's just right for your cultivation. All right, I'll go see how Zhang Sheng is doing. That kid has dual spiritual roots. I wonder how his cultivation has been over the past year. As he spoke, he quickly exited with his daughter in his arms. Before long, Li Luocheng found Li Yanhui and saw Li Changxing diligently following along in his training. As expected of someone with dual spiritual roots, in just over a year his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of qi refinement, showcasing impressive progress. After praising Li Changxing and rewarding him with 100 spirit stones, he finally returned to his small courtyard. Time flies and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the cultivation cave, Li Luocheng opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing in his gaze. I have gathered 730 drops of liquid mana. I am not far from breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. 5 years have gone by and the spiritual rice has been harvested 5 times, with each harvest yielding similar results. However, the rewards from the system have been different, providing Li Luocheng with a substantial amount of cultivation resources. If it weren't for the abundance of resources, Li Luocheng's cultivation speed would not have been so rapid. First, he harvested high-grade spiritual rice at the first level 5 times with 2 increments, each tripling his yield and achieving critical hits 3 times. The 3 treasures obtained were 9 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, a copy of the 5 elements golden body technique, and a copy of the 5 elements divine forging technique. Next, he harvested mid-grade spiritual rice at the first level 5 times with 1 increment that yielded 4 times the rice, achieving critical hits 4 times. He obtained the second layer of the heaven-concealing law, 20 drops of century-old stalactite, a set of mother-and-child jade pendants, and 20 drops of century-old spiritual milk. Then came the low-grade spiritual rice at the first level, harvested 5 times with 2 increments, one doubling and the other quintupling the yield. There were 3 successful critical hits. From these 3, he obtained 3 high-grade breaking through pills, a complete set of second-level high-grade island protection formation, and a high-quality foundation establishment pill. Afterward, he harvested ordinary spiritual rice 5 times, achieving successful critical hits all. He obtained a first-level mid-grade magical tool, the 5 elements rope, a complete set of second-level mid-grade magical clothing, 100 drops of 50-year-old spiritual milk, 100 drops of earth vein stalactite, and a first-level refining inheritance. Finally, for the straw, there were 2 increments and 3 successful critical hits, yielding a first-level top-quality talisman brush, 1 drop of essence of Yuanling, and a sword embryo. These were the resources rewarded by the system. As for the spiritual rice, Luochen sold all of it. Over 5 years, the spiritual rice matured 5 times, and aside from what he kept for himself, he amassed a total of 280,000 low-grade spirit stones. He spent 30,000 spirit stones each year on purchasing elixirs, and this expenditure never ceased, leaving him with only 130,000 spirit stones. Adding to this the annual salary over the past 5 years, he ended up with just over 130,000 spirit stones. Logically speaking, for a foundation establishment family to accumulate such a number of low-grade spirit stones over 5 years is quite commendable. However, currently the Li family is still small in number. If their numbers increase, the demand for elixirs will grow and the spirit stones may decrease. He also sold the spiritually enhanced rice from the system, ultimately acquiring a total of over 260,000 spirit stones. These snacks indeed surpassed the family stock significantly, but after purchasing the materials for the 5 elements yin-yang, only 70,000 remained. At this point, Luochen could no longer be concerned about such matters. He needed to focus on opening up the family's secret realm. Only by establishing the secret realm could he directly implant any second-level spiritual veins that might arise in the future. The initial form of the secret realm consumed a large number of spirit stones, roughly 200,000 worth of 5 elements yin-yang materials, along with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet the result was still a rather small secret realm. Currently, the area of the secret realm's initial form reached 15 acres with a height of 30 meters. It could only be considered a very small secret realm. It seems that to cultivate the family's secret realm, expanding the family resources is essential. The spiritual rice rewarded by the system was converted into spirit stones and entirely poured into the secret realm. Ultimately, he only obtained 15 acres of the secret realm. It seems the next goal should be to aim for a first-level top-quality spiritual vein. In 4 months, the new spiritual rice will mature. Hopefully the system can be generous this time. With that thought, Luochen began to evaluate the cultivation conditions of the family members over the past 5 years. Zhou Ran's cultivation speed was not slow. He had already broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua had also reached the 9th layer of qi refinement not far from the peak. Li Yanfeng had also reached the peak of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and it wouldn't be long before he breaks through to the 8th layer. Li Yanjing, with 3 spiritual roots, having practiced since childhood, now holds the highest cultivation level in the Li family. Although he hasn't reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, he is at the peak of the 9th layer. Li Yanqing has also reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Although he hasn't broken through to the 7th layer, he is close. A new addition to the Yan generation is Li Yanshu, who after more than 2 years of cultivation has already broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. When Li Yanshu was tested for spiritual roots, Li Luocheng also tested himself, but did not do so in front. Li Yanshu's spiritual roots are quite good, possessing metal, wood, and fire attributes, making him very suitable for cultivating sword techniques. After all, wood nourishes fire and fire forges metal. Combined with an innate sword body, the resulting metal sword intent is exceptionally sharp. With an innate sword body and the Li family's light sword technique, it is no surprise that Li Yanshu's cultivation speed is remarkable. Gao Qingzhou, Wang Zuizue, and Lu Shaoling have also broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. This is the current state of the Yan generation. Even the weakest among them has already broken through to the 6th layer. As for the strong members of the Zhang generation, Li Changfeng, Li Chongqing, and Li Chongling have all broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. These three became cultivators soon after the family was established, and later with resources at their disposal breaking through to the 8th layer is nothing remarkable. As for Li Chongqing with dual spiritual roots, although he has practiced for less than 7 years under the abundant supply of resources, and with suitable cultivation techniques, he has successfully broken through to the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, almost achieving a breakthrough per year. Perhaps by the time he comes of age, he will have already broken through to the complete 10th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Chongmei and Wang Qianyun have also made breakthroughs to the peak of the 5th layer not far from the 6th layer. Over the past 5 years, the Zheng generation has increased by 8 members: Li Chengyu, Li Chongwu, Li Chongqun, Li Chongsuan, Li Chong'an, Li Chonghong, Li Chonghe, and Li Chonghai. Among these 8, Li Chong'an has 3 spiritual roots, while Li Chenghe and Li Chonghai both possess dual spiritual roots. Although they may not compare to Li Chong'an, they are still promising. With the resources of the Li family, breaking through to foundation establishment should not be a problem. However, due to their short cultivation time, none of them have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement yet. Among the Wen generation, Li Wenhua's cultivation is also progressing well, having broken through to the peak of the 4th layer. In these 5 years, 4 new members have been added: Li Wenying, Li Wenyun, Li Wenchang, and Li Wentao. Among them, Li Wenying is the daughter of Li Chongfeng, and Li Wenyun is the son of Li Chongqing. Both are 3 spiritual roots, which is quite good. As for the remaining 2, Li Wenchang and Li Wentao, they both possess 5 spiritual roots, which is also very promising. Over 5 years, the Li family has increased to 34 members, and even the children of the cultivators Li Luochen and others have spiritual roots. Moreover, the number of children in the secular world has also increased significantly. Although the Yan generation lacks spiritual roots, there are 6 among the Zheng generation and 2 among the Wen generation, totaling 8 new members over the past 5 years. The increase in Li family's cultivators is a great thing, but Li Luocheng feels quite troubled because alongside the growth of cultivators, the number of secular family members has also been rising. 5 years ago, they migrated 100,000 to Yulong Island. Now the population has surged to over 150,000, most of whom are children under 5. As for the remaining 20,000 family members, their numbers have also grown to over 30,000, most of whom are also children under 5. Currently, they can still manage, but once these children grow up, it is uncertain whether Qianlong Island and Yulong Island can sustain them. Li Luocheng sat at the table, furrowing his brows in contemplation. It seems that after the harvest of spiritual rice this year, he must purchase those 2 ordinary islands, as the secret realm's initial form cannot be relied upon for now. For the next 4 months, Li Luocheng did not cease his training, focusing on the water escape technique, the sky shrouding method, and the 5 elements true spirit sword technique. The water escape technique is a spell primarily for escaping, which Li Luocheng greatly favored. He had already mastered it to a high level, allowing him to traverse over 10 miles wherever there was water. The sky shrouding method had reached its 2nd layer, which is divided into 4 levels: entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Li Luocheng had already achieved entry into the 2nd layer of the sky shrouding method. With his current cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage, even a late golden core expert would be unable to sense his presence. To reach small success, one would need to be at the nascent soul stage to discern his specific cultivation level. As for the 5 elements true spirit sword technique, he could perfectly control 5 flying swords to fend off enemies, even setting up a small 5 elements true spirit sword formation. The 5 elements true spirit sword formation is the most powerful means within the 5 elements true spirit sword technique, consisting of the small and large formations. Using his own magical power and spiritual sense as the foundation, the 5 elemental spirit swords form the array capable of unleashing tremendous power. During these 4 months, Li Luocheng was able to comprehend these various magical techniques primarily due to the enlightenment tea. Although he only obtained 9 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, they proved to be immensely beneficial for Li Luocheng. The tea brewed from just 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves was sufficient for Li Luocheng to cultivate these magical techniques to such a high level, if only he could have more. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing that acquiring 9 pieces of such a treasure was already quite fortunate, and there was no need to be greedy. As Li Luocheng walked out of the training chamber, he saw many clan members gathered by the spirit fields, their faces filled with joy as they gazed at the spirit rice ahead. For them, this spirit rice represented the capital for rapidly enhancing their cultivation. As Li Luocheng walked out of the training chamber, he saw many clan members gathered by the spirit fields, their faces filled with joy as they gazed at the spirit rice ahead. For them, with the number of cultivators in the family now exceeding 30, Li Luocheng was very pleased, as the increase in numbers represented a greater probability of breaking through the foundation establishment stage and the likelihood of offspring possessing spirit roots. The process of harvesting the spirit rice was not slow, especially with the increase in the number of Li family members. After finishing with Qianlong Island, Li Luocheng proceeded to Yulong Island. The harvesting speed on Yulong Island was also brisk, and soon they had gathered all the spirit rice. The quantity of spirit rice remained largely unchanged, but as they finished collecting, the system's rewards filled him with immense delight. Ding! Congratulations, host's family has harvested 12,000 pounds of first-tier superior spirit rice through diligent farming valued at 12,000 spirit stones. Farming rewards criteria met: a first-tier superior spirit rice critical hit successful. Gained 1 first-class spiritual vein. Ding! Congratulations, host's family has obtained 50,000 pounds of first-tier medium spirit rice valued at over 16,000 spirit stones. Farming rewards criteria met: a first-tier medium spirit rice critical hit successful. Gained 2 first-tier spiritual vein advancement talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host's family has harvested 190,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spirit rice valued at 18,600 spirit stones. Farming rewards criteria met: a gained 5 times the spirit rice increase. Ding! Congratulations, host's family has harvested 130,000 pounds of ordinary spirit rice valued at 13,000 spirit stones. Farming rewards criteria met: a critical hit successful. Gained 1 set of second-tier premium island protection formation. Ding! Congratulations, host's family has harvested a quantity of straw valued at some spirit stones. Farming rewards criteria met: straw critical hit successful. Gained 9 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. This critical hit left Li Luocheng wide-eyed, obtaining 1 first-class spiritual vein and 2 first-tier premium spiritual vein advancement talismans. He felt he had truly struck it rich. The first-tier premium spiritual vein advancement talisman can elevate any first-tier spiritual vein to a premium level, even a first-tier inferior spiritual vein. This suggests that the Li family would soon possess 3 premium spiritual veins. With a thought, he summoned a first-tier premium spiritual vein advancement talisman and examined it carefully. The talisman stated that upon use, the spiritual vein would gather spiritual energy and evolve into a first-tier premium spiritual vein. As for how long it would take to successfully advance it depends on the concentration of spiritual energy. Based on the spiritual energy present on Qianlong Island and Yulong Island, advancing a first-tier inferior spiritual vein to a first-tier premium spiritual vein would require at least 5 years. If they could invest some spirit stones, the advancement speed would be even faster. However, the Li family did not possess many spirit stones, with only 100,000 spirit stones in total, and Li Luocheng had less than 1,000 medium spirit stones left. Currently, the Li family lacked spirit stones. Although they had acquired 1 first-tier premium spiritual vein, it would take until next year to determine how much the spirit rice production would increase. Without hesitation, Li Luocheng quickly inserted the first-tier premium spiritual vein advancement talisman into the first-tier inferior spiritual vein located on the edge of Yulong Island, where the terrain was vast. After doing this, he turned his gaze towards Li Yanhua. Li Yanhua also looked over, having seen the talisman earlier, but unclear about its purpose. Yanhua, what I just inserted was a first-tier premium spiritual vein advancement talisman, but to evolve into a first-tier premium spiritual vein, a vast amount of spiritual energy is required. Based on the spiritual energy on Yulong Island, it will take about 5 years thanks to the presence of the spirit gathering formation here. Li Yanhua's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, Master, are you saying that this spiritual vein will transform into a first-tier premium spiritual vein in 5 years? Indeed, but it requires 5 years without planting any spirit rice, otherwise the depletion of spiritual energy will extend the time further. Li Yanhua understood and smiled, saying, All right, Master, I will take care of this spiritual vein for the next 5 years, and ensure that no spirit rice is planted. Good, I trust you with this. I will head back now. With that, he flew away on his sword towards Qianlong Island. Upon arriving at Qianlong Island, Li Luocheng quickly made his way into Qianlong Valley. He dropped the first-tier premium spiritual vein advancement talisman into the first-tier inferior spiritual vein, then found a spacious area to take out the first-tier premium spiritual vein. Li Luocheng had long had his sights set on this location, which could cultivate nearly 1,000 mu of spirit fields specifically reserved for him. This place is hidden in a valley adjacent to Qianlong Valley. If anything were to happen in this valley, Qianlong Valley would be able to detect it. He directly implanted the first-tier premium spiritual vein below, and even without the spirit-gathering merging talisman, the land here quickly fused with abundant spiritual energy. Not bad. If we clear the spirit fields, we should be able to plant spirit rice in a little over 2 months. With this thought, Li Luocheng began to take action. Before long, Li Yanlong and others also arrived, and upon discovering that a first-tier premium spiritual vein had been implanted here, surprised expressions appeared on their faces. At this moment, Li Yanfeng also arrived, having already reached the entry level of formations. He could now arrange spirit gathering formations, locking formations, and other formations. This was quite beneficial. Li Luochen would not need to purchase formation discs anymore. With so many people, it didn't take long for the spirit fields here to be cleared. Although the spirit fields cleared from the 2 first-tier inferior spiritual veins could not be planted with spirit rice anymore, the addition of a premium spiritual vein was indeed good news for the Li family. After harvesting the spiritual rice, Li Luochen went out and transformed all the spiritual rice into spirit. This time he obtained 95,000 spirit stones, spent 45,000 on cultivation resources, leaving him with 50,000. Since the system's critical hit did not provide resources for improving his cultivation, Li Luochen still needed to purchase resources himself to break through to the later stage of foundation establishment. This time Li Luochen did not purchase the 5 elements yin-yang spiritual materials, as he still did not have enough spirit stones. He decided to buy islands first and discuss it again next year. The family's spirit stones had reached 130,000, which should be enough to purchase Yinlong Island and Panlong Island. If that doesn't work, he would have to use the spirit stones he had on him. This is a special period, and he couldn't afford to consider too much. He had to prioritize the development of the family. As long as the family could develop, they could obtain more rewards. After planting the spiritual rice, Li Luochen headed to the Qingsha workshop city and directly arrived at the island sale pavilion. As soon as he entered, he encountered an unexpected person. Bai Qikong was sitting inside talking to an old man, and her aura had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Li Luochen activated the 2nd layer of the heaven concealment technique, suppressing his cultivation to the 10th level of qi, refining, ensuring that he would not be discovered by these people. Bai Qikong saw Li Luochen, her eyes brightening as she smiled and said, "So it's you, Daoist. Are you here for something at the island sale pavilion?" Li Luochen quickly bowed and said, "I greet the 2 seniors. In response to Bei's inquiry, I have come to the island sale pavilion to purchase 2 ordinary islands. Recently, the family has been cultivating more cultivators, allowing ordinary clansmen to multiply excessively. Now Qianlong Island and Yulong Island are already overcrowded. Now, by suppressing his cultivation to only reveal the 10th level of qi, refining, he certainly had to address the cultivators in the Chunjing period as seniors. If he were to unleash his combat power, he could easily crush the 2 in front of him." Hearing Li Luocheng's title and what he said afterward, Bai Qikong nodded slightly and said, "Just ordinary islands. Don't you want spirit islands?" Li Luochen smiled wryly and said, "Who wouldn't want a spirit island? It's just that with more cultivators in the family, we also lack spirit stones. Of course, if the spirit stones were sufficient, I would definitely want the spirit islands you mentioned, senior." Bai Qikong smiled and said, "Then tell me, which ordinary islands do you want?" Li Luochen quickly replied, "Senior, I wish to buy Yinlong Island and Panlong Island." Bai Qikong swiftly took out the island map governed by the Qingsha sect and carefully examined it, eventually marking out 2 islands. "You have a good eye, but unfortunately these 2 islands are just ordinary islands with no cultivation resources. Are you sure you want them?" Li Luochen nodded and said, "I am sure. Only with enough ordinary clansmen can there be more cultivators, and then the family has a chance to develop. If a few with triple spiritual roots or even double spiritual roots can be born and they join the Qingsha sect, the family might even have a chance to become a foundation establishment family." This is not just Li Luocheng's thought, but the thought of all cultivators from the cultivation families. As long as there are enough ordinary clansmen, more with spiritual roots can be born. If 1 or 2 prodigies appear, it would truly not be a problem for the family to become a foundation establishment family. Bai Qikong pointed to a small island in the middle of the 3 islands, Yulong Island, Yinlong Island, and Panlong Island. "Daoist, take a look at this island." Li Luochen quickly turned his gaze over, remembering that there indeed was a small island in the middle of these 3 islands. Due to its small size, he did not pay much attention to it. Bai Qikong said, "This is a spirit island, and there is a first-grade middle-quality spiritual vein on it. If you want it, I will package this island along with the 3 islands and the 5 small islands, which are less than 5 square kilometers, and sell them to you. How about that?" Li Luochen looked towards this area and found that by incorporating these islands into one part, they automatically formed a separate area detached from the other islands. "Of course I want it, but I don't know how many spirit stones it will cost in total." Bai Qikong pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's not calculate it slowly. For the 3 islands, give me 150,000 spirit stones, and I'll consider the 5 small islands a gift for you." Bai Qikong pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's not calculate it slowly. For the 3 islands, give me 150,000 spirit stones, and I'll consider the 5 small islands." Li Luochen felt a surge of joy in his heart, not expecting the 30-year exemption from protection fees. This was definitely a good deal. The islands were quite large. Yinlong Island was over 300 square kilometers and Panlong Island was over 200 square kilometers. The Spirit Island in the middle, though not large, was still over 20 square kilometers. Combined with the 5 small islands of less than 5 square kilometers, this amounted to more than 550 square kilometers of land. If they cultivated spiritual veins and opened up spiritual fields to plant spiritual rice on over 550 square kilometers, who knows how much income it could bring to the family. None of this was urgent. Li Luochen quickly took out 150,000 spirit stones and said, "Thank you, senior." Upon seeing him take out 150,000 spirit stones, Bai Qingkong's eyes brightened, pondering something. Meanwhile, the old man beside them occasionally cast greedy glances at Li Luochen, his desire hidden barely. Li Luochen pretended not to notice the greed in the old man's eyes, but a sense of unease began to brew. Although his cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, making him stronger than the old man, if he were to kill this old fellow, he feared he would also face dire consequences. Stay calm, I must stay calm. The Li family was too weak right now. At the very least, he needed to wait until his cultivation broke through to the golden core stage before he could have a chance to contend with the Qingsha sect. As for now, it was best to quietly develop. Soon, just 5 years later, the 2 low-grade spiritual veins will transform into high-grade spiritual veins, and the system's critical hit rewards will definitely be abundant. Bai Qingkong quickly registered the islands under Li Luocheng's name and handed him the island master token. Daoist friend, you must take good care of the land. If you do well, the foundation establishment pills can be sold to you as well. While speaking, he cast a warning glance at the old man. The old man, in the early stage of foundation establishment, merely smiled, not paying heed to Bai Qingkong's warning. Li Luochen hurriedly said, "Senior, rest assured the spiritual rice cultivated by the Li family will all be sold to the spiritual rice workshop." Bai Qingkong then nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, you have no business here anymore, you may return now." Li Luochen quickly bowed respectfully and then swiftly exited the island sale pavilion. Once outside, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. If given the chance, whether it was Bai Qingkong or that old man, he would not let either escape. Bai Qingkong could suppress his greed for the sake of having the Li family help him cultivate spiritual rice. Although the price at which he was purchasing the spiritual rice was at market value, he was definitely eyeing Li Luocheng's wealth, or rather the wealth of the Qianlong Li family. As long as the Li family had clansmen breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he would not hesitate to strike down the Li family and seize all their assets. After Li Luochen left, Bai Qingkong turned her gaze towards the old man and coldly said, "Senior brother, do not set your sights on him, he is one I have my eyes on." The old man, in the early stage of foundation establishment, chuckled, "Rest assured, I won't make a move on her." But does the junior brother truly feel no temptation? Bai Qingkong replied with a smile, "The Li family is too poor right now, we should wait until they fatten up before making any decisions. Regardless, the spirit rice they sell to the spirit rice pavilion doesn't earn us any spirit stones. If we nurture them, won't the spirit stones ultimately be mine?" The old man widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Bai Qingkong. "You aren't targeting those families selling spirit?" Bai Qingkong smiled slightly, "Not entirely. I wouldn't dare touch those families with strong cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment." The old man merely glanced at him without saying more. It wasn't a matter of not daring, it was simply because he lacked the cultivation and feared for his life. If Bai Qingkong were powerful enough, those foundation establishment families would be in for a rough time. But that had nothing to do with him, it was a pity for the Li family who would be the fat sheep. Li Luochen was unaware that he was being regarded as such. He had already left Qingsha Island and returned to Qianlong Island. His speed was not slow, it took him only 2 hours to return to Qianlong Island, which was still without him using his full flying speed. Upon returning to Qianlong Island, Li Luochen was just about to check on Yinlong Island and Panlong Island when he sensed a powerful aura rising from the direction of his family. Without any hesitation, he appeared at the location where the aura was emanating with great speed. This is Yanzhong's courtyard. A Yanzhong is breaking through to foundation establishment. Li Luocheng's heart stirred as he quickly took out his second-tier top-grade formation and set it up outside Yanzhong's courtyard. At the same time, the protective array of Qianlong Island, the 5 elements grand array, was activated. After completing these tasks, Li Luochen smiled in satisfaction. That powerful aura was all too familiar. It was indeed Yanzhong breaking through to foundation establishment. Fortunately, he returned in time, otherwise the breakthrough's aura would have been detected by outsiders. The second foundation establishment powerhouse of the Li family was about to emerge, which was indeed a joyous occasion. At that moment, Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua appeared beside Li Luocheng. "Family head, what is happening with Yanzhong?" Li Luocheng replied with a smile, "Rest assured, our family is about to have a second foundation establishment cultivator." Hearing his words, Li Yanlong and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Li Luocheng. "Family head, are you saying there will be a second foundation establishment cultivator? Does that mean you have already broken through to foundation establishment?" Li Luochen nodded slightly. We are currently living under the jurisdiction of Qingsha secta. Before our family becomes stronger, we must develop quietly. Regardless of who breaks through to foundation establishment, we must use the concealment technique to hide our cultivation. Do you understand? Li Yanlong and the others quickly nodded. If they used the concealment technique to hide their cultivation, no one would be able to discern their actual cultivation level. This was undoubtedly a clever tactic of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Family head, you can rest assured about this. Our Li family is not yet strong and we know what to do. In fact, they were very happy in their hearts, because having a foundation establishment cultivator in the family meant that the Qianlong Li family was beginning to rise. Li Yanlong suddenly said, family head, this year there are no children in the family with spirit roots, but among the residents of Yulong Island 2 have been found. Their character is quite good and Zhang Ling and Zhang Ming have taken a liking to them. Li Luocheng nodded in satisfaction. Alright, that sounds good. Our Li family can have 2 more cultivators. That's enough. Whether it's the bloodline of the Li family or the sons-in-law and daughters-in-law of the Li family, they are all members of the Li family and are recognized by the system. In any case, in the future, if they have children, they will all be of the Li family's bloodline, which will strengthen the Li family. Boom. As they spoke, a powerful aura shot up into the sky, and Li Luocheng quickly acted to suppress it. Although there were formations around, he did not dare to gamble on whether there were spies from other major powers around Qianlong Island. It was better to be cautious. Li Luocheng smiled in satisfaction, and when Li Yanlong and the others saw her smile, they couldn't help but smile as well, knowing that Li Yanzheng had broken through. Even though it was Li Yanzheng who had broken through to foundation establishment, they were still very excited, as this meant they could also break through this realm. They were already at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and would soon break through to the 10th layer. It seemed that breaking through to foundation establishment was just a matter of time. Since the family head could help Li Yanzheng obtain foundation establishment pills, he would surely be able to find more. They were unaware that the family currently possessed 3 foundation establishment pills and 2 drops of true liquid of Yuan spirit, which was enough for 2 people to break through to foundation establishment. Once the aura here calmed down, Li Luocheng finally let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress the smile on his face. It worked. Yanzheng has broken through. Alright, let's return to our cultivation. He needs to stabilize his cultivation now. By the way, Yinlong Island, Panlong Island, and Linglong Island have already been purchased by me, and the 5 surrounding small islands are also ours, so remember to take charge. There is a middle-grade spirit vein on Linglong Island. You can plant spirit vegetables this year, and let the family members learning spirit cuisine practice their skills. Li Yanlong and the others quickly nodded. They were aware of these 3 islands. A Linglong Island was small, but it had a middle-grade spirit vein. The other 2 islands were large, but merely ordinary islands, and could not be utilized for the time being. However, they could serve as a place of refuge for ordinary family members. Understood, family head. After Li Luocheng finished instructing, he handed the island master token to the 2 and quickly returned to his own courtyard to cultivate. Li Yanlong and the others exchanged glances and quickly took action, soon taking charge of the 3 islands. They purchased some spirit vegetable seeds nearby and planted them in the spirit fields opened up by the spirit vein. Spirit vegetables have a relatively short maturation period, maturing once every 3 months. When harvested, Li Luocheng could receive more system rewards. However, spirit vegetables are scarce, and even if Li Luocheng received 3 system rewards, it would not compare to 1 from spirit rice. Time flew by and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye as Li Luocheng's mind echoed with the harvest rewards for spirit vegetables. 30,000 first-tier, middle-grade spirit vegetables with a critical reward of 1 drop of true liquid of Yuan spirit. 90,000 first-tier low-grade spirit vegetables amplified threefold. 150,000 ordinary spirit vegetables with a critical reward of 1 first-tier top-grade Yuan flying boat. All of these can be considered good items, and with so many spirit vegetables, they would be enough for the Li family's cultivators to consume for a long time. Another 3 months passed and spirit vegetables were harvested once again. The first-tier middle-grade spirit vegetables had a 4-fold amplification. First-tier low-grade spirit vegetables had a critical reward of 1 first-tier top-grade Yuan flying boat, and ordinary spirit rice had a critical reward of 1 spirit god pill. While cultivating, Li Luocheng opened his eyes suddenly upon hearing about the rewards and quickly took out the spirit. This is a treasure that can simultaneously enhance both magical power and spiritual consciousness. He never expected that spirit vegetables would yield such a critical reward, and it was just ordinary spirit vegetables. It was simply an unexpected delight. Without hesitation, he consumed the spirit god pill and quickly refined it. As the pill was refined, the liquid mana within his dantian rapidly increased, and the spiritual consciousness in his sea of consciousness also became more condensed. The spirit god pill was indeed effective, but it was a pity there was only 1. He wondered if it would help him break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. With these thoughts, Li Luocheng entered a deep state of seclusion. 3 months later, Li Luocheng woke up feeling a significant increase in his aura. The liquid mana in his dantian had finally reached 800 drops and his divine sense had extended to 1 kilometer. This was indeed a sign of breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Li Luocheng had finally advanced to late foundation establishment. This result filled him with immense joy. From now on, he no longer needed to increase his mana, but rather compress it to form an illusory liquid virtual core in preparation for the golden core stage. Once the liquid virtual core formed, Li Luocheng could break through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment and then challenge the initial stage of the golden core. This realm required patience, and Li Luocheng was not in a hurry. After all, within the Li family, only Li Yanzhong had just broken through to the initial foundation establishment stage, and there was still a long way to go. At this time, the spiritual vegetables had also yielded results. A first-tier mid-grade spiritual vegetable produced several pieces of 5-element spiritual materials, while a first-tier low-grade spiritual vegetable produced several pieces of yin-yang spiritual materials. Additionally, a regular spiritual vegetable produced a first-tier exceptional cloud sky flying boat. So far, there were 3 cloud sky flying boats. Even if all the ordinary members of the Li family needed to relocate, they could manage it. After all, each first-tier exceptional cloud sky flying boat could accommodate over 100 people, which meant 300 people in total. What surprised Li Fengnian the most were the 5-element spiritual materials and yin-yang spiritual materials, both of which were valuable items that could help to develop the initial form of a secret realm. After standing up, his aura returned to the 10th layer of Qi refining, and he walked outside with satisfaction. Now he wanted to see what good items could be obtained from the spiritual rice produced in the first-tier exceptional spiritual field. His cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, yet Qianlong Island still lacked even a second-tier spiritual vein, which was indeed somewhat unexpected. However, cultivating a second-tier spiritual vein was not a simple task. It required years of nurture. The Li family currently did not have enough spirit stones. To cultivate a second-tier spiritual vein, they would have to wait for the 2 exceptional spiritual veins to form 5 years later. Upon exiting the cultivation chamber, he saw a streak of light flying towards him, and a smile appeared on Li Luocheng's face. It was none other than his daughter Li Yeshu. She was born with an innate sword body, and no matter what spiritual root she had, it was all quite similar to her. Having only cultivated for a few years, she had already reached the 4th layer of Qi refining, and with the 5-element flying sword, she could now fly using sword control. As she landed steadily in front of Li Luocheng, she happily said, "Father, the spiritual rice is now ripe. Is it time for us to harvest the spiritual rice?" Li Luocheng replied with a smile, "Yes, indeed. Let's go." After saying this, a first-tier exceptional 5-element sword appeared beneath his feet, carrying him away into the distance. Li Yanshu quickly called out, "Father, wait for me." After a shout, she swiftly followed Li Luocheng towards the direction of the first-tier exceptional spiritual field. During this time, she, like others in the Li family, had been cultivating near the first-tier exceptional spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy was dense, greatly aiding the cultivation of family members who had not yet reached foundation establishment. When they arrived, they saw rows of small wooden houses built around the spiritual vein. Li Luocheng nodded in satisfaction, realizing that these family members were quite clever, recognizing the use of the spiritual energy from the exceptional spiritual vein for cultivation. Upon seeing Li Luocheng arrive, everyone quickly bowed in respect. "Greetings, family head." Li Luocheng waved his hand and said, "No need for such formalities, let's harvest the spiritual rice." With his words, the members of the Li family swiftly began to harvest the spiritual rice. He himself flew into the first-tier exceptional spiritual field and started harvesting as well. The yield from the first-tier exceptional spiritual field was quite decent, reaching 200 jin, which was slightly better than first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice. However, the price of first-tier exceptional spiritual rice was not low, as it was an excellent ingredient for alchemy. In reality, most first-tier exceptional spiritual rice took 3 to 5 years to mature. Li Luocheng had purchased the fastest maturing variety to ensure a harvest every year. Those that matured in 3 to 5 years had a high yield and price comparable to first-tier exceptional spirit. In contrast, the spiritual herbs that Li Luocheng planted were different, costing 5 spirit stones per gene, which was not particularly expensive, and even less than some first-tier mid-grade spiritual herbs. Li Luocheng was well aware of this, but he was in urgent need of spirit stones and required system rewards, thus he had to plant this fast-yielding spiritual rice. After harvesting all the spiritual rice from the 30 acres of exceptional spiritual field, he obtained a total of 6,000 genes of exceptional spiritual rice. If sold altogether, it could definitely yield 30,000 spirit stones, which was quite considerable. In addition to the spiritual rice from other spiritual fields, it was uncertain how many spirit stones could be harvested this year. Half a month later, after all the spiritual rice was collected and stored by Li Luochen, the system voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 6,000 genes of first-tier exceptional spiritual rice valued at 30,000 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the first-tier exceptional spiritual rice has successfully triggered a critical hit resulting in 2 teleportation arrays. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 27,000 genes of first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice valued at 27,000 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice has successfully triggered a critical hit resulting in 3 foundation establishment pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 94,500 genes of first-tier mid-grade spiritual rice valued at 31,500 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the first-tier mid-grade spiritual rice has successfully triggered a critical hit resulting in a third-tier mid-grade red flame dragon array plate. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 311,200 genes of first-tier low-grade spiritual rice valued at 31,200 spirit stones, resulting in a 5-fold increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 181,500 genes of ordinary spiritual rice valued at 18,150 spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the ordinary spiritual rice has successfully triggered a critical hit resulting in 10 drops of Yuanling True Liquid. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting a certain amount of straw valued at a certain number of spirit stones. The farming reward condition has been met, and the straw has successfully triggered a critical hit resulting in a bottle of Spirit God pills. Li Luochen couldn't help but widen his eyes, somewhat incredulously checking the rewards from this harvest. A third-tier mid-grade red flame dragon array plate. This was indeed a third-tier mid-grade array plate, which could be of great use if employed well, even leaving behind golden core ancestors. The 2 teleportation arrays perfectly resolved Li Luocheng's urgent needs. Li Luochen had broken through to foundation establishment, and Li Yanzhong had also advanced. It wouldn't be long before Li Yanjing, Li Yanhua, and even Li Changxing could break through to foundation establishment. By that time, with more family members at the foundation establishment stage, they would definitely not be content with Qianlong Island. Farming in the sea was too difficult. Without sufficiently large land, it was impossible to cultivate more spiritual fields. The Barren Islands are very close to the northern land cultivation realm. Originally, Li Luocheng planned to break through to the golden core stage before thinking of relocating the family to the mainland's cultivation realm, but now it seemed unnecessary. The distance the 2 teleportation arrays could cover was sufficient to move from the Barren Islands to the northern land cultivation realm. As long as they could find a place to settle in the northern land cultivation realm, it wouldn't be long before they could develop further. This is the advantage of teleportation arrays, but ultimately Li Luocheng still had to make a trip to the northern land cultivation realm. This was nothing. In Northern Land, Immortal City, flying boats to the Northern Land cultivation realm set off every day, and there were also teleportation arrays leading to the Northern Land cultivation realm, making travel very convenient. 3 foundation establishment pills and 10 drops of Yuanling True Liquid, these were all excellent items. Furthermore, the Spirit God pills could also rapidly enhance Li Luocheng's cultivation, allowing him to quickly advance to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Li Yanzhong hurriedly asked, "Master, how much is the value of the spiritual rice our family harvested this year?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the gazes of the Li family members turned towards Li Luocheng, filled with anticipation. Li Luocheng smiled and said, "This time the harvest is quite good. 6,000 gene of first-grade premium spiritual veins valued at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 27,000 gene of first-grade superior spiritual rice valued at 27,000 low-grade spirit stones. We also acquired 94,500 gene of first-grade medium spiritual rice valued at 31,500 spirit stones and 311,200 gene of first-grade inferior spiritual rice valued at 31,200 low-grade spirit stones. As for ordinary spiritual rice, we have a total of 181,500 gene valued at 18,500 low-grade spirit stones. The total value of these spiritual rice amounts to 138,200 spirit stones. Regarding the straw, that is a benefit for the clan members, we will distribute it later." Upon hearing this, the Li family members were filled with joy. With so many spirit stones, they could buy 3 foundation establishment pills. "Master, how should we spend these spirit stones?" "Yes, Master, how should we use these spirit stones?" "Why not buy foundation establishment pills? Our family could have more members in the foundation establishment stage. I think it's better to continue cultivating spiritual veins. The more spiritual veins we have, the more spiritual fields we can open up, and farming will be quite good. Li Luocheng interrupted their discussion with a smile, saying, Haha, fellow clan members, what you said is all correct, but this amount of spirit stones is still insufficient for our family. You all follow me, I will take you to a place. While speaking, Li Luocheng led the Li family members towards Luocheng residence. Upon entering the backyard, Li Luocheng reached into the void, and an illusory portal appeared before the Li family members. Li Yanxi was somewhat surprised and asked, Father, how can there be such a portal in our backyard? Li Yanzheng asked excitedly, Master, this can't be a secret realm, right? Li Luocheng smiled and replied, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped into the illusory portal. The other Li family members hurriedly followed behind and quickly entered the interior of the secret realm prototype. When the Li family members entered the secret realm prototype and saw only 15 acres of space, they all fell silent. Li Yanlong asked, Master, what is going on here? Li Luocheng sighed and said, Yanlong, this is a secret realm prototype. To transform it into a true secret realm, a large amount of yin-yang 5-element materials and spirit stones are needed. Even if our family has many spirit stones, it is still not enough. Upon hearing this, the Li family members instantly understood, and no wonder the family's spirit stones had been consumed so quickly in recent years. They initially thought it was for purchasing cultivation resources, but unexpectedly it was all being used here. Just looking at this secret realm prototype, no one could say to ignore this place. As long as the secret realm is cultivated, it will become Li family's treasure land and, more importantly, the capital for survival. Li Yanzheng said, Master, the secret realm prototype must be cultivated. I still have some spirit stones here that I can give to you. As he spoke, a storage bag appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Li Luocheng. Li Yanzheng was skilled in drawing talismans and could already create first-grade premium talismans. Coupled with the straw obtained by the family each year, he naturally had substantial assets, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach foundation establishment so quickly. Li Luocheng glanced at the storage bag, shook his head and said, You take it back, your cultivation has just broken through, and this is the time you need resources. You should use these spirit stones to buy some resources. Li Yanzheng couldn't help but smile, shaking his head and said, Master, rest assured, this is just a portion. I have kept enough spirit stones for my cultivation. Li Luocheng slightly nodded, took the storage bag, and after checking with his divine sense, he couldn't help but he did not expect that Li Yanzheng had taken out 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this was only a part of it. How much would it be if he took them all out? Li Luocheng did not think too much and stored these spirit stones away. Yanzheng, thank you. I will cultivate the secret realm as soon as possible. Li Yanzheng shook his head and said, Master, you don't need to be so polite. It's all for the family. He has 3 spiritual roots, but has the opportunity for foundation establishment, something that many powerful cultivation sects only possess. Although he has no shortage of spirit stones to buy foundation establishment pills, those would only be ordinary foundation establishment pills without the assistance of Yuaniling True Liquid. When his cultivation was about to break through to foundation establishment, the master provided him with premium foundation establishment pills and Yuaniling True Liquid. Without these 2 items, even with 3 spiritual roots, it would be difficult to break through to foundation establishment. Since the master has no hidden intentions, he naturally will not hide anything from the family. In fact, he could take out more spirit stones, but as the master said, his cultivation has just broken through to foundation establishment, and he still needs sufficient resources to continue cultivating. He cannot take everything out. Just as Li Luocheng was about to say something, Li Yanlong took out a storage bag and said, Master, this is the spirit stones I have accumulated. I originally wanted to buy foundation establishment pills, but since the family needs them, I will give them to the family first. Li Yanhua also took out a storage bag and handed it to Li Luocheng with a smile. Next, Li Yanfeng, Li Chongfeng, and others followed suit, taking out their accumulated spirit stones over the years. Even Li Chongxing did the same. Except for those who had just tested positive for spiritual roots and had only practiced for a few years, the rest handed over their spirit stones to Li Luocheng. Li Luocheng received them all and said seriously, I know you accumulated these spirit stones to buy foundation establishment pills, but rest assured, Yanlong, Yanhua, and Chongqing, I have already prepared your foundation establishment pills. Just focus on improving your cultivation. As for the other clan members, as long as we have more foundation establishment experts in our family, we can easily obtain more foundation establishment pills, so there is no need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, the Li family members couldn't help but smile, filled with anticipation for the future. Just as he said, if the foundation establishment pills for Li Yanlong and the others were already prepared, Li family could certainly have more foundation establishment cultivators. Not to mention that the Li family now harvests over 130,000 low-grade spirit stones each year. Buying foundation establishment pills is not a problem, and even if they have to snatch them, they could still obtain foundation establishment pills. Li Yanfeng suddenly asked, "Third uncle, what cultivation level have you reached?" Li Luocheng smiled and replied, "You just need to know that I am at the foundation establishment stage. No need to ask more. Every member of our family must cultivate the Zhetian method. As long as no one can know our true details, we will be the safest." Li Yanfeng and the others nodded slightly indeed as Li Luocheng said. As long as they cultivate the first layer of the Zhetian method to perfection and hide their cultivation level, only those 5 realms higher than themselves can detect their true level. For instance, if they break through to the early foundation establishment stage and hide their cultivation, even an early golden core expert would not be able to discover it. If one truly believes that the cultivation level they display is their entire level, they are gravely mistaken. They won't even know how they died. Moreover, they would not attract the attention of others or any forces, allowing them to continue to develop slowly. Li Yanzhong thoughtfully nodded and said, "All right, master, after we return, I will cultivate the Zhetian method to the second layer." Li Luocheng has already passed down the second layer of the Zhetian method, but many people haven't even perfected the first layer, let alone the second. Li Luochen suddenly said, "This time we have obtained a considerable amount of spiritual rice worth 8,200 spirit stones, while the rest will be taken to Qingsha Fang City and Beilu Xian City for sale. However, let's put this matter aside for now. There is another task to attend to." He swiftly took out a large amount of Yin-Yang 5 elements materials and retrieved the spirit stones brought out by his clan members before entering the embryonic form of the secret realm. As he poured these resources into it, the embryonic form of the secret realm began to devour them gradually. Li Yanlong and the others followed in, and although they did not see how many spirit stones Li Luochen had poured in, they witnessed the expanding embryonic form of the secret realm. In fact, the spirit stones brought out by the clan members were quite numerous, totaling over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and only when the embryonic form of the secret realm grew to 35 acres did it stop. As for the height of the embryonic form of the secret realm, it was already negligible. Anyway, as the embryonic form expanded, its height also gradually increased. Once the embryonic form of the secret realm ceased its expansion, the members of the Li family began to explore within it. Although 35 acres was significantly larger, it still did not meet Li Luochen's expectations. He arrived at the center of the secret realm, waved his hand, and a small teleportation array appeared on the ground. After confirming that this array could accommodate 20 people at once, Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction. Then he determined the maximum distance between the 2 teleportation arrays, already having a plan in mind. It seemed that a trip to the Northern Lands cultivation world was essential, and he had already made his arrangements. If he could slay a second-level demon beast on the edge of a vast mountain range and occupy its second-level spiritual vein, that would be ideal. In fact, many cultivators in the Northern Lands cultivation world aspiring to establish their own forces often did just that. Li Luochen had already advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, and with his second-level top-grade 5-element spirit sword, his combat power was certainly not inferior to that of a late second-level demon beast. Upon seeing the teleportation array, Li Yanlong asked, "Master, is this a teleportation array?" He had accompanied Li Luochen in using a teleportation array before, so he recognized it. The others widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing the term teleportation array. "Master, is this really a teleportation array? Does our family now possess a teleportation array?" "Master, where does this teleportation array lead to?" "Yes, Master, where does this teleportation array connect to?" Li Luochen smiled and said, "I plan to make a trip to the Northern Lands cultivation world. If all goes well, this teleportation array will be able to transport us to a certain location there. The Northern Seas cultivation world has limited our development. The living conditions for ordinary clans are scarce, and we do not have enough territory to cultivate spiritual veins." Li Luochen shook his head, saying, "It is precisely because you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage that I can rest assured to leave you in the family. If a First-level fertile lands grow spiritual rice, and second-level fertile lands grow spiritual herbs. We must secure a second-level spiritual vein." Li Yanzheng said, "Master, my cultivation is also strong now. Let me accompany you this time." Li Luochen shook his head, saying, "It is precisely because you have broken through to the foundation establishment stage that I can rest assured to leave you in the family. If a powerful enemy approaches the family, the second-level formation may not be able to hold them off, and you will need to take action then. Remember, if possible, avoid direct confrontation and resort to ambush instead." Li Yanzheng nodded seriously, saying, "Yes, Master, I understand." Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction, saying, "This time I will go alone. Bringing others along will only hinder me." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the members of the Li family, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Li Luochen couldn't help but smile, then transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Qianlong Island. Watching his departing speed, Li Yanzheng said, "Seriously, from the master's speed it can be inferred that his cultivation should not be weaker than the mid-foundation establishment stage. He may even be at the late foundation establishment stage." The others widened their eyes upon hearing this, but soon transformed their expressions into joy. Mid-foundation establishment stage. He might even be at the late foundation establishment stage. Doesn't that mean our Li family is the strongest in the southeast of Qingsha sect? Absolutely, the master wants us to keep a low profile, mainly to prevent the Qingsha sect from taking action against us. Indeed, there are hardly any late foundation establishment forces surrounding the Qingsha sect, which says a lot. Powerful cultivation means abundant resources. Luckily, our family follows the path of farming, distributing, and selling spiritual rice, which will not draw too much attention. We must be cautious in the future. The members of the Li family discussed fervently, and a sense of urgency rose within them. If the Qingsha sect were to discover how powerful the Li family had become, it would be close to the extinction of their clan. Only through diligent cultivation can the Li family produce a golden core cultivator, making the Qingsha sect wary. However, breaking through to the golden core stage is not easy. At least it is impossible for such a strong cultivator to appear within the current Li family. Suddenly, Li Yanjing and the higher-ups of the Li family turned their gazes towards Li Changxing, their eyes filled with anticipation. They understood how remarkable Li Changxing's spiritual roots were. If anyone could quickly break through to the golden core stage, it could only be him. However, they said little, as Li Changxing's spiritual roots were considered 3 spiritual roots to outsiders. He was merely a key cultivation target within the family, which is why his cultivation progressed quickly. Li Changxing merely nodded slightly, not responding, as many clan members were unaware of his specific spiritual roots. Li Yanmong said, "All right, everyone disperse. Go back and cultivate properly. If there is anything you need to buy, hand the spirit stones to Yanzheng, and he will purchase them." Li Yanzheng had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and letting him buy resources for the members of the Li family would be safer. After all, they had concealed their cultivation levels with the covering sky technique. Even if someone were to keep an eye on Li Yanzheng, they would not suspect him to be at the foundation establishment stage unless he spent an excessive amount of spirit stones attracting the attention of foundation establishment cultivators. However, that was basically impossible, no matter what. Li Yanzheng had gone out several times and understood the principle of not revealing wealth. Li Yanzheng smiled and said, "Great, I will head to Qingsha Fang City next, and may even go to Beihaixian City. If anyone wants to purchase resources, let me know and hand the spirit stones to me." The members of the Li family responded one after another, taking out resources for Li Yanzheng. Since Li Luochen would not be back for a while, it was just right for Li Yanzheng to help them purchase some cultivation resources. Zhou Xian watched the scene with a smile in her eyes. After all, this was the family her husband worked so hard to establish. Li Yanshu quickly took out spirit stones, giving them to Li Yanzheng to purchase some cultivation resources. Li Yanshu possessed a special physique. Her cultivation speed was not inferior to that of a heavenly spiritual root. However, at the time of testing her spiritual roots, Li Luochen did not let anyone see and recorded her as having 3 spiritual roots. This detail was unknown even to Zhou Xian, primarily for the protection of Li Yanshu, but Li Yanshu herself was aware, which is why her cultivation method differed from that of the clan members. She practiced the splitting light sword technique, which could directly lead to the golden core stage. However, although her physique was quite good and there were no bottlenecks in her cultivation, sword cultivators required more resources due to their domineering magical powers. As a member of the Li family, annual straw dividends were guaranteed, and each person received a substantial amount. As long as they made it into blank talisman paper, they could sell it for a high price. Therefore, she was not in short supply of spirit stones and could still purchase some resources. In the northern land, immortal city, Li Luochen made numerous attempts and finally sold all the spiritual rice, ultimately obtaining 286,000 spirit stones. Among them, 130,000 spirit stones belonged to his family, while 156,000 were gains from the low-grade spiritual rice. Li Luocheng also understood that every time the spiritual rice matured, there would be enhancements, and the income would surpass that of the family's harvest. This was the spirit stones rewarded by the system, different from other resources, as they could be used to purchase what he needed. However, he also realized that from now on the Li family could not escape the path of being an agricultural clan. Indeed, no matter where they go, the obsession of the Huaxia people with farming is deeply ingrained. If someone prevents them from farming, they would bury that person in the ground. Li Luocheng was no exception. Upon arriving in the cultivation world, he still rushed to farm. Currently, he was planting spiritual rice, but when he reached the second-tier spiritual fields, he would begin cultivating spiritual herbs. Thinking of this, Li Luocheng looked forward to the second-tier spiritual veins even more. In the teleportation hall of the Northern Land Immortal City, he waited for a long time until those heading to the Northern Land cultivation world finally gathered. This teleportation was for 30 people at a time, with each person required to pay 500 spirit stones, as the teleportation distance was quite far. Once everyone was gathered, they quickly boarded the teleportation array and were directly transported to the Luai's immortal city in the northern land cultivation world. Luai's is near the North Sea cultivation world situated in the Thunder Marsh, which is very dangerous yet a prime location for treasure hunting. Within one could find not only thunderstones and thunder crystals, but also capture thunder beasts. If lucky enough, one might even obtain thunder attribute spiritual herbs. Moreover, it is rumored that the Thunder God sect was established here and the Thunder Marsh Dragon King had even appeared. Regardless, Luai's is still very appealing, leading to strong cultivators establishing themselves here. Luochen's goal this time was not Luai's, but the North Wilderness Mountain Range located south of Luai's. The North Wilderness Mountain Range refers to the vast mountain ranges south of Luai's, numbering in the hundreds. The closer one gets to the central mountains, the more powerful the demon beasts become, while in the surrounding mountains, only a few are occupied by demon beasts. Most have already become strongholds of the human clans. To travel from Luai's to the prosperous regions of the northern land cultivation world, one must pass through the North Wilderness Mountain Range. For cultivators with ample funds, they could simply take the teleportation array. For those with less money, riding the flying boats of various factions is also a decent choice. As for those poor cultivators without money, they only had one option: to stay safely in Luai's. Luochen, possessing spirit stones, naturally would not remain in Luai's, and this time he aimed to head to the Yunmeng mountain range. This mountain range was one that Luochen had investigated for a long time. It was a place where humans and demon beasts coexisted close to the prosperous regions of the northern land cultivation world. As long as he could seize a spiritual vein occupied by a demon beast, it would be the most ideal farming ground. Yunmeng Mountain Range, Yunmeng, Immortal City. Luochen arrived here via the teleportation array and quickly began to investigate the situation. He soon learned about the specifics of the Yunmeng Mountain Range. It was near the North Wilderness Mountain Range. Though not on the outskirts, it was also not close to the prosperous areas. There are two major sects in the Yunmeng Mountain Range, each having nascent soul experts, but there is a bit of animosity between these two sects, often resulting in fierce battles. However, they do not control all the territory. A significant portion belongs to other forces, including 7 with Golden Core ancestors, dozens of Foundation establishment forces, and numerous loose cultivators. Establishing a force in the Yunmeng Mountain Range is not difficult. There is no need to purchase land from the two major sects, just find an unclaimed mountain peak. As for whether there are spiritual veins on the mountain peak or what level of spiritual veins one can cultivate, as long as one can defend it, it belongs to them. This aligns with Luocheng's intentions, and he began to purchase maps of the Yunmeng Mountain Range. Yunmeng Immortal City was established by the two major forces of the Yunmeng Mountain Range. Although they fought fiercely against each other, Yunmeng Immortal City was very safe. Even mortal enemies could not make a move in Yunmeng Immortal City, or else they would face the joint punishment of both forces. Luochen quickly acquired the map of the Yunmeng Mountain Range, learning which areas were remote where demon beasts were numerous and which places were suitable for becoming family strongholds. After extensive investigation, Luochen finally chose a spiritual land occupied by demon beasts. It was a second-tier demon beast at the mid-second tier, occupying a low-grade second-tier spiritual vein perfect for him. This area only had a few Foundation establishment forces and no Golden Core forces. As long as the Li family did not provoke them with the Qi and Fire Dragon array in place, they would have no way to deal with the Li family. Moreover, even if they discovered the establishment of the Li family, that would be far in the future. By then, Luochen might have already broken through to the Golden Core stage. The mountain peak occupied by the second-tier demon beast did not have a name, but Luochen had already decided on its name. The mountain peak was not small, and since it would belong to the Li family from now on, he planned to call it Luochen Mountain. Naming the territory he secured after himself was perfectly acceptable. Initially, Luochen intended to name it Hidden Dragon Mountain, but in the end, he changed it to Luochen Mountain. The name is not important. What matters most is to quickly secure Luochen Mountain. With its second-tier spiritual vein, he could develop a significant amount of spiritual fields. Second-tier spiritual veins are much larger than first-tier ones. By convention, they can develop 50 acres of low-grade second-tier spiritual fields, 100 acres of top-grade first-tier spiritual fields, 200 acres of upper-grade first-tier spiritual fields, 300 acres of middle-grade first-tier spiritual fields, 500 acres of low-grade first-tier spiritual fields, and 1,000 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. This is just for a low-grade second-tier spiritual vein. If it were a mid to high-grade second-tier spiritual vein, the number of spiritual fields that could be developed would be even greater. With this in mind, Luochen could not help but quicken his pace, heading swiftly towards Luochen Mountain. Because Luochen Mountain was occupied by a mid-second-tier demon beast, no one from the surrounding Foundation establishment forces dared to have designs on it, thus benefiting Luochen. When he arrived at Luochen Mountain, he vaguely sensed the powerful aura of the demon beast. This Luochen mountain was indeed vast, and no wonder it housed a second-tier demon beast. Although it is not the top in the Yunmeng mountain range, it is still above average. If a family were to establish themselves here, they could definitely develop 1,000,000 acres of spiritual fields. Thinking of 1,000,000 acres of fertile land, Li Luochen could not help but shed tears of excitement. If he could grow so much spiritual rice, even if it were just ordinary spiritual rice, he could harvest 15 million spirit stones each year. However, that is just a thought for now. 1,000,000 acres of ordinary spiritual fields are not something the Li family can manage at present. Li Luochen concealed his cultivation and continuously made his way to the peak of Luochen mountain. The closer he got to the peak, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became. When he finally saw the massive body of the demon beast, he felt that this was indeed. Li Luochen concealed his cultivation and continuously made his way to the peak of Luochen mountain. The closer he got to the peak, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became. When he finally saw the massive body of the demon beast, he felt that this was indeed a place suitable for foundation establishment cultivation. Simply relying on the spiritual energy here could gradually enhance Li Luocheng's cultivation. If he supplemented his training with medicinal pills, his cultivation speed would definitely be rapid. Perhaps within 10 years, he could break through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At the summit of Luochen mountain, Li Luochen had just arrived when he spotted a massive unicorn tiger, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Li Luochen had not concealed his aura during his ascent, making it easy for the unicorn tiger to detect him. The aura emanating from the unicorn tiger was formidable, comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, undoubtedly a mid-tier second-class magical beast. With a thunderous roar, the unicorn tiger charged towards Li Luochen at an incredible speed. Li Luochen waved his hand, summoning the 5 elemental spiritual swords to defend himself. The 5 elemental spiritual swords were high-quality second-tier artifacts radiating a powerful aura. As the unicorn tiger lunged forward, it suddenly halted upon seeing the 5 swords hovering before it. If it had continued its charge, it would have been shredded into pieces. The unicorn tiger halted, and Li Luochen moved quickly, skillfully directing the 5 elemental spiritual swords, which resonated with his intentions to attack the unicorn tiger. The 5 elemental spiritual swords struck at the unicorn tiger from 5 unique angles, relentlessly targeting its vulnerabilities. With Li Luochen's formidable cultivation, the unicorn tiger was soon injured. Suddenly, the unicorn tiger retreated, moving out of Li Luochen's attack range. Its horn crackled with lightning, coalescing into a bolt the size of chopsticks aimed directly at Li Luochen. Li Luochen, controlling the 5 elemental spiritual swords, faced the lightning bolt heat-in as the swords merged into one. Boom! 5 elemental spiritual swords, absorb it for me. Li Luochen was uncertain if his swords could absorb the lightning. If they could, he would be able to advance in the Thunder Marsh in the future. Buzz! As he hoped, the system's products were indeed of high quality, confirming that they could absorb the power of the lightning. The 5 elemental spiritual swords quickly absorbed the lightning bolt, while the unicorn tiger collapsed to the ground, the lightning bolt dissipating from its horn. Li Luochen swiftly retrieved the 5 elemental spiritual swords, not taking the time to inspect them, and directed them towards the fallen unicorn tiger. As the flying swords approached, the unicorn tiger lay prostrate on the ground, whimpering. At this moment, it lacked the strength to rise, resigned to its fate. Thus it sought to submit to Li Luochen. Whoosh! The flying sword sliced through the air, embedding itself in the unicorn tiger's mind. In an instant, the unicorn tiger was dead beyond saving. Li Luochen, lacking experience with magical beasts, was unaware that the unicorn tiger had submitted. For the sake of the spiritual vein here, he decisively killed the unicorn tiger. He quickly approached the fallen unicorn tiger, kicked it, and then recalled the flying sword. After placing the unicorn tiger into his storage bag, Li Luochen began to examine his 5 elemental spiritual swords. The 5 elemental spiritual swords emitted wisps of lightning, perhaps now deserving the name 5 elemental. Regardless, this transformation was quite remarkable. At the very least, the power of the 5 elemental spiritual swords had greatly increased, and their quality had improved once again. Although they did not advance to a 3rd-tier artifact, they had reached the pinnacle of 2nd-tier artifacts. If he were to acquire some 3rd-tier heavenly materials, they would undoubtedly be able to advance. Li Luochen dared not let them advance. 3rd-tier artifacts required a golden core master to wield, while he was merely at the late foundation establishment stage and could not use them. Thus, the current 5 elemental spiritual swords were the most suitable for him. Satisfied, Li Luochen nodded, stowing the 5 elemental spiritual swords away and swiftly retrieving the red flame fire dragon array disc. As soon as the array disc was taken out, he eagerly located the spiritual vein spring and placed the disc within it. Once positioned, he began to manipulate the array disc, enveloping the entire Luochen mountain in the formation. Since the array disc was directly placed in the spiritual vein spring, there was no need for spirit stones to activate the formation. As long as the disc gradually absorbed the spiritual energy from the spring, it could initiate the red flame fire dragon array. However, under normal circumstances, the formation would only operate at the power of a second-tier premium formation. If someone were to control it fully, it could unleash the might of a mid-tier second-class formation. After completing this, Luochen finally sighed in relief and began to examine the spiritual vein here. He had only found one spiritual vein spring, which was a second-tier vein, and it was uncertain in quality. There should be more than one spiritual vein spring. After his investigation, the quality of the spiritual vein was confirmed to indeed be a low-grade second-tier vein with 5 spiritual vein springs present. Aside from the one where he placed the array disc, the other 4 could provide cultivation for foundation establishment cultivators. Luochen was quite satisfied, and after searching the unicorn tiger's lair, he discovered a fruit tree inside bearing 7 unripe fruits. Although he did not know what kind of fruit it was, being the guardian possession of the unicorn tiger, it must be something valuable. Unfortunately, they were not ripe yet, otherwise he could have harvested them all to take back. Nonetheless, this was a good opportunity to investigate, as he had never seen golden fruits that were not yet ripe. In addition, the cave was filled with white bones, most of which belonged to humans. However, after searching, he found only 3 storage bags which were of decent quality. After picking the ripe spiritual fruits from the cave, Luochen turned his attention to the massive blue stone within. The unicorn tiger typically rested on this large blue stone while cultivating it. He was unsure what it was. Approaching the large blue stone, Luochen touched it and felt a surge of pure spiritual energy entering his body, allowing his cultivation to progress slightly. Feeling the increase in his cultivation, Luochen widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the blue stone. Without hesitation, he sat atop the stone and began to cultivate. This time he did not consume any resources, simply feeling the continuous flow of pure spiritual energy from the blue stone entering his body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. If paired with cultivation resources, he believed he would soon break through the late foundation establishment stage. Wonderful. Although I am unclear what this is, it is undoubtedly valuable. In the future, I will convert this place into my cultivation cave. With that thought in mind, Luochen stood up and quickly made his way outside. Initially, he intended to place the teleportation array here, but if he wanted to transform this place into his cultivation cave, he would need to carve out a new teleportation secret chamber. Unfortunately, there were no secret realms for unrestricted access nearby, otherwise he would have installed the teleportation array within one. Luochen found a relatively secluded spot and began to dig. At first, he dug down at an angle, but later he began to expand the underground chamber. When he felt it was about right, he quickly polished the chamber with his magical power and then placed the teleportation array inside. Once the teleportation array was set up, Luochen swiftly took out the mother-son communication jade talisman and began to send a message to Li Yanlong. The teleportation array is ready. Have Yanzheng prepare a teleportation talisman and catch a cultivator to test the array. After sending the message, he waited. The mother-son communication jade talismans were acquired by Luochen previously, totaling 5 mother talismans and 100 son talismans, which he had distributed. The transmission distance between mother talismans was considerable. Luochen gave one to his wife Zhou Xian, another to his daughter Li Yanshu, and entrusted one to Li Yanlong. As for the remaining 2, he would certainly keep one for himself, while the other remained undistributed. Li Yanlong's expression changed slightly after receiving the message, but in the end he still led his team to the market to purchase a low-ranking first-tier demon beast. As for the cultivators, he didn't know where to capture one. After all, capturing it and then having to kill it would be somewhat counterproductive. By the time Li Yanlong returned with the demon beast, Li Yanzheng had already drawn the teleportation talisman and affixed it to the demon beast. Then they activated the teleportation array. With a flash of spiritual light, the demon beast vanished from the array. At Luochen, Li Luochen was waiting and saw the demon beast appear in the teleportation array, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Yanlong, it worked. He quickly grabbed the communication jade talisman to send a message. After receiving the news, Li Yanlong and Li Yanzheng surprisingly teleported over. Master, our teleportation array is quite interesting. Foundation establishment stage cultivators do not need a teleportation talisman, while Qi refinement stage cultivators only need to prepare a low-ranking first-tier teleportation talisman for protection. Of course, this is our teleportation array. A product of the system must be of high quality. How could it be Li Yanlong quickly asked, Master, is this the place you selected? I feel the spiritual energy here is so rich. If I stay here to cultivate, it won't be long before I can break through to the foundation establishment stage. Naturally, this is Luochen, where second-tier mid-level demon beasts dwell. I have slain them, so this place now belongs to us. Now, let's quickly bring some clan members over to cultivate this spiritual field and strive to plant it together at that time. Li Yanlong was extremely excited and quickly asked, Master, can we cultivate here in the future? This is indeed a second-tier spiritual vein very suitable for cultivators. Luochen nodded and said, of course there is no problem. I also plan to establish a cave residence here to cultivate. Yanzhong 2, you are now at the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual energy on Qianlong Island is not enough for you to recover your mana. Li Yanjing nodded without refusing. Master, how many people should we bring this time? Li Luochen replied, 5 people plus the 3 of us, a total of 8. That should be enough to cultivate this second-tier low-grade spiritual vein. By the way, it's best not to affect the harvest over there. Isn't it almost time for the spiritual rice harvest? Li Yanlong responded, there is still a month left. That should be enough time for us to cultivate this spiritual field. Only then did Li Luochen nod in satisfaction. It had been 8 months since he left Qianlong Island, and he had finally settled down. If there weren't any significant reasons, Li Luochen really didn't like wandering around. However, for the sake of the cultivation plan, he had to make this trip. However, after arriving in the Northern Lands cultivation realm, he had seen quite a lot. The Northern Lands cultivation realm is indeed vast. The Northern Wilderness mountain range is immense, but most of it is occupied by demon beasts. The outer mountain ranges like the Yunmeng mountain range are the territories of human cultivators. This is not even the most prosperous place in the Northern Lands cultivation realm. The most prosperous areas lie further south, and he didn't know how long it would take to reach them. Although the overseas cultivation realm is also quite prosperous, it is too scattered and faces threats from sea monsters. In comparison, it simply cannot match the mainland cultivation realm. If only considering the resources of demon beasts, the mainland cultivation realm certainly cannot compare to the overseas cultivation realm. Despite various demon beast mountain ranges in the mainland cultivation realm, they are definitely not as vast as the sea where demon beasts are more abundant. Li Yanzheng returned, and both he and Li Luochen began to cultivate the spiritual fields. This truly is a second-tier spiritual vein. The spiritual energy in the soil is abundant. Before long, Li Yanjing returned with people, including Li Yanshu. Li Luochen did not say anything to her. Since she was here, they might as well start cultivating the spiritual fields. By the time they cultivated the spiritual fields, the spiritual rice on Qianlong Island and Yulong Island was already ready for harvest. Since there was nothing else to do here, Li Luochen asked Li Yanzheng to stay and establish a cave residence here to guard Luochen. Li Yanzheng naturally had no objections, as the spiritual energy here is very rich and suitable for cultivation. Moreover, he had already reached the foundation establishment stage and found a place with a spiritual vein spring to establish his cave residence. While Li Yanzheng was establishing his cave residence for cultivation, Li Luochen and the others returned to Qianlong Island. After returning, they left 130000 spirit stones in the family's spirit stone storage and then began harvesting the spiritual rice. Now Li Luochen's net worth is considerable, with over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 150000 low-grade spirit stones already comparable to the family. However, if used for cultivating secret realms, the required spirit stones would be more. He was unsure how this harvest would turn out. After harvesting all the spiritual rice, the system voice echoed in Li Luochen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting 6000 caddies of first-tier premium spiritual rice worth 3000 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met, and a first-tier premium spiritual rice critical hit has succeeded, earning 1 Ning Yuan Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting 27000 caddies of first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice worth 27000 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met, and a threefold increase on first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice has been achieved. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting 94500 caddies of first-tier mid-grade spiritual rice worth 31500 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met, and a critical hit on first-tier mid-grade spiritual rice has succeeded, earning 1 micro spirit stone mine rapid growth talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting 312000 caddies of first-tier low-grade spiritual rice worth 31200 spirit stones. A critical hit on first-tier low-grade spiritual rice has succeeded, earning 1 second-tier premium magical artifact, the 5 elements shattering bell. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting 181500 caddies of ordinary spiritual rice worth 18150 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met, and a critical hit on ordinary spiritual rice has succeeded, earning several materials of the 5 elements. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting some straw worth several spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met, and a critical hit on straw has succeeded, earning several yin and yang materials. Seeing the harvest this time, Li Luochen couldn't help but smile widely. A spirit stone mine can produce spirit stones. Even a micro spirit stone mine can yield 1,000,000 spirit stones. Don't think that the Li family can only obtain over 1,000,000 spirit stones each year, and thus overlook this micro spirit stone mine. The mention of 1,000,000 spirit stones refers to unrestrained mining. There are spirit stone source mines within the spirit stone veins. As long as the spirit stone source mines exist, spirit stones will continuously be generated until the spiritual energy is depleted. Although it is unclear whether the micro spirit stone mine rapid growth talisman can produce spirit stone source mines, having such a talisman made Li Luochen very happy. He needed to see this talisman to know if it would be useful. Li Luochen took a deep breath and quickly took out the micro spirit stone mine rapid growth talisman. Information regarding the talisman appeared in his mind. The micro spirit stone mine rapid growth talisman can indeed quickly generate micro spirit stone veins and condense spirit stone source mines. As long as the mining is not excessive, spirit stones will continuously be born. This micro spirit stone mine can be mined for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones each year. Seeing this, Li Luochen smiled in satisfaction. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones mined each year is quite good, accumulating gradually. When he cast his gaze upon the Ningyuan golden core, the delight in his eyes was impossible to conceal. This was indeed the Ningyuan golden core, an essential elixir for breaking through to the golden core stage with effects that even surpassed those of the golden core elixir, and it was a premium grade pill. As long as Li Luocheng's cultivation reaches the peak of foundation establishment, he can use this Ningyuan golden core to break through to the golden core stage. However, such elixirs are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even the major auction houses in the great cities may not feature them, as they are tightly controlled by the major factions. Li Luochen actually obtained such a gem. Indeed, the system rewards everything. With this thought, a smile spread across his face as he looked again at the 5 elements heavenly bell. This was a magical artifact that integrated offense and defense, a second-tier premium item that had attracted Li Luocheng's attention as soon as it was taken out. Suddenly he seemed to recall something and took out his 5 elements spirit sword. This set of flying swords could absorb 5 elements materials to advance, but he had no need for them at the moment. His daughter was a sword cultivator who practiced the splitting light sword technique. When she reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, she would need to find a better innate flying sword, and this set of 5 elements spirit swords was just suitable. Li Luochen originally thought of giving the 5 elements spirit swords to her, but since he needed a handy magical tool for this outing, he did not give them to her. After all, it would still be a year or two before Li Yunshu broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, so there was no rush. Now that he had the 5 elements heavenly bell, Li Luochen no longer needed the 5 elements spirit swords. He was not a sword cultivator. Although the 5 elements true spirit technique recorded the 5 elements sword technique, he could purchase the 5 elements flying swords himself, since he was not lacking in spirit stones. Moreover, Li Yunshu was his daughter and possessed an innate sword body, so he naturally could not neglect her and had to cultivate her well. The remaining 5 elements materials and yin-yang materials should significantly enlarge the prototype of the secret realm. Suddenly, Li Luocheng's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. Could the spirit stone vein rapid growth talisman be used within the prototype of the secret realm? After all, the Li family had too few members, and he did not want them to mine in person. As for the spirit stone vein matter, it would be better to wait until the Li family grew stronger. With this thought, Li Luochen felt somewhat restless and wanted to go check on the prototype of the secret realm. Yanlong, pay attention to what needs to be noted. Don't worry about the spirit veins on Spirit Dragon Island for now. It's a bit far from Qianlong Island. You should first break through to foundation establishment before discussing this further. However, remember that when you break through to foundation establishment, all of you need to come to Luocheng Mountain. Do you understand? The members of the Li family responded in unison, fully aware of what Li Luochen meant. He simply wanted to keep a low profile. In fact, it's indeed better to be low-key in the cultivation world. Being too ostentatious is not advisable. Li Yanhui said, Master, in no more than 2 years, I can challenge the foundation establishment stage. I, on the other hand, will need at least 3 years, said Li Yanlong. Li Luochen shook his head and said, You are already doing quite well. Others should continue to work hard. The family is not lacking in foundation establishment pills. As long as you reach that realm, I will naturally provide you with foundation establishment pills. Alright, if there's nothing else, go check the spiritual fields and then return to cultivate. Li Yanlong hesitated and said, Master, we didn't purchase the Danxiang spiritual liquid last year. What do you think? Li Luochen waved his hand and 60,000 spirit stones flew out, landing before Li Yanlong. I forgot about this matter. Go buy all of last year's and this year's supplies and also sell the spiritual rice. Li Yanlong nodded and said, Yes, Master. Currently, aside from the medium spirit vein on Spirit Dragon Island not being utilized, the remaining spirit veins had been fully exploited by the Li family. The reason for not using the spirit vein on Spirit Dragon Island is mainly that there are too few strong members in the family and Spirit Dragon Island is a bit far away, so he did not want to send people out. Moreover, in another 3 years, 2 premium spirit veins would become available. By then, the family would have more spirit veins and the spiritual fields that could be developed would also increase, making it unnecessary to care about a middle-grade spirit vein. When the Li family has a few more foundation establishment cultivators, along with the rewards of obtaining spirit veins and formations, they can utilize Spirit Dragon Island. For now, there is no rush. Yanhui go to Northland Immortal City to buy some Peiyuan plant seeds. Let's use our second-tier spiritual fields to cultivate Peiyuan flowers. How is the preparation for the first-tier premium spiritual rice seeds going? Are there enough to plant 130 acres of spiritual fields? All other qualities of spiritual rice seeds must also be prepared. Li Yanhui nodded, saying, "Master, rest assured, I'll arrange it right away." Peiyuan flowers are the main spiritual herb for refining Peiyuan pills growing on Peiyuan plants suitable for planting in low-grade second-tier spiritual fields requiring 30 years to mature, and each flower can reach a price of 100 spirit stones. A single Peiyuan plant can yield more than 5 flowers, and 1 acre of low-grade second-tier spiritual field can plant 100 plants, meaning 50 acres could yield at least 25,000 Peiyuan flowers. In just 30 years, the Li family could earn 2.5 million low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to over 80,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. This is already quite satisfying, and the second-tier spiritual herb Peiyuan flower is also the shortest maturing second-tier low-grade material. Others require more time. Once matured, the Li family can directly obtain over 2.5 million spirit stones, making this deal quite profitable. Li Luochen was not yet 70 years old, only 68, and had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment with the golden core in sight. Li Yanlong and the others were even younger and could wait for 30 years. With this thought, a smile spread across Li Luochen's face. Indeed, farming was the best way to earn spirit stones. He entrusted the handling of spiritual rice to Li Yanlong and the seed purchasing to Li Yanhui, allowing himself to relax. He directly entered the prototype of the secret realm, waving his hand as a large amount of 5 elements spiritual materials and yin-yang spiritual materials appeared within the realm. The prototype of the secret realm quickly began to absorb them, and the realm itself started to expand. Li Luocheng stood within the secret realm watching it grow and hesitated before taking out the spirit stone vein rapid growth talisman, which he instantly threw into the prototype. The original expansion of the prototype of the secret realm paused momentarily, then began to expand outward even more frantically. As soon as the spirit stone vein rapid growth talisman was thrown into the prototype, it quickly transformed into a spirit stone source mine, with low-grade spirit stones being born around it. These low-grade spirit stones were produced rapidly and were absorbed and refined by the prototype of the secret realm, serving as supplements for its expansion. As time passed, the expansion of the prototype continued without affecting the central teleportation array in the slightest. At the same time, the spirit stone source mine was eventually decomposed. Seeing this, Li Luochen couldn't help but smile. It seemed that as long as there was energy, the secret realm prototype desired everything. However, he could also see that with the decomposition and refinement of the spirit stone source mine, the speed of expansion of the secret realm prototype had increased. 2 months later, Li Luocheng stopped paying attention to the expanding secret realm prototype and went out to cultivate spiritual rice. By the time Li Luocheng returned again, it was already more than half a month later. Looking at the fully expanded prototype of the secret realm, he couldn't help but smile. This time, the prototype of the secret realm had expanded by more than 10 times as the area inside reached 800 acres and the height surpassed 50 meters, finally giving it a semblance of a secret realm. It could now accommodate a first-tier upper-grade spirit vein, and if it expanded further, it could even implant a first-tier premium spirit vein. However, to implant a second-tier spirit vein, the space of the secret realm would need to be expanded further. Upon seeing the expansion of the secret realm, Li Luocheng nodded in satisfaction and then went out to cultivate. On Luocheng Mountain, Li Luocheng's cave dwelling had been fully established, ready for cultivation at any time. First, he went to check on his beloved daughter, who was already 11 or 12 years old and had reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation, truly a gifted innate sword body. If it weren't for Li Luocheng encouraging her to solidify her foundation, she might have already reached the 5th or 6th level of Qi cultivation. Upon arriving at Luocheng Mountain, Zhou Xian and Li Yanxu were already there. Except for Li Yanlong and Li Yanhua, who were looking after the spirit fields of Qianlong Island and Yulong Island, most of the Li family members had gathered. There were spirit fields here that needed tending, and there was also a second-tier inferior spirit vein, making it very suitable for Qi cultivators to practice. Even Li Luochen in the late stage of foundation establishment could enhance his cultivation speed here. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently cultivating and harvesting 27000 caddies of first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice worth 27000 spirit. In the future, if he wanted to purchase any resources, he could simply go to Yumeng Immortal City. Li Luochen waved his hand and 60,000 spirit stones flew out, landing before Li Yanlong. I forgot about this matter. Go buy all of last year's and this year's supplies and also sell this. Though the 5 Elements Heaven-Shaking Bell was only a second-tier top-grade artifact, it could be upgraded to a third-tier treasure as long as there were third-tier materials with 5 elements attributes. Once he finished refining the 5 Elements Heaven-Shaking Bell, Li Luochen sensed that Li Yanshu had stopped her training and he stepped outside. Seeing Li Luochen arrive, Li Yanshu excitedly asked, "Father, have you come out of seclusion?" "Yes, I've come out." Wangshu, congratulations on reaching the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Li Wangshu quickly asked, "Father, I've broken through to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Do you have any rewards for me?" As she spoke, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Li Luochen waved his hand and the 5-element spirit sword appeared before them. You are a sword cultivator, and when you reach the 7th level of Qi cultivation, you will need to nurture your own flying sword. This 5-element spirit sword is a second-tier top-grade flying sword perfectly suited for you. Take it. However, you cannot use it yet. First, refine it daily with your spiritual power to connect it with your will. Once your cultivation reaches the golden core stage, you can even use third-tier materials with 5 elements attributes to enhance the quality of this flying sword. As he spoke, he waved his hand again, and the 5-element spirit sword flew directly to Li Yanshu. Li Yanshu couldn't help but widen her eyes, gazing at the 5-element spirit sword before her in disbelief. Having already reached the 5th level of Qi cultivation, she naturally understood the value of the 5-element spirit sword, never expecting her father to gift it to her so easily. "Father, it's a waste for me to hold onto it now. How about you keep it, and give it to me once my cultivation improves?" Li Luochen shook his head and said, "No need. Keep it, I have more suitable artifacts for myself. Alright, I need to return to my cultivation. Don't rush, take your time to cultivate, and ensure you build a solid foundation." Li Yanshu nodded and said, "Yes, father." As she spoke, she eagerly reached for the 5-element spirit sword, her eyes filled with excitement. As a sword cultivator, she also desired a good flying sword as her own, and she never expected her father to present it to her before she reached the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Quickly returning to the cultivation chamber, Li Yanshu sat cross-legged on the blue stone and resumed her serious practice. Li Luochen originally planned to cultivate on the blue stone, but it was now occupied by his daughter. He didn't mind it with the spirit god pill, he had more than enough resources for cultivation. Another year of harvest season arrived and Li Luochen had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Although his cultivation hadn't increased significantly, the liquid spiritual power in his dantian had become pure. When he emerged from seclusion, he found that Li Yanshu's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Seeing her progress, Li Luochen frowned. Her cultivation speed was too fast. However, upon seeing that his daughter's foundation was very solid, he didn't say much more, simply advising her to focus on practicing the Zhitian method. The second layer of the Zhitian method was already attained, and if cultivated to perfection, it would allow one to conceal their cultivation from beings 8 small realms higher. Even so, only a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could see through his true cultivation. In fact, reaching this level in the Zhitian method was already sufficient, as long even so, only a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could see through his true cultivation. In fact, reaching this level in the Zhitian method was already sufficient, as long as he did not actively expose his cultivation, no one could sense it. If his divine soul could be elevated to the golden core level, he could even disguise himself as a golden core cultivator while hiding his true power. With this thought, a smile appeared on Li Luocheng's face. Li Yanshu asked, "Father, what are you so happy about?" Li Luochen smiled and said, "Isn't it because I see that your cultivation has made another breakthrough? I'm happy for you. What about your mother?" Li Yanshu replied, "Mother has gone to the spirit fields. Would you like to go see her?" Li Luochen nodded slightly and directly left the cave dwelling, heading towards the spirit fields. One must admit that Luocheng Mountain had a good spirit vein. The spirit fields opened up there yielded superior spirit rice. Upon seeing Li Luocheng emerge, everyone bowed in respect. "Greetings, family head." Li Luocheng nodded slightly, scanning the crowd with his gaze and noticing that the cultivation levels of the clan members had all improved. He nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, let's begin harvesting the spirit rice now." As soon as he said this, he quickly moved toward the premium spirit rice and began harvesting swiftly. Meanwhile, on Qianlong Island and Yulong Island, the harvesting of spirit rice also commenced. After half a month of busy work, the spirit rice on Luocheng Mountain was quickly harvested, and Li Luocheng brought most of the clan members back to Qianlong Island. The spirit rice on the two islands was also nearly harvested. With the addition of Luochen and others, the harvesting went even faster. After 3 days, all the spirit rice was safely stored. Just as the spirit rice was harvested, a system sound echoed in Li Luocheng's mind, and this time the harvest made him exceedingly happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, resulting in a harvest of 26,000 pounds of first-tier top-grade spirit rice valued at 130,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. A first-tier top-grade spirit rice critical success, obtained the 5 elements true spirit art golden core chapter. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, resulting in a harvest of 87,000 pounds of first-tier superior spirit rice valued at 87,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. First-tier superior spirit rice critical success, obtained a high-quality golden core pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, resulting in a harvest of 229,500 pounds of first-tier middle-grade spirit rice valued at 76,500 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. A first-tier middle-grade spirit rice increased fourfold. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, resulting in a harvest of 611,200 pounds of first-tier inferior spirit rice valued at 61,200 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. A critical success achieved. Obtained 2 third-tier superior cloud mist illusion formation discs. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, resulting in a harvest of 331,500 pounds of ordinary spirit rice valued at 33,150 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. A ordinary spirit rice critical success, obtained a complete set of second-tier top-grade 5 elements spirit armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, resulting in a harvest of some straw valued at an unspecified number of spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met. Straw critical success, obtained a vial of true spirit divine liquid. Li Luochen took a deep breath, beginning to consolidate the gains from this harvest. Firstly, he had obtained 26,000 caddies of first-grade premium spiritual rice, which could be sold for 130,000 spirit stones at a price of 5 spirit stones per caddy. Secondly, he harvested 87,000 caddies of first-grade superior spiritual rice, which could be sold for 87,000 spirit stones at a price of 1 spirit stone per caddy. Next, he gathered 229,500 caddies of first-grade medium spiritual rice, which could yield 76,500 spirit stones at a price of 3 spirit stones per caddy. For first-grade inferior spiritual rice, he harvested 612,000 caddies, which could be sold for 61,200 spirit stones at a price of 10 spirit stones per caddy. He also collected 331,500 caddies of ordinary spiritual rice, which could be sold for 33,150 inferior spirit stones at a price of 100 spirit stones per caddy. All in all, the Li family's harvest from spiritual rice alone amounted to 387,850 inferior spirit stones. This does not even account for the value of the straw. If the straw were made into blank talisman paper, the Li family's income could exceed 400,000 spirit stones this year. Upon realizing this, Li Luochen was astonished. The income from spiritual rice alone had already surpassed 380,000 spirit stones, enough to purchase a golden core. However, he quickly felt relieved, as this was the yield from a second-grade spiritual vein. Those forces with golden core stage powerhouses likely earned over 1 million spirit stones each year. But they were different from the Li family. They supported many cultivators. The Li family had fewer members, so it seemed they had more spirit stones. Even so, when these spirit stones were divided among everyone, it only amounted to over 10,000 spirit stones each. Moreover, not all of these spirit stones could be distributed apart from the annual salary. They also needed to purchase other cultivation resources. The Li family was primarily an agricultural family, and with more cultivators like Li Luochen, they allocated spiritual fields to the clan members, allowing them to plant and harvest spiritual rice themselves. Each year, half of the harvested spiritual rice was submitted to the family, while the other half could be sold. If they did not wish to farm at home, they could open shops as long as they could earn spirit stones. Of course, the core of the Li family was agriculture, and this principle must never be forgotten. As the Li family grew in numbers, they could pursue different paths, but certain rules must still be upheld. Furthermore, large-scale farming would surely attract the attention of other cultivators, and their combat strength would need to be enhanced. Moreover, the most rewarding aspect of this harvest was not the spirit stones, but rather the system's critical hit rewards. First was the 5 Elements True Spirit Formula's Golden Core chapter, providing a method for reaching the peak of the Golden Core stage in the future. Next was the golden core pill, a valuable item essential for breaking through to the golden core stage, with effects similar to the essence-gathering golden core pill. If the two could be combined, it would undoubtedly facilitate a breakthrough to the early golden core stage. After a failed breakthrough with the golden core pill, one could swiftly take the essence-gathering golden core pill to stabilize their cultivation and attempt to break through again. As for the remaining rewards, they were also incredibly powerful. There was a second-grade premium 5-element spirit armor, 2 third-grade superior cloud mist illusion array discs, and a vial of true spirit divine liquid, all valuable items. Especially the true spirit divine liquid, it was an excellent treasure for breaking through to the peak of foundation establishment. Just one vial was enough for Luochen to break through to the peak of foundation establishment within 3 years, and there was even a possibility of reaching the early golden core stage. Seeing this vial of true spirit divine liquid, Luochen's eyes were filled with shock. He had thought the Spirit God pill was already impressive, but he never expected the system would offer even better rewards. In 3 years, he would definitely break through to the peak of foundation establishment, and with the Golden Core pill and Essence Gathering Golden Core pill, he might very well challenge the early Golden Core stage. However, breaking through to the early Golden Core stage was not easy. It would attract the attention of the heavens and earth, and he absolutely could not attempt it at the Li family's residence. Yumeng Immortal City was a nice place equipped with specialized cultivation caves. If he cultivated there, it would not seem too conspicuous. Thinking of this, Li Luochen sent everyone off to cultivate and return to Luochen before flying towards Yunmeng Immortal City. This time he intended to sell spiritual rice in Yunmeng Immortal City and see how the prices compared to those in the overseas cultivation world. At the same time, he also wanted to see if there were any good cultivation resources in Yunmeng Immortal City that he could purchase. By the time Li Luochen arrived at Yunmeng Immortal City, 3 days had already passed. With his cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, it took him a full 3 days to fly. Others would likely take even longer. This journey was much better than traveling from Yinlong Island to Qingsha Island and then using the teleportation array, as it wouldn't cost any spirit stones. In Yunmeng Immortal City, Li Luochen entered and controlled his cultivation to the initial stage of foundation establishment before starting to stroll around. Yunmeng Immortal City was vast with many shops, but the most eye-catching were the Lingbao Pavilion, Donchi Building, Yunmeng Building, Xindan Pavilion, Wanqi Workshop, and Tiankai Dibao Pavilion, among others. There were also many shops for buying and selling spiritual rice. Li Luochen took dozens of trips before successfully selling the spiritual rice from this harvest, and also sold the spiritual rice he carried. Before selling, he ensured to leave enough spiritual rice for the Li family members to eat, so he earned a total of 380,000 spirit stones. The price of spiritual rice in Yunmeng Immortal City was similar to that overseas, as it was merely a low-grade resource and not particularly expensive. After selling the family's spiritual rice, Li Luochen sold the additional spiritual rice generated by the system enhancement, earning 38,700 inferior spirit stones from the 2 enhancements. With these spirit stones in hand, Li Luochen felt delighted and began to make purchases. He bought second-grade inferior Peiyuan pills, second-grade medium Xingyuan pills, second-grade superior Baoyuan pills, and second-grade premium Lingyuan pills. These pills were quite good and could quickly enhance one's cultivation during the foundation establishment period, but they were of little use to Li Luochen. He bought some inferior Peiyuan pills which would be useful for Li Yanjing, and it wouldn't be long before Li Yanhua and Li Yanlong could use them as well. Li Changsheng's cultivation speed was also swift, and he would be in foundation establishment soon. As for the resources for the Qi refinement stage, Li Luochen purchased a large quantity of Donxiang spiritual liquid. Compared to other items, this one held the highest value. After buying these pills, he was left with 25,000 spirit stones from the original 38,000. Even so, Li Luochen felt he had not bought enough. The Li family was growing in number, their cultivation levels rising, and their need for resources was increasing. Although the resources were distributed annually based on their salaries, it was still essential to save more resources. As for the spirit stones belonging to Li Luochen, he had his own plans for them, preparing to purchase third-grade 5 elements, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. These resources would be kept for when he broke through to the Golden Core stage, allowing the 5 elements Shockwave Bell and 5 elements Spirit Armor to advance to third-grade magical treasures. He could even refine the Shockwave Bell into a life-bound magical treasure, as it was rare for a magical treasure to devour 5 elements materials to grow. When he exited the Tiankai Dibao Pavilion, his eyes were filled with a sense of heartache. He could even refine the Shockwave Bell into a life-bound magical treasure, as it was rare for a magical treasure to devour 5 elements materials to grow. When he exited to upgrade the 5 elements Shockwave Bell and the 5 elements Spirit Armor, he bought 20 portions of each elemental material, spending nearly 18,000 spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, Li Luochen felt immense heartache, but for the sake of the 5 elements shockwave bell and the 5 elements spirit armor, he only felt pain for a moment. After all, he still had over 400,000 spirit stones on him, including more than 300,000 inferior spirit stones and nearly 1,000 medium spirit stones. As a later-stage foundation establishment cultivator, possessing such a considerable amount of spirit stones was certainly not insignificant. Even if he sought ways to purchase a golden core, he could likely acquire at least an ordinary one. Yet Li Luochen still felt impoverished. He truly lacked a sense of security without breaking through to the golden core stage. After finishing his purchases for the resources needed, Li Luochen transformed into a streak of light and returned to Luochen. Although he had acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones this time after buying the elixirs needed for his clan's practice, the remaining spirit stones in the family added up to only over 500,000. Refined foundation establishment pills and yuan spirit true liquid are hard to come by. Adding 200 contribution points would be considered my handling fee. You only need 1,000 contribution points to obtain a refined. If they could obtain a substantial first-tier spirit vein, the spirit stones they earned each year would definitely not be less than those of the Qianlongli family. After returning to the family, Li Luochen handed the resources to Li Yanzhong for him to arrange. After all, Li Yanzhong was a foundation establishment cultivator and could already serve as Li Luochen's right-hand man. Upon receiving those resources, Li Yanzhong quickly discovered a second-tier inferior cultivating elixir, and his heart couldn't help but leap with joy. He was just about to go out and purchase cultivation resources when unexpectedly the family head had already bought them back for him. "Thank you, family head, I will take my leave now." Li Luochen waved his hand and said, go ahead. After saying that, he returned to his cave abode to continue his cultivation. The large chamber was still occupied by Li Yanxiu, and Li Luochen didn't say anything, directly finding a spot to enter seclusion for his cultivation. A vial of true spirit divine liquid contained 10 drops each, capable of allowing a later-stage foundation establishment cultivator to enhance 3 years of hard training, simultaneously boosting both their mana and spiritual soul. However, refining a drop of true spirit divine liquid was not an easy task. It took Li Luochen half a year to refine just 1 drop. Yet with just this 1 drop of true spirit divine liquid, his mana had been compressed to a certain extent, faintly indicating a tendency to become a phantom elixir. This delighted Li Luochen immensely, and he quickly consumed the 2nd drop and began the refinement process. The efficacy of the true spirit divine liquid was indeed remarkable. With just 2 drops, Li Luochen's liquid mana in his dantian transformed into liquid mana phantom elixir, successfully breaking through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, his spiritual soul had also received a significant boost. Currently, Li Luochen's divine sense could extend to a radius of 1,300 meters. This was merely the effect of 2 drops of true spirit divine liquid. Simultaneously, his spiritual soul had also received a significant boost. Currently, Li Luochen's divine sense could extend to a radius of 1,300 meters. Although Li Luochen's cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, it was still not time to form a core. He needed at least to condense the liquid mana phantom elixir from the latest stage foundation establishment, showing signs of solidification. The breakthrough in cultivation had greatly improved Li Luochen's mindset, especially since, after he broke through, it would be time to reap the harvest of spirit rice. However, just as Li Luochen exited his seclusion, he encountered Li Yanhua. To his surprise, he noticed that Li Yanhua's aura had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment, indicating a recent breakthrough. Li Luochen had previously given them foundation establishment elixirs, as they would soon break through to that stage. Looking at it now, his actions seemed quite commendable, as Li Yanhua had given him such a pleasant surprise. "Greetings, family head." As he spoke, Li Luochen took out a vial of spirit god elixir. This elixir was of good quality, although it was only 1 vial when combined with other. As he spoke, Li Luochen took out a vial of spirit god elixir. This elixir was of good quality, although it was only 1 vial when combined with other elixirs or fragrant liquid. It could allow Li Yanhua to break through to the latest stage foundation establishment in a short time. Li Yanhua hurriedly accepted the spirit god elixir, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. An elixir bestowed by the family head could not be of poor quality. It was certainly a high-grade elixir. "Thank you, family head." Li Luochen asked, "Did you break through on Qianlong Island or here in Luochen?" Li Yanhua replied, returning to the family head, "I broke through here in Luochen. You had previously told us that the people of the Qingsha sect are not good, advising us to be cautious when we break through. However, during my breakthrough, the family head was in seclusion. I was worried that Yanzheng couldn't conceal my breakthrough aura, so I chose to break through in Luochen." Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction and said, "You did well. For now, keep your cultivation hidden. We will discuss it again when I break through to the golden core stage." Li Yanhua's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, "Family head, are you about to break through to the golden core stage?" Li Luochen smiled and said, "It's still a bit early for that. Come on, the spirit rice is ready for harvest. Oh, we should collect it. By the way, I plan to allocate the family's spirit rice to everyone. What do you think? It will still be the same planting and harvesting times, but everyone will take care of their own spiritual fields, with the final yield being divided 30% for each individual and 70% for the family. Similarly, the family will also implement a contribution point system. Depending on the quantity of spirit rice harvested each year, different contribution points can be earned, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources unavailable outside. Actually, family head, your approach is quite good. Then the foundation establishment elixirs and yuan spirit true liquid that Yanzheng and I used will also need to be compensated with corresponding contribution points. Luochen nodded slightly and said, that depends on you. I'm just mentioning this for now, and I haven't finalized a regulation yet. You can think about it too. Has anyone new joined the family in recent years? I've been busy cultivating and haven't kept track of. Li Yanhua replied, yes, 5 little ones have joined. Their spiritual roots and talents are quite good. Zhang Fei found a partner, but not from the Baymen Islands. They are a loose cultivator from the northern lands. The talents of loose cultivators are quite poor, but their appearance and character are decent. Li Luochen nodded in satisfaction and said, look at that, even Zhang Fei knows to find a partner, while others don't know to do so themselves. Qianlong Island and Yulong Island are so small. How many people have spiritual roots? Anyway, our Li family now has 3 foundation establishment experts. Finding disciples from immortal sects as partners is not out of the question. As long as one has the means, it's possible to bring back the daughter of a golden core ancestor. Li Luochen wasn't being arrogant. He had true spirit divine liquid in hand and would be breaking through to the golden core stage in a few years. Even if a disciple did indeed take the daughter of a golden core ancestor, the Li family would not be afraid. Li Yanhua couldn't help but curl his lips and said nothing further. As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the edge of the spiritual fields, looking at the spirit rice ready for harvest, nodding in satisfaction. By the way, how's Yanzhong's cultivation progressing? Li Yanhua hurriedly replied, family head, my elder brother is not far from a breakthrough. He is expected to break through by next year at the latest. What is most surprising is that Zheng Chongqing has now reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. He could succeed within 3 years. Li Luochen nodded, slightly well aware of Li Changsheng's spiritual root talent. It was already quite impressive for someone to break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement so quickly. How many clan members practice alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman crafting? How many have reached at least first-tier superior? Li Yanhua shook his head and said, currently only Yanzhong has reached first-tier top quality. The others can only craft first-tier mid-grade talismans at most. As for alchemists and artifact forgers, there are no artifact forgers in the family, since there's nothing to forge. Spirit rice can be used for alchemy. However, there are a few decent spirit chefs, all of whom are partners of clan members and can produce first-tier superior spirit meals. Yanfeng is a formation master, but can only set up simple first-tier superior formations and cannot refine formation discs. It was that time of year again, the harvest season, and Li Luocheng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. After everyone greeted him, he ordered the harvesting of the spiritual rice. The quantity of spiritual rice this time was similar to the last. After finishing the harvest at Luocheng Mountain, he went to Qianlong Island and Yulong Island. Once all the spiritual rice was safely stored, the surprise on Li Luocheng's face was beyond control. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 26,000 pounds of first-grade premium spiritual rice worth 130,000 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the first-grade premium spiritual rice critical hit was successful, granting 1 golden core early-stage family guard puppet. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 87,000 pounds of first-grade superior spiritual rice worth 87,000 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the first-grade superior spiritual rice critical hit was successful, granting 50 first-grade premium flying swords of each elemental attribute. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 229,500 pounds of first-grade medium spiritual rice worth 76,500 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the first-grade medium spiritual rice critical hit was successful, granting 50 sets of first-grade premium elemental spiritual armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 610,200 pounds of first-grade inferior spiritual rice worth 61,200 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the critical hit was successful, granting several Yinyang spiritual materials of the 5 elements. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 331,500 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice worth 33,150 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the ordinary spiritual rice has increased fivefold. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting several bundles of straw worth several spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the straw critical hit was successful, granting 3 sets of premium foundation establishment kits. Upon hearing these system rewards, Li Luochen felt immense joy. The early-stage golden core guard puppet could only remain within the family, requiring spirit stones for each use. 100 middle-grade spirit stones could unleash its full power for half an hour. This was already quite good. Half an hour equated to 1 hour. Although the spirit stones consumed were a bit more, it was the combat power of the early-stage golden core, undoubtedly a guardian deity for the family. As for the 50 first-grade premium flying swords of each elemental attribute and the 50 sets of first-grade premium spiritual armor, they were all provided by the system and could be enhanced using corresponding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It seemed that this time the system was specifically giving benefits to the Li family, and Li Luochen was quite satisfied. Regarding the several yin-yang materials of the 5 elements, he planned to see if there were second or third-grade ones. If so, it would be a huge profit. The final foundation establishment kit consisted of premium foundation establishment pills and true liquid of the original spirit, and there were 3 sets, enough for 3 family members to break through the foundation establishment stage. Very well, once the family rules are established, everyone should sincerely farm and work for me. Compared to farming, Li Luochen was more concerned about the system rewards. He wondered how the system rewards would be when the yuan cultivation flowers matured 28 years later. Yan Hu Yan Zhong, this time you two will act separately. One will go to Yunmeng Immortal City, and the other to Beihai Immortal City to sell all this spiritual rice, while I remain in the family. Li Yanlong and the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with smiles, realizing that after breaking through the foundation establishment stage, they would need to handle the sale of the spiritual rice themselves. Yes, family head. The two respectfully responded, quickly gathering the spiritual rice allocated to them by Li Luochen and heading off into the distance. Li Luochen glanced at the others and said with a smile, "All right, go back to your cultivation. Don't forget to plant spiritual rice in 2 months." The members of the Li family nodded and then returned to their cultivation. After they left, Li Yanshu hurriedly asked, "Father, can I refine my life flying sword when I go back this time? Would you protect me?" Li Luochen smiled and said, "Sure, that's no problem. Once you break through to the 7th layer of Qi training, I will protect you." Li Yanshu felt overjoyed and laughed happily. Zhou Xian was also smiling beside her, feeling very content. Li Luochen suddenly said, "Members of the Li family, listen up. From now on, anyone who breaks through to the 7th layer of Qi training can receive a first-grade premium flying sword and a first-grade premium spiritual armor. Of course, you need to purchase them with spirit stones limited to now. After a period, once the family contribution system is established, you will need to exchange contribution points for them. Do not underestimate this spiritual armor and flying sword. As long as you have enough second-grade materials of the 5 elements to feed them, their quality will increase." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a flying sword and a piece of spiritual armor appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the flying sword and spiritual armor, the members of the Li family were shocked, not understanding where Li Luochen had obtained such treasures. This was a good thing for the family and for them, so there was no need to ask too much. "Family head, how many spirit stones are needed for these 2 artifacts?" Li Luochen replied, "Let's say this, I know you all are not short of money, but I won't ask too much from you. This set is 3,000 spirit stones. Actually, this price is quite low. 3,000 spirit stones can only buy 1 first-grade premium artifact. Moreover, the artifacts bought are just ordinary first-grade premium artifacts without any growth potential. If these flying swords and spiritual armors truly had such capabilities, let alone 3,000 spirit stones, even 300,000 spirit stones for one would have people fighting to buy them." The main thing was that the Li family's members were quite wealthy, not to mention those who had reached the 7th layer of Qi training. Even those who hadn't could mostly come up with that many spirit stones. Li Luochen looked at him and said, "Sure, the first set is 3,000 spirit stones, the second set is 100,000 spirit stones. How many do you want?" Hearing this, the member smiled awkwardly and fell silent. "And there are only 50 sets, so hurry if you want to buy." Suddenly, a member of the Li family asked, "Family head, can we buy several sets?" Li Luochen looked at him and said, "Sure, the first set is 3,000 spirit stones, the second set is 100,000 spirit stones. How many do you want?" Hearing this, the member smiled awkwardly and fell silent. In truth, who wouldn't want more of such treasures? But there were only so many system rewards, so what could he do? Another youthful voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "Family head, can't those below the 7th layer of Qi training have any? I also want to buy one. I can refine it when my cultivation reaches it, and even those at the 5th or 6th layers can use a first-grade premium artifact without issue." Hearing this, Li Luochen looked over at him. What you said is correct. However, if you have not reached the 7th layer of Qi training, you won't be able to exert the power of a first-grade premium artifact, so they cannot leave the family premises. Do you agree? The person quickly nodded, saying, "Family head, I agree." Others who had not reached the 7th layer of Qi training also nodded eagerly, responding, "Family head, we agree too." Zhou Xian smiled beside him, saying, "Actually, apart from farming, the family's cultivators are basically engaged in arduous cultivation. Only Yanlong, Yanhu, and Yanzhang often go out. Even if the flying swords and spiritual armors are given to them, it will be fine, and my husband has also said that there are only 50 sets of flying swords and spiritual armors. While there are enough to distribute now, there might not be any for them when the family grows." Since Zhou Xian has said so, Luochen naturally had no reason to refuse. He merely cautioned them not to delay their cultivation after obtaining the flying swords and spiritual armor, and then returned to Qianlong Island. On Qianlong Island, within the embryonic form of the secret realm, Luochen took out a large amount of 5 elements yin-yang materials and tossed them in, watching as they were continuously absorbed by the secret realm's embryonic form before returning to Luochen Mountain. After returning, Luochen fell into a closed-door cultivation state. With the true spirit elixir in hand, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation and bring himself to the brink of breaking through to the early golden core stage. 2 months later, just as Luochen was preparing to plant spiritual rice, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze directed toward a certain direction, the direction of Li Yanlong's closed-door cave. A breakthrough is imminent. At this moment in Luochen Mountain, spiritual energy was continuously gathering toward that direction, an omen of the spiritual energy reservoir, which only appears when breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The other members of the Li family also looked towards Li Yanlong's cave, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. With this, wouldn't the Li family have 4 foundation establishment cultivators? After all, a foundation establishment cultivator has a lifespan of 300 years. They were truly envious. However, when their gazes fell upon Li Luochen, their eyes were filled with smiles. With him as the head of the family, their breakthroughs to foundation establishment shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, they were still young, and by the time they needed to break through to foundation establishment, the family would surely have prepared foundation establishment pills. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world, and they knew that the head of the family wouldn't just give them foundation establishment pills for free. They would likely have to spend spirit stones. The Li family members were not lacking in spirit stones. Every year a substantial amount of straw was allocated to them, which they processed into blank talismans, either selling them at the market or to Li Yanzheng, earning a significant amount of spirit stones. There weren't many members in the Li family, and there was definitely no shortage of straw from the many spiritual fields. Straw itself wasn't worth much, but once made into blank talismans, its value increased exponentially. Li Luochen distributed this straw to the Li family members so they could have their own spirit stones, allowing them to rise quickly and plant more spiritual fields. Therefore, as long as they saved diligently for a few years, they would be able to gather enough spirit stones to purchase foundation establishment pills. Next was the planting of spiritual rice, and the Li family had many spiritual fields, which made it no easy task. After the spiritual rice was planted, Li Luochen returned to his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 years had passed, during which the Li family's development was quite impressive. Firstly, Qingsha, with his dual spiritual roots, broke through to the early foundation establishment stage. Li Yanshu also reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement, not far from breaking through, and the same applied to Li Yafeng. In a maximum of 2 years, the Li family would have 2 more foundation establishment powerhouses. Even now, the Li family already had 5 foundation establishment powerhouses. Secondly, in terms of spirit stones, in these 2 years, the spirit stones in Li Luocheng's possession had reached 480,000 low-grade spirit stones and 2,600 middle-grade spirit stones. As for the Li family, aside from what they used to purchase cultivation resources, they still had a foundation of 1 million spirit stones. Li Luochen did not use these spirit stones as his cultivation had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, and he was not far from breaking through to the early golden core stage. Next, he needed to find a place for closed-door cultivation, so he had to take care of the family's affairs first. Most importantly, in the past 2 years, the system had rewarded him with quite a few good things, and he was excited about obtaining a teleportation array and 2 pieces of low-grade third-tier gathering spirit stones. That green giant stone was a gathering spirit stone capable of continuously gathering spiritual energy for cultivators to practice. If Li Fengnian's cultivation broke through to the golden core stage, a second-tier spiritual vein was of no use to him, but with low-grade third-tier gathering spirit stones, it could also supply his cultivation. In addition to the gathering spirit stones and the teleportation array, Li Luochen also received a bottle of true spirit elixir. This item was of no use to him, but it was beneficial for the Li family's foundation establishment powerhouses. This time, instead of receiving a set of magical tools, he was rewarded with 2 sets of foundation establishment packages, along with a few leaves of comprehension tea. Aside from that, the rest consisted of 5 elements yin-yang materials, but these were of little significance, and he used them all to expand the secret realm. The current secret realm was quite impressive, with an area exceeding 5,000 acres and a height of 200 meters. With such a large secret realm space, as long as there was a second-tier spiritual vein, it could be implanted within the secret realm, and then spiritual fields could be opened up inside to plant spiritual rice and spiritual herbs. However, there were no spiritual veins at present, and he would have to wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, 2 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins had finally been upgraded to first-tier top-grade spiritual veins through the first-tier premium spiritual vein upgrade talisman, increasing the family's spiritual fields by nearly 1/3. Now the Li family has 50 acres of second-tier low-grade spiritual fields, 190 acres of first-tier top-grade spiritual fields, 390 acres of first-tier superior spiritual fields, 710 acres of first-tier middle-grade spiritual fields, 1,520 acres of first-tier low-grade spiritual fields, and 3,210 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. With so many spiritual fields, the harvest each year was considerable. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Li Luochen originally planned to rent a cave in Yumen Xianjing this year to break through to the Golden Core stage, but since Li Yanxu and Li Chongqing both planned to break through to Foundation Establishment, he had to stay behind to protect them. Li Chongqing had dual spiritual roots, and breaking through to Golden Core in the future wouldn't be a problem, and his cultivation speed was definitely not slow. As for Li Yanxu, with her innate sword body and being a natural sword immortal seed, her future prospects were limitless. Their breakthroughs to Foundation Establishment were of utmost importance, and he had to protect them, otherwise it would be troublesome if they were discovered. Although the currently family had a Golden Core puppet for protection facing a Golden Core cultivator, in the middle stage the Golden Core puppet might not be able to defend the Li family, so he had to proceed with caution. This year's planting of spiritual fields was quite extensive, and it had been almost 20 days since they finished planting. After the spiritual fields were planted, Li Luochen did not enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he stopped outside his cave. His cave and the adjacent cave were respectively for Li Yanxu and Li Chongqing to cultivate as they were breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Now the Li family had 4 Foundation Establishment powerhouses: Li Luochen, Li Yanlong, Li Yanhua, and Li Yanjing. If Li Yanxu and Li Chongqing both broke through, there would be 6 Foundation Establishment powerhouses. Time unknowingly passed, and Li Yanxu was the first to break through, followed by Li Chongqing. Their innate talent was already quite good, so breaking through so quickly was not exaggerated. The aura of their breakthroughs was all suppressed by Li Luochen, and no one noticed their breakthroughs. Compared to ordinary people, their breakthroughs would have caused phenomena. If it weren't for the presence of a third-tier formation and Li Luocheng's own powerful cultivation to conceal it, the aura and phenomena of their breakthroughs would surely have leaked out. Li Luochen was very pleased with their breakthroughs. During this time, he had not been idle either. He drank some comprehension tea and cultivated the 5 elements escape technique to perfection. Now his 5 elements escape technique was exceptionally powerful. When operating at its peak, even an early Golden Core cultivator would struggle to catch up to him. In fact, the effectiveness of the 5 elements escape technique was also related to his cultivation. If his cultivation reached the early Golden Core stage, this divine ability would be unleashed, and even those with a cultivation level 1 or 2 small realms higher than him would find it difficult to handle him. After all, when the 5 elements escape technique was executed, the speed was incredibly fast, and if combined with the 5 elements escape technique, the enemy would likely not be able to keep up. Time flows swiftly, and it is once again the season for harvesting spiritual rice. This year is a joyous one, as the Li family has produced 2 more Foundation Establishment experts, and smiles adorn everyone's faces. The harvest of spiritual rice took almost 20 days to complete. When the delightful voice of the system echoed in his ears, Li Luochen was overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 38,000 pounds of first-grade superior spiritual rice valued at 190,000 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met. A critical hit on first-grade superior spiritual rice has been successful, yielding 5 bottles of second-grade spiritual medicine acceleration fluid. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 170,000 pounds of first-grade upper spiritual rice valued at 170,000 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met. A critical hit on first-grade upper spiritual rice has been successful, yielding a complete set of second-grade alchemy array inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 319,500 pounds of first-grade middle spiritual rice valued at 106,500 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met. A critical hit on first-grade middle spiritual rice has been successful, yielding a large amount of second-grade 5 elements yin-yang materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 912,000 pounds of first-grade lower spiritual rice valued at 91,200 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met. A 5-fold increase for first-grade lower spiritual rice has been granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting 481,500 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice valued at 48,150 spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met. A critical hit on ordinary spiritual rice has been successful, yielding 5 mid-foundation establishment puppet guards. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, harvesting a quantity of straw valued at a number of spirit stones. The conditions for the farming reward have been met. A critical hit on straw has been successful, yielding 3 drops of 3,000-year stalactite. Luochen was immensely delighted. These were all excellent items. The second-grade spiritual medicine acceleration fluid can accelerate the growth rate of second-grade spiritual medicine by 10 times. 1 bottle can accelerate 100 acres of spiritual medicine by 10 times, and 5 bottles can allow 500 acres of second-grade spiritual medicine to grow at 10 times the speed. A massive profit. The complete inheritance of second-grade alchemy array symbols is something many golden core powers possess. He didn't expect to obtain it so easily. Unfortunately, Luochen did not intend to cultivate. The system rewards were quite good, and he decided to let the clan members cultivate with those inheritances. The mid-foundation establishment puppet guards are also valuable. Although they cannot lead the family into battle, they can serve as the family's guardians. As long as anyone dares to intrude, they will act without hesitation. The last 3,000-year stalactites not only assist in reaching the golden core, but also rapidly stabilize one's cultivation after breaking through. They are undoubtedly precious items. This time the system rewarded a large amount of second-grade yin-yang 5 elements materials. Luochen glanced at them, realizing that they could further enhance the secret realm. He wondered when he might obtain a second-grade spiritual vein. It would be even better if he could acquire a third-grade spiritual vein. After checking the system rewards, Luochen turned his gaze to the spiritual rice harvested this year. In total, he could harvest over 546,000 lower-grade immortal stones. This was going to be quite a profit. Those weaker golden core ancestors likely only harvested this much spirit stones each year. However, the resources of the Li family belong to the Li family. Luochen only requires the system rewards. Currently, the number of cultivators in the Li family has reached 59, increasingly resembling a true cultivation family. With 59 cultivators in the family, it might be time to make some changes. First, the family contribution point system should be implemented, and secondly, the idea of household farming should also be realized. As for the annual salary of the Li family members, it should be changed to a monthly salary. Taking advantage of the current harvest of spiritual rice, Luochen gathered everyone into the council hall of Qianlong Island. Luochen sat at the head of the table with Zhou Xin beside him, followed by Li Yanzheng and 5 other Foundation Establishment clan members, and finally the non-Foundation Establishment members arranged according to their seniority. The council hall of Qianlong Island is quite spacious, and even with 59 clan members seated, it does not feel crowded. Looking at the clan members below, Luochen nodded in satisfaction. Alright, since everyone is here, I will share the upcoming plans with you all. The council hall of Qianlong Island is quite spacious, and even with 59 clan members seated, it does not feel crowded. Looking at the clan members below, Luochen nodded. Every year, based on the output of the spiritual fields, the family will reward you with different amounts of contribution points. 10,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice for 1 contribution point, 1,000 pounds of first-grade lower spiritual rice for 1 contribution point, 300 pounds of first-grade middle spiritual rice for 1 contribution point, 100 pounds of first-grade upper spiritual rice for 1 contribution point, and 20 pounds of first-grade superior spiritual rice for 1 contribution point. What are contribution points used for? Good question. In the future, if clan members want to obtain Foundation Establishment pills and Yuan Spirit True Liquid, they must exchange them for contribution points. Spirit stones won't work. Not only can Foundation Establishment pills be exchanged, but also Golden Core and Condensing Yuan Golden Core pills. Second and third grade 5 elements materials can also be exchanged, as well as hundreds of years of stalactites and 1,000-year stalactites. I also have the Enlightenment Tea. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange it from me. Listen clearly from now on. If Li family members want to establish a foundation or form a core, they must use contribution points to exchange for resources. I know you definitely have enough spirit stones to buy the cultivation resources you need, but contribution points can also be exchanged for many good items. Work hard to farm for the family and earn a large amount of contribution points. The good items here are waiting for you to exchange for them. Yenjing you 5 remember to replenish the contribution points for foundation establishment pills and yuan spirit true liquid. Li Yenjing quickly asked, Master, how many contribution points do we need to replenish? Li Luochen smiled and said, according to market prices, the average price of a refined foundation establishment pill is 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones, which is 500 middle-grade spirit stones, and you should provide 500 contribution points. As for yuan spirit true liquid, this item is also worth 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones, which is 200 middle-grade spirit stones, and you should provide 200 contribution points. Refined foundation establishment pills and yuan spirit true liquid are hard to come by. Adding 200 contribution points would be considered my handling fee. You only need 1,000 contribution points to obtain a refined foundation establishment set. If you only need refined foundation establishment pills, it would take 600 contribution points. If you consider yourselves as prodigies and do not need foundation establishment pills and only need yuan spirit true liquid, it would take 300 contribution points. As for what you need, you can decide for yourselves. Alright, next we will replan the annual salary and change it to a monthly salary. Before the age of 10, regardless of cultivation level, each month will be 1 lower grade spirit stone. After the age of 10, those at the first layer of Qi refinement will also receive 1 lower grade spirit stone each month. Those at the second layer of Qi refinement will receive 2 lower grade spirit stones each month, 3 lower grade spirit stones for the third layer, 6 for the fourth layer, 9 for the fifth layer, and 12 for the sixth layer each month. Those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement will receive 20 lower grade spirit stones each month, 30 for the 8th layer, 40 for the 9th layer, and 60 for the 10th layer each month. As for those in foundation establishment, the initial stage will receive 1 middle grade spirit stone each month, 2 for the mid-stage, 4 for the late stage, and 6 for the peak of foundation establishment each month. As for the golden core stage, those in the initial stage will receive 10 middle grade spirit stones each month, 20 for the mid-stage, 40 for the late stage, and 60 for the peak of golden core each month. For now this will do. We can discuss future matters later. After converting the annual salary into a monthly one, even the least amount would yield 12 spirit stones each year, and during the foundation establishment stage 1 could earn over 1,000 spirit stones annually. However, for the current members of the Li family, this was of little significance, as long as it allowed them to rapidly enhance their cultivation. Li Luochen felt it was not a waste at all. With higher cultivation, they could cultivate more spiritual fields, thereby securing more resources for the family. Once the spiritual fields were allocated to each household, everyone would tend to them meticulously, ensuring no oversight, perhaps even the yield of spiritual rice could increase. Thinking of this, Li Luochen suddenly said, after harvesting spiritual rice each year, you will keep 20%. The remainder must be submitted to the clan. Remember, do not buy spiritual rice from outside to gain contribution points. I will notice if you do. Hearing Li Luocheng's words, the members of the Li family were overjoyed, not expecting they could actually keep 20% of the spiritual rice. They felt they had truly gained. Originally, they thought that after the allocation, they wouldn't even get any straw each year, and those with weaker cultivation might suffer some loss. But they had no complaints regarding the foundation establishment pills and yuaniling true liquid. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned around, allowing them to keep 20% of the spiritual rice, which was quite valuable. Even if they contracted 100 acres of inferior spiritual fields each year, they could harvest 60,000 pounds of spiritual rice, and 20% would amount to 12,000 pounds, equivalent to 1,200 spirit stones. Currently, there were 59 members in the family, besides a few who were still too young. It was uncertain whether the outside spiritual fields would be sufficient for distribution. It seems they need to continue expanding the spiritual fields. There are still many mountain peaks in the Yunmeng mountain range occupied by demon beasts, and they could bully them once their cultivation breaks through. Regardless, this time they must definitely bring back a mount. The members of the Li family began to contemplate, primarily figuring out how much spiritual field they should contract. The spiritual fields developed by the Li family were numerous. If they were to be distributed, how much would be considered? There were 50 acres of second-tier inferior spiritual fields, 190 acres of first-tier superior spiritual fields, 360 acres of first-tier top-grade spiritual fields, 710 acres of first-tier middle-grade spiritual fields, 1,520 acres of first-tier inferior spiritual fields, and 3,210 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. This amount cannot be considered small, but in total it was just nearly 6,000 acres, not even reaching. Li Luocheng did not care about this, he wanted to quickly contract these spiritual fields. As long as there were clan members farming, he could wholeheartedly enter seclusion to cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment for quite some time. He needed to find a place to enter seclusion and cultivate. Yan Shu Yan Zhong Yan Long Yan Hu Chang Xing Yu 5 should not contract any first-tier spiritual fields for now. Take good care of these 50 acres of second-tier spiritual fields for me. I have a second-tier spiritual herb growth acceleration liquid that can speed up the growth of the Peiyuan flower by 10 times. In at most 2.5 years the Peiyuan flower will mature. I will give each of you 50 contribution points. What do you think? Li Yanshu quickly replied, Father, no problem. The others naturally had no objections. Allowing the 5 of them to oversee the second-tier spiritual herb Peiyuan flower was indeed a bit of overkill, but there was no choice, as the Li family's second-tier spiritual veins were too few. Li Luocheng continued, moreover, if there are any spiritual fields not contracted by the family, they will be handed over to you, and the contribution points will belong to you. The others naturally had no objections. Allowing the 5 of them to oversee the second-tier spiritual, Li Luocheng smiled and said, my cultivation is nearly complete, and it is time to find a place to break through to the golden core stage. However, breaking through to the golden core stage requires a long time. Yanzhong, if your cultivation breaks through to the late foundation establishment stage, you can take Yanshu and the others to capture other spiritual veins in the Yunmeng mountain range occupied by second-tier demon beasts. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the golden core stage, our Li family will become a golden core family, and we won't even fear the Qingsha sect. Li Yanzhong quickly replied, yes, Patriarch. Li Luocheng continued, all right, these spiritual rice will be left for you to sell. I am going to the Yunmeng Immortal City to break through. While speaking, he took out all the spiritual rice from this harvest and handed it to Li Yanlong. After doing this, Li Luocheng glanced at Li Yanshu, then his gaze moved to Zhou Xian, not far away. Suddenly his eyes brightened and he instantly appeared next to Zhou Xian. Sheener, is there something new again? Why didn't you tell me? Zhou Xian rubbed her belly and said, I just noticed, dear husband, we are going to have another child. Li Luocheng hesitated. After all, Zhou Xian was still carrying his child, and he pondered whether he should enter seclusion for the breakthrough. This breakthrough was to advance to the early golden core stage, which would take a considerable amount of time, and he might miss the birth of the child. Seeing his hesitation, Zhou Xian smiled and said, husband, go ahead. I will take good care of the child. Moreover, her sister has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and is quite strong. If I can break through to the golden core stage, the child's father will be a golden core ancestor, and I will be absolutely delighted. Since Zhou Xian has said so, Li Luocheng could only nod and say, all right, in that case, I will go and break through my cultivation now. You must take care of your health. Do not cultivate for the time being. When I return, I will help you establish your foundation. Zhou Xian smiled and nodded. Go with peace of mind. I have Yanshu to accompany me. Li Luocheng turned his gaze to Li Yanshu and said, Yanshu, I leave your mother in your care. Protect her well. Li Yanshu smiled. Yes, father, you can rest assured. I am a sword immortal, and I will definitely ensure nothing happens to mother. Father, hurry and go. I have yet to meet the golden core ancestor. Li Luocheng looked at the clan members again, nodded slightly, and then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from sight. After he left, Li Yanzhong said, seriously, the patriarch has gone to form the golden core. What we need to do next is to cultivate diligently to ensure there are more strong members in the family. I hope that when the patriarch returns, our Li family will have more than 10 foundation establishment stage strong members. Moreover, the number of family members is still too few. Those who can find partners should do so, and those who can have children should have them. It would be best if our Li family's cultivators could exceed 100. The most crucial aspect is still the spiritual fields. Our family has quite a few spiritual fields generating significant income each year, which can sustain our Li family's normal cultivation needs. However, it won't be long before we become a golden core power. The spiritual rice we harvest each year when converted to spirit stones isn't even enough for us to purchase the golden core formation. We need to open up more resource points. With the protection of the golden core puppets for the family, we don't need to worry too much. We can go out and search for other places to see if we can slay demon beasts and obtain spiritual veins. Li Yanlong shook his head, saying the Yunmeng mountain range has limited space. There is a second-tier demon beast on a peak not far from our Luocheng mountain, but its strength is somewhat formidable, and we may not be able to defeat it. Li Yanhu said, it doesn't necessarily require us to take action. We can just take formations with us and use them to forcibly annihilate. Li Yanshu and Li Changxing remained silent. Their talents were relatively good, and the other 3 certainly would not allow them to go out and fight, so they did not interject. Li Yanlong said, all right, if we can acquire more spiritual veins, that would be even better. If not, we will cultivate our own spiritual veins. We should also make use of the first-tier middle-grade spiritual vein from Spirit Dragon Island, ideally cultivating it into a first-tier top-grade spiritual vein. Currently, our family is not lacking in spirit stones. Although the family head is not present, we can discuss among ourselves and utilize those spirit stones. If we can cultivate all the first-tier spiritual veins into first-tier top-grade spiritual veins, we will have even more spiritual fields available. Now our family has a considerable number of members, 59 in total. Except for those who are too young, everyone wants to take on more spiritual fields, so let's cultivate them during this period. Once the family head comes out of seclusion, we can surprise him. Li Yanhu nodded and said, "Big brother is right. Fourth brother, what do you think?" Li Yanjing chuckled, saying, "Naturally, there's no problem. Our family still has 2 first-tier low-grade spiritual veins, 2 first-tier middle-grade spiritual veins, and 2 first-tier upper-grade spiritual veins. Let's calculate how many spirit stones it will take to cultivate them all into first-tier top-grade spiritual vein." Li Yanshu said, "Fourth brother, to elevate a first-tier low-grade spiritual vein to a first-tier top-grade spiritual vein, it requires at least 600,000 spirit stones. For a first-tier middle-grade spiritual vein to advance to a first-tier top-grade spiritual vein, it requires at least 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. If we want to advance a first-tier upper-grade spiritual vein to a first-tier top-grade spiritual vein, it will require 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. If we wish to elevate all these spiritual veins to first-tier top-grade, we will need at least 2,900,000 low-grade spirit stones." Li Yanjing said, "In that case, let's first upgrade 2 low-grade spiritual veins. That will total 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, which our family can afford. As for the middle-grade spiritual veins, they can mature in at most 2.5 years with second-tier low-grade medicinal herbs. By then, whether they are middle-grade or upper-grade, we can elevate them to first-tier top-grade spiritual veins. As for second-tier spiritual veins, there's no rush. We'll discuss them once we have enough middle-grade spirit stones." Li Chongqing said, "We can start from the edge of the Yunmeng mountain range for the second-tier spiritual veins. As long as we have a second-tier top-grade formation plate or a third-tier formation plate, we can secure it." Li Yanlong nodded, saying, "That works. When the time comes, you can accompany me to check the resources left by the family head. I hope there will be something useful for us. Let's see if there are resources to advance the spiritual veins in Yumeng Immortal City. If that doesn't work, we can check North Sea Immortal City. After all, they are all great immortal cities, and there should be treasures for advancing spiritual veins there." Li Yanjing said, "In the short term, let's avoid Qingsha Fang City. That Bai Qingkong looks at our family members as if we are a piece of fat meat." Li Yanhu couldn't help but curl his lips, saying he's just a guy who has just broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Anyone from our family can easily take him down. If it weren't for the fact that he is from the Qingsha sect, I would have acted long ago. We sell our spirit rice to anyone, and every year we still have to sell part of it to them, Sai. Li Yanjing said, "Let's not discuss this for now. In the future, the spirit rice produced by our family should not be sold in bulk. We will establish our own spirit rice shop to specialize in selling spirit rice. Let's sell the spirit rice we have for the next few years. Once the family has more foundation establishment stage experts, we can consider opening a shop. Now that the family head is in seclusion to break through to the golden core stage, we should also keep a low profile and avoid trouble." "Understood." Everyone nodded. This is a crucial time for the Li family, and they must not cause any trouble. Disturbing Li Luocheng's breakthrough would be disastrous. While they were discussing, Li Luocheng had quickly arrived outside Yunmeng Immortal City. After entering, he exchanged the spirit rice on him for spirit stones. These were all amplified by the system, significantly increasing the spirit stones Li Luocheng possessed. However, Li Luocheng quickly used these spirit stones to purchase third-tier 5-element materials, as he would be able to use third-tier magical treasures after breaking through to the golden core stage. At that time, he could fully cultivate the 5 elements Shaking Heaven Bell and the 5 elements Spirit Armor into third-tier magical treasures, ideally elevating them to the level of top-tier third-tier magical treasures in one go. Besides those 2 magical treasures, Li Luocheng also had a first-tier top-grade 5-element flying sword that he had never used. He also purchased a significant amount of second-tier 5-element materials, so he would then have 3 third-tier magical treasures. However, he needed quite a bit of third-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After buying these resources, the remaining spirit stones were already scarce. These spirit stones also needed to be used to rent a cave dwelling, and he was unsure if it would be enough. Arriving at the cave dwelling rental area in Yumeng Immortal City, Li Luocheng quickly walked inside. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged man reviewing the account book. Seeing Li Luocheng, the man quickly put down the account book and walked over. "Friend, are you here to rent a cave dwelling?" Li Luocheng nodded and said, "Yes, I want to rent a cave dwelling. Please explain the cave dwelling levels and prices in Yunmeng Immortal City." Our Yuming Immortal City has a third-tier top-grade spiritual vein, and the cave dwellings are divided into 4 grades A, B, C, and D. Grade cave dwellings have the weakest spiritual energy equivalent to a second-tier middle-grade spiritual vein and cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. Grade cave dwellings have slightly better spiritual energy equivalent to a second-tier top-grade spiritual vein costing 3,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. Grade cave dwellings fare better equivalent to a third-tier middle-grade spiritual vein costing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. Grade cave dwellings have the richest spiritual energy built on a third-tier top-grade spiritual vein costing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. There are also 9 Tian-grade cave dwellings built at the center of a third-tier spiritual vein with spiritual vein springs inside. The Tian-grade cave dwellings are very expensive, and their prices vary depending on the size of the spiritual vein. The front 3 cave dwellings require 150,000 low-grade spirit stones per year, the middle 3 require 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the last 3 require 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's the price for all cave dwellings in Yunming Immortal City. Which type of cave dwelling do you wish to rent? Li Luochen calculated and found that he had around 700,000 to 800,000 spirit stones. Renting one of the top 3 Tian-grade cave dwellings was possible, but it felt a bit excessive. Since he needed to rent for 10 years, the first 6 Tian-grade cave dwellings wouldn't work, so he could only rent from the last 3. Friend, is Tian-grade cave dwelling number 8 still available? The middle-aged man shook his head and said only cave dwelling number 7 is left. If you want to rent it, you need to hurry, or it will be rented by someone else soon. Li Luochen said, that's fine, I'll rent it for 10 years. As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man quickly checked the storage bag and then satisfactorily took out a jade token and handed it to Li Luochen. Friend, this is the jade token for Tian-grade cave dwelling number 7. You can only open the cave dwelling formation with this token, it must not be forcibly opened. Li Luochen nodded and said, alright, but I don't know the location of Tian-grade cave dwelling number 7. Could you send someone to guide me there? Li Luochen had rented a top-grade cave dwelling. The middle-aged man had gained significantly and naturally had no objections to such requests. As his words fell, a young man rushed out from behind and saluted the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pointed at Li Luochen and said, take this friend to cave dwelling no. 7. For the next 10 years it will belong to him. Wang Feng quickly responded, yes, manager. After speaking, he cast a somewhat envious glance at Li Luochen and respectfully led him toward the cave dwelling. Those who could afford to rent such a top-grade cave dwelling were certainly not simple figures. Either they had reached the golden core stage, or they were second or third generation descendants of powerful forces. Regardless of which category, Li Luochen was seen as someone not to be trifled with in Wang Feng's eyes. Therefore, while envy existed, there was no hint of jealousy. The two soon arrived outside a cave dwelling, and Wang Feng introduced Senior. The cave dwelling is the top grade no. 7, which contains a significant spiritual vein spring. The spiritual energy here is nearly comparable to that of a low-grade 4th-tier spiritual vein. If you cultivate here, Senior, it will definitely be no problem. Li Luochen glanced at him and nodded, saying, thank you. After speaking, 10 low-grade spirit stones flew towards him. Wang Feng was taken aback when he saw the 10 spirit stones flying towards him, and then a look of delight spread across his face. He hadn't expected that just leading the way would earn him 10 low-grade spirit stones, truly a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Li Luochen ignored his thanks and directly took out a jade token to press against the door of cave dwelling no. 7. As he infused his mana, the cave door instantly opened and a rich spiritual energy greeted him. Without hesitation, Li Luochen entered the cave dwelling and then firmly closed the door behind him. The spiritual energy inside was indeed dense. If he cultivated here, he would likely break through to the golden core stage soon. After all, he had 3 drops of 3,000-year stalactite, along with a Ning Yuan golden core and a Jia Jin Dan, which were more than sufficient for his breakthrough. Once inside, Li Luochen surveyed the cave dwelling. The cave dwelling appeared to be not very large, only about 300 square meters, with a 2-meter diameter spiritual vein spring at the center. Li Luochen directly approached the spring, feeling the surging spiritual energy, a smile flashing across his eyes. If that's the case, then let's cultivate. Sitting cross-legged, the 5 elements true spirit art began to circulate within him, rapidly refining the surrounding spiritual energy, intending to adjust his state to the optimal level. Only by achieving the best state could he break through to the golden core stage. Half a year later, Li Luochen finally reached his peak state, and then swallowed a drop of 3,000-year stalactite. After swallowing the stalactite, the circulation speed of the 5 elements true spirit art within Li Luochen accelerated. After 14 major cycles, he quickly took out the Jia Jin Dan and began to operate the golden core section of the 5 elements true spirit art. As the technique continued to operate, the illusory golden core within his dantian began to solidify. The surging medicinal power continuously flowed into the illusory golden core, causing it to spin faster and absorb the medicinal power more quickly. As Li Luochen continued to cultivate, the originally occupying illusory golden core in his dantian gradually compressed and shrank, replenished by the medicinal power from the Jiajin Dan. Slowly, the originally illusory liquid golden core quickly transformed into a solid state, filling Li Luchen's heart with joy. The first step had finally been completed, and now he just needed to continuously refine the golden core. Once it fully formed, he would be at the initial stage of the golden core. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Li Luchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting 38,000 pounds of first-tier premium spiritual rice worth 190,000 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and a first-tier premium spiritual rice crit has succeeded, granting 1 Jiajin Dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting 117,000 pounds of first-tier superior spiritual rice worth 117,000 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and a first-tier superior spiritual rice crit has succeeded, granting 1 Ning Yuan golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting 319,500 pounds of first-tier intermediate spiritual rice worth 106,500 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and a first-tier intermediate spiritual rice crit has succeeded, granting 100 first-tier premium 5 elements attribute spirit swords. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting 888,000 pounds of first-tier inferior spiritual rice worth 88,800 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and a first-tier inferior spiritual rice crit has succeeded, granting 2 fourth-tier demon beast dragon hawk eggs. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting 472,500 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice worth 47,250 spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and an ordinary spiritual rice crit has succeeded, granting the minor divine ability 5 elements sword escape. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming, harvesting a quantity of straw worth a quantity of spirit stones. The farming reward conditions have been met, and the straw crit has succeeded, granting several materials of 5 elements yin and yang. While Li Luochen was in seclusion for his breakthrough, the system voice rang in his mind, nearly startling him out of his cultivation. Fortunately, he was already accustomed to this voice, quickly stabilizing the operation of his technique and continuing his breakthrough into the golden core stage. Meanwhile, in Li Luchen's sea of consciousness, his divine soul was rapidly strengthening, and his divine sense was also becoming more powerful. Before long, Li Luchen's divine sense range had reached 4 kilometers. Is this the breakthrough to the golden core stage with 5 spiritual roots? Incredible. Who is this friend that has managed to break through the golden core stage with such talent? They must be a person of steadfast character worth befriending. Quickly check which friend in the cave dwelling is breaking through to the golden core stage. At this moment, discussions erupted throughout the cloud mist immortal city, as Li Luchen's breakthrough to the golden core stage had caused quite a stir. The phenomenon alone above the cloud dream immortal city spanned a 5-kilometer radius. While it wasn't astonishing, it was certainly impressive. Li Luochen was unaware of the situation outside. After the system prompt echoed, the following year passed without any influence on him. At this moment, Li Luchen's cultivation had reached a crucial juncture. The solid mana within his dantian had long since coagulated and was slowly taking on a golden hue. However, the effect of a single Jiajin Dan was somewhat lacking, and Li Luochen had no choice but to take out the Ning Yuan golden core and quickly swallow it. As the Ning Yuan golden core was swallowed, the golden core within Li Luchen's dantian began to spin rapidly again, continuously absorbing the medicinal power of the Ning Yuan golden core. At the same time, part of the medicinal power was absorbed by his divine soul, further strengthening it and expanding the range of his divine sense. Ding! As Li Luochen cultivated, another year passed in the blink of an eye, and the system reward voice arrived as expected, but this time it did not disturb him. At this moment, Li Luchen's condensation of the golden core was approaching completion. Li Luochen did not have time to examine the system rewards this time. He was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough to the golden core stage. At this moment, Li Luochen's golden core had fully formed, about the size of a pigeon egg, resembling a golden. In addition, Li Luochen's spirit had also grown, just definitely surpassing many who have just broken through to the initial golden core stage. He did not aware. This is a range of 5. 5 kilometers, definitely surpassing many who have just broken through to the initial golden core stage. He did not awaken despite the breakthrough in cultivation, as the medicinal power of the condensed golden core still had enough potency to allow him to cultivate for over half a year. He originally intended to use the remaining 2 drops of 3,000-year stalactite to stabilize his cultivation, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Half a year later, the system's voice echoed in Luochen's mind again, but this time he did not pay it any heed. After all, the main focus must be on refining resources. He could not afford to be distracted. As time passed, it was once again the season for harvesting spiritual rice, and the system's voice echoed in Luochen's mind. However, Luochen remained steadfast, undisturbed by external factors, still refining the medicinal power of the condensed golden core. 3 months later, Luochen finally awoke from his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, a powerful aura radiated from him. He had initially thought that the energy within the condensed golden core would be easy to refine, but unexpectedly it had taken him so long. Nevertheless, the benefits were evident. Luochen's initial golden core cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized, and his divine sense had expanded to a 6,000-meter range. This improvement was significant. Luochen had become an elder of the golden core stage. Just as he completed his breakthrough, the phenomenon above Yunmeng Immortal City, which had expanded to over 100 square kilometers, began to slowly dissipate. Without any hesitation, Luochen quickly took out the 5 elements earth-shattering bell, followed by a large quantity of 3rd-tier low-grade 5 elements materials, placing them all beside the earth-shattering bell. Sensing the 3rd-tier low-grade 5 elements materials, the 5 elements earth-shattering bell began to absorb and refine them frantically. He then took out the 5 elements spirit armor and the 5 elements flying sword, performing the same operation. Although he planned to refine the 5 elements earth-shattering bell into his life treasure, he still needed to enhance the quality of the other 2 treasures. Luochen was now at the golden core stage, and 2nd-tier top-grade magical artifacts were no longer sufficient. Only 3rd-tier treasures would suffice. Luochen was unconcerned and began to examine the rewards from these 4 harvests. The first was from the spiritual rice harvest, the second was from the spiritual rice harvest, the third was from the cultivation flower harvest, and the fourth was from the spiritual rice harvest. Luochen quickly reviewed the rewards from the 3 spiritual rice harvests, unable to suppress the smile on it. The first system reward was quite clear: 1 golden core, 1 condensed golden core, 100 1st-tier top-grade flying swords of each attribute, 2 4th-tier monster dragon eagle eggs, and the minor divine ability 5 elements sword escape. The 5 elements sword escape minor divine ability was quite interesting. It was yet another escape technique. This was the reward from the first spiritual rice harvest, and next, he would check the second system reward. The 5 elements True Spirit Art Nascent Soul Chapter 1 Golden Core and 1 Condensed Golden Core, 10 Foundation Establishment Packages, 3 Wisdom Tea Leaves, and several Inyang 5 elements materials. The third system reward was from the time when the cultivation flower bloomed, and this reward was particularly ding. Congratulations to the host's family for their diligent farming, yielding 25,500 2nd-tier low-grade cultivation flowers valued at 255,000 spirit stones. Farming reward conditions met: 2nd-tier low-grade cultivation flower critical success, achieved. Received 1 3rd-tier low-grade spirit vein, 1 3rd-tier top-grade 9-fold mystic water array disc, and 2 golden core midstage guardian puppets. Upon seeing these items, Luochen was overjoyed. The golden core midstage guardian puppets could only guard within the Li family's territory. Outside this range, they had no combat power. Unexpectedly, the 2nd-tier low-grade cultivation flowers rewarded by the system yielded so many good items. The 3rd-tier low-grade spirit vein was a great treasure, and he was worried about not being able to cultivate. The 3rd-tier top-grade formation was also a valuable asset. As long as it was arranged on the family's islands, even a peak golden core powerhouse could only watch helplessly. Furthermore, 2 golden core midstage guardian puppets were remarkable. The family would be safe, at least from now on. If he accounted for the previous golden core initial stage guardian puppet, the currently family had 4 golden core powerhouses. With such strength, even the Qingsha sect would have to think twice about dealing with them. As long as they did not mobilize any nascent soul old monsters, the currently family was safe. Continuing to check the 3rd spiritual rice harvest, he also received 1 golden core and 1 condensed golden core, followed by a 3rd-tier fusion island spirit talisman, 1 teleportation array, 1 2nd-tier fusion spirit talisman, and several Inyang 5 elements materials. Luochen was somewhat speechless. It seemed that none of the 3 spiritual rice harvests had yielded any enhancement. Now he had less than 100,000 spirit stones. If there was no enhancement soon, he would truly be lacking in spirit stones. However, the rewards from the 3rd spiritual rice harvest were also quite good. The 3rd-tier fusion island talisman could merge quite a few islands. The Qingsha sect's original location, Qingsha Island, was formed by merging many islands, and now the Li family also possessed such a spirit talisman. As for the second-tier fusion spirit talisman, it was used for merging spirit veins. At that time he could directly merge the spirit veins on the islands to advance to second tier. However, if there were too few spirit veins, he would still need to use spirit stones to fill in, although he was unsure how many spirit stones would be needed. As for the teleportation array, Li Luochen already had two, and these two could connect with the other teleportation arrays of the Li family. Moreover, the teleportation arrays rewarded by the system could only teleport between themselves and could not connect to other teleportation arrays. This was quite good, greatly ensuring the safety of the Li family. All these rewards were what the current Li family needed. After Li Luochen finished checking, he turned his attention to the 5 elements sword escape divine ability. This divine ability worked in conjunction with flying swords and could be considered a form of sword flight, however it transformed sword flight into sword escape technique. As long as he had a high-quality flying sword and achieved a unity of man and sword combined with the 5 elements escape method, the speed could exceed 10-fold or even 100-fold compared to the 5 elements escape method. Li Luochen diligently studied the 5 elements sword escape, occasionally taking out a piece of wisdom tea to brew, allowing his mind to clear and immerse himself in the comprehension of the 5 elements sword escape. With the help of wisdom tea, this divine ability quickly became familiar. It was indeed a great escape technique, but unfortunately it possessed no combat power. In the blink of an eye, another year passed, and the system's rewards echoed in Li Luochen's mind once more. This time the rewards brought a joyful expression to his face, especially since he was out of spirit stones, and this time the rewards had system enhancements. First, the first-tier top-grade spiritual rice received a 3-fold enhancement from the system. Second, the first-tier mid-grade spiritual rice also received a 2-fold enhancement. Even so, Li Luochen was quite satisfied. After all, with these enhanced spiritual rice, he wouldn't be lacking spirit stones. The first-tier upper-grade spiritual rice critically hit and yielded 10 foundation establishment Dan packages, further enhancing the Li family's foundation. The first-tier low-grade spiritual rice critically hit and yielded 3 casting divine Dan, which could enhance the divine sense of those in the golden core stage. The ordinary spiritual rice critically hit and earned 10 bottles of premium spirit god Dan, which were perfect for the family members to cultivate, allowing them to rapidly improve their cultivation. As for the straw, it still only yielded several yin-yang 5 elements materials, which was not bad. Li Luochen could not suppress the smile on his face after checking everything and turned his gaze towards the 3 magical artifacts beside him. The quality of the 3 magical artifacts had reached the peak of the low-grade 3rd tier. To become a mid-grade 3rd tier artifact, sufficient mid-grade 3rd tier materials from the 5 elements were required. This is sufficient. If he wants to refine the Heavenly Bell into a personal magical artifact, a low-grade 3rd tier artifact is the easiest to use. He directly grabbed the 5 elements Heavenly Bell and began to refine it with a strand of his divine soul. As time slowly passed, 2 years went by in the blink of an eye, and it had been 6 years since he entered seclusion. The system reward sound echoed in his mind once again. This was the 2nd time it had sounded. The first system reward was quite good, and Li Luochen was very satisfied with it, as was he with this one. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for harvesting 38,000 pounds of first-grade superb spiritual rice through diligent farming worth 190,000 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and the first-grade superb spiritual rice crit succeeded, granting 2 golden core pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for harvesting 117,000 pounds of first-grade upper-grade spiritual rice through diligent farming worth 117,000 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and the first-grade upper-grade spiritual rice crit succeeded, granting 2 yuan condensation golden core pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for harvesting 319,500 pounds of first-grade, middle-grade spiritual rice through diligent farming worth 106,500 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and the first-grade, middle-grade spiritual rice crit succeeded, granting 100 pieces of first-grade superb 5 elements spiritual armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for harvesting 888,000 pounds of first-grade, lower-grade spiritual rice through diligent farming worth 88,800 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and the first-grade, lower-grade spiritual rice crit succeeded, granting 10 drops of 3,000-year stalactite. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for harvesting 472,500 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice through diligent farming worth 47,250 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and the ordinary spiritual rice crit succeeded, granting a small divine ability 5 elements sword shield. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for harvesting some straw through diligent farming worth some spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and the straw crit succeeded granting several 5 elements yin-yang materials. This was the recent system reward, and the one he was most satisfied with was the small divine ability 5 elements sword shield. The previous 5 elements sword escape was an escape divine ability, while the current 5 elements sword shield is a combination of offense and defense. The other rewards also warmed his heart, who would complain about having too many golden core pills and yuan condensation golden core pills. The 3,000-year stalactite could also enhance his cultivation, and as for the 100 sets of 5 elements spiritual armor, that was definitely a benefit for the Li family members from the system. As for the last 5 elements yin-yang materials, they were undoubtedly precious treasures used to enhance the embryonic form of the secret realm. He just wondered how much the embryonic form of the secret realm could be expanded with these 5 elements yin-yang materials and the spirit stones accumulated by the family over the years after he returned. As for last year's system rewards, there was 1 Holy Yuan Dan, 1 Hun Yuan Dan, the Golden Light Sword Technique for the Nascent Soul stage, a peak 3rd tier 9-fold Profound Water Array Plate, a peak 3rd tier 5 elements, Ascending Cloud Boat, and several 5 elements yin-yang materials. These were all good things. If the Hun Yuan Dan and Holy Yuan Dan were used together, they could allow a golden core cultivator to arise a small realm without side effects, but it could only be taken once in a lifetime. The emergence of the Golden Light Sword Technique for the Nascent Soul stage represented that the Li family had another set of sword techniques suitable for Li Yanchu's cultivation. Furthermore, the peak 3rd tier formations and peak 3rd tier magical artifacts were also excellent items, precisely what Li Luochen needed. After reviewing these items, Li Luochen extended his hand, and a small bell appeared in his palm, which was his personal magical artifact, the 5 elements Heavenly Bell. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Luochen exited his seclusion. Although there were still 4 years left, Li Luochen did not intend to continue his seclusion. After returning, he would let his daughter cultivate here, making good use of the 4 years to definitely elevate her cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment stage. After all, he had spent a lot of spirit stones here. If he did not cultivate, it would be a waste. Thinking of this, Li Luochen quickly walked out of the Tianzino 7 cave dwelling. Just as he emerged, he saw quite a few people waiting outside, causing him to frown. The person at the forefront on the left smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core realm. May I ask where you are heading? If you have no destination, you may come to my 5 Elements Mountain as an honorary elder." The person on the right quickly added, "Fellow Taoist, you should come to my Yumeng sect. My Yumeng sect is no less than the 5 Elements sect. If you come to my Yumeng sect, you can directly become an elder of a peak and possess a 3rd-tier spirit vein." The man from 5 Elements Mountain chuckled. "My 5 Elements Mountain occupies the largest spirit vein in the Yunmeng mountain range. If you come to my Yumeng sect, you could become the master of a lineage and possess a mid-grade 3rd-tier spirit vein. My 5 Elements Mountain also has a peak 3rd-tier alchemist. If you need any resources, you can purchase them." Li Luochen hesitated, glancing at the few people behind them who were smiling wryly and shaking their heads without saying a word. Actually, he did not have any aversion to joining a sect. The saying, "It's nice to rest under a big tree," was not just talk. The name 5 Elements Mountain sounded quite good, and it hosted 5 old monsters in the Nascent Soul stage, each commanding a main peak. It was undoubtedly a significant support. As for Yumeng's sect, it was also very powerful, but it only had 3 Nascent Soul old monsters, which was somewhat inferior to 5 Elements Mountain. Moreover, the foundation of 5 Elements Mountain was not limited to this. The 5 Elements Mountain here was merely a branch of the Yunmeng mountain range, and there were several such branches. In contrast, Yunmeng sect was a newly established sect by 3 nascent soul powerhouses. Although the sect's resources were not weak, they indeed lacked depth. After realizing this, Li Luochen smiled and said, "I ask for the forgiveness of my Yunmeng sect friends. The cultivation I practice is the 5 Elements technique, so I will choose 5 Elements Mountain." Upon hearing his words, the representative from 5 Elements Mountain laughed, and the representative from Yunmeng sect remained silent. Regardless of which faction the other party chose, they were indifferent. After all, this was Yunmeng, a mortal city. Each time a powerful figure broke through to the Golden Core stage, they would come to see if they could recruit them. Whether it was 5 Elements Mountain or Yumeng sect that recruited him, they would not mind and would not be angry. In reality, both sects had many strong practitioners, with dozens of Golden Core cultivators in each sect. Having one more or one less did not matter. Moreover, the ones they recruited were basically Golden Core cultivators, with extraordinary phenomena exceeding 100 miles. They did not want those weaker than this level. The Golden Core cultivator, who came to invite Li Luochen from 5 Elements Mountain, was at the early Golden Core stage, and was named Huacheng Daren. Since he agreed to join 5 Elements Mountain, Li Luochen was not in a hurry to return. He would first visit 5 Elements Mountain, and see if the peak they offered him was truly good. If so, he could stay there to cultivate. After all, his family had relatives farming, and his rewards would not be few. Huacheng Darn smiled and said, "If you have no other matters, you may follow me to 5 Elements Mountain to take a look and then choose your peak." Li Luocheng nodded and said, "All right, shall we leave now?" Huacheng Darn nodded and asked, "I am not aware of how to address you." Li Luocheng smiled and replied, "I am Li Luocheng from Luocheng Mountain in the Yunmeng Mountain Range, where I have established a small family." Huacheng Darn said, "Earnestly, fellow Taoist, establishing a cultivation family is fine, but once you enter 5 Elements Mountain, you must separate family affairs from sect matters." Li Luocheng naturally understood that 5 Elements Mountain was just a temporary leverage. His family was his foundation. He would discuss these matters when his cultivation was strong enough. There was no rush for now. Wuxing Mountain is established to the east of Yunming, centered around 6 main peaks, surrounded by hundreds of peaks, all belonging to Wuxing Mountain. Although there are 6 main peaks, in reality there are only 5 serving as the Dao sanctuaries for 5 nascent soul elders, with a slightly lower peak in the center, also considered a main peak, as it houses the sect's main hall. Each of the 5 main peaks has a 4th-grade spiritual vein, once the territory of 4 4th-grade demonic beasts, now belonging to the 5 nascent soul elders of Wuxing Mountain. Surrounding these main and subsidiary peaks are numerous ordinary hills, which are quite numerous and have more or less been implanted with spiritual veins below the 3rd grade, serving as the cult. In addition to the main peaks, there are 100 subsidiary peaks, and any disciple who breaks through to the golden core stage can claim one of these subsidiary peaks, each previously having a 3rd grade inferior spiritual vein. Surrounding these main and subsidiary peaks are numerous ordinary hills, which are quite numerous and have more or less been implanted with spiritual veins below the 3rd grade, serving as the cultivation grounds for outer disciples and foundation establishment disciples. When the two arrived at Wuxing Mountain, Li Luochen looked at the mountain protection array with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Wuxing Mountain truly deserves its reputation as a powerful force with nascent soul elders. This protection array must be at least 4th grade. Taoist Huacheng smiled and said, "Once you meet the sect master and receive your identity jade token, you will be able to enter and exit the array at will." Li Luochen nodded slightly, saying, "Understood." The two quickly arrived at the central main peak. As they entered the sect's main hall, they saw an elder in the late golden core stage waiting for them. When he saw Li Luochen, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Li Luochen was simply too young, certainly not yet 100 years old. To break through to the golden core stage at such a young age, there is definitely a chance for him to challenge the nascent soul stage in the future. Taoist Huacheng first bowed to the sect master, saying, "Greetings, sect master. This is my friendly Luochen, an elder from a small family in the Yunmeng Mountain Range who has just broken through to the early golden core stage with an anomaly covering 230,000 acres. Thus I have invited him back to become an inner elder of Wuxing Mountain directly." The sect master scrutinized Li Luochen and smiled, asking, "I see that you practice the Wuxing cultivation method. Would you like to join our Wuxing Mountain and become our disciple?" Li Luochen nodded and said, "Of course I am willing." Wuxing Mountain is the most powerful sect in the entire Yunmeng Mountain Range, and since it is named Wuxing Mountain, it surely has the Wuxing cultivation method, which is exactly what I desire. The sect master couldn't help but smile. As long as Li Luochen had a desire, it would be easy to accommodate him. He was just afraid that he would desire nothing. "Alright, originally you could only become a guest elder, but since Huacheng wants you to be an inner elder, you shall become an inner elder of Wuxing Mountain. You can choose one peak to be the peak master, or you can join one of the 5 main peaks of Wuxing Mountain with different benefits for each." Li Luochen asked, could the sect master explain the benefits of both options. The sect master explained, if you join one of the 5 main peaks, you can establish a cave dwelling on a 4th grade spiritual vein, receiving 12 high-grade spirit stones annually, and occasionally hear the nascent soul ancestors preach. If fortune smiles upon you, there may even be a chance to be accepted as a disciple by a Taishang elder, which is something all Wuxing Mountain disciples dream of. If you wish to become a peak master, you may possess a 3rd grade spiritual vein, and all the resources on the peak will belong to you, along with an annual stipend of 12 high-grade spirit stones. That is all. Li Luochen couldn't help but curl his lips. Is that all? This is something a person would say. That's an entire peak with a 3rd grade spiritual vein plus 12 high-grade spirit stones each year. This is essentially free. As for the former, it is also quite good, but compared to the latter, Li Luochen prefers the 3rd grade spiritual. Sect master, I will choose to become the peak master. I am joining Wuxing Mountain midway, and the 5 Taishang elders will certainly be reluctant to accept me as a disciple. Moreover, as someone from a small family, I need more cultivation resources. Having my own peak where all the products belong to me is what I desire. Please grant my request, sect master. The sect master nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Li Luochen understood his situation. If Li Luochen had chosen the former, he would have arranged it that way as well, but for Li Luochen's future cultivation, he would definitely need to go out and earn resources. A 4-grade spiritual vein is quite good, but after becoming a peak master, the cultivation effect at the spiritual vein spring will be even better. 12 high-grade spirit stones may sound like a lot, but in reality it equates to only 12,000 inferior spirit stones, which can't buy much resources. The value of 3rd-grade spiritual herbs is at least in the thousands of inferior spirit stones, not to mention that these are just herbs, not pills. If Luochen wishes to achieve success in cultivation, relying solely on system rewards is possible, but no one knows what rewards will be given each year. As his cultivation level grows stronger, the rewards from 1st-grade spiritual rice, although good, may not keep up with his cultivation level. Wuxing Mountain has many golden core elders, and there are also 3rd-grade premium alchemists, so it seems there are pills available to enhance golden core stage cultivation, which he would be qualified to purchase after becoming an elder of Wuxing Mountain. Moreover, he has gained a peak for free, which has a 3rd-grade spiritual vein. The sect master said, "Alright, since you have already made your decision, you may choose a subsidiary peak now." Wuxing Mountain has 6 main peaks and 100 subsidiary peaks, 13 of which are already occupied and the rest are still vacant. Choose one for yourself. As he spoke, a scroll appeared in his hand. When opened, a 3-dimensional map of Wuxing Mountain appeared on the scroll. With a wave of his hand, all other peaks on the scroll vanished, replaced by 100 subsidiary peaks. The subsidiary peaks appeared lush and distinct. Luochen quickly spotted a secluded peak at the edge not far from Huacheng Peak and pointed to it. "Sect Master, this one. It's quiet and close to Taoist Huacheng's peak." The sect master nodded slightly and said, "Though this place is remote, it is indeed a very good peak. What name do you intend to give it?" Luochen replied, "Since it is my peak, I shall name it Luochen Peak." The sect master nodded, then waved his hand, and the peak's name instantly changed to Luochen Peak. "This Luochen Peak will henceforth belong to Elder Luochen. This is a soul lamp, you only need to drop a drop. Rest assured this will not harm you, all disciples of the sect possess one. If a disciple falls, the soul lamp will extinguish." Luochen nodded, drew a drop of blood, and dropped it onto the soul lamp, which instantly lit up. Immediately after, the sect master waved his hand, and the soul lamp vanished, its whereabouts unknown. Another jade book appeared in his hand. He quickly engraved the words Golden Core Elderly Luochen upon it, then put it away. This is Elder Luochen's identity jade token belonging solely to the elder. It can activate the sex array, so be sure to keep it safe. After speaking, the identity jade token flew towards Luochen, landing before him. Luochen swiftly grabbed the jade token, examined it for a moment, then stored it. The sect master smiled and said, "Alright, congratulations to Taoist Luochen for becoming an inner elder of Wuxing Mountain. This is indeed a reason to celebrate." Luochen replied with a smile, "Thank you, sect master." Taoist Huacheng said, "Taoist friend, how about I take you to have a look at Luochen Peak?" Luochen had no objections, and after bidding farewell to the sect master, he followed Huacheng towards his Luochen Peak. Mount Luochen is relatively remote, surrounded by only a few peaks, with only Huacheng Peak as its neighbor. The Huacheng Taoist pointed towards Mount Luochen and said, "Although this mountain that you chose is quite secluded, it is still quite excellent, as it contains a 3rd-tier medium-grade spiritual vein. The spiritual vein spring at the very center of Mount Luochen is quite large, and the spiritual energy it emits is very rich, comparable to a 3rd-tier top-grade spiritual vein. The mountain also has several 3rd-tier spiritual herb fields. You can either arrange for your own people to manage them or find disciples from the outer sect to take care of it." Luochen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." When he heard about the 3rd-tier medium-grade spiritual vein, he was overjoyed, as this was indeed a 3rd-tier medium-grade spiritual vein. A 3rd-tier medium-grade spiritual vein can yield 50 acres of 3rd-tier medium-grade spiritual herb fields and 100 acres of 3rd-tier low-grade spiritual herb fields. 200 acres of 2nd-tier top-grade spiritual herb fields, 300 acres of 2nd-tier high-grade spiritual herb fields, 400 acres of 2nd-tier medium-grade spiritual herb fields, and 500 acres of 2nd-tier low-grade spiritual herb fields. 800 acres of 1st-tier top-grade spiritual fields, 1,200 acres of 1st-tier high-grade spiritual fields, 1,500 acres of 1st-tier medium-grade spiritual fields, 2,000 acres of 1st-tier low-grade spiritual fields, and 3,000 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. Thus just the spiritual fields on Mount Luochen amount to. Just as he was lost in thought, Huacheng Taoist smiled and introduced, "In fact, Mount Luochen indeed belongs to you, but the industries under your name are only the 3rd-tier spiritual herb fields, and the resources produced below the 3rd tier belong to the sect." Luochen asked, "Fellow Taoist Huacheng, why are only the 3rd-tier spiritual herb fields ours? What about the 2nd-tier spiritual herb fields and 1st-tier spiritual fields?" Huacheng Taoist sighed and said, "You may not know, although our 5 elements mountain is grand and prosperous, we have many disciples as well. Including the main peak, all spiritual fields and spiritual herb fields below the third tier belong to the sect. Of the third tier spiritual herb fields are the cultivation resources given to us by the sect. The resources produced above will return to us. If you wish to sell them to the sect, that is also possible. The sect may even purchase them with top-grade spirit stones. Luochen felt somewhat helpless. It seemed his plans had fallen through. He had originally thought he would obtain many spiritual fields and spiritual herb fields, but now it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Would he receive rewards from the system for the resources produced in those 150 acres of spiritual herb fields? Luochen was somewhat uncertain. No need to rush, we will know when the time comes. In any case, I have a third-tier low-grade spiritual vein rewarded by the system in hand, which should be sufficient. Upon arriving at Mount Luochen and looking at his cave dwelling and 150 acres of spiritual herb fields, Luochen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, Huaqing Daoist spoke again. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, aside from the third-tier spiritual herb fields, we can take half of the income from the remaining spiritual herb fields and spiritual fields, which is equivalent to collecting rent. Hearing this, Luochen nodded. He was no longer sure if he could obtain system rewards from farming here. However, it didn't matter, he would just treat it as his own palace. After inspecting Mount Luochen, Luochen quickly left the Five Elements Mountain and headed towards Mount Luochen. This time, in order to save time, Luochen directly activated the whooshing sword escape, summoning the third-tier low-grade 5 elements flying sword. He transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished from the spot. Before long, he appeared in Yunmeng Xianqing, sold the spiritual rice on him, and finally amassed some spirit stones. Together with what he had nearly 900,000 low-grade spirit stones. After that, Luochen transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished beyond Yunmeng Xianqing, soon arriving at Mount Luochen. However, when he returned to Mount Luochen, only a few weaker clan members remained. The others were nowhere. After inquiring, Luochen learned that they had returned to Qianlong Island, and it seemed something had happened there. Without any hesitation, Luochen quickly used the teleportation array to reach Qianlong Island. At this moment on Qianlong Island, the Li family members wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the combat outside the formation. Luochen looked up at the sky. The combatants were actually the early-stage Golden Core Guardian puppets of Qianlong Island and an unfamiliar later-stage Golden Core powerhouse. Seeing this scene, Luochen understood that someone was causing trouble. With a wave of his hand, 2 mid-stage Golden Core Guardian puppets appeared before him. A large amount of spirit stones was poured into the puppets, and the eyes of the 2 mid-stage Golden Core Guardian puppets brightened. They then charged out without hesitation, directly attacking the latest-stage Golden Core Old Monster, who was battling with the early-stage Golden Core Guardian puppet. The early-stage Golden Core Elder of the Qingsha sex expression changed slightly. Initially, a single Golden Core puppet could contend with him, but unexpectedly 2 more had arrived, and their auras were even stronger. When did such a powerful force emerge within the territory of the Qingsha sect? They had not received any news at all. If it weren't for the fact that his disciple Bai Qingkong was killed, and he had followed the clues left by the disciple here, he would not have known that such a force existed. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, upon seeing the 2 Golden Core puppets charging towards him, he transformed into a beam of light and flew away. This place was not far from Qingsha Island. As long as he could escape back to the Qingsha sect, he would be safe. However, just as he was about to flee out of the Li family's range, a large clock came rushing towards him, directly slamming into him. Danger. The early-stage Golden Core Elder of the Qingsha sex expression changed slightly, controlling his flying sword to strike against the 5 elements shockwave bell. Boom. Buzz. The 5 elements shockwave bell was hit by the flying sword and was directly sent flying back, but the sudden bell sound was deafening, causing the Golden Core Elder of the Qingsha sect to feel his blood surge. Immediately after, he saw a third-tier flying sword charging towards him. The sword's speed was extremely fast, and he could only see a flash of 5 elements light. By the time the Golden Core Elder of the Qingsha sect reacted, the flying sword had already pierced through his throat. The Golden Core Elder of the Qingsha sect, in disbelief, clutched his throat, his gaze fixed ahead at the suddenly appearing Luochen. You. He did not utter a word, but fell straight down. Luochen did not dare to be careless. He controlled the 5 elements shockwave bell to envelop him, and then struck down fiercely several times. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bell's sound resounded through the clouds, even reaching the Qingsha sect. After doing all this, Luochen retracted the 5 elements shockwave bell, took the storage bag of the Golden Core Elder, and placed the corpse into his own storage bag. Confirming that he could store it in his storage bag, Luochen finally relaxed. Being able to be stored in the storage bag surely meant it was a dead object. After finishing all this, the flying sword returned, landing at Luochen's feet, merging with him, and instantly vanished as a beam of sword light. When it reappeared, he had already arrived at Qianlong Island. Originally, the members of the Li family looked on helplessly as the elder of the Qingsha sect fled. Despite the addition of 2 mid-stage golden core puppets, they ultimately still let him escape. There was nothing they could do. After all, guardian puppets were still guardian puppets. Even if they possessed strong cultivation, they could not leave behind the family. If the enemy wanted to escape, they might not pursue. However, when they saw Li Luochen flying back, their eyes were filled with joy. Father. The moment Li Yuanshu saw Li Luochen, she shot forward like an arrow and rushed straight into his arms. Li Luochen gazed upon his daughter, now a graceful young woman, and chuckled warmly. Ha! My dear, you've grown quite impressive. At this speed, you must have already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, am I right? At his words, astonishment rippled through everyone present. Li Yuanshu had broken through to foundation establishment only 6 years ago, yet now she had already advanced to its mid-stage, an astonishing pace of cultivation. At present, Li Yanzheng was believed to be the sole family member who had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, until now. Li Yuanshu's breakthrough came as an unexpected yet welcome surprise. Indeed, the more powerful cultivators the Li clan nurtured, the stronger its future would become. Li Luochen himself stood only at the early stage of the golden core, thus he could not immediately perceive the cultivation realms of his clansmen. 6 years had passed, surely several others had also successfully established their foundations by now. Li Yuanshu giggled playfully. Father, yes, I've broken through. What do you think? Am I extraordinary? Li Luochen laughed heartily. Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Yuanshu darted back to her original spot and gently pulled forward a small child. Father, this is Xianyun. Xuanyun, quickly call him father. This is our father. The boy, barely 5 years old, possessed a sturdy cherubic face, utterly endearing. You're called Xianyun. Li Yanxian. The boy nodded vigorously, then shyly ducked behind Li Yuanshu, peering out with wide, cautious eyes at Li Luochen. Li Luochen extended his arms, lifted the boy gently into his embrace, and smiled. Xuanyun, I am your father, though I was sealed in deep cultivation for many years. Now at last I have emerged. Xianyun nodded eagerly. Mother and sister said so, and they told me father is immensely powerful. Just now that wicked man tried to harm us, but the moment you returned he fled. Truly father is unmatched. Li Luochen burst into hearty laughter. Of course I am, the strongest of all. And soon I shall teach you cultivation, guiding you to become just as mighty. Xuanyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded again. Yes, father, I will train with unwavering diligence. Li Luochen smiled and asked, by the way, Xianyun, what is your spiritual root affinity? Xianyun wore a pained expression. Father, I possess only a triple spiritual root. As he spoke, he glanced nervously toward Li Yuanshu beside him. Li Yuanshu transmitted a silent message. Father, Xianyun is actually a dual spiritual root, water and fire. Li Luochen instantly understood. No wonder the boy dared not meet his gaze directly, but instead sought reassurance from his sister. Such rare affinities were not to be disclosed lightly. Having already attained the early stage golden core, Li Luochen himself faced no risk in safeguarding such a secret, but discretion remained wise. Excellent. Train diligently and honor your innate potential. Should any doubt arise, come to me without hesitation. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Xuanyun's hair. Xianyun beamed. Yes, thank you, father. Only then did Li Luochen turn his gaze to the others and ask, Yanlong Yenta Yanjing, how many foundation establishment cultivators does our clan currently number? Li Yanlong hastened to reply, Clan Lord, over these past 6 years, 5 individuals have broken through Yanfeng Chongfeng Changqing Chongling and Gao Qingzhou. Adding myself, Yenta Yanzhong Yuanshu and Chongqing, our total stands at 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Li Luochen gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, yet finding no trace of Zhou Xian. Washu, where is your mother? Li Yuanshu replied swiftly, Father, mother is sequestered in deep cultivation atop Luochen Mountain, striving to break through to foundation establishment. She should succeed very soon. A surge of quiet joy rose within Li Luochen. He had returned in such haste that he'd overlooked inspecting the ancestral abode. To learn that Zhou Xian now stood on the cusp of breakthrough was profoundly auspicious, not merely for her but for the entire clan. Excellent. Indeed, we shall soon welcome another foundation establishment cultivator into our ranks. Tell me, beyond the matter of the Qingsha sect, have any unresolved crises arisen over these years? Li Yanlong answered, Clan Lord, nothing remains unresolved, though ordinary clansmen have begun to outgrow available dwellings. We've relocated them to Panlong Islands and Linglong Island, where we've also activated the latent spirit veins. All first-rank inferior spirit veins are undergoing ascension. We aim to elevate them directly to first-rank supreme quality. They are already nearing first-rank superior refinement. Li Luochen nodded. Here, this is the 9th Heaven Profound Water Formation Array, a 3rd-rank supreme-grade formation disc. Yanfeng, deploy it across the Li clan's territory. At once Li Yanfeng stepped forward and accepted the disc with reverent haste. Clan Lord, entrust. She specialized in formation arts, though her innate talent was modest. Decades of exclusive access to the clan's formation resources had elevated her mastery to first-rank superior proficiency. Consequently, installing the array posed no difficulty. After brief study, she began laying down the formation with swift, precise movements. Li Luochen turned to Li Yanjing. How many spirit stones does the clan hold in reserve? Li Yanjing responded promptly, Clan Lord, our reserves have grown substantially. After allocating stones for nurturing inferior spirit veins, we retain 4,300,000 spirit stones. Li Luochen felt a jolt of surprise, yet it swiftly subsided as he recalled the 50 mu of Peiyuan flowers. Though normally requiring 30 years to mature, the spirit herb acceleration fluid had reduced that to merely 3. Combined with other sources, such a sum was in truth unsurprising. Well done. Now, how many cultivators does the Li clan currently number? Li Yantu replied, Clan Lord, we now count 80 cultivators, 2 of the Luo generation, yourself, and the clan lady, 11 of the Yan generation, 42 of the Chang generation, 23 of the Wen generation, and 2 of the Ren generation. Li Luochen nodded approvingly, outstanding. Here are 100 first-rank supreme-grade flying swords, and 100 first-rank supreme-grade spirit armors, each aligned with the 5 elemental phases. Store them in the armory. Li Yantu's eyes lit up. Clan Lord, are these the kind that may be refined using 5-phase celestial treasures? Li Luochen affirmed, precisely so. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a spatial storage pouch gliding toward Li Yantu, who caught it deftly and secured it firmly in his grasp. Li Yantu's eyes lit up. Clan Lord, are these the kind that may be refined using 5-phase celestial treasures? Li Luochen affirmed, precisely so. Li Yantu nodded rapidly. Of course they understood. Such artifacts held immense value. A effortless acquisition was never intended. Understood, Clan Lord. Li Luochen continued, Yanzheng, reserve 1 million spirit stones for emergency use. Transport the remainder to the nascent realm. Li Yanzheng bowed sharply. Yes, Clan Lord. I depart at once. He turned and hurried toward the... After offering words of encouragement to the others, Li Luochen made his way to the nascent realm. Upon arrival, he observed its expansion, evidently nourished by consistent infusions of spirit stones from the clan. Yet compared to a true fully formed realm, this nascent construct remained profoundly rudimentary. He wondered how greatly the accumulated 5-phase yin-yang treasures and the 3,300,000 inferior spirit stones might expand its boundaries. No sooner had Li Luochen entered the nascent realm than Li Yanzheng arrived. Immediately Li Luochen withdrew vast quantities of 5-phase yin-yang materials and cast them directly into the realm's core. The sight left Li Yanzheng and the others awestruck. The sheer cost of those materials alone was staggering, yet their clan lord had offered them without hesitation. This was sacrifice incarnate, for the sake of the Li clan. As the materials dissolved into the nascent realm, absorption accelerated dramatically. When Li Yanzheng then poured in the remaining spirit stones, the realm's expansion surged even faster. Once completely, Luochen departed without lingering, cradling Xianyun in his arms as he activated the teleportation array bound for Luochen Mountain. As for the Qingsha sect, it held no place in his concerns. Li Luochen was now a senior elder of the Wuxing Mountain and a golden core cultivator. Even if Qingsha sect possessed a golden core expert at the peak of that realm, what of it? To scheme against the Li family would require careful deliberation. Moreover, until Qingsha sect fully grasped the true strength of the hidden dragon Li clan, it dared not act rashly against them. The formation Li Luochen had previously tasked Li Yanfeng with deploying was no mere formality. Should even a peak golden core expert attempt to breach its success, was far from guaranteed. As they arrived at Luochen Mountain, spiritual energy across the mountain converged toward a single direction, the abode of Li Luochen. Simultaneously, an immense aura surged skyward from within that dwelling, the unmistakable signature of Foundation establishment. It seems Xioner has broken through. Excellent, truly excellent. Li Luochen nodded approvingly. Li Yanshu soon joined him. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the abode, her face blossomed into radiant delight. Haha, mother has broken through. Li Yanchuan, cradled in Li Luochen's arms, cried out joyfully upon seeing Li Yanshu's elation. Oh, mother has broken through. At 5 years old, he already understood the profound meaning of cultivation. Attaining Foundation establishment conferred a lifespan of 3 centuries, a milestone long coveted by countless cultivators. Li Luochen smiled and said, Wangshu, since your mother has successfully broken through, there is no need for us to remain here guarding. Let us deploy this formation at this location instead. The 9-fold profound water formation was a top-tier 3rd-grade formation, far beyond Li Luochen's capacity to construct. Yet deploying merely the formation array disc posed no difficulty for him. Before long, the ninefold profound water formation was fully deployed, though its efficacy was naturally enhanced when situated near water. After completing the formation, Luochen swept his divine sense over Zhou Xian, who remained deep in cultivation. Confirming her successful breakthrough and observing her stabilizing her newly attained foundation establishment, he departed without delay via teleportation array for Qianlong Island. Within the secret realm, the process of absorbing 5 elements yin-yang materials and spirit stones continued unabated. Meanwhile, the outer formation had already been established. Luochen retrieved a Fusion Island talisman and gathered all clan members, instructing them to assemble upon Qianlong Island. He then infused the talisman with his spiritual energy and guided it with his divine sense to lock onto Qianlong Island, Panlong Island, and surrounding isles, before finally activating the Fusion Island talisman. The talisman shimmered with ethereal light, swiftly enveloping every island before drawing them gradually and undeniably toward Qianlong Island. Though the movement was unhurried, the islands were indeed shifting. Luochen found this deeply satisfying. Most crucially, the fusion itself generated minimal external disturbance. All resonance and fluctuation remained confined within the ninefold profound water formation. In just half a month, all islands coalesced into a single landmass spanning 800 square kilometers. Gazing upon it, Luochen nodded in quiet approval, then hesitated, choosing not to deploy the second-grade fusion spirit talisman. Spirit rice had already been sown. Using the fusion spirit talisman now would inevitably damage the crops. It would be wiser to wait until harvest. Upon beholding their vastly expanded island, every member of the Li clan wore expressions of unrestrained excitement. For the Li clan, an island of 800 square kilometers offered ample space for sustained growth, especially given that Luochen Mountain remained theirs and further territories would surely follow. Clan head, is this now our family's island? How shall we name it? Luochen smiled. We are the Hidden Dragon Li clan. Naturally, this island shall be called Qianlong Island. After this year's spirit rice harvest, do not rush to replant. I intend to integrate all spirit veins and attempt their advancement into a mid-grade spirit vein. All nodded in agreement, though the spirit rice harvest remained distant. The time for harvesting Peiyuan flowers. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Luochen added, "Let me share another piece of news. I have joined the Wuxing Mountain of the Yunmeng Mountain Range as an intersect elder, granted stewardship of a subsidiary peak, including 150 mu of third-grade spirit herb fields under my sole domain. Should you wish, you may cultivate there, but I do not intend for you to tend those spirit fields. Once the secret realm completes its ascension, however, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Rest assured." Hearing that Luochen had joined Wuxing Mountain, all were stunned. They knew well its prestige, having visited Yumeng Immortal City themselves. The deeper one understood Wuxing Mountain, the more one grasped its overwhelming might. 5 nascent soul elders presided over its northern continent branch alone, yet this was but a subordinate sect nestled within the Yunmeng Mountain range. What then must the main sect's power be? Now that Luochen had secured affiliation with Wuxing Mountain, the Li clan possessed a formidable patron. Still, having joined mid-cultivation, he could never penetrate its innermost circles, yet becoming master of a peak was achievement enough. Understanding this, the Li clan settled their expectations and returned to their cultivation. Time flowed steadily, until the day of Peiyuan flower maturity arrived. Just as the Li clan prepared to harvest the Peiyuan flowers, Zhou Xian emerged from seclusion, her cultivation foundation fully stabilized. The Li clan now counted 11 foundation establishment experts among its ranks. Upon harvesting 50 mu of Peiyuan flowers, a system notification resonated within Luochen. Ding! Congratulations, Sovereign Cultivator. Your family's diligent farming has yielded 25,500 Grade 2 inferior Peiyuan flowers valued at 2,550,000 spirit stones. The reward for farming condition has been fulfilled. Grade 2 inferior Peiyuan flower critical success triggered, awarding 1 pair of Grade 3 Supreme Cloud Treading Boots, 1 Grade 3 Supreme Artifact, the 5 Elements Palace, and 100 superior spirit stones. Staring wide-eyed at the system's bounty, Luochen recognized the Cloud Treading Boots, immediately a flight artifact whose speed, when infused with sufficient spiritual energy, rivaled that of a peak golden core cultivator. An unparalleled asset for evasion, even against a peak golden core adversary. Escape would be certain even if victory were not. As for the 5 Elements Palace, he understood its function: 5 interconnected cultivation palaces, each containing 10 meditation chambers, within which cultivation speed was significantly enhanced. Moreover, its defensive capabilities were extraordinary. It could serve equally well as both offensive and defensive artifact. Lastly, the 100 superior spirit stones, though nominally equivalent to 1 million inferior spirit stones, were far rarer, as such a quantity could seldom be acquired through ordinary exchange. Even after joining Wuxing Mountain, he received only 12 superior spirit stones annually. Having reviewed all rewards, Luochen nodded in quiet satisfaction. Excellent. This harvest surpasses all expectation. Let us now enter the secret realm, perhaps it has fully taken shape. With that, he led the way toward the teleportation array and stepped through into the realm. Within the Qianlong secret realm, Luochen surveyed the fully expanded domain and nodded in quiet. The realm now spanned 1,000 square kilometers, rising to a height of 800 meters, with faint nascent outlines of sun, moon, and stars beginning to shimmer into existence. Gazing upon those ethereal celestial outlines, Luochen felt profound satisfaction. Should they ever solidify, the Qianlong secret realm would ascend into a true Dao heaven. A secret realm of 1,000 square kilometers was vast indeed, equivalent to 1,500,000 mu, more than sufficient to anchor a grade 3 inferior spirit vein. The secret realm had fully coalesced, and Luochen sprang into action, swiftly retrieving the grade 3 lower tier spirit vein and selecting a relatively flat patch of ground to bury it directly beneath the earth. No sooner had the spirit vein been interred than the realm surged hungrily to absorb it. Luochen immediately exerted control, suppressing the realm's instinctive consumption. Only then did the vein stabilize. From that moment onward, the realm would no longer devour spirit veins to enhance its quality. Satisfied, Luochen nodded faintly and began sensing the ambient spiritual energy. Though the original secret realm had contained spiritual energy, it was self-generated and thus only faintly concentrated. Now, with the grade 3 lower tier spirit vein embedded, the qi thickened markedly. Other clansmen soon gathered, their expressions hardening as they felt the dense spiritual energy. Li Yanzheng asked, Master, what grade is this spirit vein? A grade 3 lower tier spirit vein, Luochen replied. When the time comes next year to plant spirit rice, we shall cultivate vast tracts of spirit fields, grade 1 fields for spirit rice, a grade 2 and above for spirit herbs. Li Yanzheng nodded silently, his gaze drifting toward the buried spirit vein within the realm. A grade 3 lower tier spirit vein could sustain 50 mu of grade 3 lower tier spirit herb fields, 100 mu of grade 2 supreme grade fields, 150 mu of grade 2 upper grade fields, 200 mu of grade 2 mid grade fields, and 250 mu of grade 2 lower grade fields. As for grade 1 spirit fields, 350 mu of supreme grade, 500 mu of upper grade, 800 mu of mid grade, 1,200 mu of lower grade, and 2,000 mu of ordinary spirit fields. At this, astonishment bloomed across Li Yanzheng's face. Heh, a grade 3 spirit vein. Our clan will never again fret over spirit stones. Very well, Luochen said. I entrust this spirit vein to your care. Begin cultivating the spirit fields and spirit herb fields without delay. Li Yanzheng bowed instantly and hurried off with his men to commence excavation. Luochen remained unhurried. The spirit rice harvest was imminent, and besides, he intended to consider what crops to plant next. His foremost priority now was advancing his cultivation. Though he had reached the nascent soul stage, he remained only at the initial golden core phase. If Qingsha sect possessed hidden stratagems, his clan might not withstand them. Though he possessed sacred primordial pills and mixed origin pills, he chose not to consume them yet. However, soul-casting pills and 3,000-year-old stalactite milk were indeed suitable for immediate use. He also possessed 2 profound divine arts, 5-element sword shield and 5-element sword phasing, both attainable only after reaching the golden core realm, yet mastery demanded extraordinary insight. Fortunately, Luochen possessed enlightenment tea, ideal for refining these 2 divine arts. While the Li clan bustled with activity, chaos had already erupted at Qingsha sect. Now the elder's life token had shattered, a definitive omen of his demise. For millennia, Qingsha sect had stood unbroken, and never before had Now the elder's life token had shattered, a definitive omen of his demise. For millennia, Qingsha sect had stood unbroken, and never before had a golden core elder fallen by another's hand. The news swiftly reached the remaining 4 elders, who hastily convened to deliberate countermeasures. They had even pinpointed the exact location where the slain elder had vanished, yet remained uncertain how to that the assailant dared slay a Qingsha elder signaled overwhelming confidence. A reckless assault would surely invite grave complications. To charge blindly risked further casualties among their ranks, yet inaction would shatter their prestige beyond repair. Moreover, the loss of a golden core elder severely weakened Qingsha sect. Rival sects like Qingsha sect would not hesitate to exploit this vulnerability. The 4 surviving elders were formidable. The Grand Elder had attained the late Golden Core stage. Another elder stood at mid-Golden Core. The final 2 both held the initial Golden Core rank. Such strength rendered them unrivaled across the region, so much so that complacency had dulled their vigilance, emboldening their rash aggression against the Li clan. The sudden fall of an initial Golden Core elder shattered their arrogance, leaving them stunned and adrift. The Grand Elder spoke first. What are your thoughts on this matter? It has been confirmed. The hidden dragon Li clan struck first. Who would have imagined their power ran so deep? Fifth Elder perished at their hands. Indeed, he had gone there to confront them. It is highly likely the hidden Dragon Li clan orchestrated his demise. Now we must decide, shall we retaliate against the Li clan? Shall we avenge Fifth Elder? Third Elder and Fourth Elder exchanged glances, then shook their heads slightly. Our cultivation is comparable to Elder Wu's. We would likely meet the same fate. Best to withdraw. Indeed, if we too fall, their Qingsha sect may collapse entirely. Second Elder frowned. Yet if we do not avenge Fifth Elder, our sect's morale will fracture. Fourth Elder interjected swiftly, morale does not crumble so easily. We need only proclaim that Third Elder discovered a secret realm, but perished within its perilous trial. And as for the realm's location, Hidden Dragon all strikes me as ideal. What say you all? At his words, the other three elders' eyes gleamed with sudden clarity. It was indeed a masterstroke once word spread that Hidden Dragon all harbored a secret realm. Even if unconfirmed, it would inevitably draw powerful cultivators from afar. Should the Li clan prove truly formidable, they would withstand such incursions, and Qingsha sect would remain idle. Should they falter, however, Qingsha sect could intervene decisively, avenging Fifth Elder while eliminating the threat in one stroke. Hearing this, the other three elders nodded approvingly. Agreed, proceed as Fourth Elder proposes. First, gather intelligence on the Li clan's true strength. With no dissent, the scheme was swiftly set in motion. Qingsha sect's vast disciples disseminated the rumor far and wide. Those with discernment recognized it instantly as Qingsha sect's smokescreen. Few took it seriously. Yet others, lured by fortune or blind faith, accepted it as truth. A genuine secret realm promised immense reward for any cultivator, especially one capable of claiming a golden core elder's life. As for the hidden Dragon Li clan, no one gave them a second thought. A nameless Qi refinement level family easily eradicated by a single foundation establishment level cultivator. The rumor soon reached the Li clan. Upon hearing it, the clansmen hastened back to Hidden Dragon Isle and sought out Luochen. After being informed, Luochen shook his head faintly. Our clan stands strong now. Even if adversaries march upon us, we fear no one. So long as no nascent soul elder intervened, the Li clan faced no existential threat. Even should one appear, so long as the formation remained intact, they could evacuate via the teleportation array to Luochen Mountain. Such a retreat would mean abandoning the secret realm, leaving it behind on Hidden Dragon Isle. Yet this colossal realm remained imperceptible, even to nascent soul elders, and utterly impenetrable. Still, becoming the focal point of universal suspicion was untenable. Luochen pondered how best to avert this calamity. He would not relinquish Hidden Dragon all unless absolutely necessary. As time slowly passed, the matter of the secret realm on Qianlong Island continued to ferment, while the Li family remained exceptionally stable. Not to mention the island's great protective formation, even the three Golden Core Guardians were not something ordinary cultivators dared to provoke. Soon it was the season for harvesting spiritual rice. Luochen ordered all clan members to take action quickly and harvest the spiritual rice. After this harvest was completed, a system reward sound echoed in Luochen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 38,000 pounds of first-grade premium spiritual rice worth 190,000 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and a critical hit on first-grade premium spiritual rice has succeeded, granting 3 bottles of God refining pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 171,000 pounds of first-grade superior spiritual rice worth 171,000 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and a critical hit on first-grade superior spiritual rice has succeeded, granting 1 entry talisman to the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 319,500 pounds of first-grade medium spiritual rice worth 106,500 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and a critical hit on first-grade medium spiritual rice has succeeded, granting 1 treasure effect talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 888,000 pounds of first-grade inferior spiritual rice worth 88,800 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and a critical hit on first-grade inferior spiritual rice has succeeded, granting 2 bottles of golden yuan pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting 4,725,000 pounds of ordinary spiritual rice worth 47,250 spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and a critical hit on ordinary spiritual rice has succeeded, granting 1 third-grade premium magical item, a stealth cloak. Ding! Congratulations to the host's family for diligently farming and harvesting some straw worth some spirit stones. The conditions for farming rewards have been met, and a critical hit on straw has succeeded, granting several second-grade 5-element yin-yang materials. Upon hearing the system voice in his mind, Luochen was overjoyed, never expecting to receive such good items. First was the entry talisman to the secret realm, and then the treasure effect talisman, both of which were indeed valuable. If these could be placed near Qingsha Island, could they not divert trouble? Hey, let's see if your Qingsha sect can withstand it. My Qianlong Li family is not so easy to provoke. Thinking of this, he looked at the members of the Li family. This harvest is quite good. You all took it to Yumengxian City to sell, right? By the way, don't rush to plant spiritual rice. I need to integrate all the spiritual veins on Qianlong Island. As he spoke, he flickered and directly appeared in the sky above Qianlong Island. As soon as he appeared, a spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. He then used the talisman to lock onto all the spiritual veins and activated it. This was a second-grade fusion spirit talisman capable of merging all the spiritual veins on the island together. As the fusion spirit talisman activated, all the spiritual veins began to converge toward the center. Luochen said, Yanzhong, prepare 200,000 spirit stones. His expression was serious as Yanzhong quickly prepared the spirit stones and rushed over. As the spiritual veins continued to merge, they stopped when their quality was about to reach second grade. Yanzhong, invest 100,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanzhong quickly put in 100,000 spirit stones, and the spiritual veins began to rise again. Buzz. Before long, a second-grade inferior spiritual vein formed, and the trend of the spiritual vein's advancement did not halt. As time slowly passed, seeing that the spiritual vein had lost the potential for continued advancement, Luochen spoke again. Yanzhong, 50,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanzhong quickly invested 50,000 spirit stones. Buzz. The trend of the spiritual vein's advancement appeared again, and the speed of the enhancement was even faster. In the blink of an eye, a second-grade medium spiritual vein formed, and Luochen and the others couldn't help but feel delighted. This was a second-grade medium spiritual vein. First-grade spiritual veins could open up spiritual fields, while second-grade spiritual veins could open up spiritual medicine fields. A second-grade medium spiritual vein could at least open up 50 acres of second-grade medium spiritual medicine fields and 100 acres of second-grade inferior spiritual medicine fields. In addition, it could also open up quite a few first-grade spiritual fields with 150 acres of premium spiritual fields, 250 acres of superior spiritual fields, 500 acres of medium spiritual fields, 800 acres of inferior spiritual fields, and 1,300 acres of ordinary spiritual fields. Luochen nodded in satisfaction and said, Yanzhong, hurry up and open up these spiritual fields and spiritual medicine fields. We will plant spiritual rice directly in 2 months. Yanzhong quickly nodded and said, yes, head of the family. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked, head of the family, it seems we have 3 spiritual veins now with both second-grade and third-grade spiritual medicine fields. What should we plant? Luochen pondered for a moment and said, let's do this. Plant the Pei Yuan flower in the second-grade inferior spiritual medicine field. This item is quite valuable but takes 30 years to mature. In the second-grade medium spiritual medicine field, plant the Xing Yuan fruit. This fruit is a spirit fruit that matures every 50 years and only needs to be planted once. Afterward, it only requires pest control and irrigation. In the second-grade superior spiritual medicine garden, let's plant the 100-year spirit ginseng. This item has broad uses and a high price. In the second-grade premium spiritual medicine field, plant the 100-year tranquil heart fruit, which can directly enhance the divine sense during foundation establishment. In the third-grade inferior spiritual vein, plant 300-year Xian Ling grass, and in the third-grade medium spiritual vein, plant 500-year Jin Sui flower. All these treasures mentioned by Luochen were available for purchase. The seeds and seedlings might be a bit pricey, but as long as they were bought, they could be planted in large quantities. Aside from those special seeds, there would be no need to purchase more seeds and seedlings in the future. Yanzhong quickly nodded and said, yes, head of the family, your nephew remembers. Luochen asked if all 3 spiritual veins were opened up for spiritual fields and spiritual medicine fields, how much could we open up? Yanzhong replied, returning to the head of the family, the third-grade inferior spiritual medicine field would be 50 acres, the second-grade premium spiritual medicine field 100 acres, the second-grade superior spiritual medicine field 150 acres, the second-grade medium spiritual medicine field 250 acres, and the second-grade inferior spiritual medicine field 400 acres. The first-grade premium spiritual field would be 600 acres, the first-grade superior spiritual field 950 acres, the first-grade medium spiritual field 1,600 acres, the first-grade inferior spiritual field 2,500 acres, and the ordinary spiritual field 4,300 acres. Setting aside the second-grade and third-grade spiritual medicine fields, the harvest from just the first-grade spiritual fields each year would be considerable. Li Luochen nodded and said, "Indeed, quite a lot, but have you considered? If the family does not provide foundation establishment pills and Yuanling true liquid, how long can our spirit stones last? And that is just for foundation establishment pills and Yuanling true liquid. What about the later golden core pills and condensing Yuan pills? Each requires a large amount of spirit stones. Currently our family does not have many members, and we can support ourselves, but if more members join we will need more spiritual veins." In reality, most of the spiritual veins of the Li family were obtained by Li Luochen or through system rewards. The members of the Li family were merely laborers. However, there was no other way. This was the family farming system, and expanding the family's spiritual fields was highly beneficial for Li Luochen. Farming was not something he could manage alone. It was essential to cultivate the clan members and encourage them to farm more so that he could receive more system rewards. Li Luochen was able to cultivate to his current realm primarily because of the system rewards. For example, he received foundation establishment pills and Yuanling true liquid when he broke through, and golden core pills and condensing Yuan pills when he condensed his golden core. These were all system rewards.